Two peasant women are chatting in the fields when one of them suddenly bursts out, "Did you see? The young master actually smiled at me." The other woman, clearly doubting, responds, "I thought I imagined it." But her friend insists. I rub my eyes several times to make sure. It was really him. Meanwhile, across the field, swordsmen are practicing their skills, their blades slicing through the air in perfect harmony. The women gossip further, sharing rumors about the young master's intense training. One of them asks, "Do you think he'll make it far? He's only been training for a week, and he's still so young." Both ladies wonder what's really going on with him. Inside a room, a blonde figure gazes out the window, deep in thought. He closes his eyes, his focus sharp. Then, as if summoned by sheer will, a faint glow of mana leaks from his eyelids. A narrator's voice fills the air. He will train harder than ever before, no more allowing tragedy to repeat. The scene shifts to a figure standing in the dim light, an aura emanating from his form. Clutched tightly in his hand is a mysterious summon book. This life, it will be different, he vows to himself. This is a ruined steel guard, just 16 years old, but in his past life, he died at 33. A gust of wind howls as dilapidated houses stand as silent witnesses to a life lost. Behind a curtain, a shadow looms. The hero's voice rings out, bitter and resigned. In the end, it all happened just as it was destined to. We flash back to a memory. A man with a knife stands over a helpless Aruan, bound to a chair, staring blankly at the floor. The air is thick with despair. The scene shifts again, revealing a majestic castle perched against towering mountains. This is the Steel Guard family estate, a once mighty house that ruled the northern region of Navarre. Aruan was born here, but his life would never live up to its legacy. Under the shadow of his legendary grandfather, who was a war hero, and his powerful father, Aruan was nothing more than an ordinary third-class knight, overlooked and underestimated. Even though he had the title of lord, it was all stripped away in just 3 years. The people turned on him, laughing behind his back as they watched his family's legacy crumble. He was the dog born into a family of tigers. A count, a man who had everything handed to him, spoke the cruel truth. He's a disgrace to the Steel Guard name. The weight of those words crushed Aruan. He was nothing compared to the towering figures of his ancestors. But deep down, he had always wanted to be more than just a failure. He wanted to be a good lord, to restore his family's honor. Yet, it was all taken from him, betrayed by the very people he had trusted. The voice of the narrator darkens. His enemy, the one who had tormented him since childhood, had gone too far. They had hired an assassin to finish him off. The tension builds as Aruan's breathing quickens. The killer, closing in, finds an ominous book in the shadows, the notorious book of contracts. But something's off. The pages are empty. Aruan snaps, out of his daze, a surge of energy coursing through him. He yells, "Don't you dare touch me." With a burst of strength, he punches the assassin in the stomach, silencing the threat. The hero, spitting blood, stares at the open book in his hands, eyes widening in realization. This wasn't just any book. It was an heirloom of the Steel Guard family. A powerful artifact that, when used correctly, could bind any agreement made within its pages. If only he had understood its true potential earlier, he could have raised his family's name long ago. The killer threw the pages, sneering down at the hero. But as he turns the page, something catches his eye. A bookmark falls from the book, landing near his foot. The killer scoffs, "I don't get it. You put everything on the line for some little book. Maybe society was right about you after all." The hero's gaze sharpens as he locks onto the bookmark, a spark of hope flickering in his eyes. "Give it back," he demands, voice hoarse. "It's mine." The bookmark, a simple, sword-shaped ribbon, lies at the killer's feet, but the hero's focus is unshakable. This wasn't just any bookmark. It was the key to a long-forgotten legend, the item that granted wishes. He remembers the seller's words clearly, echoing in his mind. This is a very expensive item. It will fulfill one wish. But as the hero recalls the moment, doubt creeps in. A wish granted? No, it couldn't be. It was all a lie, a trick. He had been so desperate, so eager to regain his status, that he had clung to this absurd hope. How pathetic he had been, thinking this flimsy bookmark could turn his life around. He laughs bitterly, thinking, "Is there anyone more unlucky than me?" Just then, his thoughts are interrupted. The killer pours a red liquid from a bottle into his mouth, and the hero, still bound to the chair, feels a strange warmth spreading through his body. His head clears, and the pain subsides. He blinks, confused, and asks, "Why? Why did you give me this?" The killer, unbothered, calmly arranges a set of torturing instruments on the table in front of him. "My client," he says coldly, "want to play with you a little longer. You're not going to die just yet." The hero grips a scalpel with shaking hands, his voice dark. "Tell your client, this is his last gift." His teeth grind together as rage floods through him. How many times can one person be humiliated? His entire life was taken from him, his family destroyed, and now they wanted to end his life as well. Laughing in despair, the hero scoffs. So this is how the last descendant of Steelguard will die. The killer, for the first time, looks taken aback. Have you lost your mind? He asks. I understand it's hard to stay sane when you're being tortured, but you've really gone off the deep end. Blood splatters around the room as the killer continues his cruel work. The hero grits his teeth, whispering to himself, if only I hadn't been so stupid. If only I hadn't been deceived. The killer, relentless, forces him to drink more potions. One by one, the bottles pile up, each empty vial a symbol of his agony. The hero, exhausted and broken, drifts in and out of consciousness. If I had just one more chance, he thinks, his eyes hollow, staring out through the gap in the window. A single tear falls down his cheek, and in that moment of hopelessness, he thinks only one thing. If only I could turn back time. Then, something miraculous happens. The bookmark, which he thought was lost forever, reappears in front of him. It hovers, gently floating closer. A notification flashes in his mind. A man, desperate, and at his lowest, but still holding on to the faintest hope. The notification echoes in the hero's mind. The person who has received this notification meets the requirements. Your wish will be fulfilled. Please state your final wish. Sitting motionless in the chair, the hero remains silent, his mind numb and broken. Despair hangs in the air like a suffocating weight. A system malfunction begins. The subject cannot form any guesses. The system analyzes the despair. It searches, digs deep, and discovers 3 desires, no difference between them. And then it settles. A blinding, radiant light erupts from the system. When the light fades, the hero finds himself lying in a clean bed, his body whole and healed. His surroundings are unfamiliar, luxurious, spacious, and bright. He stares out the window, eyes widening as the view reveals the mountains in the distance, bathed in the soft glow of a sunny autumn day. This is my room, he thinks, panic starting to rise in his chest. He quickly sits up, his breath catching. I was just there, just in front of the killer. His pulse quickens as the reality starts to sink in. Could this all be a dream? A knock at the door snaps him out of his thoughts. A soft voice calls out, "Young master, it's Ezel. May I come in?" His heart skips a beat. Ezel? The name strikes a chord in his memory, his servant from 10 years ago. She had always been there for him. The maid enters, her head bowed, and curtsies. "Young master," she says, "the master is looking for you." Confusion floods the hero's mind as he surveys the room around him. His bedroom. But this doesn't make sense. How am I here? He wonders. His mind races, trying to piece together what's happening. Ezel, he asks, voice trembling, "How old am I?" The maid blushes slightly, unsure of his sudden question. "You're 16 this year, young master." The realization hits him like a bolt of lightning. He's 16 again? He's been returned, back 17 years in time. His heart races with shock. "Ezel," he cries out, as he suddenly leaps from the bed and embraces her, pressing his face in her chest, tears welling in his eyes. The maid, startled by his reaction, looks down at him, confused. "Young master, did you have a nightmare?" The hero's voice shakes as he pulls away, his eyes glistening with emotion. "Even when my family abandoned me, you were always there. Thank you, Ezel. Thank you." Ezel's confusion deepens. She stumbles back, panicked. "Young master, I don't understand. What's wrong? What did I do? I am ready to accept any punishment. I'll correct myself." The hero, a little startled, looks at her and remembers. His heart tightens as his past actions flash in his mind. He had been harsh with her, unkind even when she was only trying to serve him. He feels a pang of guilt and regret. "Ezel, you've misunderstood," he says gently, his voice softer than before. His thoughts swirl. He had been cruel to her, angry for no reason, but now he had another chance. The maid is still on her knees, bewildered. Why did you ask me to come?" The hero stands and looks away, his thoughts clouded by the memories of who he used to be. "The master wanted to see me, didn't he? He was angry that I didn't show up yesterday." He turns back to the maid with a faint smile. "I'll go now." The maid's face pales, surprised by his calm demeanor. "Young master, what did you just say?" He smiles again, this time with genuine warmth. "Why are you so surprised, Ezel?" "Of course I should go." She looks at him, dumbfounded, but nods quickly. "Of course, young master." The hero pulls on his shirt, his mind racing. He doesn't understand what just happened, why he's back here in this place this time. But one thing is clear, he's been given a second chance. A chance to fix the mistakes of the past. "I won't make the same mistakes again," he promises to himself. He grabs his sword, preparing to face whatever comes next. But in the depths of his heart, he knows one thing. This time, he won't let the Steelguard family's legacy be destroyed. Not again. The hero, filled with renewed determination, made a silent vow to himself. He would no longer make the same mistakes. To change his future, he had to give everything he had. He would rise to become the true Uruin Steel Guard. Ezel, the maid, entered with his sword. The hero took it from her hands, resting it confidently over his shoulder. "Let's go," he said, his voice filled with authority. Then, with a playful grin, he snapped his fingers flirtatiously. "Although I must admit, I'm a little disappointed my beautiful abs have disappeared, but that's not a problem for today." Ezel, looking at him with a mix of concern and confusion, asked, "Is everything all right, young master?" Outside, the Steel Guard training ground stretched before him. The sound of soldiers training filled the air. He approached the arch where they practiced, thinking about how the knights who once represented the pride of his family still stood strong. The hero squinted, estimating the number of soldiers. About 70, he thought to himself, scratching his temple. He remembered how he had once ignored them, dismissed them as nothing more than dirty, sweaty men. His thoughts were interrupted as the captain of the guard, Haffel, stood before him, his expression stern. "So, the master has finally graced us with his presence." The hero winced, guilty. "Apologies, I'm a little late," he said, feeling the weight of the captain's disapproving gaze. Haffel's frown deepened, and in a low voice, he muttered, "A little late? You missed training yesterday. Do you remember what we agreed on?" The hero chuckled nervously, thinking to himself, the same Haffel, still the same as always. Haffel tried to keep his tone even, but his frustration was obvious. "Because of yesterday, today's session will be intense. You're doing 50 laps, 1,000 swings, and 1,000 punches. And this time, no excuses." "I understand," the hero replied, his expression serious. "I'll complete it all." Haffel, a little surprised by the hero's response, nodded. "Good," he said. "Start now." The hero grinned, his eyes glinting with determination. "Right now? Let's get to it." Haffel blinked in surprise. "This isn't the Uruin I know," he thought. "He's not making excuses. This is different." The hero began, his breathing sharp and measured as he pushed himself through the drills. Haffel stood back, observing in disbelief as the young master worked with an intensity he had never seen before. This was no longer the same Uruin who had squandered his chances. The man before him was someone who knew the value of every single moment. Every swing of the sword, every punch, every lap was done with purpose. The hero could feel his muscles burning, his body pushing to its limits. But he didn't slow down. He couldn't afford to. His eyes were fixed on the future, on the legacy of his family that he would protect at all costs. Sweat dripped from his brow, but he didn't stop. Not even when the sun blazed down, when his breath grew shallow, when the pain threatened to overwhelm him. At the 1,000th swing, he threw his sword to the ground, collapsing to the ground, chest heaving. He lay there for a moment, feeling the exhaustion settle in his bones. "I did it," he thought. "For the first time, I completed everything. It was tough, but it was worth it." As he lay there, catching his breath, he thought about his strengths and weaknesses. There was still much to improve, but this was only the beginning. His focus would be endurance next. Suddenly, the system pinged. A notification popped up in front of him, startling him. "New user detected. Would you like to start interdimensional trade?" The hero's eyes widened in confusion and shock. "What is this?" He wondered, his mind racing. "What the hell is interdimensional trade?" "Young master." Haffel's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. "Are you all right?" The hero, still in a daze, looked up at the captain. His heart was racing. "What has happened?" The hero turned to Haffel, a puzzled look on his face. "Did you not see that floating thing?" he asked, his tone a bit incredulous. Haffel, confused, stared back. "What are you talking about? What kind of thing?" The hero blinked in disbelief. "You really didn't see it?" he asked again. Haffel shrugged, thinking it must be a result of overexertion. Probably just the effects of overwork, he mused. As Haffel placed a hand on the hero's shoulder, the protagonist thought to himself, "Only I can see it." The sensation of something unusual hanging in the air lingered. The captain, still grasping the young master, looked around, wondering why it was floating here and not inside the book. As if summoned, the book appeared before them. The hero's eyes widened. "So this is the transaction with dimensions," he thought. But when he looked closely at the book, it seemed like just an ordinary one. Why does it look like this now? Suddenly, he was snapped back to reality. "Mr. Urin," the captain called sharply. Haffel, noticing nothing unusual, looked at the young master with a mix of concern and confusion. "Are you all right? You've been saying strange things. Maybe we should take you to a doctor." The hero, however, simply shook his head. "I'm fine," he replied, brushing off the captain's hand from his shoulder. Smiling softly, he added, "I'm not who I was before." Haffel, caught off guard, stared at the hero in disbelief. This sudden change, could it be the blood of the Steel Guard? He wondered, trying to make sense of the transformation. The hero, now standing tall, looked toward Haffel and said, "Since I've finished, I'm heading out. Haffel bowed sharply. Understood, young master. Rest well. The hero thought to himself, he's not lying, but this feels too real to just be a hallucination. With the book still in his possession, he continued down the hallway, palapping through its pages. His mind focused as he completed the registration process, searching for an ID and any additional details within it. Just then, a man with glasses and white hair appeared, greeting him with a respectful bow. Good morning, young master. I trust you're ready to start the day. Would you like me to prepare something for breakfast? The hero, exhausted, shook his head. No, I'm too tired to think about food today. I'll skip breakfast. As the butler nodded and began to retreat, the hero noticed something. The butler didn't see it either, he thought, his eyes lighting up with a faint blue glow. The butler, however, couldn't help but notice the strange glimmer in the young master's eyes. His gaze sharpened, and questions began to fill his mind. What was that blue flame in his eyes? He wondered. It seemed unusual. The hero quickly realized the source. The book of interdimensional trade had somehow affected his eyes. Panicking a little, he smiled and answered, It's just mana. Nothing to worry about. The butler seemed to accept the explanation, nodding in agreement. Very well, young master. I'll let you rest today. The hero, relieved that the butler didn't see through him, quickly made his way back to his room. Once inside, he slammed the door shut, then leaned back against it, his elbows on the wall. What's going on? He thought. I died, and now I'm back, 17 years in the past. He exhaled slowly, looking up at the ceiling. At least the butler didn't catch on. Just then, a notification flashed before him. He stared at it, surprised. What is this? The notification read, Account name, User 014 EDW. Nickname, Erwin. Do you want to continue logging into this account? The only option was confirm. The hero, stunned, wondered why there was no cancel button. What did it all mean? The hero stared at the notification on the screen. His previous ID had been user for manhwa, but now, faced with no other option, he pressed the confirmation button. A new notification appeared, indicating that an interdimensional transaction had begun. The connection point was now marked as System 0, District 1342. His sales level was at 0, and the description read, A man on the sidelines. He had only 10 coins. He stared at the book, feeling the weight of the reality setting in. I'm starting from 0, he thought. Supply and demand are entirely separated, and since the system is level 0, I probably can't do anything right now. But then his eye flashed, and he noticed something else. Where did these coins come from? Looking at the monitor, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Did these coins come from my previous account from my past life? No, that can't be it. If they did, my level wouldn't be 0. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Could the coins have been issued by accident? He wasn't sure, but there was no time to dwell on it. He needed to focus on the next steps. With a sudden spark in his eye, he decided to push forward. I'll warm up first, he thought. The intensity of the glow in his eyes sharpened. The following week, he immediately requested a sparring session with one of the knights. Captain Haffel, surprised by the request, hesitated. How serious are you about this? He asked. The hero's eyes blazed, and without hesitation, he replied, Very serious. The captain turned to a soldier named Fry. You'll spar with the young master, he instructed. Use only your left hand, and no mana. Fry nodded, but Captain Haffel couldn't help but wonder if it was too soon for the young master to face off with a knight. He's been training a lot lately, but this could be too much, Haffel thought. The hero, however, was not pleased with the restrictions. Fighting a level 6 knight with only one hand. What a blow to my pride, he thought with a tense smile. I'll make sure to fight at full strength. He ignored the captain's orders and prepared for battle. Fry, surprised by the young master's determination, gripped his sword. With a sudden shout, the battle began. The hero lunged at high speed, almost catching Fry off guard with a near-miss strike. The next attack came swiftly, forcing Fry to defend himself. Fry began to retreat, struggling to adjust to the hero's speed and intensity. This isn't what I expected, Fry thought. The boy's technique, it's far better than I thought. This isn't the young master I remember. The knights, watching from the sidelines, couldn't believe what they were seeing. The young master, he's making Fry retreat? They whispered, astonished at the battle's intensity. The hero, with a sword pointed at Fry's neck, pressed on. Fry, struggling to breathe under the relentless pressure, realized the fight was much more difficult than anticipated. I haven't been training enough, he thought. I can't keep up with him. Then, just as Fry seemed cornered, the captain shouted, Fry, don't you dare use mana. But before the command could be heeded, the hero unleashed a series of rapid strikes. The impact was sharp and precise, and everyone watching gasped. The knight collapsed to the ground, stunned. The entire group was in shock. Even Captain Haffel was taken aback by the hero's calm demeanor as he stood over the fallen knight. It's over, he said softly, as if it were nothing. Fry, sitting on the floor, still holding his sword, looked up at the young master, his voice heavy with disbelief. You definitely used magic, didn't you? The hero stood over the fallen knight, a look of disbelief on his face. How was this possible, he muttered. With a calm voice, he added, just admit that you lost. The knights around him couldn't hide their awe, murmuring that it was incredible for young Master Arun to have won, especially after the recent changes in his behavior. 1 week later, the scene shifted. A chest filled with gold lay before the hero. He smiled, relieved. Thank God, everything is just as it was. His eyes gleamed as he gazed at the chest hidden away, feeling confident that this time he wouldn't fail. He was determined to use these resources to their fullest potential. With a firm press of a button, he opened his spatial book of transactions. It glowed in his hands as he looked at it with a slight frown. The most important thing right now is currency exchange, he thought to himself. He summoned ghostly scales and placed a set amount of coins on them. After a moment, the scales gave their response. Approximate value, 30 coins. The hero's eyes widened slightly. That's even more than I expected, he thought, running a finger over the notification. I thought it'd be closer to 25 coins. He took a moment to consider the situation. He had learned a crucial lesson. The value of goods fluctuated based on the store and the world. The price of the same items could change, depending on the conditions. His mind raced as he realized that the only way to profit from the spatial book was to buy cheap goods and sell them at higher prices. He looked at the scales again, comparing the weight of crystals and gold. His expression became more focused. The exchange center isn't filled with fools, he thought. They've probably placed restrictions and tax fees on certain items. With his hands folded thoughtfully, he reflected on what he knew. To raise the rating of his transactions, he would need to improve his achievements. But the dilemma was clear. The higher his rating, the harder it would be to obtain high-performance goods. And in the zero system, it was almost impossible to get top-tier items. The hero's eyes then caught an offer from monocrystals. This was exactly what he needed to quickly replenish his mana. He opened a chat with the merchant, whose name was Home. Hello, the hero typed. Do you sell monocrystals? Yes, Home replied. And the crystals I sell are of very high quality. The hero's attention shifted to the screen. He noticed that Home's nickname was glowing red. He raised his finger to the screen and thought for a moment. It seems this is some kind of user status. After scanning the profile, he returned to the conversation. Let's find out the price, he thought. How much for one crystal, he asked. Home quickly responded. The low-grade ones cost 5 coins each. The average ones are 20 coins each. The hero raised an eyebrow. Is this a normal price? Yes, the merchant replied. It's a fair price. Some sellers are asking for much more, but there aren't many crystals for sale at the moment. I need you to decide quickly. The hero's eyes narrowed as a new notification popped up. The average price for a low-grade monocrystal is 3 coins. The hero glanced at the information window and saw that the price for medium-grade monocrystals was listed as 12 coins, while low-grade crystals were common in the market. However, something didn't sit right with him. He grew angrier as he realized that the seller's claim of a normal price was far from true. This is fraud, he said, his voice tightening with fury. The merchant calmly replied that his prices were the lowest on the market and asked for proof of the alleged fraud. The hero stared at the dialogue, knowing full well that the proof lay within the book in his hands. Taking a deep breath, the hero tried to steady himself, his finger tapping his chin as he considered his next move. He knew the system's information was accurate. With a more composed tone, he addressed the seller. So, you want to be considered an unreliable seller? He asked. When a merchant remained silent, the hero wasted no time. I'll have to report you, he said coldly. For a long moment, the merchant didn't respond. Then, finally, his tone softened. Please, let's not do this. You're a smart buyer. I didn't intend to deceive you. He lowered his head, speaking sadly about how his profits had dwindled due to a minor strike. I paid them what they asked for, but now, I'm almost out of stock. I didn't mean to lie. The hero's gaze shifted to the signature below the merchant's profile. It read, earned 980 coins. The transaction report stated that he was a merciless mine owner, and the hero could see through the lies clearly now. His frustration flared again. So this scoundrel is lying again, he thought. The hero sent a sharp message. It's clear you're still lying. How did you think I wouldn't notice? But before he could finish, the merchant sent another message, asking the hero to forget everything and stating that he wasn't going to make any more transactions with him. The merchant quickly followed with an offer. I'll reduce the price by half. Just don't report me. The hero paused for a moment, then smirked. Should I push for more? He thought, his mind already calculating his next move. With a knowing smile, the hero began negotiating. 2 low and medium-grade monocrystals for 25 coins, he demanded. Soon, from monocrystals appeared in front of him. The hero examined their stats carefully. These can't be reused, he noted. Satisfied, he accepted the transaction. However, when the results of the trade came up, he noticed something odd. Deposit 22.5 coins. Wait a minute, he muttered, surprised. I gave him 25 coins. Why is the amount less than expected? He stared at the transaction details, confused. The seller's information and transaction report were nowhere to be found, and the price had dropped. The hero's eyes narrowed. What is this? He thought, realizing that the merchant was still hiding something. A thought crossed his mind. Maybe he could squeeze even more out of the seller. With a sorry smile, he typed, "If you keep selling at this price, I won't report you." The merchant, however, responded quickly, stating that the price was already a ridiculously small fee. The hero sighed, contemplating whether he should just leave it at that. But then a notification popped up on the screen, and his eyes widened. Cashback, 3 coins. The hero was taken aback by the unexpected cashback and quickly wondered if it was some VIP privilege. But then he shook his head in disbelief. That can't be right, he thought. Holding the mono crystal in his hand, he pondered whether he should absorb it now. After a brief pause, he closed his eyes, focused, and began absorbing the mana. As the energy flowed through him, he realized that the system had been truthful. Over the next few days, the hero dedicated himself to training, following his grandfather's advanced breathing technique, Breath of Steel. This method required both a powerful body and an immense amount of mana. The hero clenched the crystal tightly in his fist, sitting cross-legged in the lotus position. Although he had neither strength nor mana to start with, he recalled his past training. Through perseverance and effort, he thought, I can still master this. Slowly, his mana began to spread, and he could feel the technique working. It was a huge step forward, an accomplishment that felt like a triumph. The hero stood up with a small, confident grin. I'm getting stronger, he thought. His pride began to rise again as he realized how far he had come. The others were still in awe, wondering how the young master had pulled off such a feat. Some murmured that it wasn't a real fight, and that the knight named Fry was more of a social figure than a warrior. But the hero's pride was stung by these comments. I've been too lenient with him, he thought. It's time to show my true strength. Turning to Mihail, the hero called out, Fight me. Mihail, caught off guard, hesitated. Is that for me? He asked. The hero nodded, his expression sharp. This is the perfect chance to show them what I'm really capable of. Mihail, though, immediately grew wary. This is too much, he said, trying to back out. But before the situation could escalate further, a beautiful young woman walked up to them. Dressed in a tunic and cloak, with a maid by her side, she caught everyone's attention. Sounds fun, she said, her voice calm but confident. The group greeted her respectfully, my lady. She introduced herself as Karen Steelguard, the eldest daughter of Levadon. The captain wanted to intervene, but she raised her hand, signaling she understood his concerns. If mana battles are too dangerous, Karen said softly, turning to the hero, then hand-to-hand combat should be fine. The captain reluctantly agreed. The hero positioned himself in front of Mihail, feeling the tension build. Mihail's a 6th-class knight, he thought. Even in hand-to-hand combat, he should have no trouble handling this fight. In fact, Mihail's height and reach made him the clear favorite, but the hero was determined to prove everyone wrong. Just as the captain was about to speak, a loud shout rang out from the crowd. Look, the knight is losing. Everyone turned their attention to the fight. The hero, with surprising speed and power, was landing a series of crushing blows on Mihail, forcing him back. Each hit seemed to land harder than the last, and Mihail struggled to keep up. With a final, devastating blow, the hero sent Mihail flying across the training grounds. The captain stood frozen in disbelief. This can't be real, he thought. This is the same young master who was considered weak just days ago. The hero lunged forward, delivering a decisive strike that sent dust clouds billowing into the air. The crowd went silent, then erupted in shock and excitement. Mihail's lost, they shouted as the onlookers began to celebrate. Whispers of admiration spread through the group. The young master is amazing, they said, praising his incredible strength. The hero stood tall, his victory clear, while a grin of satisfaction crossed his face. It feels good to be taken seriously, he thought, surveying the shocked faces around him. As the dust settled, the young master, Arun, stood tall, barely breaking a sweat. His sister approached, gently placing a hand on his cheek and calling his name. Leaning in close, she whispered, I'm proud of you. She admitted she had underestimated him before. Arun was taken aback. His sister was acting differently. Karen, the eldest daughter of the Levadon and Steelguard family, stood firm, a faint smile on her lips. She had just won a sparring match against the others, proving her strength once again. Arun recalled how their father, Levadon, had always regretted having a daughter, knowing she could never inherit the family's signature technique, the Breath of Steel, a power passed down only through the male bloodline. Despite her undeniable talent, tradition deemed her an outcast. Karen's expression darkened. She lowered her gaze, the weight of her fate pressing down on her. Arun understood her pain. She knew all too well what it was like to endure constant judgment. Closing her eyes, Karen reached out and ruffled Arun's hair. He watched her closely as she spoke. You must have pushed yourself beyond your limits, training in secret so no one would see, she said softly, her voice tinged with regret. Karen hesitated before continuing. I'm sorry. As your older sister, I should have supported you, but I didn't. Arun furrowed his brows, startled by her sudden sincerity. His mind raced. Wasn't this battle all for her approval? Without another word, Karen turned and walked away. Arun stood next to Haffel, watching her go. In his mind, he saw her usual confident smirk, eyes sharp with understanding. Of all his siblings, Karen was the most honest, unapologetically blunt, but deeply perceptive. She had been the first to truly see and accept his transformation. Arun closed his eyes, exhaling slowly. This was the only way. Above the castle, the night sky stretched endlessly, stars twinkling around a glowing moon. The real challenges were about to begin. Inside the grand dining hall, candlelight flickered over an elaborate feast. It was dinner time, and the long table was surrounded by family. Levadon Steelguard, the head of the household, sat at the head of the table, eyes closed as he took a slow sip of red wine. The menu is to my liking, he remarked. Karen met his gaze with a serious expression. I made sure of it, she replied before shifting the conversation. Arun will be leaving for the academy soon. Levadon opened his eyes, turning his attention to his son. It's time, he said simply. Arun frowned slightly. He had expected this. Karen now acknowledged his strength and was looking out for him. Levadon's sharp gaze locked onto Arun. Karen told me you defeated a knight in training. Arun tilted his head slightly, a small smile playing on his lips. So my plan worked. He wouldn't let this chance slip away. That was just the beginning, he said confidently. There are many more knights I intend to surpass. It was only a small duel with wooden swords. Levadon chuckled, rubbing his chin in amusement. A young man seated nearby raised an eyebrow. I heard you're only in 6th grade, he said. This was Kieran Steelguard, Levadon's eldest son, dressed in fine clothing. He rested his elbow on the table, watching Arun with an unimpressed look. That wasn't even a real fight, Kieran scoffed. He turned to Karen. Isn't that right? Karen shot him a sharp glare, her brows knitting together. He's only 16, she stated. At that age, you hadn't even reached 5th class knight. Kieran's expression hardened. I was officially recognized as a 5th class knight at 17, he corrected. Levadon, listening quietly, lowered his gaze to his glass of wine. Kieran, caught off guard, turned to his father. Levadon finally spoke. It's impressive. Kieran stiffened. His father's words carried weight, acknowledgement that he hadn't expected. Levadon stood from the table, walking toward Arun. Your grandfather went into battle around your age, he mused. Is that why you've suddenly become so determined? Stopping before his son, Levadon extended a hand. Arun stared at it, surprised. A handshake? For a moment, he hesitated. Then, with a firm grip, he grasped his father's hand, a smile forming on his lips. I'm 16 now, he said simply. Father and son shook hands, a silent recognition passing between them. As their hands clasped, Arun suddenly realized this was no ordinary handshake. A combat handshake, a silent test of strength, where mana flowed between their palms, measuring each other's power. His eyes widened in surprise. So this is what he wants. Arun knew he had to be careful. If he revealed too much, his father might grow suspicious. But if he held back too much, he risked disappointing him. Levadon exhaled slowly, closing his eyes. When he opened them again, his expression softened. You've grown a lot, he admitted. I was worried my youngest son might not measure up, but now, I see I had nothing to fear. Kieran, sitting across the table, clenched his teeth, eyes burning with frustration as he watched their exchange. Levadon leaned back thoughtfully. Come to think of it, I haven't paid you enough attention, he mused. But now I suppose it's time I do. He turned to Arun, his gaze sharp. Tell me, what do you want as a gift before entering the academy? Arun blinked in surprise. A gift? He hadn't expected this. Scratching the back of his head, he forced a sheepish smile. Well, there is something, he admitted, lowering his eyes for a moment. But it might be too much to ask. Levadon crossed his arms, giving a small smirk. Don't hold back. I'll listen. Arun ruffled his own hair, grinning slightly. I didn't want to ask because I thought you'd refuse. At that moment, Kieran abruptly stood up from the table, glaring. You have a real talent for making people uncomfortable, he scoffed. Levadon ignored him and exhaled. Then, raising a hand to his chest, he clenched it into a fist. Mana surged around him, swirling like a glowing aura. As the head of the Steel Guard family, Levadon declared, his voice steady. I swear upon my mana, so long as it causes no harm, I will grant my son's request. Aruin's breath hitched. He's serious. Levadon lowered his hands, his gaze firm. So, what is it that you want? The grand hallway echoed with footsteps as Levadon strode forward, Aruin at his side. Behind them, Kieran followed, his expression twisted with fury. This is ridiculous, Kieran spat. He's lost his mind. Levadon remained silent, his pace steady. Kieran clenched his fists. You can't break family tradition. Only one person is allowed in there. No exceptions. Levadon finally glanced at him, his expression unreadable. The secret vault belongs to our family. When I was your age, I went there with my father. His tone darkened as he met Kieran's gaze. Are you accusing me of breaking my mana oath? Kieran stiffened. He hesitated, then sighed heavily, looking away. He had no argument against that. Levadon's voice turned cold. Go back. Aruin smirked, watching his older brother's frustration. So this is how it's done. Kieran's face twisted in rage. His younger brother was about to enter a place even he had never been allowed to step foot in. Levadon reached a large wooden door. Pulling out a key, he inserted it into the lock and turned it. The rules are simple, Levadon said. Never enter the inner vault. You may only take one thing from the outer chamber. With that, the heavy doors creaked open. Aruin's eyes gleamed as he peered inside. Finally, the vault was dimly lit, the glow from the open door casting long shadows over ancient relics and artifacts. As he stepped forward, Aruin's gaze swept the room. The spatial book of transactions. This wasn't just any book, it was the ultimate weapon. A treasure so powerful that only someone like him could wield it safely. If it fell into the wrong hands, it could bring disaster. He moved carefully between the shelves, scanning the relics. In my past life, only 2 spatial traders existed in the last 100 years, my grandfather and me. His fingers traced the air, recalling the symbols and intricate designs that only he could see. This book was different in this life, but he could still sense it. Aruin's heart pounded. It's here. His eyes narrowed. No one else could find it. No one else should. I have to take it and erase its existence from this place forever. Levadon crossed his arms, his sharp gaze locked onto his son as Aruin stepped out of the vault. Did you find what you wanted? He asked. But as his eyes fell on the item in Aruin's hands, his expression shifted to one of surprise. Aruin stood there, smiling slightly, holding up a golden figurine, a statue of a hero. Levadon's brows furrowed as he examined the small sculpture. It was a depiction of Layskin Hero Award, a monument created to honor the defense of Navarro against the Empire. Not just any trinket. This was one of only 1,000, making it far more valuable than ordinary gold figures. Levadon sighed heavily, narrowing his eyes. A momentary impulse. He's blinded by greed. You told me you were going to Vigo for gold, Levadon remarked, his voice laced with skepticism. Aruin pursed his lips before flashing an awkward smile. He already knows what I'm thinking. Standing before his father, Aruin shifted his gaze and spoke calmly. Right now, this is the most valuable thing to me, he explained. With it, even after buying a sword or mana crystals, I'd still have money left over. Levadon's expression remained unreadable as he studied his son. Do as you wish, he finally said. Buy it, sell it, it's up to you. But don't let this distract you from your training. Aruin hesitated for a moment, then spoke with quiet determination. I believe we shouldn't follow just one path. His voice softened, his eyes lowering slightly. If I were as good with a sword as you say, then this wouldn't be a waste of time. He gripped the figurine tightly as Levadon remained still, arms still crossed, his gaze unwavering. Finally, Levadon exhaled, rubbing the back of his neck, a bewildered smile on his face. I don't understand you, he admitted. Aruin closed his eyes briefly, letting out a small, knowing grin. Got him. At that moment, deep inside Vigo's storage vault, Aruin's breath caught in his throat. His mouth parted slightly in shock. It's gone. The shelf where the spatial book of transactions should have been was empty. Aruin quickly moved through the storage room, scanning every corner, searching frantically. No, this doesn't make sense. His eyes widened in panic. The book disappeared, his heart pounded, but he forced himself to steady his breathing. Calm down. Think. There were only 2 possibilities. Either the book had been moved, or someone else was already using it. Aruin's mind conjured the image of a shadowy figure, clutching the very book that should have been his. His fingers curled into a fist as he stared at the floor in deep thought. In 17 years. No, in 14 years to be precise. I'll become an earl, he muttered. He stood in the dimly lit vault, his mind racing. But what happened to the book? For now, he could only hope. No one else had taken it. With a sigh, Aruin turned his attention back to the golden figurine in his hand, absent-mindedly running his thumb over its surface. He leaned his head against his palm, deep in thought. The book isn't here. That alone is a major discovery. But in the rush of it all, He had chosen the hero figurine instead. And then, a notification flashed before his eyes. Automatic transaction completed. Blue windows appeared in front of him, listing details. I have Providence item gold. Sale limit reached. Trades requested for next rank. Price subsidy activated. Up to 50% of your coins will be supported. Negative balance applied. You received 106.5 coins from a sleeping student. You received 205 coins. Discount coupon activated. Total coins, 36,275.5. Aruin's lips curled into a slight smile. Well, this has its perks. His mind flashed back to a previous notification. Urgent adjustment. Effect applied. Cashback. Plus 3 coins received. His eyes widened in surprise as faint blue flames flickered in his iris. Urgent adjustment? He had seen something like this before. VIP privileges. Aruin stood by the window, stretching his arms out, shaking his head in disbelief. Then, turning slightly, he smirked, eyes glinting with curiosity. He raised a single finger and hovered it over the floating blue icon on the book. This is impossible, he muttered. With a deep breath, he pressed it. If nothing happens, then it isn't real. The moment his finger connected, his eyes snapped open, and what he saw made his breath hitch. A glowing card materialized before Aruin, displaying an array of powerful skills: daily attendance check, inventory expansion, flow rate promotion, profile, and more. The sight made his breath hitch. This can't be real. His wide eyes flickered between the skills. Every single benefit was at its maximum level. Aruin's fingers twitched. He reached out instinctively, but then hesitated. His mind reeled, trying to process what he was seeing. Was this some kind of trick? His gaze returned to the spatial book of transactions. He swallowed hard, his pulse quickening. This is insane, he whispered under his breath. Taking an involuntary step back, he stared at the book like it was something beyond comprehension. How is this even possible? Then, another realization hit him. The amount I got from the currency exchange was higher than expected. Memories of his past transactions flashed in his mind. The moment he placed his coins on the scale. Skill activated. 0 commission. All payments have a 0% fee. His exchange with the merchant. Skill activated. Eye of Providence. Provides insight into partner transactions. The trading process. Skill activated. Flow rate. Displays real-time transaction prices and quantities. Aruin recalled watching the numbers suddenly change before his eyes. 22.5 extra coins had appeared out of nowhere. And then, another unexpected benefit. Skill activated. Enjoying excess. 10% discount applied. Skill activated. Urgent adjustment. 15% coin refund applied. More notifications flooded in. Urgent adjustment. Cash back. 3 coins received. First day attendance reward. Plus 10 coins. His expression twisted in disbelief. Even the very first 10 coins I started with got boosted by these perks. A beat of silence filled the room. Then, Aruin burst into laughter. With a triumphant yell, he jumped up and down, his fists pumping in the air like a child who had just struck gold. This is ridiculous, he shouted gleefully, his excitement impossible to contain. He spun around, waving his arms and kicking his legs, overwhelmed by pure joy. Placing both hands on his cheeks, he grinned ear to ear, beaming. This is it. This is exactly what I needed. Then, his expression darkened. Now, I can finally begin my revenge. His fingers tightened around the golden figurine, his gaze sharpening. I have everything I need. Carefully, he placed the hero figurine onto the system's transaction scales. Let's see what this thing is really worth. A notification flashed. Approximate price, 115 coins. Aruin's eyes twitched. His lips curled downward. 115 coins. His fingers curled into a tight fist as a wave of irritation rolled through him. Are they trying to scam me? He knew the real price. The figurine's actual value ranged between 140 and 150 coins. His burning blue eye flared. Not happening, he muttered. VIP flow rate privilege activated. A new notification appeared. Average market price, 150 coins. Transaction quantity, in excess. Aruin's anger spiked. They were trying to cheat me out of 40 coins. That's nearly 400 gold. Clutching the figurine to his chest, his jaw clenched. His irritation was boiling over. But then he forced himself to exhale. Even though it pissed him off, this was still an insanely profitable deal. With a deep sigh, he accepted the transaction. The tension drained from his shoulders as he collapsed onto his bed, arms spread wide. His body sank into the mattress, exhaustion and satisfaction settling in at the same time. His eyes drifted toward the spatial book of transactions. Interdimensional trading, all while lying comfortably in bed. A slow smirk played on his lips. This book really is a cheat code. But then, a sudden shockwave of realization hit him. His body jerked upright, hands gripping his knees as his eyes snapped toward the book. His mind reeled. Wait, no. It didn't just get into my hands. His pupils dilated. The spatial book of transactions is inside my eye. His breath caught in his throat. This was beyond any expectation, and it was perfect. A notification appeared. Transaction complete. Golden figurine sold. 150 coins received from Moss. Current balance, 425.5 coins. Another window followed. Eye of Providence activated. 2 glowing scales materialized, listing commodity characteristics, gold class transactions. Arun leaned forward, resting his face against his palm, a smirk creeping onto his lips. That was fast. His fingers tapped against the side of his face as he thought. Next product. A spark of excitement flared in his eyes. Mana crystals. A new notification popped up. Searching for merchant. High quality, low-cost mana crystals. A name appeared. His grin widened. Heartstone. The blue flame in his eye blazed brighter. There you are. Without hesitation, he typed down message. Hey, scammer. Across the city, a man exhaled a puff of smoke, furrowing his brows. Heartstone's gaze flickered toward the book in front of him, reading the message. His brow twitched. Who the hell? The corner of his lips curled into a smirk. Some random trader calling him a fraud? That was bold. Then, he saw the sender's name, and his smirk immediately vanished. Arun watched the chat window with satisfaction. Now he remembers. His fingers flew across the interface. I'm looking for more mana crystals. Price still the same. A pause. Then, Heartstone responded. Not happening. You're a special case. No discounts this time. Arun's smirk only widened. Leaning back, he crossed his arms, eyes glinting with amusement. You really think lying's gonna work on me? His gaze darkened. I have our last conversation saved. Are you sure you want to make this a problem? At that moment, Heartstone's expression completely changed. Heartstone squeezed his eyes shut, exhaling sharply through his nose. His irritation bubbled beneath the surface, his fingers twitching as he resisted the urge to slam the book shut. This brat. Sure, if he reported Arun, the kid might get blocked from trading for a couple of days. But the losses Heartstone would suffer in those few days? Unthinkable. The very thought boiled his blood. Meanwhile, Arun leaned back, smirking at the chat window. Wouldn't it be easier to sell them to me at a slightly lower price? His grin widened. He could practically hear Heartstone grinding his teeth on the other end. Arun's eyes flickered toward Heartstone's balance, over 1,000 coins. Filthy rich. Yet, here he was, clutching onto a few measure coins like his life depended on it. Why are you so tight-fisted over such a small amount? Arun mused, watching the chat log with amusement. Heartstone sighed, his shoulders slumping. This kid is messing with me. Fine. Heartstone muttered, rubbing his temples. How much do you want to buy? A notification popped up. Arun stroked his chin thoughtfully, glancing at the transaction records. His earnings were stacking up nicely. He had bought medium-level mana crystals for 10 coins and low-level ones for 2.5. And now, he was reselling them for 12 and 3 coins, respectively. Pure profit. Arun yawned, stretching his arms overhead. These are the basics of trade: buy low, sell high. Easy money. Meanwhile, in Heartstone's room, crash. A golden hook slammed against the wall with a loud clang. Heartstone shot up from his chair, his teeth grinding. Damn brat, he growled, glaring at the book like it had personally wronged him. It wasn't the fact that Arun had bought the crystals cheaply. It was where he was reselling them. Why the hell is he selling them on the same channel? Heartstone barked, raking his fingers through his hair. His fingers twitched, his eyes narrowing. This kid isn't just trading, he's turning my own market against me. Across the room, Gunn, still half asleep, groggily pushed himself upright, rubbing his eyes. His gaze landed on the book, blinking at the sheer number of unread messages. The hell's going on? He muttered. Back in Arun's room, he opened Heartstone's chat window. A flurry of angry, half-censored curses greeted him. Arun simply chuckled, his lips curling into a smug smirk. 3 years of trading experience in my past life, he mused. After all the scams I've been through, I've learned a thing or two. His fingers hovered over the book. Now, how should I handle this? Heartstone's frustration hit a peak. He furrowed his brows, baring his teeth. His anger flared. This damn kid. His fingers flew across the book. But before he could send another furious response, Arun's message popped up first. You have no right to be angry at me. Heartstone's fingers froze. His eyebrows shot up, mouth slightly agape. What? What the hell does that mean? He wasn't expecting this kind of response. He was pissed because Arun was blatantly ripping him off. How did he suddenly become the one at fault? Arun leaned forward, his eyes glinting with amusement. Oh, I've barely even started. His smirk sharpened. A bolt of excitement shot through him, like a lightning strike straight to his head. Heartstone grimaced. His nervous chuckle escaped before he could stop it. This kid is actually insane. The way Arun was acting, it was unnerving. Heartstone stared at the chat window, watching in disbelief as Arun continued typing. Enough, Hearthstone barked, rubbing his forehead. Just stop acting like a lunatic already. He sighed heavily. This kid has a few screws loose. Arun, grinning from ear to ear, stretched out a single finger, letting it hover over the successful transaction notification. He pressed it with mock innocence. A new message popped up from Hearthstone. You've gone too far. Arun simply leaned back and laughed. Oh, Hearthstone, we're just getting started. Arun furrowed his brows as he stared at the chat log. What's his problem? Hearthstone was furious that Arun had resold the mana crystals at a higher price. But so what? It wasn't like Arun had promised not to resell them. There were no conditions, no contracts. It was just business. His expression darkened slightly. This is only happening because Hearthstone was overcharging to begin with. On the other side of the conversation, Hearthstone crossed his arms and turned his head away from the chat window, grumbling in frustration. Arun smirked. Oh, so now you're sulking? Still, he wasn't done. You want to make another deal. Hearthstone, still visibly irritated, responded curtly. Not selling at that price anymore. Do whatever you want. Report me if you feel like it. Arun's eyes narrowed. He's really upset. Leaning back, hands behind his head, Arun let out a slow breath. This was salvageable. Money is a religion for people like Hearthstone. A matter of faith. And right now, he was testing that faith. Typing smoothly, Arun sent another message. A big shot like you turning down easy profit? That doesn't sound right. Hearthstone hesitated. Arun's grin widened. Hook, line, and sinker. Come on, he added. Just play along for now. You'll see soon enough, this is bigger than a little grudge. He watched the screen, waiting. Then, that makes sense. Arun's smirk deepened. He knew it. Hearthstone, as much as he hated to admit it, was someone who never ignored profit when it was right in front of him. Now it was time to negotiate. Arun checked his balance. Current coins, 455. VIP support activated. 30% bonus applied. Total available, 675 coins. More than enough. He glanced at the chat log. I'll take 50 medium-level crystals and 19 low-level ones. Hearthstone's response was immediate. I don't have that many. Arun's fingers hovered over the screen. Perfect. I was talking about your mine, wasn't I? For a second, the chat went silent. Then, Hearthstone's message popped up. Crystals don't just appear out of nowhere, you know. Arun chuckled, shaking his head. He's rattled. I'll take everything you have then. Hearthstone still seemed wary, but money was money. The deal was made. Transaction complete. Arun leaned back, scanning the new inventory window. Now, on to the next step. Selling. He wasn't just looking to make a profit. He was about to pull off the entire market. Meanwhile, Hearthstone was fuming. His teeth clenched, his fists tight. What the hell is this brat doing? He could see it now. Arun had started reselling the crystals at an even lower price. This wasn't normal trading. This was market manipulation. Hearthstone's fingers twitched. He could use them himself or sell them in his own world, but instead, he's undercutting me on the same damn channel. His frustration boiled over. Back in his room, Arun casually sipped his tea. The warmth spread through him as he placed the cup down onto the soft cushion beside him. From a regulatory merchant's perspective, Hearthstone's frustration makes sense. But Arun wasn't a Regulafer merchant. A VIP privilege window popped up. His eyes glimmered with satisfaction. For someone with VIP benefits, the rules were different. Even if he lowered the price by 25%, he'd still make a profit. His fingers hovered over the glowing transaction window, drinking in the sight of his latest scheme falling into place. He exhaled. Then, with a deliberate motion, he reached out and sealed the deal. The protagonist's skill absorption rate surged, the system alerting him that it would now be much faster. He stood poised in a fighter's stance as he marveled at his progress. He had advanced to System 1. For him, this meant that even the lowest-level personnel and servants could now rival knights in strength. But there was something unsettling about this world, the world of Murim, as it was called. He shook his head, unable to grasp the strange communication methods they used. Suddenly, a card appeared in front of him, revealing that he lacked the artistic tools to fully understand the situation. Above it, some mocking comments scrolled by, criticizing his inability to comprehend spatial trading. The protagonist stared at the card, his mouth slightly agape. Was this really necessary? His confusion wasn't unfounded, as even Arun, who was with him, found it predictable. A new window popped up, showing a skill related to absorption. The side effects of absorption were now reduced to 80%, but the absorption rate had skyrocketed to 300%. The protagonist studied the window, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he rubbed his chin. He was caught off guard. What had triggered this sudden change? What did he need to do to unlock these new privileges? Arun, sensing his doubt, suggested using the Eye of Insight. The protagonist's red eye flashed with an otherworldly glow as he activated the skill, staring at the window. But nothing happened. He shut his eyes tiredly, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. This was all part of some setup, he thought. The exchange center employees were no help at all. Arun, too, was disappointed, pointing out that they should have at least explained where these privileges came from, or at the very least, allowed him to use the eye of insight on the information. The protagonist collapsed onto a nearby sofa, resting his hands on his legs as he gazed at a scroll that had appeared in front of him. Guess we'll have to figure out on our own, he muttered, his attention caught by a new notification. Several pop-up windows appeared, announcing a range of events like a week of special sales, VIP promotions, and discounts for professional growth. The protagonist raised his hand to wave away the flood of notifications. What was all this? Why so many at once? He couldn't help but grin, his finger tapping against his lips as he thought about the strange situation. Arun raised an eyebrow, noticing something peculiar. If you look closely, he mused, this doesn't add up. Arun's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Even if the sale was special, given the high market prices at the exchange center, the discounts wouldn't matter much. The protagonist chuckled, his lips curling into a sorry grin. It's fine. With all my privileges maxed out, the lack of commission on transactions doesn't bother me. As if on cue, a red envelope icon appeared before him, drawing his attention. Arun pondered aloud, wondering if this was a way to pay for participation in the event. When he opened it, a message greeted him, a congratulatory note celebrating his transition to System 1. Along with it came 3 gift coupons for use at the exchange center. The protagonist blinked in surprise. What's this? More customer service junk? Arun was more optimistic, hoping they wouldn't just send him snacks as a reward. But to his surprise, the gift wasn't what he expected. Inside the envelope, there were several items. An ancient formation diagram, 3 years of spiritual energy, rapid martial arts development for both body and sword skills, and 500 coins. It seemed that System 1 had much more to offer than he realized. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise as he extended his hand toward the objects in front of him. What was all this about? He opened his mouth slightly, confused, and a red scroll materialized above his head. A notification flashed, announcing the activation of the sponge skill, followed by its characteristics. Another notification quickly popped up, confirming the takeover was complete. He closed his eyes, pressing his hand to his face, a twinge of pain running through him. Arun, startled, opened his eyes wide, his mouth slightly ajar in shock. So, the body and sword skills actually got absorbed, he exclaimed. The protagonist grinned, his expression turning insidious as he examined the items he'd received. He held up the Mona crystals and the item he had just claimed, his gaze thoughtful. In this world, martial arts rely on mana as fuel, he noted, but in System 1, it's spiritual energy. He presented a blue and gold silhouette of a person in a meditative pose. Arun, taking in the sight, couldn't help but comment, if someone were to ask where martial arts are the best, my answer would be System 1, without a doubt. The protagonist imagined Lazykin wielding a golden sword, using his mysterious blade technique. Arun observed this, thinking to himself, that strange out-of-world sword skill from Lazykin. I'm guessing it came from the martial arts world. He added, the martial arts in both systems share similarities. They're both rooted in the forces of nature. But mana is more raw, while spiritual energy is a refined, higher form of it. The protagonist sank into a meditative position, a golden aura surrounding him. He reflected, although the rapid development of my body and sword skills is compatible with a monolord, I still need to open my meridians and veins. With a deep breath, he closed his eyes, focusing on honing his abilities further. Arun, watching him with anticipation, noticed the red aura that started to surround the protagonist. His mouth opened slightly in awe as the protagonist's energy grew. The protagonist clutched his chest, feeling a strange sensation, and realized, producing Dantian while simultaneously learning sword techniques was proving to be even more effective than he had imagined. His eyes widened in slight shock as he looked ahead, still unsure whether there was a limit to spatial trade. Arun, ever the strategist, thought about the possibilities. As long as you have coins, you can buy anything, even abstract valuables, he mused. The protagonist, thinking about his 500 gold coins, nodded to himself. I should be careful how I spend these, he thought, weighing the options carefully. Once his preparations were complete, Arun suggested, it's time to start tracking your first target. We could begin with him, that guy. Meanwhile, deep within a dark cave, Muhyoja was engaged in a peculiar conversation. His client, clearly annoyed, requested that Muhyoja stop talking about love. Sitting cross-legged in the shadows, Muhyoja smirked and replied, think of it as love for the human race. The buyer, unfazed, insisted he needed martial arts scrolls. A sorry smile tugged at Muhyoja's lips as he held a red book in his hands. I have many things for you, Muhyoja said, his tone shifting to one of amusement. But please, refrain from such an informal tone. The buyer didn't seem to care, and Mu Hyoja sighed heavily, narrowing his eyes. Another troublesome client, it seemed. A new window popped up in front of Mu Hyoja, displaying the protagonist's information. With a grin, Mu Hyoja muttered, "This one's just a small fry from the lower system." He leaned back, resting his head on his hand. "But I shouldn't complain. People like him are exactly how I make my living." His insidious smile widened as he turned his attention back to the business at hand. Mu Hyoja bared his teeth in a malicious grin, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "You should be grateful," he sneered. Blood slowly dripped onto the cold stone of the cave floor. He looked at the protagonist, asking which technique he was after. The protagonist raised an eyebrow. "Balance, crouching tiger," Mu Hyoja said, "and the 3-volume techniques." The protagonist bared his teeth, smiling irritably. Arun, standing beside him, couldn't help but comment, "No matter how many times I hear this, I can never get used to his tone." The protagonist's eyes narrowed. It was clear now, Mu Hyoja's style was that of a scammer. His specialty is selling cheap battle scrolls at absurd prices, he muttered under his breath. Then, with a flick of his hand, the protagonist introduced a small man who looked suspiciously like Mu Hyoja. Mu Hyoja, ever the salesman, continued his pitch. The 3-volume technique covers all the sword techniques. At first, progress may be slow, but the potential is there. If you succeed, you could become the strongest fighter in the world. The protagonist smirked. Targeting System 0 folks who dream of System 1 martial arts? He thought, imagining himself drooling at the prospect. For example, people like me who were complete losers in a past life, he thought bitterly. Arun, remembering past encounters with scam artists, recalled how dejected he felt every time he came across one. "This is definitely a scam," he muttered, shaking his head. Arun's mind drifted back to the 3-volume sword technique, something simple yet effective. Cutting, piercing, and blocking. "It's a basic technique," he noted, "nothing special." The protagonist closed his eyes, a displeased smile creeping onto his face. He thought about interrupting Mu Hyoja's nonsense about becoming the strongest fighter in the world. But Mu Hyoja didn't stop there. "One technique won't be enough," he continued, "but I also have the lightning technique, endless cultivation, hitting, kicking, and many others." The protagonist fell silent, clearly still undecided about which martial art to focus on. Mu Hyoja, sensing his hesitation, narrowed his eyes and grinned maliciously. "I can give you some advice," he offered, "but it'll cost you 20 coins for a consultation." The protagonist's expression darkened. He narrowed his eyes, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he showed his teeth. Arun, fully aware of the situation, agreed to the deal. His real name's Hakshio Lee, Arun thought as the scene shifted. The world around them blurred, and they were transported to the 5th Murim world, the Juxin sect. A small Japanese-style town bustled with noise, shouts echoing through the air. A voice called out for a leader. Juzong, the leader of the Bamboo Mountain sect, glared forward with intense anger. "Are you really able to find a scoundrel, Hakshio Lee?" Juzong demanded, slamming his fist onto the table in frustration. He was baffled by how Arun had obtained information on Hakshio Lee and how he managed to track him down. Juzong's suspicion boiled over. He couldn't shake the feeling he was being deceived. The manager of the Bamboo Mountain sect's spatial trade looked on in confusion, his eyes wide. Did Juzong really say all that? Barin, a voice from the spatial window, asked sarcastically, his arms crossed as he scrutinized the red screen before him. The manager, still unsure, responded, "Juzong's a bit busy right now." Arun, who had been observing the exchange through his spatial eye, frowned slightly. He couldn't help but show a hint of disdain as he surveyed the scene. In any case, he thought, I'm owed a reward for dealing with Juzong's enemy. Meanwhile, Juzong was still simmering with anger, pointing a finger forward as he barked at the screen. "I'm having trouble trusting this one," he growled. "He could be a fraud too." Arun heard the manager's message and, with a nonchalant shrug, spread his arms wide. He began to hum casually to a melody, as if this entire situation were nothing but a mild inconvenience. Arun's lips curved into a mocking smile as he replied, "If Juzong doesn't trust me, that's a problem for him, not me. Hakal is his enemy, not mine." He leaned back casually, letting the words sink in. "If you don't trust me, you could always let your enemy go," he added, his tone dripping with irony. Juzong's face reddened with rage, and he clenched his fist, shouting angrily. "How dare you mock me? Especially through the call," he bellowed, his voice trembling with fury. Arun, however, wasn't fazed. With a satisfied grin, he took a sip from his tea, savoring the moment. "Perhaps you should review your information," he said, his voice calm. "After that, you'll understand everything." Juzong, slammed his hands onto the table, and stared straight ahead, his expression darkening. It was then that he noticed something. Arun was from the lower system. Arun, unfazed, slightly opened his eyes, gazing out as sunlight filtered through his window. He had been expecting this. "You're right, Zhuzong," he said, his voice cool. "But tell me, how could someone from the lower system know about the secret book of techniques of the Bamboo Mountain sect?" Zhuzong frowned slightly, clearly puzzled. He crossed his arms in front of him, leaning back with a thoughtful expression. After a beat, he spoke, his voice lower. "Maybe you heard about it from Hakal," he mused. "Hakal could be sitting in spatial trade just like you." Arun blinked, holding his cup of tea in surprise. He hadn't expected Zhuzong to be this sharp. Still, he noted that for a fugitive like Hakal, spatial trade would be the perfect plan B. As if on cue, a notification popped up. 200 coins received from the leader of the Bamboo Mountain sect. Arun choked slightly, surprised by the sudden generosity. "What's this?" he muttered under his breath. A second later, another message popped up from the manager. "Are you satisfied with the fee?" Arun's eyes widened as he stared at the spatial window in disbelief. 200 coins for that? The manager, not receiving an immediate response, asked again. "I'm sure this amount is too small for someone like you. Would you like to enter our position?" Arun, still processing, realized with a start that this was actually too much. His mind drifted back to Mu Hyoja, who had only asked for 20 coins for his advice. Mu Hyoja, Arun thought, puzzled. All he wanted was the 20 coins, and those 20 coins became decisive in his life. The manager's voice interrupted his thoughts. A message from the boss appeared, warning Arun not to think of deceiving them. "It's not allowed," the message read, "but if you still manage to capture Hakal, you'll be rewarded even more." Arun clenched his fists, crossing his fingers tightly as he stared at the screen, his mind racing. Suddenly, his eyes went wide in shock. Something unexpected and pleasant had just occurred. He realized that he could let Mu Hyoja slip away from the case. The Bamboo Mountain sect was looking for a man named Mu Hyoja, who was supposed to have a scar on his face. The sect thanked Arun for his cooperation, and he could feel the tension lifting. Still, a nagging feeling lingered. Arun knew he'd lost some money compared to that scoundrel Hakal, but his eyes were fixed on the prize. His number one reason for coming to System 1 was Suk-hyun, a first-class war scroll merchant. Suk-hyun's purple book held immense value. Arun smiled to himself. He'd found his target. Suk-hyun's collection wasn't just about martial arts. It also contained old books on philosophy and ideology, including teachings on Buddhism, Taoism, and the basics of Confucianism. Arun knew he wasn't exaggerating when he said that Suk-hyun was the key to something much bigger. Arun's thoughts burned with anger as he recalled Suk-hyun's deceit. Suk-hyun is the harbinger of the end for the Steelguard family, he thought grimly. His search for war scrolls to continue his grandfather's legacy had led him here, to this moment. He was sitting in a large office, signing documents with a pen, his focus sharp, but then something froze him. His eyes widened as a chilling realization dawned on him. I have to kill Suk-hyun. Suk-hyun had tricked him, fed him false information, and made him waste a significant amount of money. The blue bookmark hovered before him in the red spatial eye, a reminder of the betrayal that had led to the downfall of his family. Nothing will satisfy my rage now, Arun thought bitterly. His fists clenched as he looked through his spatial eye, the anger burning brighter. Through the red window, the straightened scroll before him stood like a symbol of everything that had gone wrong. The shame, the pain, all of it should be directed at Suk-hyun, he thought, his heart racing. Without wasting another moment, Arun decided to confront Suk-hyun directly. He added himself to the chat with Suk-hyun, who immediately accepted the request. "Welcome," Suk-hyun greeted him, his tone friendly. "What exactly are you looking for?" Arun's sarcastic smile appeared on his lips as he typed his reply. "I learned about you from Mu Hyoja," he wrote, the words dripping with irony. There was a slight pause on the other end. Then Suk-hyun responded, "Please wait a moment while I verify that information." A few seconds later, Suk-hyun returned with confirmation. "All checked. Seems you're right," he noted coolly. Arun smirked, knowing that Suk-hyun had already figured out a lot, likely from Mu Hyoja's own involvement. The image of Suk-hyun appeared before him, an unassuming man wearing round glasses and a black Panama hat. Along with it, a system notification displayed his profile. Suk-hyun was in System 1, 5th Murim World, with a transaction rank of 1. His spiritual status indicated that he possessed martial arts techniques, and his money balance was listed as 110. A more detailed system notification followed, revealing that Suk-hyun was the librarian of the Heavenly Sword Library. Arun's eyes narrowed. Suk-hyun was secretly copying and stealing martial arts scrolls, selling them cheaply to regular customers, while inflating prices for newcomers from System 0, just like Arun. It was a scam, a full-blown scheme. The system also warned Arun, "Be careful with this man. He has amassed a large fortune through these dealings, and spent very little of it. As if on cue, Sukhyun sent several messages about Mu Hyoja, uncomplaining about how Mu Hyoja had fraudulently sold the 3-volume sword technique. It's unlikely anyone would buy that nonsense, Sukhyun wrote, except maybe total idiots. Arun couldn't help but smirk sarcastically. It seems Sukhyun's a hypocrite, he thought as he closed his eyes and crossed his arms. He stood before the transparent red chat window, taking in Sukhyun's words with amusement. Sukhyun, on the other side of the screen, ran a hand through his hair, a look of discomfort crossing his face. People from the lower system often suffer because of me, he muttered, rolling his eyes. And Mu Hyoja, he'll never get rid of his bad habits. Arun grinned maliciously, the irritation in Sukhyun's voice only fueling his resolve. He typed a message, leaning into the taunt. Will you cheat like Mu Hyoja did? He asked, curious to see how Sukhyun would respond. Sukhyun's disdain was evident as he closed his eyes and looked through his glasses. It's rude to compare me to Mu Hyoja, he said coolly. Don't go too far. Arun bared his teeth, his smile turning sharp. Sukhyun was trying to present himself as some sort of noble figure, but Arun wasn't fooled. He was a scammer, just like the rest of them. With a feigned apology, Arun replied, My bad. I was rude earlier, but can I take a look at the martial arts you have in your arsenal? Sukhyun hesitated, but Arun could tell that he was already assessing the situation. He knew Arun was playing a game, but how much longer could he keep up the charade? Arun's thoughts remained sharp as he scanned the screen. Sword techniques, huh? He thought, a hint of intrigue in his voice. Sukhyun immediately perked up on the other side of the screen, placing his hand on his chest in mock sincerity. Ah, you're interested in sword techniques? Well, I just so happen to have something that might suit your needs. He then presented a book with a drawing of a flowering tree, plum blossoms, to be exact. The technique was described as releasing a sweet plum scent, the intensity of which would depend on the practitioner's skill level. Arun's eyes widened slightly, recognizing that this technique could actually be quite useful. His curiosity piqued. He replied that he was satisfied with the option. What's the price of the book? He asked, knowing Sukhyun was about to pull one of his usual tricks. A system notification popped up, showing the market price for the plum blossom technique was listed at 15 coins. However, Sukhyun, ever the opportunist, suggested a price of 50 coins, claiming that he was offering a discount because it was Arun's first purchase. He slashed 15 coins off the price, implying it was a special deal. Arun's expression soured with displeasure. So it's just another scam, huh? He thought, glaring at the screen. He couldn't help but wonder if Sukhyun was trying to sell him the worthless 3-volume technique that wasn't worth half a coin at all for a higher price. His suspicion was confirmed when Sukhyun casually raised the price by an additional 20 coins. Sukhyun waited for a response, clearly puzzled by the lack of immediate reaction from Arun. Change your mind about buying? He asked, trying to keep his cool. Arun frowned slightly, fighting the urge to respond immediately. It's time to teach this fraud a lesson, he thought, his expression turning more determined. I'll take the book for 35 coins, Arun said, suppressing his irritation. Seems like a pretty good deal, doesn't it? Sukhyun's malicious smile returned. He rubbed his hands together, convinced that his usual trick was working. He thought Arun was just another fool, ripe for the picking. Sukhyun, sensing that Arun might be someone with a lot of coins, took the opportunity to probe. By the way, what are you doing with all these military techniques? You've got a lot of interest in them, don't you? Arun's lips parted slightly, a quiet chuckle escaping him. He typed a reply, his words laced with mock sincerity. Oh, I'm just doing business, you know. Thought we'd be seeing more of each other in the future. Sukhyun tilted his head forward and smiled sarcastically, showing just a hint of his teeth. Well, that's an interesting little tidbit. But you know, I have a friend who's also doing business, though he doesn't know the market prices very well or the real value of the techniques. Sukhyun quipped, obviously enjoying the joke at Arun's expense. He rubbed his hands again, clearly thinking he had made another sale. Arun couldn't help but smile to himself. Sukhyun's smarmy attitude only made him more determined to see this plan through. Let him think he's won. It'll be over soon enough. I'm always happy to have customers like you. Sukhyun continued, clearly thinking Arun was just another clueless buyer. Maybe we should become friends? Arun considered it for a moment, then clicked on the friend request. Hook, line, and sinker. Sukhyun had no idea what he was getting into. Arun had everything set in motion. On the screen, a new notification popped up. A man named Jingo was looking for a mid-level sword technique for his son. Arun, ever the opportunist, knew just how to handle this. He quickly sent a friend request to Jingo, intending to resell the plum blossom technique at a reasonable price. Even if it meant taking a small loss, it would be worth it to teach Sukhyun a lesson. Settling back onto his bed with his hands behind his head, Arun allowed a red aura to swirl around him. His expression was smug, knowing that Sukhyun's days of easy money were numbered. Soon enough, I'll get my revenge on him, Ruin thought. The thought of payback giving him a sense of satisfaction. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Ruin turned his head, his attention momentarily diverted as the maid was about to enter. But his thoughts remained on Suk-hyun, his mind already planning his next move. Ezel entered the room, her steps hesitant as she apologized for disturbing the peace. But then, her eyes widened in shock, locking onto Ruin. She addressed him as if he were a young master, her tone carrying a mix of respect and surprise. Ruin, slightly dissatisfied, turned to face her, his voice laced with curiosity. "What's going on?" he asked, his words carrying an edge. As Ezel stood before him, Ruin suddenly realized that he hadn't concealed the thirst for violence that had taken root inside him. He grabbed his face in frustration, knowing that, upon seeing Suk-hyun, he wouldn't be able to keep his anger in check. He quickly dismissed the tension with a grin, looking at Ezel with a playful energy as sweat and excitement lined his features. "It's not your fault," he said with a laugh, brushing off the situation. Ezel, her face still anxious, watched him carefully, unsure of how to interpret his mood. Ruin, sensing her unease, flashed a grin, flexing his biceps with exaggerated confidence. "Anything I can do for you?" Ezel asked, her voice soft, though there was a trace of concern in her eyes. Ruin, grinning even wider, stood tall, adjusting his white shirt and exposing a small scar on his side. "I feel better than anyone right now," he replied, his voice lighthearted. Ezel stared at him, her expression shifting to one of surprise as she realized how much progress he had made in his affairs. At that moment, the maid, her head tilted in thought, shifted uncomfortably. Ruin noticed the slight blush creeping up her cheeks as small yellow petals danced in the air, brushing past his face. He blinked, realizing that this was becoming a potential problem. With a smile that seemed to stretch from ear to ear, Ruin waved his hand dismissively. He couldn't help but think that Ezel might now see him differently, though, in truth, he hadn't even shown half of his capabilities. And yet, there she was, already looking at him with a mix of curiosity and awe. Ezel slowly turned to face him, her expression filled with uncertainty. Ruin broke into a wide, confident smile, his eyes closing as he spoke. "You can ask me anything," he said, his tone relaxed. Ezel raised an eyebrow, still worried. "You remember this morning, right? With your brother Kieran?" Ruin's expression faltered, his eyes widening in realization. He sighed deeply, recalling his earlier plans with Kieran. If he wasn't mistaken, he definitely had something scheduled with his older brother. A moment later, Kieran appeared, striding closer with a sharp, irritated look. His brows were furrowed, and he was clearly in a mood. The training grounds were quiet in the early morning, and Ruin could see his older brother glaring at him from beneath his long bangs. "What brings you here?" Ruin asked, raising an eyebrow. Kieran, as always, considered himself too strong to train with the knights, preferring to train alone. He was always distant, even if it meant hitting around corners and practicing by himself. Kieran's eyes flickered with irritation as he asked, "When did this happen?" Ruin couldn't help but mock him. "Everyone knows by now. You never show up at the training grounds. You just sneak around the back and train alone," he said, the words dripping with sarcasm. Kieran's anger flared at the insult, and he bared his teeth, his face twisting into a deep frown. "What did you say?" he demanded, his voice low and threatening. Ruin smirked, looking at his older brother with an ironic smile. "I'm just joking, Kieran. But you did come here for something, right? What is it you wanted to talk about?" Kieran, still seething with anger, didn't seem to appreciate the teasing. His fists clenched tightly as he took a step forward. "You've got a lot of nerve, Ruin. I'm going to teach you a lesson right now," he growled, raising his fist, ready to strike. Ruin, caught off guard by the sudden outburst, widened his eyes in surprise. His brother was actually going to throw a punch. Ruin looked down in displeasure, avoiding his brother's blow with ease. He knew Kieran had a tendency to lose his temper quickly, but this time his brother was crossing the line. Kieran, frustrated by the sarcastic remark, swung his arms wildly, determined to take revenge for the offense. Ruin bent slightly, glaring at his older brother from under his brows, confused by the intensity of his brother's anger. Kieran turned away, still fuming, and grumbled that his younger brother had brought it upon himself. With a growl, he swung his fist toward Ruin's face. The air seemed to hum with energy as his punch approached, glowing with the bursts of aura that radiated from his fist. But Ruin wasn't fazed. He expected this. As the two fists collided in midair, Kieran's expression shifted from anger to shock. His blow landed with force, sending Ruin stumbling back, but not without resistance. Ruin, despite his surprise, managed to stay on his feet, his body bending slightly from the impact. Sweat trickled down Kieran's face as he processed what just happened. His younger brother was much stronger than he remembered, especially considering Ruin was once only a fifth-class knight. Kieran's hand shot up to his chest, and with a crackle, bolts of lightning erupted from his sleeve. His eyes narrowed with frustration as he realized he had let his guard down. He turned to Arun, glaring fiercely. "You've got some nerve," he muttered, "but now I won't hold back." The yellow aura swirling around Kieran's hand glowed brighter, signaling the use of a refined aura technique, a power that marked the difference between second-class knights and others. Arun stared at his brother's glowing hand, his eyes wide with astonishment. He hadn't expected Kieran to pull out something so serious. This wasn't just any attack. It was a move meant to teach Arun a lesson, to remind him of his place. But Arun wasn't so easily intimidated. He quickly realized that, as a fifth-class knight, he was still too restricted to unleash his full power. His brows furrowed as he glared at Kieran, his mind racing. His brother had clearly crossed a line now. Kieran, noticing Arun's hesitation, frowned and emitted an even brighter aura, his eyes flashing with determination. "I'm going to show you exactly what it means to be a true knight," he said, taking a step forward and preparing to charge. The ground beneath his feet seemed to crackle with energy as he lunged at his younger brother, intent on landing a decisive blow. Arun sighed, preparing for the impact. He knew this would escalate into a full-blown duel. Raising his hands in defense, he steeled himself. The brothers' silhouettes collided in a blur of motion, their auras meeting with an explosive crash that sent shockwaves through the air. Arun's fist landed with such force that it shattered the stone beneath him, sending debris flying. Kieran's eyes went wide in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend what had just happened. He was stronger than Arun, and yet his younger brother had resisted him so effortlessly. His feet slid back, and a wave of shock overtook him. How could Arun have gotten this strong? Kieran raised his arms, a look of horror spreading across his face. "How are you? How could you be this strong?" he muttered, completely stunned by the turn of events. His foot hit the ground, and in the next instant, the earth trembled beneath the force of his landing. A small cloud of dust rose from the impact, and Kieran stumbled backward, finally collapsing to the ground. The dust settled around him, leaving Kieran lying on the ground, still in shock. Arun, looking down at his brother with a careful gaze, measured his reaction. His brother lay there, breathing heavily, eyes wide with disbelief. Kieran slowly raised his head, his expression shifting from shock to resentment. "How did you become so strong?" he asked, his voice thick with disbelief, a mix of awe and frustration. Arun simply looked down at him, a smirk playing on his lips. "Guess I'm not the weak little brother you thought I was." Arun grinned maliciously, his expression one of satisfaction. He stood up, giving a slight bow to his brother, acknowledging the thrashing he had just received. Despite the fight, he noted that the relationship between him and Kieran wasn't the best, but added that Kieran had definitely gone too far this time. Kieran, though shaken, found the strength to get back up on one knee, his hand pressed against the ground. His thoughts drifted to the secret vault, the same one Arun had accessed. Arun raised an eyebrow, surprised by his brother's persistence. He casually asked if Kieran was upset because of the vault, noting that even if Kieran hadn't been in the internal section, he should have had access to the external one. Kieran glared at his brother, his brows furrowed in confusion. He didn't understand what Arun meant by external storage. Arun, sensing his brother's confusion, casually explained that only their father and he himself had been in the vault. This revelation took Arun by surprise. He hadn't known that it was just the two of them. Not even Kieran had been allowed access. The truth hit Arun like a wave. He knew that their father likely hadn't even known about the spatial book of transactions. He couldn't even use it. Arun's mind began to race, thinking back to his past life. He recalled the dark silhouette of a man studying the blue book and wondered how likely it was that someone else could use it. But Arun had never been inside the internal storage, so there were only two possibilities left. Either the book was hidden there, or it didn't exist at all. Meanwhile, Ezel had been watching Arun closely. She noticed how he was deep in thought, his hand on his chin, and couldn't help but wonder what was troubling him. Ezel, trying to understand the cause of his confusion, asked him gently. In response, Arun just grinned maliciously and closed his eyes, his expression playful. He brushed off the situation, claiming that nothing had happened between him and Kieran. He had only asked Kieran to show him the aura. Ezel, still unsure of Arun's well-being, grew concerned. She quickly asked if he was injured, offering her help and care. A blush crept across her face as she imagined him in a towel, naked, her thoughts lingering on how he had grown into an adult and how he might not appreciate such intimate care. Arun, noticing her concern, closed his eyes and smiled, appreciating the gesture. He reassured her, telling her that he was fine and thanking her for her worry. He added that luck had been on his side. Kieran, standing nearby, clenched his teeth slightly but managed to break into a smile. He was glad that things hadn't escalated too much, though he knew his brother would need time to cool down. He told Ezel not to worry about him and gave her permission to rest. Ezel bowed her head in submission, promising that she would take care of everything. As she left, Aruin's mind shifted to his next challenge. Now, he needed to figure out how to get into the internal storage before heading to the academy. Time was running out, and he couldn't afford to delay. He steeled himself for what was ahead, knowing that getting access to that storage would be no easy task. Aruin's eyes widened in sudden realization as a wave of urgency hit him. The moment he had been waiting for was almost upon him. He knew it was time to use the same people he had planned to rely on, and it couldn't wait any longer. Meanwhile, in Kieran's room, frustration boiled over. He was seething with anger, his teeth gritted tightly as he replayed the incident with his brother. The humiliation of losing to Aruin had him seething in disbelief. Kieran sat at the table, his arms crossed, trying to calm the storm inside him. Opposite him stood Darren Steelguard, a girl with fiery red hair, who mirrored his stance, arms folded in disapproval. Kieran's rage was palpable as he slammed his fist onto the table. He angrily argued that Aruin must have been hiding something up his sleeves, pretending to be weak when in reality he was far more cunning. Darren looked at him, her displeasure clear. She spoke with a hint of scorn, pointing out that Kieran had disgraced himself. Kieran, not letting go of his frustration, continued to defend his claim, stating that Aruin was a scoundrel who had likely deceived them all. But Darren, with a cold look in her eyes, reminded him that they couldn't underestimate Aruin. Despite the setbacks, Aruin had been the one to fool everyone, turning what seemed like a weak lamb into a clever fox. Kieran clenched his fists, his frustration growing. He was still unwilling to fully accept that his younger brother could have outwitted him. Darren, her expression softening a little, spoke with a faint but malicious smile. She reminded Kieran that despite everything, Aruin was still a child. But Darren believed Aruin had held back, unable to tolerate Kieran's bullying any longer. She mentioned that if she were in his position, she would have waited for 10 years before retaliating. Kieran, though angry, couldn't deny the truth in her words. He noted to himself that Aruin hadn't even shown his full power. He was likely holding back. Darren, who had been pondering the situation, gave a sarcastic smile, her fingers gently tapping her chin. She thought that if Kieran was telling the truth, Aruin would still only be a strong fox, nothing more. But as Kieran stared ahead in confusion, his mind started to shift. He realized that Aruin wasn't just a fox, or even a leopard. No, Aruin was a full-fledged tiger. As the realization settled, Darren took a step closer to Kieran, placing a hand behind her back. Her expression darkened, determination flashing in her eyes. She was resolved to find out what Aruin was hiding and to figure out his next move. A malicious smile spread across her face as she promised her brother that she would handle the situation. She would get the information out of Aruin, whether he liked it or not. Elsewhere, the conversation in the interdimensional alliance of monocrystal traders took a different turn. Heartstone, a key figure in the group, noted that things couldn't continue as they were. Stone Henry, another member, agreed, voicing his frustration with the newcomer, Aruin, who had quickly become a problem. In just 2 days, Aruin had taken control of the market, and it was causing unrest. A trader named Mona was quick to chime in, pointing out that Aruin had been dominating the market and causing trouble with his actions. Stone Henry's anger grew, his words sharp as he condemned Aruin for trading at a loss. Heartstone, frowning deeply, told the group to cut the bickering. They needed to stop fighting among themselves and focus on the real problem, Aruin. He reminded them that their common enemy was the same, Aruin, and all of them needed to unite against him. The tone in the chat shifted, and the avatars of the traders aligned. Heartstone, with authority, stressed that internal divisions would lead to failure. He urged them all to come together and deal with their shared enemy. Just One, another member, agreed wholeheartedly with Heartstone's assessment, noting that Aruin's rise had caused deep divisions among his own forces. His slaves had turned against him, and they were no longer united under his rule. The traders were now more resolved than ever to confront Aruin and put an end to his disruption. The traders, furious that they hadn't received the money they had earned, began to ask why they had gathered in the first place. Heartstone glared forward, his irritation growing. He told them there was no point in sitting idle, allowing Aruin to do whatever he wanted. It was time to take action. He suggested they devise a plan to catch this audacious newcomer. As the conversation unfolded, a notification appeared. The price of medium-grade monocrystals had dropped from 11 coins to 10. Another alert followed, announcing that the price of low-grade crystals had also fallen from 2.5 coins to 2 coins. The table was set with cups of tea and pieces of cake, but Aruin, sitting across from the treats, paid little attention. He noted the sharp price drops with a furrowed brow, realizing the response was faster than he had anticipated. He added 2 sugar cubes into his tea, watching them dissolve. Arun knew that he had been selling monocrystals at 1 coin below the market price. And this was the exact reason the merchants had started lowering their prices in retaliation. It was the beginning of destructive competition. Arun sipped his tea, eyes closed, feeling content. He wasn't bothered by the drops in price, since his VIP privileges allowed him to make a profit no matter what happened. His mind shifted, and he accessed his inventory. It appeared as a brick-walled room with his items neatly stored. He had 12 low-grade monocrystals and 22 medium-grade ones. The inventory had a level 1 notification with 32 spaces available out of 1,000. The door to his damp, basement-like inventory opened in his mind, and he realized he should focus on increasing the level of his storage. Glancing at the yellow spatial cube on the table, he considered how he could manage his resources better. He had 1.2 coins and briefly thought about selling medium-grade stones at a lower price. However, he quickly realized that dropping the price below 2 coins would result in a loss, so he decided to stop selling for now. Arun lifted his teacup, looking out thoughtfully. The drop in price was faster than he expected, but he was confident he could handle it. With a small sigh, he set the cup down, picked up the fork next to his plate, and began to cut into the cake. He then thought about other matters he should focus on and decided it was time to move on to System 1. The piece of cake was split in two, but his thoughts were far from the dessert. As he ate, he remembered Suk-hyun, someone he still needed to get revenge on from his past life. His red eye glowed with anger as he looked down, knowing that he owed Suk-hyun everything. He had to take everything from him, one way or another. Meanwhile, Jin-seng, the worker at the Heavenly Sword Library, was communicating through a magical yellow spatial window. Holding a golden scroll, Jin-seng asked Arun if he was looking for mid-level sword techniques. He offered a catalog for Arun to browse, explaining that techniques grew stronger over time. He also asked if Arun had the time to familiarize himself with the products. Arun looked out at the window and examined the list of sword techniques. His gaze shifted with a tinge of disbelief. The techniques offered were expensive and didn't seem impressive. He quickly realized that gaining access to the affiliate market was no simple feat despite the catalog's contents. He felt disappointed with what was available. Perplexed, Arun turned back to Jin-seng through the spatial window, his voice steady but firm. He asked if there were any more expensive and stronger techniques available. The request hung in air as Jin-seng regarded him with a curious expression, ready to respond. Jin-seng's expression brightened as he eagerly offered Arun the Thousand Swords Lock, a complete unique skill. It was the main unique skill they were selling, and its components were nothing short of impressive. The destructive blow of despair, Shintian technique, work of the ruler, and heavenly divine technique. Arun, however, tilted his head in distaste and closed his eyes slightly, immediately noticing the extortionate price. He knew that the skill was tied to the Thousand Swords Castle, a powerful sect with enormous influence, even within the Fifth Mum world. The castle, with its vast size, was far superior to the Bamboo Mountain sect. Moreover, the complete unique skill was a martial art passed down solely within the Thousand Sword Castle. The protagonist rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He was puzzled, and before making a decision, he felt the need to clarify something with Jin-seng. The librarian, clearly excited, eagerly asked what he needed clarification on. Meanwhile, far from the conversation, Sakan was also busy. Communicating through a small spatial window, he looked at the golden scroll in his hands. He greeted his old customer with enthusiasm, noting how he was eager to see him again. Sakan was pleased that Arun had found the techniques he needed and glanced at the scroll, which displayed the 8-Cloud Dragon martial arts and the Green Cloud and Scarlet Dawn techniques. Arun's red eye gleamed with satisfaction as he looked at the two techniques, pleased with how quickly Sakan had obtained them. Sakan raised an eyebrow, clearly pleased with the progress, and continued to speak through the glowing window. He mentioned that his team had worked tirelessly, making sure to never leave their customers waiting. Sakan then asked if his good customer needed anything else. Arun sat back comfortably on a large, plush sofa, reflecting on his dealings with Hafiel, the wealthy man he worked for. Hafiel was a fan of martial arts, but he was difficult to satisfy, especially with intermediate-level techniques. Arun explained how Hafiel was desperate for something more advanced, which led him to seek help from Sakan. Sakan, his voice filled with malicious joy, assured him they would definitely help. Arun smirked sarcastically, looking away and tapping his chin. He had bigger plans in mind. He intended to surprise Hafiel. This wasn't just about satisfying his boss. It was about showing him something truly remarkable. Sakan's eyes widened in disbelief as he tried to process Arun's request. He asked, cautious sorry, what exactly the buyer meant by something more. Arun, without hesitation, replied that he was considering completing the Thousand Swords Lock unique skill. Sakan sighed heavily, his voice laced with frustration as he told Arun to wait a moment. Sitting in his dark, cluttered library among towering shelves of books, he knew that fulfilling such a request would be incredibly challenging. Still, he explained that Arun had misunderstood. Martial arts from the 3 and 4 worlds of the Murim system were also valuable, and he would attempt to find something that met Arun's expectations. Arun's expression twisted into one of contempt as he recognized the bait he had laid was now being taken. Sakan, now sweating, murmured that he would try to find the right technique. He knew it would be risky, but was confident that, if careful, he could succeed without drawing the attention of Ginseng. The protagonist's frown deepened. Sakan was taking a gamble with his reputation, and Arun could already sense that things were starting to unfold exactly as he intended. Sakan, seeing the deposit of 200 coins, was immediately struck by the impressive sum. He adjusted his glasses, surprised at the amount, and responded that he would contact Arun in 5 days. Holding the book with a sense of secrecy, he glanced around the dark library, ensuring that the head librarian, Ginseng, was nowhere in sight. Sakan knew that as long as he avoided being caught, nothing would go wrong. Earlier, Arun had contacted Ginseng through the spatial window, seeking clarification. He looked through the red window and asked, what would happen if someone sold a completed unique skill somewhere else? Ginseng laughed loudly in response, dismissing the notion. He ironically remarked that only a madman would dare steal a martial skill from the library of heavenly swords. He continued his conversation with Arun, oblivious to Sakan, who was hiding behind a shelf, overhearing their exchange. Ginseng confidently stated that if anyone attempted to steal a book, they would be better off dead. Arun's malicious smile grew wider as he realized that the first step in trapping Sakan had already been set. However, he still had to gather the 1,000 coins Sakan promised for the book. Arun sighed and stretched, unbothered by the situation. He knew he still had his daily reward, and in 5 days, he'd have everything he needed. The scene shifted to the front garden of a 2-story house, bathed in clear sunlight. Arun sat on a bench in the park, relaxed and carefree. He poked at the blue spatial screen, browsing the catalog of items, noticing that the price of medium-grade mono crystals continued to drop. Arun decided to enter a chat with the seller of Mono Plus crystals, hoping to buy medium-grade crystals in bulk. The seller quickly responded, asking about the quantity Arun needed, but just as quickly, the tone shifted. Arun sensed something was off, and the conversation abruptly ended. Confused, he frowned slightly, not understanding why. Soon, several angry messages flooded his inbox from various merchants, all displeased with his recent actions. They accused him of deceiving ordinary people and showing no humanity or compassion. Arun stared at the stream of furious messages, unsure of what had caused such a reaction. The hostility was stronger than he had anticipated, and he realized it could potentially complicate his plans. Just as the tension grew, Arun's attention was drawn to a conversation between his sister, Darren, and the maid, Ezel. Darren stood opposite the maid, her expression full of anger. She ordered Ezel to confess everything, and Arun watched in astonishment as the exchange unfolded. Without warning, Darren slapped Ezel with all her might. Arun watched in shock as the maid's face was struck, her eyes filled with sadness and frustration, a clear mark from the blow left on her cheek. The scene was heavy with emotion, and Arun couldn't help but feel a mix of surprise and confusion at the violence that had erupted before him. Darren stared at the maid, her arrogance radiating from every movement. The maid's hand was still raised, unable to pull it back to its original position after Darren's earlier slap. The stark contrast between the 2 daughters of the Steel Guard family was evident in the way they stood, their backs to each other, Karen embodying warmth and compassion, while Darren exuded coldness and cruelty. It was no surprise that the servants feared her. Darren's gaze was sharp and full of contempt as she addressed the maid, her arms crossed, her tone bitter. The maid, trembling, responded quickly, claiming ignorance. She didn't know anything, so there was nothing to ask. But Darren wasn't satisfied with that answer. With a harsh tone, she repeated her question, demanding to know what her brother, Arun, was hiding. Tears streaked down Ezel's face, caught in a whirlwind of confusion. She clutched her cheek, looking at Darren with a helpless expression. I'm just an ordinary maid who takes care of young Master Arun. I don't know what his plans are. She stammered, her voice quivering. Darren's patience snapped, and she swung her hand at Ezel again, ready to strike. But before the blow could land, Ezel raised her hands in defense, bracing for impact. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Arun stepped into the clearing. His presence stopped both Darren and the maid in their tracks, their attention shifting to him. Arun walked confidently toward them, his eyes locking with Darren's. Step away from Ezel, he ordered firmly. Darren's lips curled into a mocking grin as she shot a look of disdain toward her brother. Ah, dear little brother, what brings you here? She teased, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Arun narrowed his gaze but held his composure, a hint of tension in his posture. He studied Darren for a moment, his eyes flicking to Ezel and then back to his sister. "I'm curious," he said, his tone laced with irony. "What exactly are you trying to do with my maid?" Darren's eyes narrowed as she turned her attention back to Ezel. With a sneer, she remarked, "You're trying to protect her? Since when did you care so much about a servant?" Her words were venomous, but Arun didn't flinch. He stared back at her coldly, his voice unwavering. "Leave her alone." The arrogance in Darren's gaze deepened, and she smirked as she tilted her head. "Don't interfere," she shot back. "I'm only teaching her how to do her job correctly. You should be grateful for that." She raised her hand again, this time to strike Ezel more forcefully. "I'm doing you a favor," she sneered. The maid, wide-eyed and terrified, braced herself for the hit, squeezing her eyes shut. The sound of Darren's hand moving toward her face filled the air, but suddenly, freeze, her hand stopped mid-air. Ezel opened her eyes in confusion, anxiety flooding her expression. Arun had grabbed his sister's hand, halting the blow before it could land. His eyes locked with Darren's, and his voice was cold. "If you have any issues with my maid, talk to me directly." Darren's face twisted in frustration, but Arun's grip on her hand remained firm. He didn't let go. "You dare touch me?" she spat, her voice full of disgust. "Let go," she demanded, trying to pull away. But Arun's hold was unyielding, his gaze sharp and filled with warning. "I told you to leave her alone," he said, his voice ice-cold. With a frustrated growl, Darren yanked her arm away from her brother's grip and stumbled back, leaning against a tree. Her eyes burned with anger as she glared at him, sitting down with a huff, seething with fury. Arun stood tall, his presence unshaken, as he made sure to protect his maid, no matter the cost. Darren couldn't comprehend what was happening. Her brother's actions had crossed a line. With a mixture of anger and disbelief, she glared at him, demanding to know whether the maid, Ezel, meant something to him. Arun met his sister's gaze with a cold, arrogant expression. "Stay away from my people," he warned, his voice dripping with contempt. He then added that Darren should apologize to Ezel before things got any worse. Ezel stood frozen, shocked by the entire scene unfolding before her. Darren's reaction was equally startling. She sat on the ground and began striking her own face in frustration. Ezel, unable to understand why, asked in confusion, "Why are you doing this to yourself?" Darren sneered at her, clearly angry, and spat. "Don't act so high and mighty. Your father would definitely not be pleased if you came running to him uncomplaining like this, as though something had happened to you." Arun observed his sister's behavior, his concern evident as he let out a heavy sigh. Darren, her face drained from exhaustion, looked up at him. "So, what do you think of this?" she asked, her voice tinged with irritation. Arun leaned in closer and whispered something into her ear, his words causing her to flinch visibly. For a brief moment, Darren was shaken, but Arun's calm demeanor only seemed to fuel her anger. "Remember this moment," Arun said, his voice sharp. "Do whatever you want after that, but remember it." His cold, calculating words cut through her fury. Darren's temper flared. "I'm not involved in anything," she snapped. But Arun merely smirked, gazing at her with an air of superiority. "Really?" he asked, voice dripping with sarcasm. "Do you really think so?" The tension between them thickened, and Arun's voice turned icy. "If that's the case, I'll go straight to father and tell him everything. Is that fine with you?" Darren's teeth clenched, her face twisting with frustration. She had no idea how Arun had uncovered this information, but she knew he had her cornered. In an unexpected moment of vulnerability, Darren lowered her gaze and sighed, defeated. She hadn't expected this kind of confrontation with her brother. Her hands fell to the ground, and she finally admitted, albeit begrudgingly, that she was guilty. Arun, his expression softening, let out a sigh of relief. He turned to Ezel, his tone now filled with genuine concern. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice kind. Ezel, still in shock, nodded through her tears, and then broke down completely, sobbing uncontrollably. I don't deserve this," she cried. "I don't deserve for you to go this far to protect me." Hearing her words, something inside Arun snapped. His fists clenched, a dark anger clouding his features. "You're one of mine," he growled, his voice low and dangerous. "I don't care who dares to touch my people. I will protect them, even if it's the Emperor himself." Darren observed silently, still processing the unexpected turn of events. Arun, however, took a deep breath and tried to calm his maid. He gently touched Ezel's trembling hand, his voice softer now. "Don't lower yourself like this," he said, trying to reassure her. Darren's mind raced. How could he have known about the compromising evidence? It made no sense. Could the information have come from someone else? Could someone have betrayed her? Her frustration only deepened, but she still couldn't wrap her mind around it. A few days later, far from the tense scene with her brother, the interdimensional alliance of monocrystal merchants continued to spiral into chaos. Hearthstone, the leader of the faction, lit a cigar, the smoke curling around him as he turned his head with irritation. The split among his own men seemed impossible to fix. The chat of the crystal traders was filled with frustrated messages about the newcomer, Arun, who was selling his crystals at ridiculously low prices, causing chaos and threatening to destroy the network of established traders. Hearthstone rubbed his forehead, his mind spinning. He could feel the bitterness of the situation weighing on him. This newcomer had thrown everything into disarray, and it seemed like no one knew how to deal with it. Suddenly, a new message appeared in the chat. It was from a user named Stone Seller. The message offered a solution for those desperate for coins. Hearthstone, curious, stared at it intently. He frowned, puzzled, as he noticed the name Stone Seller didn't quite ring any bells. Was this person always part of their chat? A notification popped up, revealing that Stone Seller had a level 1 transaction rank and was listed as an expert merchant. Hearthstone's eyes widened in recognition. The name seemed oddly familiar, and the expertise level indicated vast experience. But what really stood out was the message. Having 10 coins now would be more valuable than having 100 in the future. As Hearthstone pondered the meaning, he took a slow drag from his pipe, realizing the Stone Seller's words hit home. This person was no fool. They knew the game. Hearthstone murmured to himself that he, too, sometimes made quick trades when desperate for coins. The Stone Seller, in his typical black silhouette, shot a knowing glance ahead, his demeanor one of quiet contempt. He understood that because of suppliers like Arun, there were no longer any clear rules, and that could only lead to disaster. Hearthstone looked up at the blue spatial window and scanned through the chat. The Stone Seller's message appeared again. Choose 2 options. First, buy everything before anyone else does. Hearthstone frowned sharply, realizing the impossible nature of this choice. What's the second option? He asked. With a wicked grin, the Stone Seller replied, lower the price of Mona crystals even further. Hearthstone's eyes widened in horror as he realized what that meant. The Merchant Alliance began slashing the prices of their crystals, and within moments, the crystals were gone. The general chat erupted in panic, buyers scrambling to gather money to purchase everything at the lowered price. Meanwhile, Arun lay in his bed, a subtle smile crossing his face as he glanced at the notifications popping up before him. Through his magical red eye, he saw the price of medium-grade Mona crystals fall from 6 coins to just 5.5. Yawning, Arun covered himself with a hand, thinking to himself that a war for the lowest price was now inevitable. Demand was soaring, and he was about to get busier than ever. Back in Hearthstone's world, rage boiled inside him. He clenched his fists, his mind racing. He had expected that dropping the price of the crystals would yield some positive results, but he wasn't feeling any relief. EXP Lazkin, he demanded to the Stone Seller. This price drop should have worked. Why isn't anything changing? The Stone Seller, unfazed, sarcastically replied, I don't remember saying anything about good results, did I? I said that if you wanted to stop someone from buying crystals, you need to lower the price. Well, now you're seeing what happens. Hearthstone, sweating, grabbed his head in frustration. He glared at the blue spatial window, feeling the weight of defeat pressing down on him. He knew the truth. Nothing had changed. The newcomer, Arun, was still selling at his ridiculous prices, unaffected by their strategies. He realized, with a sinking feeling, that the Stone Seller's words had now become irrelevant. The newcomer's tactics were proving too effective. The Stone Seller, ever calm, spoke again, this time with a hint of finality. Think what you want of me, but you're the ones who will let the newcomer win. If that happens, well, your whole gang of crystal traders will be irrelevant. Hearthstone's anger flared. His fist clenched tight, and he raised one in the air, a spark of determination flashing in his eyes. This wasn't over. Not yet. Fuming with rage, he screamed, insisting they would never lose to that guy. The Stone Seller gritted his teeth as he heard this, a surge of frustration rippling through him. The black silhouette of the Stone Seller smirked coldly, confident that he had a secret plan to handle this arrogant newcomer. Meanwhile, the mysterious Stone Seller continued his quiet conversation with the Overlord, fully convinced that his grip on the situation was slipping away. The gray-haired man, confused, couldn't make sense of it. This newcomer wasn't even showing the slightest sign of weakness. As they continued to exchange messages, the Stone Seller recalled the sequence of moves, the folding of 1 coin, followed by 2, each more daring than the last. Frustration boiled over when he saw a message about the newbie matching their prices, and the gray-haired man thoughtfully rubbed his chin. His contact then dropped a bombshell. The Overlord was probably running out of options. The gray-haired man couldn't understand how they could know that. Wasn't the newcomer the type to keep his cards hidden until the last moment? As he scanned through the messages, a puzzled look crossed his face. Why was the newcomer suddenly losing money? The unknown seller smiled knowingly as he typed that the overlord was most likely plotting to dominate the entire market for monocrystals. The gray-haired man exhaled sharply, dismissing the idea as impossible. After all, there were limits to sales. But the reply he received made him pause. The mysterious man suggested that the newcomer might hire assistants to sell for him or even form an alliance to bypass those sales limits. Suddenly, the gray-haired man sat up straighter, a flicker of realization crossing his mind. The unknown seller had just explained exactly how he had taken control of the market in a similar manner by increasing the number of sellers under his command. This expanded influence allowed him to dictate prices with ease. The gray-haired man felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. The conversation now felt too close to home. Was this exactly what he planned to do? He smiled and put a finger to his lips, as if lost in thought, when a mysterious contact praised his strategy. At that moment, the gray-haired man finally admitted to himself that perhaps this plan wasn't so bad after all. Crossing his arms confidently, he nodded to himself. Yes, this was exactly what he had intended all along. Meanwhile, the blonde seller's fury reached a boiling point. His eye blazed with fire as he repeated the man's words, barely able to contain his anger. He quickly shifted focus, scanning the stone seller's profile. In that instant, it dawned on him. The man had just wanted to be called boss. The blonde seller, identified under the earthly number 1342, received a system notification, informing him that he had reached the maximum level of information symmetry. His gaze then dropped to the red screen in front of him. What started as a simple curiosity about the alliance was now spiraling into something bigger. Now, he could modify user information, toggling it between public or private, thanks to his new VIP privileges. As he reflected on the newfound power he now wielded, he realized these privileges granted him control over much more than he had ever imagined. It was a level of authority that users from lower-tier systems couldn't even fathom. Holding his chin, he considered the implications. These privileges gave him the kind of power that could change everything. Information is power, especially in the world of trading, and the blonde man now fully understood why those who controlled it wielded such immense influence. He'd been a member of the Alliance from the start, though he hadn't been particularly active in the group. A sorry grin tugged at his lips as he recalled his own plans, creating competitors who would ultimately feed him profits. In this cutthroat game, he knew there were only two types of people: those who couldn't survive without quick gains, and those desperate enough to believe they were doomed to fail together. A picture of Run popped up on his screen. The leader of the Alliance had chosen to reveal his strength to him first, and it was clear the game was about to get serious. A sharp focus settled on the screen in front of him. He had a plan. Once Run revealed his limits, the Alliance would strike. To make sure everything went smoothly, he needed to reach a solid agreement with him. Meanwhile, the blonde couldn't help but think that the gray-haired man was dwelling on something predictable. Hearthstone, on the other hand, had an ideal strategy in mind, one that involved eliminating Run, taking the lead in the monocrystal industry, and controlling the market price. As soon as the Alliance had secured its dominance, they would dispose of any sellers daring to challenge them. The thought made a smug smile play across his lips. Everything was falling into place. Meanwhile, Run was certain that the ordinary members of the Alliance hadn't figured out anything yet. He glanced at the diagram in front of him, realizing that, despite the competition barely beginning, some had already taken defensive positions. A man, sitting with arms crossed, surrounded by a pile of monocrystals, knew that people were already plotting to use a third party to seize all the crystals for themselves. The blonde placed a hand thoughtfully on his face. He knew now wasn't the time to act. He would hold onto the crystals and sell them at a higher price when a moment was right. The plan was simple: relax and wait for the opportune moment. Meanwhile, in her room, Darren sat hunched over the table, feeling a heavy weight in her mind. How had Arun found out everything? The image of him drawing closer to her, naming the exact company she was involved with, replayed in her mind. Just as she was spiraling in confusion, a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. "Who is it?" she called out, her voice sharp as she had asked not to be disturbed. But when she opened the door, her heart skipped a beat. Standing there was Arun, the blonde man, his eyes gleaming with a sense of purpose. "What do you want?" she demanded, trying to mask her shock with anger. Arun's eyes glinted as he casually invited himself into her room, his smile unfazed. "I think it's time we talk about the Damien Company," he said, his voice smooth, yet with an undeniable edge. Darren's face twisted in distaste, but she couldn't refuse. With a sigh, she stepped aside, inviting him in. Arun wasted no time. "Damien is a fairly reliable company, I've heard," he said casually. "They provide houses with everything you need." Darren froze. He knew where this conversation was going. Arun had done his research. He was aware of the bond she shared with the Damien Company. After all, Once she became a count, Damien had used his investment money to demand a similar relationship. But Arun wasn't interested in niceties. He intended to use this information against her. Despite not knowing the full details of her past dealings with Damien, he knew this could give him leverage. And Darren? She could only hope this conversation wouldn't go any further than this. They sat across from each other at the table, the air thick with tension. Darren's eyes narrowed as she asked him, "How did you find out about all of this?" Arun, ever so calm, responded, "The company has changed a lot since you joined." The words stung, and Darren's gaze sharpened, watching her brother carefully. She shot back, "Do you have any evidence?" Arun, not fazed in the slightest, waved a hand dismissively. "Calm down. I'm not here to accuse you. I understand your situation," he said, sorry. Then, his expression darkened. "I'm not going to get anything from the family. I'm the youngest son." He paused, his voice tinged with an almost reflective quality. "Much like the son who mastered the breath of steel, I can live out my life as a swordsman, carving my own path." Darren's wariness grew, her guard rising as she listened to him speak. "I understand you're trying to figure out how to move forward," Arun continued, eyes locking with hers. But Darren, tense as a wire, realized exactly what he was doing. He had hidden his true intentions this whole time, and now it was clear. He planned to use her. "Listen to me," Arun urged, leaning in. "I expected you wouldn't fall for this so easily." His voice softened as he looked directly at her. "I only care about one thing." He paused, eyes narrowing. "Did you bribe the company from the beginning, or did they help you out of the kindness of their hearts?" Darren's face flushed with embarrassment as she quickly defended herself. "Damien found me first. He did me a favor." The memory came rushing back. A man in a suit, leaning against a tree, offering her help when she needed it most. She looked up at her brother, her voice unwavering. "I had to repay him." Arun's frown deepened. "You're lying," he said flatly. "A company like Damien would never have just found you first." Darren's heart pounded, her hands trembling as she shouted back at him. "Is this what you wanted to hear? Are you happy now?" She snapped, frustration flooding her voice. Arun, grabbing his head in exasperation, muttered under his breath, "I don't understand how to earn your trust. We're in this together, yet you won't even trust me." Darren's gaze hardened, her voice now icy. "What do you want from me?" At that moment, Arun saw something in her, a fire that he hadn't expected. Her strong, unyielding will stood in stark contrast to his own carefully crafted facade. With a sorry smile, he leaned forward, suggesting, "Let's work together." Darren blinked, eyes wide with surprise. The idea caught her off guard, but Arun was watching her closely, calculating her every reaction. He knew this would be hard for her to refuse, and he was right. Outside, the sky shifted to a breathtaking, iridescent sunset as Darren followed her brother out of the room. She promised she would fill him in later. As he walked away, she stood in silence, watching him carefully, unsure of what she had just agreed to. Arun, on the other hand, knew exactly what he had just set in motion. He had lied through every word, and yet the deal was sealed. He didn't care that the truth was buried in his web of manipulation for now. Darren was his key, and he would use her to get what he wanted. As the red-haired girl watched him leave, her mind raced with doubt. She was too proud to admit it, but she had fallen into his trap. Arun, however, had already moved on. He understood that for now, he was forced to work alongside her, to see where this partnership would take them. Meanwhile, Darren's mind burned with a red-hot fury. She would be watching Hearthstone closely. He had seen the profiles of the other players, and now the next step was to keep a sharp eye on everything around him. A sudden ping interrupted his thoughts. A message had appeared. His gaze dropped to the screen. It was from the Bamboo Mountain sect. A system sign appeared, confirming he had received 800 coins. Arun scrolled further down the screen, his eyes catching a message from Hakshioli. "I'll never be able to fully thank you for everything." With a furrowed brow, Arun realized he'd been caught in something deeper than he anticipated. In the decorated box that accompanied the message was a bamboo life tablet, a gift from Hakshioli. What did this mean? Arun's mind raced as he tried to piece together the larger picture. This was only the beginning. The main character, Arun, believed that the users of the spatial transaction book were sitting on a gold mine. As he watched Hearthstone's price drop by 4 coins, a faint halo appeared around his head, signaling his growing realization. He was convinced this price reduction was a direct result of the ongoing bloody war between him and the Alliance. Hearthstone, the man in the robe, was visibly deflated as he learned that only 5 medium-quality monocrystals could be purchased per day. Arun, ever the strategist, thought deeply about this. He knew that Hearthstone had a plan in motion, one aimed at minimizing his losses. But Arun couldn't understand why Hearthstone had chosen to slash the price by 4 coins. His hand reached up to his face as he recalled the advantage of information asymmetry. "I just need to change my nickname," he mused, his thoughts sharp. With this small alteration, he could bypass the limits and buy as many crystals as he wanted. Alone in his darkened room, Arun calculated his next move. He estimated he could pay about 3 coins per mono crystal, and with 480 medium-quality crystals in his inventory, plus 10 bamboo life tablets, his fortune was growing. A smile spread across his face as he realized he could easily acquire another 500 crystals. With that, Arun set to work, buying crystals from Hearthstone. But despite his growing wealth, he knew this madness had to stop. He was already too rich, and yet, he couldn't resist taking advantage of the situation. Later that night, the Damien mansion was surrounded by guards. An unfamiliar man, cloaked in a raincoat, approached the guard at the entrance. The guard raised a hand to stop him, but the man, his face marred by scars, gave a menacing look and informed him that he needed to speak with the manager. Sweat beaded on the guard's forehead as the tension grew. Just then, another guard passed by, recognizing the scar man. With a smile, the guard stepped aside. "We've been waiting for you," he said, bowing slightly. "Miss Darren is expecting you inside." The man, now identified as Yulaf, was quickly escorted into the mansion. Inside, Darren, holding a mug in her hand, was taken aback when they announced Yulaf's arrival. She watched Kashusari as Yulaf entered, wondering who he was and how he was connected to Arun. He was the man Arun had promised would come, a serious seller, one she could trust. But Darren couldn't shake the feeling of doubt. Was he truly someone who could be trusted with monocrystals? Yulaf, unfazed, sat down at the table beside her. "How much are you willing to pay for these?" he asked, eyeing the sample crystal with a scrutinizing gaze. Darren's eyes narrowed as she examined him, still unsure of his intentions. Yulaf, noticing her hesitation, looked back at her with a calm, almost knowing expression. Just then, Yulaf pulled out a massive bag of monocrystals. He had expected this reaction from Damien. The negotiation was about to begin. Meanwhile, Arun, still focused on his strategy, couldn't help but feel pleased. He had saved a considerable amount of coins by avoiding the expensive affiliate market. Holding 2 monocrystals in his hands, he decided it was time to put on his human skin mask and change his voice. With the disguise in place, no one would recognize him. Behind him, huge bags of monocrystals piled up, a testament to his success. Arun carefully pillared through a book, his finger touching the screen as he placed an order for 5 voice-changing pills. He needed every advantage he could get. Back in Damien's office, Arun was focused on his goal. "I'll finish this within 30 minutes, he thought, his determination unwavering. The clock was ticking, and the pieces were falling into place for his master plan. Damien carefully held the monocrystal in his hand, admiring its impeccable quality. Yulaf, however, demanded 100 gold coins for it. Damien hesitated, feeling the price was too steep. "I can offer you 90 gold, he said, trying to bargain. "No other company would give you more than that." Yulaf remained silent for a moment, his expression turning angry. He stood up, his patience clearly running thin. "If you don't understand the value of this product, we can't do business," he said firmly. As he placed a cloak over Darren's shoulders, his tone grew sharper. "I thought we were having a serious discussion. You claim to trade with nobles, yet you don't seem to know quality when you see it." Darren, however, caught Arun's subtle hint and responded coolly. "Perhaps you should speak with another company." Yulaf froze, his expression darkening. The mention of another company seemed to strike a nerve. Suddenly, the tension in the room thickened as Yulaf's anger flared. He slammed his fist onto the table. "Fine, but if you don't come to your senses, I'm leaving." Damien panicked, quickly urging them not to leave. Wait, he said, scrambling. "I'll pay the 100 gold, just don't go." Yulaf, with a sorry grin, accepted the 100 gold, calling him persistent but adding, "We're not here for charity." Darren, however, wasn't satisfied. 120 gold, she demanded, her eyes fixed on the scarred man. Damien's face turned pale. The pressure of the deal was weighing down on him. He glared at Yulaf, his voice trembling. "Are you deaf? I said 120 gold per crystal." Sweat dripped down Damien's forehead as he realized that even at that price, he wouldn't make any profit. Yulaf turned to his companion behind him, his calm demeanor unwavering. "I know the real prices," he muttered under his breath, his words heavy with threat. The tension reached its peak, and Damien, at a loss, retreated behind his desk. He invited them to sit again, his voice strained as he began to think through his next move. After a long pause, he sighed, "All right, 120 gold for each crystal, but I need time to think about it." Yulaf raised his hand again, his voice cool. "I'm not here to waste time." Damien, reluctantly, agreed to the deal, though Darren was left confused by the sharp price hike. "Why 120 gold?" she wondered aloud, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. Standing next to Yulaf, she was still unsure of his strategy. A small part of her believed he had no plan at all. Damien rubbed the back of his neck nervously, then spoke again, his voice growing more desperate. "All right, I'll raise the price to 130 gold, he said, trying to salvage some dignity. But for this kind of quality, I can't go any higher. Yulaf's gaze sharpened. And what's left for me? He asked coldly. You'll only have 10 gold left after this. Is this a joke? Damien dropped his gaze, unable to meet Yulaf's eyes. I just need to make enough to cover the cost of labor, he mumbled, still hoping to at least break even. At that moment, Yulaf threw a massive bag onto the table with a heavy thud, surprising everyone in the room. Damien stared at it in disbelief. Yulaf leaned forward, his voice low and dangerous. You've underestimated me, he said, eyes narrowing. So what do you think? What's in the bag? He raised 3 fingers. I have 300 crystals, Yulaf declared, his voice unwavering. Damien's face went pale, and his mind raced. 300 crystals. This was a rare opportunity. He knew the price of monocrystals was dictated by their availability, and it was practically impossible to get a large supply unless you had connections or the right timing. The realization hit him hard. This was a once-in-a-lifetime deal, and he could not afford to let it slip away. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he calculated the potential profit, knowing that no matter how much money he threw at it, if the crystals weren't in stock, they would remain out of reach. Damien observed the bag of monocrystals intently, his mind weighed down by the situation. It no longer mattered to him whether he lost the negotiations. He had already decided that this deal was important for the company. Stretching his arms wide, he declared, "This is a beneficial deal for us." He placed his hands firmly on the table and admitted that he hadn't expected much from Yulaf, but the man had completely changed his perception. Yulaf smiled faintly, acknowledging, "I know the market well, even though I don't have many connections. But I don't recall hearing about a merchant like myself before." The scarred man narrowed his eyes, his expression hardening. He leaned forward and asked, "Do you find it odd that someone you've never heard of or seen is selling such high-quality crystals?" Damien quickly denied any suspicion, insisting, "I can't doubt someone Miss Darren recommended." He glanced at Yulaf, who was leaning casually with his arms crossed. "Is there more to know about you?" he asked, genuinely curious. Yulaf glanced at Darren, irritation flashing in his eyes. He had hoped she would step in, but instead, Darren remained silent. Damien's attention shifted back to her, noticing her more intense gaze. He remarked, "You seem more interested in him than I am." Yulaf sighed heavily, clearly uncomfortable with the questioning. "We don't need to know more about me," he said, his unease growing. The scarred man, however, was relentless, pressing him further. Yulaf's tension was palpable as he clenched his teeth and deliberately coughed. With his voice beginning to waver, Yulaf quickly popped a pill into his mouth to steady himself. His expression remained dissatisfied as he took the medicine, trying to mask his discomfort. The scarred man, noticing this, shouted loudly, causing Darren to look at him with concern. "Are you okay?" she asked, her worry evident. Yulaf covered his mouth with his hand, apologizing. "Apologies," he said, his voice now strained. "I've been ill and need the medicine." Damien, who had been silently observing, stood up from his chair, quickly commenting that it must be difficult for the seller to stand for so long under these conditions. He said he'd pay immediately. Yulaf exhaled a breath of relief, glad to avoid any more difficult questions. He was able to slip by without revealing anything more. Darren watched him closely, still trying to understand his true intentions. As they left the mansion, Darren looked over at Yulaf, her tone softening. "I'm glad we're finally alone," she said, but there was something in her voice that suggested she was still uneasy. Yulaf followed her, though he was now visibly uncomfortable. Darren, speaking as though the deal had been a success, remarked, "You acted like we were together because of this deal. But how do you know my younger brother?" Yulaf gave a curt reply. "It's none of your business." But Darren wasn't satisfied, and she looked at him, sorry. "I deserve to know," she insisted. Yulaf, lowering his head slightly, asked, "Do you think Damien is just some corner store owner? Why do you think he acquired monocrystals of unknown origin?" Darren raised her head proudly, confident in her answer. "Because of my guarantee, they were purchased." Yulaf looked at her, mouth agape, clearly confused by her unwavering confidence. She turned her gaze to the scarred man, now asking him directly, "You're not telling me everything, are you? What are you hiding? I'm worried the company will blame me if something goes wrong." Yulaf stood frozen, still staring at her in disbelief. Her words were sharp and insightful, and her behavior left him feeling awkward and exposed. A bead of sweat slid down his face as Darren pressed on. "Why are you trying so hard to hide your identity?" Damien, observing the exchange from a distance, realized that Darren was as perceptive as always. Darren, raising a finger, demanded, "Tell me everything. I believe this is all a trap set by a ruin." Yulaf's demeanor slumped at her words, clearly flustered. He had underestimated how quickly she could unravel the situation. The scar man laughed loudly at Darren's words. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's so funny?" Yulaf scratched his eye, still smiling. "What kind of crazy person would burn 36,000 gold just to mess with you?" he asked, amusement clearly lacing his voice. Darren looked at him, sorry, tilting her head slightly. Yulaf's smile faded a bit as he continued. "Do you think I'm a criminal? Do you think those crystals were stolen?" Standing across from her, Yulaf shook his head slowly. "To get 300 crystals, I have to rob the royal vault." Darren's expression hardened as she said, "I thought so, but I just don't understand where you could get so many." With a soft chuckle, Yulaf placed a hand on her head. "Arun told me," he began, "relatives are far worse than enemies." Darren immediately tried to push his hand off her head, asking, "Are you crazy?" But Yulaf held his gaze. "You can only rely on your family," he said, holding her by the head with surprising force. "Get along with your brother," he advised her, before turning away and walking off. Darren stood still, frozen for a moment, her mind racing. "Wait in the carriage," Yulaf called over his shoulder. She continued to stare at him, confused, as he walked off. She adjusted her hair, still processing everything that had just happened. The night had fallen over the mansion, and the windows glowed brightly, casting light into the darkened yard. Inside, Gon lay on his bed, his hands tucked behind his head, staring at the red, glowing system window before him. His thoughts wandered, reflecting on the recent events. He had learned that Damien's company offered 120 gold for medium-grade monocrystals. In coin terms, that was 12 gold per crystal. He began rummaging through his portable storage, reading through the contents. He had 10 bamboo life tablets, 690 medium-grade monocrystals, 2 voice change tablets, 620 kilograms of gold, and a skin mask. His left eye glowed a faint red as he smiled to himself, mentally calculating his profits. Buying the crystals for 3 gold and selling them for 12. Even without considering Darren's 1% share, I'm going to make a lot of money. Gon recalled how, disguised as Yulaf, he had patted Darren's head and told her, "The only ones you can truly rely on are your family." He thought about his words and how Darren should take his advice, trying to get along with her brother before it was too late. Lying back, he exhaled deeply, his thoughts drifting. "I have to keep pretending to be Yulaf," he muttered to himself. "She'll never know my true motives." His mind wandered, and he saw images of arrogant Kieran and Darren, their faces appearing in his head. "At least my current life is different from the last," he thought to himself. "I'm not putting up with childish antics from my siblings anymore." Gon didn't hold any hatred toward them. His gaze drifted back to the red system window, and his thoughts shifted. "I'm getting closer," he said with a grin. An image flashed before his mind. 2 stacks of mementa. One golden, the other dark, with a square hole in the center. Gon thought back to Arun's explanation about currency. On the continent of Jan, gold mementa were the primary currency, while in the world of Murim, they used gold pieces. Arun had even described a mountain of gold coins and bars, stating that gold was a rare metal often used as currency. Suddenly, 2 notifications popped up on his screen. Gold limits were being applied to his account. Sitting on the sofa, Gon pointed at the red system window. "I lost a lot of gold last night," he muttered to himself. "That means my account should have 27,525 left." Grinning to himself, he clasped his hands together, pleased with the outcome. At that moment, another notification appeared, an unread message request from user San. Gon's eyes lit up, and he mentally cheered. His finger hovered over the screen as he prepared to accept the request. But then, he hesitated. He thought, not enough time has passed. If I accept too quickly, I'll seem desperate. Lowering his hand to his knee, he sighed. He needed to act naturally. Squinting his eyes, he began to count down from 3 to 1, slowly pressing his finger against the screen to accept the request. The conversation started almost immediately. Suk-hyun, on the other end, thanked Gon for his patience. "It's always better to show up on time," Suk-hyun said with a smile, adjusting his glasses. "Trust is the key to business." Gon lowered his gaze, feeling somewhat deflated. He waved his hand dismissively, then explained, "I had to work hard to obtain the secret art of the poisonous sect in the Heavenly Sword Castle." As soon as I mentioned poison and the poisonous sect, everyone left the chat, he added with a grimace, his irritation clear. The merchant's reply came almost immediately. Even with his connections, it wouldn't be easy to obtain such an item. Gon frowned, feeling a sense of doubt creeping in. What kind of connections is he talking about, he thought. What kind of connections do you need if all you're doing is copying books from the library? He began to feel a growing sense of suspicion. This doesn't feel right, he mused. I'm being deceived. The blonde propped his chin on his hand, a malicious smile creeping across his face as he fought to suppress his gratitude. He asked, "Did you get it done?" Suk-hyun replied with confidence, "I'll show you everything now." A notification popped up, and Gon read the description of the book Cultivation of Chaos. As he imagined the dark, imposing figure of a fighter in his mind, he learned that unlike the celestial cultivation technique, which everyone at the heavenly sword castle could master, only a select few could practice the chaos cultivation technique. He read further, discovering that this technique not only contained the laws of nature, but also the laws of the universe. Leaning back in his seat, Gon smiled contentedly. Judging by the description, I've gotten the right book, he thought, closing his eyes in satisfaction. Hale will definitely be pleased. Meanwhile, Suk-hyun was gesturing wildly with his hands, demanding something in return. The blonde raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, "What do you want me to give you?" Suk-hyun's expression shifted, and he sent a message, stating that he would be completely honest with him. The amount of 2,500 coins still doesn't correspond to the value of the chaos cultivation, he wrote. Gon read the message, and Suk-hyun continued with a smug expression on his face, saying that in official stores, the book would cost 2,000 coins at a premium, and it couldn't be resold. He emphasized that the value of the chaos cultivation technique far exceeded that of the heavenly cultivation technique. Gon's eyes narrowed as he read further. The market price of the book was approximately 5,000 coins. He thought, finally it begins. The blonde crossed his arms and smiled grimly, mentally noting, this merchant creates worry in his customers, only to sell the goods at an inflated price. He couldn't help but think back to his previous life, where he'd been on the receiving end of this trick countless times. Suk-hyun then added that he was, apparently, in a difficult situation. Gon ran his hands through his hair, sinking into the chair, and replied that if he didn't become an expert soon, he'd get caught. He asked, "Can you help me?" Suk-hyun's grin widened, his eyes gleaming. "Of course. Human life always comes first," he said, his voice dripping with satisfaction. "You can trust me. I'll provide everything you need to become an expert." Gon's eyes widened in surprise. He had not expected this offer. "Is that true?" he asked, almost incredulously. Suk-hyun, his smile turning predatory, pulled the strings of the deal. "Our meeting must have been destined," he said, leaning forward. "I can't bear big losses, but I can offer better prices." Gon felt like a puppet with strings attached, trapped in this deal. He listened as Suk-hyun continued, promising that Gon could ask anything and that he would answer all his questions. Suk-hyun's tone was almost patronizing as he thanked Gon from the bottom of his heart, and Gon pursed his lips, grimacing. "This is the dumbest thing I've ever done in my life," he thought, coming to his senses. He sighed heavily, then asked, "How much do you want?" Suk-hyun adjusted his glasses, his smile smug and self-assured. "For 1,000 coins," he replied smoothly. "But I'll give you a discount of 1,000 coins." Gon leaned back on the sofa, grinning despite himself. He closed his eyes as he read the message on his screen. This is a good offer, he thought. I'm 1,000 coins short, but with the excess I'll get and the price subsidy, I'll be able to cover the rest without issue. He opened his mouth wide and waved his hand dismissively, saying that in this case, he owed him 3,800 coins since the last time he had given him 200. Upon hearing this, the merchant's smile grew slightly as he began waving his hands in protest. "That's not the case," he insisted, adding that this seemed to be the user's first major transaction in the system. Pursing his lips, Gon struggled to contain his rising anger. Suk-hyun continued, writing that the 200 coins had already been spent on obtaining the equipment. Gon forced a nervous smile, trying to brush off his irritation. "I got a little excited," he replied, his voice barely masking the frustration. "It's not about 1 coin. It's about 170. With a gloomy face, Suk-hyun adjusted his glasses and asked if this money truly belonged to his client. He suggested Gon take things a little easier, especially if he wasn't the one paying. Gon stared at the burning red system window. He needed to speak with the client first. Suk-hyun replied he would wait. Crossing his arms over his chest, Gon sighed loudly, his grin barely hiding his irritation. "This merchant is acting like he's about to lose something if I don't agree to the deal," he thought, mentally cursing the man. Touching his chin thoughtfully, Gon glanced at his account balance, which showed a total of 2,752.5 coins. Even after using all his privileges, he was still short by 25 coins. He'd rather throw those coins away than exchange them at the center. A blue exchange scale appeared, showing the estimated exchange amount of 25 coins. Frustrated, he glared away irritably and connected his index finger and thumb, mimicking the motion of a coin. "How much will I lose here?" he wondered. Smugly, he thought, "It doesn't matter. I'll have to restore them anyway." He sent a message to the merchant, saying that he had spoken with the client. Lifting the corners of his mouth into a grin, he added that 4,200 coins was a fair deal for such an unusual martial arts technique. Suk-hyun immediately became enthusiastic, praising the user's client as simply incredible. He replied that in that case, they would start the deal. A trade notice appeared, offering the Chaos Cultivation Technique book. Gon clenched his hand into a fist on his knee, watching the system window with intense focus. It's finally begun, he thought. He pulled his index finger back and, with a predatory smile, pressed the accept button, his mind alight with excitement. Imagining Suk-hyun caught in a large trap, he mentally noted that his prey had taken the bait. When the deal was completed, the trap would slam shut. Gon's eyes gleamed as he looked at the system screen, anticipating the outcome. Finally, he thought, my trap has worked. The red icons flashed, signaling that after purchasing the chaos cultivation technique, he had received a cashback of 540 coins, bringing the total amount of his account to 37.5 coins. Though his balance had gone negative, Gon grinned madly, his fingers biting into his hand. This is what revenge feels like, he thought with dark satisfaction. With his hand resting on his chin, he looked at the screen, wondering if this was the reason the Bamboo Mountain sect had been after Hackle for over 10 years. He thought what was even more surprising was that he didn't feel sorry for Suk-hyun at all. In fact, he was genuinely excited about what the future held. The blonde glanced at the screen, his expression puzzled as he read the gratitude for the deal and the request to convey these words to the client. Someone seems a little too excited, he thought, then grinned, lifting the corners of his mouth. He mused aloud that the merchant appeared quite pleased with himself. Suk-hyun, also grinning in his own room, confirmed this. It's not every day I sell something worth 4,000 coins, he commented. Gon put his hands on the table, leaning his head on them with a smile. I wonder how long that happiness will last, he muttered. The merchant, picking up on the hint, asked what he meant. Gon replied by sending a message, asking what now. Suk-hyun adjusted his round glasses, a puzzled expression on his face, and asked if Gon was sure he hadn't eaten something wrong today. Gon clasped his hands to his face, grinning contentedly. No, you're wrong, he wrote in the chat. Hyun is a scammer. Upon reading the message, the merchant froze, shock plastered across his face. His left eye blazed with red flame. Gon, now grinning predatorily, wondered if the librarian knew what he was doing. Suk-hyun rose abruptly from his chair, hands clenching the table as he stared at the screen, eyes wide with disbelief. How'd he know this? He thought. Sweat began to bead on his forehead as he raised his hand to the screen, his lips trembling. I need to stay calm. I'll have to improvise, he mentally reminded himself. He quickly typed that he had no idea what the user was talking about. Gon smiled wider. Jinseok, stop embarrassing yourself, he treated. Suddenly, Suk-hyun's eyes widened in fear, as Gon suggested. Why don't we call a third party to clear this up? The ginseng librarian might be a suitable witness for this. Suk-hyun panicked. No, this can't be done, he shouted. Gon tilted his head, raising an eyebrow. Why not? He asked, enjoying the merchant's distress. You're not Jinseok, are you? Suk-hyun covered his mouth, clearly distressed, while the blonde, with a satisfied expression, started to mock him. The tension in the conversation built, and Gon, taking pleasure in Suk-hyun's discomfort, kept pushing the matter further. Suk-hyun finally broke, exhaling heavily and responding, I am Jinseok. Gon smirked, still smiling. You would have been caught sooner or later, anyway. In his room, Suk-hyun pictured a huge, menacing figure looming over him, arms crossed, a dark presence. He wondered who this person could be. Was he a wealthy martial artist with a hobby of dealing in high-stakes transactions? Was this whole deal a trap? He began scanning through Gon's profile information. An ordinary user from System 0. Suk-hyun thought, his eyes widening in realization. His fear mounted as he confirmed that his suspicion was true. The system did indeed list Gon's background under System 0. Suk-hyun's lips pressed tightly together as he clenched his fist. He recalled the thief who had stolen martial arts techniques from the library, and now, with the blonde's nickname, Gon, it all started to make sense. The merchant looked at the golden system screen, a sense of unease creeping over him. Gon had never said that he was involved in spatial trading, and this book transaction had been so well hidden, there were no official records. Standing at his desk, Suk-hyun couldn't help but wonder how the brat from the lower system had managed to pull this off. Aruin smiled contentedly, his expression thoughtful as he prepared to lay down a few rules. He leaned forward, eyes gleaming, and advised the merchant to be careful with his next moves. The moment those rules were broken, Aruin warned, Suk-hyun would become the main enemy of the Castle of Swords. The merchant froze, fear creeping across his face. Baring his white teeth, Aruin grinned widely as a new idea struck him. Adjusting his glasses with a casual flick of his middle finger, he commented that Aruin himself would also become their enemy. Then, he scoffed, asking if the blonde really thought such threats would work on him. Suk-hyun jerked in surprise when he saw the response message. Aruin had expected that reaction. Exactly what I thought, he mentally noted, exhaling noisily. With a sorry smile, he leaned back, unbothered. It doesn't matter to me how big the Castle of Swords is, he said. They won't be able to move between systems. Suk-hyun's eyes widened in disbelief. What about the suspension of the deal? He asked, his voice filled with indignation. You think it'll be that easy to back out? Sitting back on the sofa, Arun smiled even more contentedly, waving his hand dismissively. You really think so? He muttered darkly. Soon, you'll start to feel guilty. What if I return the equipment immediately and report to the library that they have a corrupt employee? Suk-hyun shot back, trying to intimidate Arun. Horror flashed in the merchant's eyes as he froze, unable to respond. The blonde's predatory grin grew wider as he looked at the screen, his confidence unshaken. With the right people, you need to act decisively, he said, eyes gleaming with malice. I've heard that in the Sky Sword Castle, thieves who steal completed skills are treated like criminals. Suk-hyun trembled in fear, his body frozen in a silent scream as the message continued. It's a pity, considering how much time they'll waste on you. Your end is already near. Looking at the screen with a satisfied smile, Arun waved his hand dismissively. I must say, you've got some courage, he observed coolly. But if it were me, I'd never go after completed unique skills. The merchant's body shook, his fear palpable as he struggled to find words. Arun smiled softly, resting his chin on his hand. This is definitely getting to him, he thought, pleased with the effect his words had. Leaning in with an insidious glint in his eyes, Arun's tone darkened. Do you want to live? Suk-hyun, trembling with fear and wide-eyed, stammered, I want to. Then don't do anything stupid, Arun replied coldly. Remember that. Standing in front of the golden screen, the merchant read the rules that Arun had sent. The first rule was simple. If you respond for more than 5 seconds, you will die. The second rule stated, if you close the dialogue, you will die. And the third rule read, if you don't do exactly what you're told, you will die. Suk-hyun twitched, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. He asked nervously, is this a game? Arun's dark, predatory gaze fixed on the screen as he flicked his fingers, showing the number 4. And if you answer disrespectfully, he said, his voice cold, you will die as well. With a predatory grin on his face, Arun gave the next order, his voice laced with authority. Return my money. Suk-hyun scratched the back of his head, looking confused. What do you mean? Arun's expression darkened in an instant, fury flashing across his face. His grin widened, transforming into something terrifying. Are you mocking me? He growled, his white eyes gleaming with rage. The tension in the room became palpable as Suk-hyun realized he was now in deeper trouble than he could imagine. Suk-hyun indignantly asked what was so hard to understand. But before the merchant could respond, Arun quickly came up with a new rule. The 5th rule, if you pretend not to understand, you will die. The merchant, startled, waved his arms in a panic, insisting that everything was clear now. Arun received a notification showing that 3,420 coins had been transferred to him. Looking puzzled, he glanced at Suk-hyun and asked, what is this? I didn't give you 3,420 coins. Suk-hyun began to flail his arms in a hurry, trying to explain that it was due to the 5% tax, which resulted in a smaller transfer. Arun's face lit up with interest, and he slapped his palm onto the table. Ah, the tax. I completely forgot about that. So the exchange center took 580 coins for themselves, leaving 4,000 coins total. Is that right? Suk-hyun froze, fear creeping across his face as he waved his hands in an attempt to deny any wrongdoings. Arun, with a sorry smile, raised a finger, his voice dark. Who will return my 580 coins, then? Suk-hyun, his face pale, muttered that he would do it. He quickly sent Arun the 580 coins. Arun looked at the screen with a satisfied smirk as his balance grew to 36,925 coins. He praised the merchant for following through. But then a thought struck him. His mouth parted in surprise, and his eyes widened. Even after the tax, there was still an extra 1,000 coins in his account. How did this happen? He wondered, checking the red system windows. It couldn't be an error. Imagining the blue holographic book in his mind, Arun was suspicious. The system must have anticipated this kind of abuse. He didn't understand why he had received privileges, but if something was off, he risked losing all his money. He thought it best to investigate later. Suk-hyun, still in the chat, asked if that was all. Arun, eyes closed, sighed, quoting his earlier statement about wages. Well, you still owe me another 200 coins for the deposit. The merchant, trembling, opened his mouth wide, explicating that he had already spent money to bribe the guards and secure the equipment. Arun read the message with a raised eyebrow, asking, Are you insane? Suk-hyun, his face pale, quickly pulled back in fear. That's not what I meant, he stammered. He hurriedly sent the remaining 200 coins to Arun. Arun sat back with a pleased grin, watching as Suk-hyun sent another 100 coins, followed by 135 coins. The blonde was content as he observed the merchant's dwindling balance. Is there anything else you need? Suk-hyun finally asked, defeated, with only 215 coins left in his account. Arun, sitting on the sofa, took a moment to look over Suk-hyun's characteristics. He casually remarked, You still owe me for the time I spent on you. Then, I'll let you go. The merchant's eyes widened in shock when he read the next message. You owe me another 215 coins, and that's it. Confused, Suk-hyun stared at the screen, wondering how Aruin knew exactly how much he had left. Then, his mind raced, and his jaw dropped when he realized, was Aruin a VIP? Aruin raised a finger, placed it on his lips, and winked. Quiet now, he said with a smile. Suk-hyun sat, stunned, mouth agape, trying to comprehend why a VIP would do such a thing. He's on a completely different level than me, the merchant thought with a sweaty, frightened face. He stammered, asking Aruin what he wanted from him. With an arrogant grin, Aruin replied, I'm repaying an old debt. Suk-hyun, shuddering, exhaled shakily. Do you really not understand the seriousness of the situation? Aruin's eyes flashed with madness as he leaned over the merchant, his voice eerie and low. You have no right to question me. The merchant trembled, his body tense as his veins bulged from fear. He slammed his hands on the table, finally asking, What do you want from me now? There are no more coins left. Aruin stood and moved toward the screen, waving his hand dismissively. Don't lie, he said coldly. You've accumulated mountains of coins by deceiving people. What happened to them? Suk-hyun hesitated, but Aruin's grimace grew more irritated. Finally, the merchant admitted that he had spent it all on alcohol, gambling, and his 2 wives. Aruin, with a scowl, asked if he was really telling the truth. Suk-hyun, embarrassed, apologized, his face a mix of confusion and regret. I'm sure you have something else, Aruin noted, his voice full of suspicion. Something besides coins. The merchant waved his hand, dismissing the idea, saying he could make more money by selling martial arts techniques. The merchant claimed that by selling his martial arts books, he could easily earn 1,000 coins. Aruin grinned, satisfied, but his smile was tinged with a hint of pity. Sorry, he thought, I'll have to take these off your hands, but I can always get more. He considered not selling everything, perhaps only enough to last a month. With a deep sigh, Aruin leaned his head on his palm and looked away, his voice curious. What books are we talking about? The merchant clarified, explicating that he meant his martial arts techniques, internal energy techniques, cultivation methods, and body illumination skills. Since the sword was Aruin's primary weapon, he needed to master various sword techniques as well. Aruin's face darkened as he ordered, Give them all to me. The merchant's face froze in horror, his jaw slack. He stammered, Are you really telling me to die? Aruin grinned, his voice low as he rested his chin on his palm. That's not how they die, he replied, his eyes glowing red as he stared at the screen. Should I talk to the librarian about this? Suk-hyun, trembling, asked in fear. What's more important, your life or your martial arts? I'll give you 10 seconds to decide, Aruin added coldly, his gaze fixed. As Suk-hyun sat frozen in terror, Aruin thought about the warriors in the fog, always questioning whether those living in System 1 were truly alive or simply died with their martial arts. He received a notification from Suk-hyun, listing the techniques he had. Heavenly Cultivation Technique, Stars Dark Sword Technique, 8 stars 1,000 Sages Footwork, 6 stars Despair Breaking Fists, 6 Run Golden Wheel, and Internal Storage 50 years. Aruin, resting his chin on his palm, smirked softly. This revelation only confirmed that the merchant had nothing left of value, except his life. Aruin's gaze grew colder as he turned away from the screen, thinking that the merchant had no more useful techniques. Suk-hyun, in despair, slammed his forehead on the table and read Aruin's message. The merchant looked up with tear-filled eyes, his face crumpled in defeat. Aruin's cold voice asked, Do you really have no basics left? Suk-hyun, choking back tears, indignantly shot back. What difference does it make to you? He begged Aruin to leave him alone, stating that he had nothing left. No money, no martial arts. And now, with the commission, his balance was negative. Aruin, with a small smirk, advised him to stop being dramatic. He glanced at Suk-hyun's status information, thinking that this was the type of person who could easily get out of any situation. It was better to check himself, so he opened several pop-ups showing Suk-hyun's information. The final line of the notification read, Spiritual status, one who has nothing left. Balance, -800. Aruin paused, stunned by the result. Meanwhile, Suk-hyun continued to sob, and Aruin's smile grew as he ruffled the merchant's hair. You really have nothing left, do you? Looking at the screen, Aruin grinned wide. I won't report you for now. You should keep doing what you're doing, he said casually. Suk-hyun's face went pale. Didn't you promise to leave me alone? He asked, confused. Aruin looked at Suk-hyun with a dark, predatory smile. I'm not going to kill you. That would end the fun. You've got your life, but I'm not letting you leave so easily. Suk-hyun froze, reading the message, realizing he had misunderstood everything. If he wanted to live, he now had no choice but to follow Aruin's orders. Aruin pressed on, staring at the red screen, thinking about the memories of his past life. He wanted the merchant to fully feel the consequences of his actions. A wide, maniacal grin spread across his face as his eyes glowed with intensity. Arun thought that Suk-hyun would regret not dying, as he would now suffer the aftermath. Raising the corners of his mouth, Arun spoke softly. "I'll keep in touch. You should check your messages more often, and remember, your life is in my hands." Suk-hyun, horrified, shouted, "Wait." Arun ignored him and waved his hand, signaling the system to end the conversation. The screen went dark. Sighing loudly, Arun clenched his fists in victory and raised them high, laughing triumphantly. It all went perfectly. "Now Suk-hyun is completely in my hands," he thought, his grin widening. He opened the list of enlightened techniques and smiled to himself, knowing that the martial arts techniques he had longed for in his past life were now his. Raising his finger, he smiled broadly, looking almost foolish. "Now it's time to study each of these techniques in detail," he muttered to himself, pressing the absorb button. As the morning sun peeked over the mountains, its rays illuminated the forest, marking the beginning of a new chapter in Arun's journey. Arun dashed through the forest, moving with astonishing speed. His body seemed to blur as he employed the step of 1,000 changes, a body lightning technique that allowed him to move with almost unnatural swiftness. The technique made him nearly invisible, constantly shifting his position. He ran with a confident grin on his face, recalling the details he'd read about it. Although it could make the user nearly undetectable, it wasn't ideal for long-distance travel. With eyes wide open in surprise and joy, Arun mentally noted that the technique worked exactly as described. It had its drawbacks, but its advantages were undeniable. He continued to race towards the dense trees near the mountain, feeling unstoppable as he pushed off the ground and leaped into the air. Jumping nimbly from one spot to another, he quickly scaled the mountainside. With a final burst of energy, he pushed off from the summit, extending his arms and soaring through the air like a bird. From his vantage point high above, he could see the endless expanse of the forest stretching below him. In the distance, a city was visible. As he descended, a wide grin spread across his face. This feeling was extraordinary. It was as if he had truly become a bird, free to glide above the earth. When he landed, he touched his chin with a thoughtful expression. The technique had been worth the effort, he decided, as he recalled the terrifying feeling of relying on his special privilege while absorbing the skill. He had been certain he would die when he first learned it, his body consumed by the power. Arun shook his head, remembering how he'd sat on his knees, his mouth agape and his eyes burning, surrounded by a red aura as the pages of a book seemed to turn on their own above his head. Without the privilege of the sponge-like absorption ability in his mind, he would have been left with nothing but a melted brain. Drawing his sword from its sheath, Arun sighed in satisfaction. He had sufficiently tested the body lightning technique. Swinging the long blade, blue lights sparkled around it as he mentally noted the starting position of the Dark Heavens technique, which was executed in a peaceful, wave-like motion. He swung the sword repeatedly, each strike powerful and sharp. As he focused, energy began to concentrate in the hilt, and the blade of his sword shone with a bright blue light. Arun smirked contentedly, and with a swift motion, he released a massive burst of water from the blade. He mused to himself, recalling the secret technique that had turned the Laziken Steel Guard into a legendary force, the mysterious blade. It was believed to have disappeared after the death of its master, but now, Arun had brought it back to life. A massive wave of water surged forward, heading straight for the towering trees. Frozen in place, he watched the water as it crashed over the forest, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The technique was a formidable display of power. Arun stood silently, contemplating his next move. But as he stood there, still gripping the sword, steam began to rise around him, and a stern image of his grandfather appeared in his mind. Folding his hands on the hilt of the sword, Arun thought back to his homeland, to the land of the Steel Guard, where the skill had been perfected. As the massive wave continued to spread, flooding the mountains and trees, Arun stared at the scene before him, his eyes wide with shock. He had clearly overdone it this time. Ahead of him, there was a mountain of debris. The blonde frowned, realizing who was likely responsible for this. Hafiel, a first-class knight, whose style it was to leave destruction in his wake. Arun's thoughts shifted to the battle between swords. How a sword imbued with blue light could effortlessly cut through a blade of purple light. His chi sword, in comparison, seemed insignificant, its aura nothing more than a pale imitation of true power. The young man stood, sword in hand, back turned to Suk-hyun, holding a book. He pondered whether the sword techniques of the combat system could truly surpass those of the greatest knights in the country. His father excluded, of course. He folded his arms, casting a displeased glance to the side. Why did his father ignore him so often? It was a constant source of frustration. Then, a realization struck him. His brows furrowed, and he examined his palms, feeling a growing sense of determination. Maybe he had been wrong all along. It was better for him to focus on perfecting his own skills. After all, they were his now. With a slight smile, he stretched his shoulders. Perhaps it was time to test the other techniques. Arun sat cross-legged, fingers crossed, his body surrounded by a soft blue glow that made his hair sway. He muttered to himself, "This is a heavenly, divine technique." In comparison, the breath of steel, the internal cultivation technique, feels almost outdated. Meanwhile, the guy wielded a sword, its blue glow pulsing with energy. This is the Xiantian sword technique, he thought. I can't complain. It's exactly what I hoped for. Gun dashed through the forest, using footwork that shifted like the wind, yet something fell off. The combat system was more complicated than he realized. A powerful blow from his fist shattered the ground beneath him, sending stone fragments flying. The breaking fist of despair. It's perfect, he thought, his concentration sharpening. He unclenched his fingers and focused. Golden Wheel is probably the weakest of these skills, but it reveals pressure points, which could be useful. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he wiped it away. His thoughts drifted. All 5 techniques seemed to fit well with continental martial arts, but a nagging doubt remained. Am I wasting my mana on internal cultivation? He wondered. His hand clenched, but he quickly pushed the thought aside. No, I can't think about that right now. Martial arts draw too much attention. It's not the time for that. A small smile crept across his face. For now, he imagined himself in a meditative state, a blue fire blazing near his heart, surrounded by a red glow. The internal cultivation of Dantian, mana of the heart, could prove useful in certain situations. He scratched his head, a bit unsure. I need to train harder, twice as much as before. Arun chuckled softly, fingers resting on his chin. These 2 techniques are so different. Can I master both? They use the same points, after all. He reached out, determination burning in his eyes. I have to try. With that, he closed his eyes, focusing intently. A brilliant, shining ball appeared in the darkness, surrounded by shimmering sparks. Not there yet, he thought. A weightless, radiant glow appeared above his palm. As he spoke a command, the silver aura solidified, revealing a vast, white castle beneath a clear sky. He stepped through the grand doors and ascended a staircase, the air thick with questions and doubts. No matter how much I think about it, he mused, there are more questions than answers. Revenge, contentment, perhaps those are the best outcomes. As he reached the top of the stairs, he was interrupted by a servant, who approached with urgency. My lord, the master has been looking for you since morning, the servant said, his voice tinged with concern. The young man raised an eyebrow. Father, the servant nodded, and with a hint of pity, explained that his father had been searching for him all day. He's asked you to come to his office. Curious, the young man followed the servant to his father's study. The door creaked open, revealing his father at the desk, and beside him stood a man with long purple hair, holding a folder. The young man's heart skipped a beat. The Cowloy is here too, he thought, surprise flashing across his mind. The Cowloy, a formidable figure, exuded an air of calm authority. While not a knight, his swordsmanship was legendary. The young man considered how his father's right-hand man, Haffel, stood tall in the open, while the Cowloy was more of a shadow, silent and calculating. His father, Levadon, looked at him without emotion. I've been wondering where you've been. It seems you've been training since morning. The young man, with a quiet nod, confirmed his father's observation. I need to work hard if I'm to avoid disgracing the name of the Steel Guard. Levadon gave a rare smile, a flicker of approval in his eyes. I like your attitude. The young man couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. His father, with a heroic rank that could make anyone tremble, had never looked so imposing. But now, as the young man studied him, he realized the gaze didn't carry the same weight of fear it once did. Levadon set down a large triangular table, the top adorned with a pyramid structure. At the pinnacle was the interdimensional rank, followed by the Fui Emperor. Below that, the myths, the legends, and then the heroic rank, the rank his father held. Beneath it, the awakened rank, and finally the general classes from 1st to 9th. The young man stared at the table, his mind racing. I never thought I'd hit such an obstacle, he thought. But somehow, he couldn't shake the feeling of standing before an immense wall, one that seemed impossible to overcome. The so-called Wailing Wall, the divide between the awakened and heroic ranks, was a chasm that many knights had fallen into in despair. The young man stood before it, the weight of its existence pressing down on him. It was a wall that seemed beyond his comprehension. Levadon sat on his intricately carved throne, his sword resting in his hands. At the base of the blade stood a tiny figure. Pardon. He looked up, his gaze locked with his father's. The sight of him, so much taller than before, filled him with quiet pride. Pardon smiled slightly, feeling the gravity of the moment. "You look incredibly tall now," he said, half in disbelief. His father's response came quickly. "Is this what you expected, my son? You didn't think it would be this hard, did you?" Pardon raised an eyebrow in surprise. "But didn't you say there were countless paths to choose from? So why does it feel like I've hit a dead end?" Levadin's gaze sharpened as he observed his son carefully. "Training at first dawn? It's not like you." Pardon, with his hands clasped behind his back, stood confidently. "There are many paths, but why must I choose only one? I've chosen several at once." Levadon nodded, a quiet approval in his eyes. "Killing two birds with one stone isn't so easy." He paused, eyes narrowing. "Both swordsmanship and trade?" Pardon's expression shifted, his mind racing. His father had never shown much interest in market dealings before. "How did you know?" he asked, taken aback. Levadin's eyes gleamed with knowing, but he didn't answer directly. Instead, he leaned forward, his voice soft but firm. "Killing two birds with one stone. You should understand by now that nothing comes without sacrifice." Pardon fell silent, processing his father's words. The quiet stillness was broken when his father pressed him further. "Why are you hiding such talent, my son? Why keep it secret?" Pardon paused before answering. "Secrets are only truly secrets until they're revealed, but I prefer to keep them until the time is right." Levadon closed his eyes in thought, a deep grunt escaping him. "I understand." Folding his hands across his chest, he looked at his son with quiet intensity. "That's enough praise. Surprises are one thing. Disappointments are another." The words stung, and Pardon's heart sank. Levadin's gaze darkened, and he asked, his voice heavy with expectation, "Do you know what mistake you've made?" A crest materialized behind Pardon, the Steel Guard's crest. His mind raced. "I used the Steel Guard's name for trading," he admitted reluctantly. Levadin's eyes narrowed. "And you didn't think that person's reputation was tied to our name? You should have known what kind of people you were dealing with." Pardon, stunned, found himself taken aback by the gravity of his father's statement. Levadin's words were deliberate and cold, and he seemed almost disappointed. Looking down, Levadon sighed, muttering, "Tomorrow, or perhaps today, you'll meet Yolaf yourself." Pardon's heart skipped a beat. He knew that meeting Yolaf was a pivotal moment, one that could alter the course of everything. "You can contact Yolaf, right?" Levadon asked sharply, as if testing him. "Of course, I'll arrange something for tomorrow," Pardon replied, his voice betraying just a hint of nervousness. Levadon closed his eyes, seemingly satisfied with the answer. "Good. And in 3 days, you'll be heading to the Nightly Academy. Are you ready?" Pardon nodded without hesitation. "I'm ready. The butler is already making the arrangements." Levadon gestured with his hand, a calm command. "Is there anything else? Do you need anything before you leave?" Pardon's mind whirred with countless thoughts, but he pushed them aside, forcing a smile. "No, father. Your concern is enough." Levadon closed his eyes, exhaling a long breath. "Then go and rest. In just a few days, you've become a completely different person." Pardon stood to leave, his mind racing as he walked to the door. As he reached for the handle, he paused, clutching his chest. He was still reeling from the weight of his father's expectations. But just as he was about to exit, the door swung open. He turned to find Cowloy, the Cowloy, standing in the doorway. "Can we talk?" Cowloy asked, his expression serious. Pardon followed him into the wide corridor, his mind buzzing. What could he want to talk about now, he wondered. He could tell it was something important, maybe something he hadn't expected. Cowloy looked at him, his gaze penetrating. "How did you find out about Darren's connection with Damien?" Pardon's heart skipped. So that's what this is about, he thought. He'd known this conversation was coming. Someone had ratted him out to his father, and now Cowloy was fishing for answers. Turning his eyes away, Pardon replied coolly, "I figured it out myself." Cowloy blinked, clearly surprised. "What?" "You guessed." Pardon shrugged nonchalantly. If something significant happens around their level of power, it's always a big client. Merchants will do anything to secure deals. I simply threw a bait, and your sister took it. Cowloy's expression shifted into one of realization. So that's how it happened. Pardon gave him a small smile. "Is there anything else you want to ask, Cowloy?" Cowloy, taken aback by his nonchalance, closed his eyes and nodded. "That will be all." With that, Pardon turned and walked away, his thoughts still swirling. "Now, I need to contact Yolaf." He moved down the corridor, stealing a glance back at Cowloy. The Cowloy was still standing there, watching him, but Pardon couldn't help but wonder what he was truly thinking. The blonde paused. A small problem had arisen, one that needed to be dealt with quickly. As he walked down the corridor, his mind was set. There was something he needed to do, something for the academy, and something for his family. It was risky, but this was the path he had to follow. As he moved forward, he thought, you never know what might come next, so it's better to start making moves now. His system window popped up, displaying the affiliate market. The data on internal cultivation for the year caught his attention. Sacred Heart Seed, 400 coins. The Seed, 370 coins. Bamboo Mountain Insect, 355 coins. Quatin School, 350 coins. Insect, 345 coins. His eyes blazed with a fire of anger as he stared at the screen. What are they thinking, he muttered. These prices are outrageous. No wonder nobody likes the affiliate market. The system's red information box flickered. It revealed that the price for 1 year of internal cultivation was 300 coins, but it wasn't actively being sold right now. The blonde sighed, sitting on the bed, his thoughts turning over the numbers. 3,000 coins for a year of cultivation? That's the entire salary of a first-class knight. He found it hard to believe such a steep price. It made no sense. He thought back to the time when people used to master cultivation techniques by training on their own. Those days seemed far behind. The year of internal cultivation, as they called it, wasn't just about spending a year. It was about actual training, not just paying a price. The system screen flickered again, displaying a man in traditional robes. He seemed to represent the era when regular martial artists had to master cultivation through their own effort. How long has it been since the price was set this high? He wondered. A figure like Suk-hyun, the one who set the rules, probably never had to deal with such inflated costs. The blonde snapped back to reality. I need to find a better deal, he thought, tapping the screen to search for cheaper options. A few offers popped up. A huge anniversary discount, 299 coins. Internal snow mountain cultivation for 299 coins. A reliable internal cultivation for 298 coins. Fresh cultivation, less than a week old, for 295 coins. He stared at the offers, narrowing his eyes. Then, one caught his attention. A seller claiming her husband and children were starving and in need of funds. She offered internal cultivation for just 250 coins per year. This is the one, he thought, despite the cost. He selected the option, tapping the purchase button. The system confirmed the purchase, showing that he'd bought 10 years of internal cultivation for 2,070 coins. A small cashback of 310.50 coins followed. As he stared at the blue flame-illuminated bottle in his hand, he considered his options. It would probably be better to buy fermented cultivations or potions, but I don't have time for that now. Sighing, he placed the blue flask on the bed in front of him. Should I try absorbing it now? Closing his eyes, he let the energy from the flask wash over him. The blue light of the internal cultivation began to spread as he hovered, legs crossed, in a meditation pose. As the wind stirred around him and the curtains fluttered, blue smoke spiraled up from the narrow neck of the flask. Suddenly, the room was filled with radiant blue rays. The papers on the table fluttered and fell to the floor as a wave of energy enveloped him. When he finally opened his eyes, a red glow emanated from one of them, and he couldn't help but smile. I did it, he thought with satisfaction. 60 years of internal cultivation. His fist clenched. 63 years, to be exact. And that's nearly nothing in System 1. But for me, it's huge. A notification window popped up. His heart skipped a beat as the message read. New achievement unlocked. It seemed his 60 years of cultivation had earned him additional rewards. 5 extra years of cultivation as a gift. He read the message thoughtfully. Achievements required to move to the next level. Spiritual status increase. Martial arts sellers, or those who have shed their skin or mastered spatial martial arts, or martial artists. He considered the task. The spiritual status increase was the key, and one way to unlock it was by selling 30 martial arts and acquiring 15 martial arts in return. He exhaled, mulling over his options. In his previous life, he had barely scraped by, reaching System 2 purely by chance. But this time was different. He had a plan. This time, I'll target spiritual status specifically. He smiled. In just 2 weeks, he had surpassed his previous self. His finger hovered over the system menu. The next move will be crucial. Time to buy something else, he thought. He rested his chin in his hand, eyes scanning the screen, and muttered that they were definitely on the partner market. Expensive, sure, but these were only available here. His eyes widened suddenly. I found it, he said, his voice tightening with excitement. On the screen, there were 2 slugs, one light, one dark. They were the yin and yang bugs. The system window displayed information about the creatures. The yin and yang bugs, 2 parasites with incredible compatibility. Their souls, thoughts, emotions, even life and death were entwined. If used correctly, they could control a target. He read it over carefully, thinking it was best to understand everything before making a move. He didn't want to mess this up. He opened another window, one with the avatar of a man with a creepy smile. The blood demon Reverend's black magic room. He pressed the send request button, tapping his chin as he asked, "Are you online? I need to ask something." Moments later, a message popped up. Arun has joined the chat. The blood demon reverend immediately replied, asking what he wanted. The guy hesitated, then typed, I want to know more about the yin and yang bugs. What exactly are they? A man with long red hair replied, they're not a product, they're living organisms. The guy scratched his chin, confused. Wait, I thought they were listed under products, he asked, apologizing out loud. The man, lounging on a carved bench, responded, you don't get it, do you? Yin and yang symbolize loneliness. The guy blinked, trying to process. What do you mean by that? The red-haired man grinned sourly. These parasites cause some interesting effects in the human body. A very entertaining pair, he said, almost with a laugh. You ever wonder what's the worst thing you can hear from your enemy? He gave a twisted grin. The guy stared at the screen, disgusted. What kind of nonsense was this? You're sick, he thought, but said nothing. The blood demon reverend chuckled. No, you don't understand. Let me exp Laskin, he said, grinning madly. He paused for effect, his next words dripping with excitement. Imagine, the moment you hear those words, your heart freezes. You lose all faith and question the very meaning of life. The guy frowned. You're serious? He asked. The red-haired man confirmed, his voice dark. The yin and yang bugs will twist even the most honest person into something sad and greedy. Those who seek revenge, their parents will become like cattle. The guy sat back, his mind racing. The blood demon reverend's words echoed in his head. What was this guy saying? A message box popped up, filled with the man's mocking laughter. What's wrong with you? Are you crazy? The guy's eyes flickered. His eye of foresight skill activated. A new message from the system flashed before him. The blood demon reverend's profile appeared. Nick, blood demon reverend, a black magic expert from the third world of Murim. His rank? Level 2. Spiritual status? The fallen. The transaction amount? 54,000. A chill ran down the guy's spine. Something about this man didn't sit right. The system popped up a report. Apparently, this man had been obsessed with black magic since childhood, which had drastically warped his personality. The next window displayed a summary of his background. Founder of the Blood Demon sect, a man who sacrificed his own followers in the name of dark arts. He was considered the greatest enemy of the Murim world, a true embodiment of evil. In his mind, he pictured a red-haired man laughing greedily, crackling red lightning wrapped around his arm. What is this? Some twisted god of cruelty. A demon hiding behind a human face? As he read through the profile, it hit him. In his world, this man would be seen as a notorious black magician, or worse, someone serving the devil himself. The man glanced over with a sorry grin. Isn't it obvious? He asked. That wicked smile somehow made him trust the guy even more. You're right, he replied out loud. The man's grin faded as he warned, wouldn't recommend using bugs on your loved ones. That caught him off guard. Why not? They take hold too deep. Side effects are inevitable, the man said with a sigh. Every time, someone ends up begging us to remove them, especially guys trying to win over some girl. You wouldn't believe how tired we are of those complainants. Hearing that, he couldn't help but laugh. So, they're permanent? Pretty much. Use them wisely, the man replied. Perfect. Even better than I imagined, he thought, his mind already racing with ideas. He glanced away, thinking if that's the case, let's see who ends up with these bugs. Not far off, a silver-haired young man stood holding a ball. When called by name, Jarvis turned around, surprised to see him approaching with a glass in hand and a smile. The knight gave a polite bow. Good afternoon. Just finished training? He asked. Yeah, just wrapped up. Captain Half really pushed us today. Everyone's exhausted. A quick glance confirmed it. Several knights slumped on the steps, barely moving. But you, he said, grinning, don't even look winded. No wonder you're the ace of the knights. Jarvis smiled. You're too kind. Handing over the glass, he said, here, you must be thirsty after all that. Jarvis blinked in surprise as he accepted it. Thank you, but why? They'd barely spoken before, yet here was the Lord's son himself, offering him a drink. With a polite nod, Jarvis thought, no point causing trouble with him. Peering into the glass, Jarvis frowned. The liquid inside was dark gray and unsettling. What even is this? Should I drink it? Looking up, he met his gaze, bright, wide-eyed, smiling like he just handed over treasure. Why does it feel so suffocating? Jarvis thought. I can't exactly say no, can I? Suppressing his doubts, he downed the drink in one gulp. Instantly, his face twisted. That was disgusting. So, he asked eagerly, how was it? Made that just for you. With a strained smile, Jarvis forced out, really great. Feel healthier already. Fantastic, he beamed, reaching for the glass. Mind if I take that back? Of course. Thank you, Jarvis said, handing it over. Watching the empty glass, he thought, perfect. Jarvis gave him a courteous bow. Appreciate the thought. Still smiling, he asked, really? You're sure? Caught off guard, Jarvis glanced away. Sure. Then, could I ask you for a favor? He asked casually. Kindness for kindness, right? Jarvis blinked. A favor? With an awkward laugh, he added, I'm listening. But in his mind, he thought, seriously? He could have just asked. Didn't need to poison me first. Scratching his head, the blonde mumbled, maybe not the best place to discuss it. Jarvis sighed. Above the castle, the sky stretched clear and blue, clouds drifting lazily by. Later, deep in the forest, Jarvis looked at him, puzzled. Wait, you want me to create an aura? They stood among the trees, the air quiet around them. If you follow the steps, you can do it, right? He asked. With a small smile, he clasped his hands. I'd really like to see your aura. Jarvis exhaled slowly. So that's why he gave me that drink. What a strange kid. He usually wasn't one to show off his aura, but he did owe him. Drawing his sword, Jarvis warned, better step back. He planted the blade into the ground, closed his eyes, and lowered his head. A beat of silence. Then his eyes snapped open. The air around him shifted, turning a smoky gray as his sword lit up in blue, swirling with radiant energy. Arun shielded himself with one hand as the wind picked up around them. Beside him, the young man stood with his sword drawn, and Arun couldn't help but think. This was exactly what he expected from the Ace of the Knights. He studied him carefully. Sure, the color, density, and quality of the aura couldn't hold a candle to his brother's, but still, it was nothing to scoff at. Not that he felt threatened. Everything was going just the way he wanted. A sorry smile crept across his face. Perfect. Eyes sparkling, grin wide, Arun said. Exactly what I was hoping to see. Jarvis, looking a bit embarrassed, sheathed his sword. You're too kind. Compared to the Count, or even the Captain, I'm nothing special. He paused, his mind drifting back to the moment he first awakened his aura. Still standing among the trees, Jarvis glanced over. There are plenty of aura users out there. Why me? Arun smiled. Simple. You're the youngest. Raising a finger, he asked, how old were you when you awakened your aura? Must have taken, 5 years. Even if you were faster than most, maybe under 10 years. Jarvis blinked in surprise. Placing a hand over his chest, Arun closed his eyes. That feeling of breaking through a wall, pushing past your limits, there aren't many who understand that. Jarvis chuckled awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. I guess, but do we really have to come all the way out here for this? You don't have to hide your obsession with auras, you know. Arun didn't answer right away. He seemed caught off guard. Jarvis smiled to himself. Maybe it's just a kid thing. They see things differently. Before he could finish the thought, Arun clapped his hands loudly. Jarvis flinched. Arun grinned. Finally got it, didn't you? He leaned in, his gaze sharp and calculating. Finally caught you, huh? Jarvis stared back, completely lost. Wait, what? What is going on? Is this even the same guy? Something shifted. That calm, harmless energy Arun had before? Gone. Facing him directly, Arun said, overcoming walls? Surpassing yourself? Please, what do you think will happen if everyone finds out about you? Jarvis blinked. What are you talking about? With a wicked grin, Arun answered, your little secret. Your personality. Jarvis glanced away. My personality? Arun's smile widened. So, how's the weather down south? The words hit like a slap. Jarvis froze. Wait, what? Are you saying I'm an Imperial spy? He laughed nervously. No, you've got the wrong idea. Spy? That's a bit much, don't you think? Arun tilted his head, amused. Why do people always react like this when the pressure's on? Staring him down, he added, relax. I didn't call you a spy. I called you Jarvis Dirical. Jarvis's face drained of color. No, the mission, it's over. Frozen in place, mind spinning, Jarvis felt the weight of the trap close in. With that same unsettling smile, Arun said, see, I told you to be ashamed if word got out. Brought you out here for a reason, after all, and yet you still thought you were just dealing with some clueless kid? Jarvis clenched his jaw. This was all planned? From the start? Jarvis turned away, his voice steady. That's enough, he said. Even I have the pride of a knight. If you actually had proof, we wouldn't be standing here like this. The blonde watched him without a word, calm and unreadable. Jarvis continued. If I'd really been a spy, the Count or the Captain would have handled it by now. With a faint smile, Arun asked, so you're admitting it? No, Jarvis shot back. What I'm saying is, you're lucky I'm not. If I were, you wouldn't be walking out of this forest. Arun's gaze sharpened. Is that a threat? Jarvis shook his head. Not at all. Just saying, you got careless. Laughing it off, Arun waved a hand. Maybe. After all, only I know who you really are. His eyes lingered on Jarvis. The space between them filled with an unsettling silence. So, Arun said quietly, there's nothing stopping me from killing you right here, is there? Jarvis studied him, unable to tell if he was bluffing or just insane. Either way, it didn't matter. Turning away, Jarvis figured there was no need to drag this out. He already knew his name. That was more than enough. But before he could take a step, Arun struck. Jarvis froze. His sword came up fast, but the moment passed even faster. He blinked, stunned. Where did he go? Eyes darting around, sword ready, Jarvis tried to make sense of it. He was sure. He knew. His blade had connected. Then he felt it. Movement. Jarvis spun, just barely blocking a sudden, razor-sharp strike. Arun grinned, his expression twisted and sharp. Jarvis grit his teeth, the force of the blow sending him flying back. He landed hard, looking up, shaken. Is this Sora? His eyes locked on Arun, who now stood confidently, sword in hand, glowing with blue light that pulsed and flickered. Jarvis's heart sank. His own sword, cracked and useless. With a mocking smile, Arun taunted, Really? You got caught from behind? How exactly did you become a spy? Jarvis dropped to one knee, scowling to himself. Unbelievable. He'd never paid much attention to the youngest son of the Steel Guard. Even after the rumors about him hiding his talent, Jarvis hadn't cared. The island was packed with geniuses. One more didn't mean anything. But this was different. 16 years old, and that aura? He pictured Arun standing proud beneath the family crest, and a thought sent a chill down his spine. So the blood of Lazakin and Levadon really did awaken in him. With a scowl, Jarvis tossed his broken sword aside. This is bad. Real bad. Now wasn't the time to recover. Now was the time to survive. Clenching his fists, Jarvis forced himself to his feet. My life's on the line now. Arun watched him closely. Enough swords, he said calmly. Let's settle this with fists. With a smirk, he tossed his sword to the side. Jarvis blinked in disbelief. Is he serious? Arun held out a hand and grinned. Come on, this is getting fun. Grinding his teeth, Jarvis glanced down at his fists. No sword, just aura. How'd it come to this? Shouting, he charged forward, fists clenched tight, lightning sparking across his knuckles. Arun stood firm, exhaled slowly, then shifted into a fighting stance, his expression cool and focused. Jarvis raised his fist, bolts of electricity crackling to life. And just like that, the real fight began. Jarvis charged forward, closing the distance in an instant. His fist swung with force, lightning crackling, but Arun didn't flinch. With sharp focus, Arun activated his World Breaker ability. A blinding blue light exploded across the hills, cutting through the dust and shaking the ground. When the air finally cleared, a figure stood in the middle of the destruction. Arun, perfectly balanced in his stance, a deep crater carved beneath him from the sheer impact of his blow. Letting out a slow breath, Arun thought to himself, better than I expected. Off to the side, Jarvis coughed up blood, half buried in the dirt. He growled under his breath. What the hell? How'd he hide this much power? As Arun approached, Jarvis glared up at him, mind racing. You really gave yourself internal injuries, Arun said calmly. How's your mana core holding up? Jarvis tried to push himself upright, only to cough again. Don't force it, Arun added. This time, you're not getting out of this. Jarvis clenched his teeth, fury burning in his eyes. But one look at the figure standing over him made it clear this wasn't a fight he could win. The gap between them was obvious. Gripping his arm, Jarvis thought bitterly, this is it, it's over. Still, he managed to ask, who tipped you off? Inspector? Security agency? Which little puppy spilled it? To his surprise, Arun laughed softly. You don't seem to understand how this works. Standing over him, he continued. This island's famous for one thing, being the land of Levadon, the one who stopped the Empire. It's not some research facility. It's not a military post. So why is the information department so interested? Must have plenty of free time. He narrowed his gaze. So tell me, what exactly were you hoping to accomplish here by slipping a spy in his steel guard? Jarvis stayed quiet, a faint smirk on his lips. Arun shook his head. Look at you. They couldn't have picked someone better? If you're going to send someone into enemy territory, shouldn't you at least pick someone worth the trouble? His eyes scanned Jarvis carefully. A spy and a knight? And with aura too. This isn't some rookie. This is an A-class, maybe even S-class. If someone like him had been sent, that meant only one thing. The Empire was taking Steel Guard serious. Sorry. Sitting there in silence makes you look even more suspicious, you know, Arun said. But Jarvis just met his gaze and said nothing. You do realize, Arun continued, you're just a pawn to them. Replaceable. Do you really think the Emperor is going to care what happens to you out here? Jarvis scoffed. Doesn't matter. Even if he doesn't, so what? Arun tilted his head. That attitude's only going to make things worse for you. But Jarvis straightened up, expression hard. Do whatever you want. Rip off my nails. Break my arms. Makes no difference. Rolling his eyes, Arun waved a hand. Come on, what do you take me for? A savage? Torturing a trained spy is pointless. He glanced down at the small bottle in his hand, turning it between his fingers. So, what do we do with you now? He mused aloud. Inside the jar, a small black beetle crawled slowly along the bottom. Jarvis stared at it, stunned. Wait, is that a larva? The blonde let out a weary sigh. Careful saying that. Some people might snap if they hear these are yin and yang bugs, he warned. Unfazed, the man continued. That's right. What you got in you now, Azine? The one you swallowed? Yo. Jarvis froze, eyes wide. Wait, who did I just eat? He stammered, the memory flashing back to him, staring into his drink earlier, thinking it looked harmless. You really don't remember? The man asked with a smirk. You said it seemed safe enough. Suddenly, Jarvis doubled over, vomiting hard. Relax, the blonde said, waving him off. It's too late anyway. He tapped his temple. That thing's probably already crawled into your brain. Wiping his mouth, Jarvis spun around. What the hell does that mean? The man casually gestured toward the two bugs. Een and Young Bug share everything. Feelings. Pain. All of it. Young's already freaking out over Een. Eyes closed, he pointed toward Jarvis. If Een dies, Young goes wild. It'll tear through your brain until you're both dead. Jarvis dropped to one knee, staring in disbelief. You really expect me to buy this crap? I've never even heard of bugs like that. The man pulled out a long, slender needle. Words won't cut it. Better to experience it yourself. He flicked the needle toward a jar. Jarvis blinked. A needle. The needle slid through the cork and tapped a pale beetle inside. Instantly, a sharp, unbearable pain shot through the back of Jarvis's head. He screamed like lightning had ripped through his skull. The man watched calmly. Oh, that's just the young beetle. Yin's worse. And you? You be the worst of all. Jarvis collapsed on a bench, trembling. It'd be a real mess if the host died on us, the man said lazily. So let me teach you a few survival tips. Jarvis clenched his jaw, his body racked with agony. The man continued, recalling his instructions. First, give him a little poke. To you, it'll feel like getting stabbed by 1,000 spears. A red-haired man appeared, grinning darkly. Step 2, he added. Toss him into cold water. Your whole body locks up like you're buried in snow. Can't even breathe. Worse than freezing naked on a mountain. Jarvis lay on the ground, shivering as if snow piled over him. And step 3. The redhead pointed toward fire. Get him nice and close to the flames. Feels like you're roasting alive. Flesh melting off. All in your head, but trust me, it's real enough. He held up 3 fingers, grinning wickedly. There are more steps, but those? Pure nightmare fuel. These 3 will do the job. Arun rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Yeah, that's exactly what he said. And honestly, I believe him. He seemed pretty damn sure of himself. Jarvis, shaking but determined, dropped to his knees. I'm Agent Durrell of the Empire's Intelligence Division, he shouted. Arun stepped closer, calm as ever. Then tell me, why is the Empire so interested in Steelguard? What's your mission? Jarvis glanced up. The Empire's worried about the second Layskin. Only the Peiwei Emperor stands above him. He introduced 3 knights, swords raised high against the shadowy backdrop of the crowned emperor. With mythic ranks lost to history, legendary rank was believed to be the peak of mastery. A knight wielding an enormous sword faced down a wave of charging horsemen. But it was the man who shattered that belief. The knight who stopped the Empire from conquering an entire continent. Navarro Guard, Heart of Steel, Levadon. He stood tall, arms crossed. And then there was his son, a heroic rank knight. Arun interrupted, shaking his head. Yeah, I've heard all this before. Heroic rank? Sure, that's impressive. But the Empire's not losing sleep over it. Jarvis gave him a look. True, the Empire's got a few heroic ranks, even a legendary one. But that's not what matters. He gestured casually. Think about it. A heroic-ranked son of a mythical-ranked father? You think that's a coincidence? Arun watched him closely as Jarvis continued. Of course not. People have been thinking the same thing. The answer must be Steelguard blood. He pointed out Lazakin, then Levadon, and finally, Arun. The blonde stood by quietly. So, this is what the Emperor predicted? Jarvis lowered his head. Silent. That silence spoke volumes. So then, Arun asked, what's the spy's take on all this? Jarvis thought for a moment. Among his grandkids, Kieran's the standout. Reaching second rank at his age? That's no small feat. Looking toward the youth, he added, if he ever reaches his grandfather's level, or even his father's. The blonde cut him off. Impossible. Jarvis nodded. Yeah, honestly, I'd be happy if he makes it to awakened rank. Power's in the blood, sure, but it thins with every generation. The spy chimed in, his voice suddenly eager. That's what I thought too, until today. Pan glanced down at him sharply. The spy leaned forward, gripping the ground. Just think about it. He inherited more from Lazakin than anyone. Kept it hidden well. Arun frowned. That wasn't just wrong, it was completely backwards. Strength didn't weaken through generations. In his mind, he pictured himself standing over a red book, digital notifications floating around him. His aura? That came from the dimensional transaction book. It had nothing to do with bloodlines or this investigation. What mattered now was that the Empire's eyes were still locked on them. And if his father could disappear, he looked toward the looming white castle near the mountains. That was the fall of Steelguard. The family crest, cracked and broken. It all began with his father's disappearance. A shadow in the night. The hero vanished, leaving behind the greatest mystery in Navarro's history. In his past life, he never found the truth. And now, it wasn't just surveillance. The Empire's real goal was to stop a second Laziken from rising. Arun frowned. He hadn't seen that coming. Maybe this really was a whole new story beginning. A sudden scream echoed. Levadon clenched his teeth, eyes shut tight. Seated among towering pillars, deep in meditation, the pain struck again. He wiped the corner of his mouth. Blood. When had this started? The headaches hit whenever he trained. He studied the blood stain on his glove. This wasn't normal. Rest didn't help. The pain never faded. Was there an enemy lurking inside him? Or worse, a demon of the mind? A voice called out to him. Levadon opened his eyes. Enter, he commanded. A long-haired man stepped in, bowing. Forgive the interruption, my lord, but you need to hear this. Levadon rose to his feet. What's happened? The man hesitated. Your youngest son. He brought someone back. Levadon's brow furrowed. Is that a problem? Calloy's face was pale. It's because of who he brought with him. Levadon stared. An imperial spy. The White Palace loomed among the clouds. On the grand steps, the lord and his warden stood side by side. Below them knelt Arun, draped in a white cloak. Beside him lay another man, motionless on the ground. Family members gathered, whispering in shock. Javis lay there, covered in blood. Levadon looked down and declared, he's dead. His son bowed low. I tried to save him, but it was too late. Levadon shook his head. No need to apologize. Go get treated. The young man nodded. I'm fine. Then Levadon's gaze sharpened. Explain this. Turning toward the hooded man, sitting quietly nearby, the son spoke. This is Yulaf, the Mona stone merchant. Still seated, the hooded figure kept his eyes closed. Levadon's expression darkened. So, the wardens heard of him. Without rising from his knee, Arun looked up at his father. I flew to Leyte, met with Yulaf, told him everything. And then, he added, we came back together. Something fell off. One of the men whispered, strange. Why follow the merchant all the way out here for this? The young man shrugged. I used it as a chance to lure the spy somewhere quiet, then asked who he really was. He glanced over at Javis' lifeless body. After that, I drew my sword. Towering over him, the man asked, and how did you know he was a spy? Without a word, the guy handed over a folded sheet of paper. The blonde signaled to the butler, who quickly brought the envelope to Levadon. Levadon studied it in silence, humming thoughtfully as everyone around held their breath, watching closely. Finally, after a long pause, he looked up. This is my son said. I believe this knight was a spy. Kieran gasped. Wait, is that true? What's written on it? He stared at his father in shock. You didn't know? Levadon kept his gaze steady. It's some kind of code. The Imperial Information Department uses this often. I've seen it a few times. Still in disbelief, Kieran reached out. But what if it's just a copy? Levadon shot him a sharp look, and Kieran immediately went quiet. Levadon turned his attention back to the elder nearby. Doesn't seem like you want this getting back to the Empire. Kieran quickly shook his head. Of course not. The Empire's a threat that needs to be handled. Levadon's eyes narrowed. Is that truly why? Absolutely, Kieran insisted. Levadon's thoughts drifted to his eldest son as the palace grew quiet. Everyone waited, listening. In moments like this, there are always people who cling to hope, thinking things will work out, just because they always have. But leaders can't think like that. Waiting for rain just because it didn't fall today. Levadon said, that's fine if you're a pawn. But a leader prepares for drought. He fixed his gaze on Kieran. Understand? Kieran let out a breath and lowered his head. Yes, I understand. From the stairs, one of the men nodded at Arun. Well done. Arun shrugged. Caught it by accident, really. Kieran heard the doctor being called and clenched his teeth, anger simmering. Furrowing his brow, Kieran glared at Arun, silently cursing him. Nearby, someone shot him a side glance. A bit much, don't you think? Later, Arun sat on a bed, leaning back against the pillows, his face pale with shock. I knew they'd keep me here, he muttered, but still didn't expect this. He forced a small, bitter smile as the man in the white cloak commented. All this for a scratch? You're getting the full treatment. Feeling better? He asked. But Arun's expression darkened, remembering the servant who'd brought him a tray of colorful potions, announcing, your father ordered full tests after every meal. They really were being thorough. Arun couldn't help but think, for someone with aura, who healed far faster than a regular person, this was definitely overkill. With a slightly smug glance, Arun looked over at the man. So, how much longer is this going to drag on? What a pathetic sight. Yulaf shot him a glance. Is it really that bad? Arun gestured lazily. Go check the mirror yourself. The man in the white cape touched his own cheek, tugging at the skin. I was the one who said not to take it off. As he removed the mask, Javis ran a hand through his silver hair. Happy now, he muttered. Arun pressed his hands against the blanket. Forget that. Tell me what my father said. Anything happen? The knight glanced toward Levadon. The lord only asked a few ordinary questions. Honestly, it felt like he didn't care much about Yulaf at all. Staring at the leather mask in his hands, the knight admired the craftsmanship. Can't believe even the lord fell for this. He ran his finger over the edges, and the wig figured out from the scar. When Arun asked him to take care of the mask, the knight frowned. Why? Can't you just make another? Arun smirked, eyes glinting. You think the same face of an entire nation is that easy to recreate? Javis blinked, fear creeping into his expression. What are you saying? Staring at the mask, his hands trembled. The mask slipped from his grasp and clattered to the floor. His face darkened. Wait, this is... Arun shot him a sharp look. Be careful with that. It's my lifeline. Cold sweat formed on the knight's forehead as he cast a narrow, uneasy glance at Arun. Just who is this guy? Where'd he get these kind of skills? But for now, that didn't matter. Javis turned back toward Arun. Mind if I ask you something? Arun stayed calm. Go ahead. Leaning forward, hands resting on his knees, the knight asked, Why keep hiding your abilities? Arun casually waved his hand. What's the point of showing off? I'm just a 5th grader, and people already act like I'm a problem. He met Javis' gaze. Even the sharpest chisel can only carve so much before the stone cracks. If I go all out, my class won't just break, it'll shatter. He looked straight at the man on the bed. I'm Lazakin's descendant, the Real Steel Guard. I don't think anyone would argue if I revealed everything. A silence filled the room as Arun and Javis locked eyes. Arun narrowed his gaze and muttered under his breath, Stop acting like a fool. Javis froze, totally thrown off. Still glaring, Arun asked, Or did you want me turning into some walking billboard, screaming for the Empire's attention? Waving his hand dismissively, Javis stammered, And no, that's not what I meant. Arun scoffed, squeezing the jar with the larvae between his fingers. Still don't get it? You're already in my hands. A pale slug slid slowly along the bottom of the jar. Sweat trickled down Javis' face as he stared. Arun pointed at the jar with a grin. Want to take it from me? Javis' face turned ashen. He scowled. You really think I'd fall for your tricks twice? That's not it, he muttered. I shouldn't have even asked. Reluctantly, he held out a document with both hands. When Arun asked if he'd written the report, Javis nodded. Exactly as you instructed. Arun unfolded the paper and began reading. The special agent report detailed Steel Guard's current state. Levadon and the clan showed no major changes, with Levadon suspected of hiding his rank. Kieran was listed as a regular Class 2 fighter with the potential for Class 1. There was also mention of a young man with dark gray hair, Jason Steelguard, in his 34th year, now studying his body. And as for Arun, the report flatly declared he showed no signs of progress. A complete non-entity. Arun sat on the bed, holding the paper in his hands, pausing on the next line. The communications manager, Gilbert, had died from unknown causes. Security levels were now heightened. Javis noticed Arun's reaction. That's not bad, right? Arun glanced away, his expression faintly disappointed. He smacked his palm lightly. Non-entity? Bit harsh. He allowed a slow breath. This report's insanely biased. It's actually kind of insulting. Hearing that, Javis immediately panicked, waving his hands. No, I swear I don't think that about you at all. I only wrote it that way because you told me to make you seem as worthless as possible. Arun let out a heavy sigh, frowning. Why are you apologizing? Makes you look suspicious, he said flatly. Javis bit his lip, clearly frustrated. Was he trying too hard to play innocent? With a wave of his hand, Arun dismissed it calmly. Hide the lie inside the truth. If you're too obvious, you'll pay for it. He shut his eyes and crossed his arms, while Javis quickly added, I'll fix the report. I'll put you at around 6th or 7th grade. Arun opened his eyes and shot him a look. And how exactly are you contacting them without a communications manager? Javis met his gaze. I know someone over at Acadio. Arun rubbed his chin, thinking aloud. Looks like we're going on a trip soon. Then, closing his eyes, he added, Go on. Just try not to get caught. The spy nodded and rose from his chair. Arun watched him leave, following his steps with a sideways glance until the sound of footsteps faded. Arms still crossed. He turned his gaze away, wondering if Javis would make a decent double agent. The Empire's moves needed watching. Someone had to figure out what they were planning. But then, the image of that silver-haired man flashed in his mind. If Javis dared to work with the Empire again, well, there was always the bug. Killing him wouldn't be hard. A sudden noise from behind the door caught his attention. Levadon stepped in, hair tousled, and looked toward him. How are you feeling? Arun blinked wide-eyed. Father? What are you doing here? Swinging his feet to the floor, he started to rise, but Levadon gestured for him to stay put. Don't get up. I'm fine, Arun said with a grin. Levadon glanced down, his expression faintly troubled. You really okay? Waving it off, Arun kept smiling. Thanks to you. They've given me potions and everything. I feel a lot better. still smiling. He rested his hands in front of him. Levedon nodded. Good. I was starting to think I might need to delay the trip. No need, Arun assured him. You got a long journey ahead. I'm really fine. Levedon closed his eyes, quietly agreeing. Arun looked up, puzzled by the rare visit. For a moment, neither of them said a word. Arun watched his father closely, lips slightly parted. Had Levedon ever come to check on him like this in his past life? Looking at the faint wrinkles beneath his father's eyes, he realized it had never happened. They'd never had moments like this. Pressing his lips together, his expression dimmed. He still wasn't used to it. Then, with no warning, Levedon crossed his arms and sat down beside him on the bed. Arun flinched, startled. What was happening? He hadn't even done anything wrong, but it felt like he was about to get scolded. Arun cast a nervous glance at his father's calm face, unsure how to react. What was he supposed to do in a moment like this? Breaking the silence, Levedon finally spoke, his voice low as he stared at the floor. We found where the spy was hiding. Arun blinked, surprised they had moved that fast. Levedon nodded slightly. We searched through the night. Took longer than expected. Turned out he was posing as a Lehite merchant. He sighed. We'll need to tighten security. Arun glanced at his father, a quiet smile tugging at his lips. Compared to the man he remembered from his past life, this Levedon felt like a completely different person. Back then, he never seemed to notice the Empire's gaze. Now, he was fully aware. Still seated beside him, Levedon added, It's thanks to you. Arun tilted his head, confused. That's not true. Levedon looked down. Even so, you need to be careful. Just because you did something great doesn't mean I'm willing to lose my son over some spy. Arun's mind flashed with images of his father from both his past and present life. Once he had been cold, distant, and strict. But now, was this really the same man? As the thought sank in, his heart skipped. Faces of his siblings crossed his mind. He remembered the collapse of Steelguard. Everyone who was there, except his father. Hands resting on his knees, Arun quietly pieced it together. The disappearance of the hero, just 2 years from now. At the time, he'd been at the academy. The only memories he had of his father came from his childhood. Watching Levedon's serious expression, Arun realized maybe, just maybe, he'd misunderstood him all along. Levedon, arms crossed, looked straight ahead. Judging by how you've been acting, I thought everything would be fine at the capital. But still, stay alert. Arun glanced at him sadly. If anything, his father was the one who needed to be careful. Levedon turned slightly and caught his son's gaze. Startled, Arun quickly looked away and shook his head. What is it? Levedon asked. Did you hurt yourself? Arun laughed it off. No, just listening carefully. He flashed a grin and gave a thumbs up. I got the message. Levedon exhaled, closing his eyes. Silence filled the room again. Arun leaned forward, gripping his knees. For a moment, he nearly let his emotions slip and blurt out everything. About the future, the fall of Steelguard, his father's disappearance. But what good would that do? His father would just think he'd lost his mind. No, if anyone was going to change things, he'd do it with his own hands. The door creaked open, light spilling into the room. Levedon stood by the entrance. You got an hour to look around. Arun stood, smiling. Thanks. Levedon smirked. You really like that vault so much? If you want something, just ask, he added. As Arun stepped inside, he glanced back, noticing the faint disappointment on his father's face. Why did he look like that? Then it hit him. Of course. If the Navarro Knights were offered the same chance, they'd all ask for one thing. To be the apprentice of a heroic ranked knight. Arun glanced at Levedon, who stood quietly with his eyes closed. He must have been expecting that request. But instead, Arun grinned and waved. I don't need gold. Just want to have a look around. Scratching his cheek, he glanced off to the side, thinking how strange it felt. He already knew everything here from his past life. Almost made him feel like every word he spoke was a lie. Levedon chuckled softly as he stepped away. That's good. Arun watched him go and, in his mind, apologized. At the door, Levedon turned. I'll wait outside. Take your time. Arun nodded. I'll be quick. With that, he turned toward the vault, his eyes sweeping over the endless shelves stretching across the vast room. As he walked through the narrow corridors, Arun thought to himself how long it had been since he'd set foot in this place. Passing by stacks of coins and crates of emergency supplies, he recalled that the outer storage mostly held things meant for sudden needs. Nothing too special. But deeper inside, in an internal vault, that's where the rare treasures were kept. Glancing to his left, he frowned. Just because something was rare didn't mean it was valuable. Letting out a sigh, he muttered, they could have at least given me something better than this. His eyes landed on a silver shield, trimmed in red and gold, with 2 blue stones embedded at its center. The commander's shield, a magical relic said to boost the morale of an entire army. A gift from the king himself. Arun rested his hand on his belt, staring at the shield sitting on the table. Why would a magic-ranked knight needs something like this. Even those at legendary or heroic rank wouldn't find much use for it. Pursing his lips, he figured the king must have had his reasons for such a gift. And judging by the shield's presence here, those reasons probably weren't good. They were meant to protect the king's interests, not his sword, but his shield. Arun imagined a shadowy figure standing silently near the relic. When the king's true motives came to light, his grandfather had hidden the shield away here. Another image flashed in his mind, a man standing atop a hill, sword raised high, victorious. His grandfather, a mythical ranked knight who could have taken control of the entire Navarro kingdom if he wanted to. But instead, he stayed neutral. Hands in his pockets, Arun gazed at the glittering shield. For all the titles and honors his grandfather had earned, these so-called awards didn't even come close to reflecting what he achieved. With a sharp turn, Arun muttered, "And we can't even sell this thing. Not when it's a royal gift." But despite that, real treasures were hidden here. On one wall hung a black shield marked with a bird emblem. Below it, a kimono rested on display, and on the table in front of it lay a sword. Arun's gaze sharpened. Grandfather's gear. He studied the sword, its narrow blade paired with a red and yellow engraved hilt. The dark sky, his grandfather's most trusted companion. Suddenly, Arun's eyes widened. His left eye glowed red as he thought about his inventory. Scanning the stone walls and piles of boxes around him, a system notification popped up showing his level 1 inventory was already 763 out of 1,000 full. Scratching his chin, Arun frowned. Feels wrong putting a sword like this into some basic inventory. Still, he reached for the upgrade option. Guess it's time to level this up anyway. The system prompted him. Upgrade for 200 coins? Smirking, Arun crossed his arms. Pocket change after the last trade. He confirmed the upgrade. The vault leveled up, and the next prompt appeared. 500 coins. No problem, he agreed. But then came the next price, 1,200 coins. Arun jolted. What? That's ridiculous. Resting his chin on his hand, he shut his eyes. Even if I have that much, no reason to burn through it. Level 3 is fine for now. The ground level room of his inventory improved, now featuring a table, a chair, and a large wooden door. A notification chimed. Capacity increased to 4,000 units. Interior upgraded. Old wooden door and cool stone floor added. Arun opened his eyes and stared blankly at the musty, underwhelming space. For the money I just spent, this is garbage, he muttered. I'm gonna need thousands of coins if I want this place to look decent. Stepping forward, he picked up his grandfather's sword. Let's see something. As soon as he placed the sword into his inventory, a red notification appeared, detailing the Dark Sky sword. A heavy blade forged from eternal dark steel, crafted by a master blacksmith over 100 days. Unbreakable, even by enhanced aura. Within the steel lies the will and spirit of its creator. Arun's eye glowed, red again, as a grin spread across his face. Just as I thought. He gripped the hilt tightly, running his fingers along the blade. This is on a whole different level from the system's weapons. With a quiet chuckle, he added, Guess grandfather was a martial arts master in more ways than one. Looking at the blade, Arun smirked. So this was with grandfather since childhood. Guess that means our ancestor was involved in spatial trade from start. With a quiet chuckle, he placed the sword back on its stand, satisfied that his curiosity was finally put to rest. Closing his eyes, Arun smiled to himself, until his expression darkened and his eyes shot open. Wait, I don't have time for this, he blurted out, realizing how distracted he'd gotten. Moving quickly down the rows of towering shelves, he reminded himself why he was here in the first place. He needed to find the book of measurement transactions. It had to be here. A vivid image flashed through his mind. Countless hands reaching for the glowing red book. There could only be one spatial trader from Earth 1342. If that book ever landed in the wrong hands, especially those close to him, history could repeat itself. If the book truly existed, a faint red glow flickered around his silhouette as he clenched his jaw. He needed to find it first. Scanning the shelves, Arun rubbed his chin. Is it really here somewhere? Hands on his hips, he narrowed his eyes. The book wasn't anywhere in sight. He moved forward slowly, peering through each row. Maybe it's hidden, somewhere unusual. Dropping into a squat, he checked the lower cabinets, searching every corner. If I remember right, in my past life. Sliding down to the floor, he looked under one of the shelves. Still nothing, he muttered. But then his eyes widened. What's that? Gritting his teeth, he stretched his arm under the cabinet, straining to reach whatever was tucked deep inside. Just a little more. With a heavy exhale, he finally sat back, holding his find in his hands. It wasn't a book. Arun froze, staring at the black egg resting in his palms, glinting faintly under the light with white reflections. An ostrich egg? No, it felt more like metal. Resting his chin on his hand, elbow on his knee, he frowned. Definitely not what I'm looking for. Lowering the egg back down, he shoved it under the shelf. Better to leave it where I found it. Brushing off his clothes, he stood. Either way, this only confirmed it. The book of transactions wasn't in the internal storage. With a smug grin, he thought to himself, of course. Only I have it. Hands resting on his belt, he shifted his focus. Now, the real question was how he'd ended up back in the past, and how he started interacting with the spatial exchange system to begin with. Looking ahead, his gaze darkened. Since his return, only one explanation had come to mind. A single image appeared, a deep blue, violet-carved bookmark with a delicate tassel dangling from the end. The bookmark of wish. Arun remembered sitting in that chair, his shirt drenched in blood, wondering what it was he wished for before he died. The image of his wounded, slumped figure flashed through his mind. The pain had been unbearable, the memory hazy. But if he had to guess, he was sure he wished for another chance. Maybe he'd even wished to monopolize spatial trade. Resting his chin on his hand, Arun thought about the bookmark. It only granted one wish. But if that were the case, why did the pieces of his memory not add up? He pressed his lips together, closing his eyes to think it over. After a while, he sighed and tapped the back of his ear. Doesn't matter. I'm not going to figure it out now. It was clear. The book wasn't here. With a faint smile, he rubbed the back of his neck. Would have been a disaster if I just left it sitting around without realizing. Shrugging off the thought, he figured he'd grab something else before leaving. As he strolled through the vault, scanning the shelves, he kept thinking over what was worth taking. No reason to limit himself. Stopping in front of his grandfather's sword, Dark Sky, he crossed his arms and tilted his head. Should I really take this? A few seconds passed before he shook his head, waving his hands. Nah, that's overkill. Looking around, he pictured the different artifacts stored here. Stuff that used to seem incredible now just felt unnecessary. Turning to a row of books, he wondered if grabbing his grandfather's notes might be a smarter move. But before he could decide, a soft clink caught his attention. The black egg rolled out from under the cabinet, bumping gently into the tip of his shoe. Arun's eyes widened. Didn't I put this back? Puzzled, he picked it up again, inspecting the smooth surface. Pretty sure it doesn't have legs. Then the thought hit him. Maybe it did. This was his grandfather's vault. The greatest spatial merchant in history. Weird things were bound to happen here. Staring at the egg in his hands, Arun wondered if it was something from another dimension. At that moment, his left eye flashed red. Without hesitation, he placed the egg into his inventory to check its details. But the system came back blank. No data. Arun frowned, glancing around the vault. Serious sorry? You couldn't show me anything. Staring at the red icon, he wondered if the lack of info meant the egg came from a higher dimension, beyond his current level. Lifting it to eye level, he studied it closely. Definitely not from the second or third system. Guess now I'm stuck figuring out what this thing even is. As lightning flashed across his left eye, his eye of providence activated. The red glow reflected in his wide eyes. And in that moment, he finally understood what the egg really was. Later, as Arun passed a group of servants, he heard the whispers. He remembered that day, just like in his past life, when he left for the academy. One of the men quietly muttered, "Guess we're finally free now." The others snickered. Two women exchanged sharp glances. People like him never change, one scoffed. Steel Guard would be better off without him, the other added. Back then, he remembered how they all stared at him like it was a celebration, like his leaving was a gift. And yet now, those same halls were lined with servants watching him go, with worried faces. "Please, take care of yourself," someone said softly. Arun glanced over the crowd of people, stunned. So different from last time. Smiling wide, he waved back. Thanks for the concern. Thinking back to how things used to be, he couldn't help but reflect on how, just weeks ago, they all hated him. Now he was Steel Guard's hope. A soft smile lingered on his lips. For once, he felt proud. As he looked to the side, his sister Karen approached. "You excited to leave?" she asked gently. Arun let out a quiet laugh. "I'll be back for the holidays." While the others loaded the cart, the two of them stood off to the side. "Promise you'll write when you get there," Karen said. Before he could answer, she started rattling off instructions. "If you visit the foreign islands, remember to take care of yourself. Eat properly. Don't throw your laundry everywhere. Wash your food. Be polite to your friends." And Arun just stood there, blinking as she kept going. She asked if he understood everything. The blonde quietly nodded, eyes cast downward. The girl gave a small smile, saying she believed he'd be just fine, but that didn't stop her from worrying. She wondered aloud if it was because he was the youngest. Before he could answer, Run extended his palm. His sister gently placed a small pouch, tied with golden thread, into his hand. Looking down at it with a puzzled expression, he asked, "What's this?" Karen raised a finger with a playful grin. "Just a little gift." He laughed nervously, wondering why he'd need money at the academy. Meeting her gaze, she explained she'd heard it might come in handy. Still unsure, Run tilted his head and smiled awkwardly, turning the pouch over in his hand. I mean, I got a decent allowance, but I guess if I ever exchanged all my coins into gold, I might end up looking like one of those knights. They stood there for a moment, facing each other. Then, realizing what she meant, he thanked her and promised he'd put it to good use. She brushed it off like it was nothing. Then something clicked. His eyes widened. Wait, that was strange. His sister shouldn't have spare money lying around. A bead of sweat slid down his cheek as confusion set in. Clutching the pouch, he glanced at Karen, calm as ever, and that's when he noticed. The large red stone on her gold chain, the ruby pendant she always wore, was gone. Outside, a black carriage with golden trim waited. Inside, a small bag sat on the sofa. Run stared at it silently from across the seat. There was nothing stopping her from selling that ruby. It wasn't some family heirloom or anything passed down from their mother. Leaning back with his arms crossed, he muttered that he knew just how much she cared about him. Maybe she felt pressured. He pictured her standing before the family crest. Steel Guard didn't have a master anymore, so she stepped up. Maybe she felt it was her duty. Run let out a heavy sigh. Those were his burdens to carry, not hers. Looking ahead, he pushed the thoughts aside. There was no time to dwell on it. He had to stay focused. Before leaving, he activated login number 1. A red scroll appeared in front of him. Out of the corner of his eye, system windows popped up. Plus 30 coins. Plus 22 coins from Seikyan. Run frowned, reading the notification with clear irritation. He immediately fired off a message in the chat. You think this is a joke? Seikyan responded, confused. What are you talking about? Run glared at the chat. I told you. There's no time. Get done. Now. Seikyan scrambled to reply. I'm working on it. Run exhaled sharply and scowled. Oh sure. You seem real busy. On the other end, Seikyan nervously laughed it off. Arun asked if he had managed to find himself a useful idiot yet. Run groaned, listening as Seikyan stumbled over his words, calling it a misunderstanding. Just an automatic exchange, that's all. Then he blurted out, Wait, are scammers using this? Someone's trying to pull something, aren't they? Seikyan went pale. Okay, please chill. He quickly started calculating new rates. -1%, -2%. Run cut him off at -3%. Yeah, let's stick with that. Seikyan scratched his head awkwardly. Right, it's just, I got a sudden call from a client. But hey, I didn't forget about you. I kept my eyes on the register the whole time. Run shot back, unimpressed. We've been over this. Lifting his hand, the red scroll appeared once again. Don't play games with me. A new system window blinked to life. Interest rates updated, from 80% versus 20% to 83% versus 17%. Seikyan rubbed his face, clearly frustrated. Run added coldly. When I say do something, you drop everything and do it. Seikyan groaned. Yeah, got it. I'll check again right now. Satisfied, Run glanced down at the contract. Everything was in place. With the exchange center backing it, the deal was rock solid. Then his eyes drifted to the Secret Service contract. Merchant Seikyan, now officially acting as his client and supplier. In his mind, Run called it what it really was, a spatial contract. He pictured himself holding the slave contract scroll in front of Seikyan, grinning darkly, in exchange for protection, and keeping certain secrets from some very dangerous people. Seikyan had agreed to follow his orders and hand over 80% of all profits for the next 100 years. Basically, he signed himself up to be Run's servant for a full century. Run chuckled to himself. Jewelry, riches. Seikyan had already tasted the good life. And now, even if Run took 80% of the profits, Seikyan wouldn't dare quit. A regular paycheck just wouldn't cut it anymore. With a sorry grin, he rested his chin on his hand, thinking how Seikyan was like a never-melting candy, when he could keep squeezing for profit forever. Then a message popped up. Seikyan reported he'd finally gotten what they needed. Run closed his eyes and smirked. See? That didn't take long. You could have done it any time. Seikyan quickly apologized. Propping his head on his hand, Run decided to check it out. A system window appeared, displaying an image of a book titled Evangeline's Breath. The description read, Evangeline, a sword master from Earth 3884, created this technique. After conquering the world, she rejected traditional martial arts designed for male bodies and developed her own style for women. And, during its creation, she discovered something incredible. Run raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What exactly did she find? But the explanation stopped there. Activating the Eye of Providence, he searched for more info. Nothing. Leaning closer to the window, he scowled. Even with that, he couldn't dig any deeper. Opening the chat, he messaged Seikyan. Did you at least find what we needed? Swordmaster from Earth 3884 or not? That doesn't guarantee it'll work. Adjusting his glasses, Seikyan replied with a grin. I read through the book too. But tell me, didn't you say you needed someone at 3rd level? Run blinked. Are you insane? Who's the 3rd level? Looking surprised, Seikyan answered. Well, If someone can't use sword chi, aren't they probably third level? Silence. Run sighed, holding back his frustration. Shut up. My internal energy is third level. Tears of disbelief almost welled up as he sat there thinking. Whose fault is this anyway? Clasping his hands together, he reminded himself to stay calm. Risking his life over this wasn't worth it. Finally, he muttered, theoretically, it's one of the top martial arts. Run then asked, what about stability? That's the key. Seakian nodded. It's soft and flexible. The risk of internal injury is low. Arms crossed. Run listened as Seakian continued, explaining how hard it was to find something better right now. Is that so? Run asked. Seakian raised his hand. Yeah, and by the way, why'd you go with the O system? If you're looking for methods designed for women's internal energy, I've got a couple. Run shut his eyes. That's not your concern. What about the others? Calmly, Seakian replied. Still waiting. Found some sellers, but no replies yet. Send them to me when they do. Of course, Seakian said awkwardly, folding his hands. Then he tried to steer the conversation back to interest rates. Arun ignored him and left the room. Seakian glared at the system window and muttered an insult under his breath. Meanwhile, Arun held the book in his hands, smirking to himself. Keeping Seakian around was the right call. He was useful. Palafing through the pages, he nodded. Not bad. Great translation. Solid martial arts text. Closing the book, he made up his mind. Karen spotted it and asked, surprised, is that for me? Standing across from her, Arun held the book out. I figured it'd be more useful to you. She blinked. You bought this for me? You really didn't have to. With a soft smile, he replied, it might seem random now, but trust me. There's a reason I'm giving it to you. And what's that? She asked. You'll understand once you read it. Just please give it a try. Karen smiled warmly, closing her eyes. I will. Thank you. Watching her, Arun thought to himself that she had real talent, probably even more than he ever did. He imagined Karen clad in armor, sword in hand. If she mastered Iron Breath, maybe Steel Guard wouldn't fall. But becoming a special knight wasn't exactly easy. Karen stood quietly, gazing ahead. Arun, watching her, felt certain of one thing. His sister wouldn't waste her potential. And when the time came, whether it was martial arts, supreme mana stones, or anything else, he could give her everything. But for now, it wasn't the right moment. Smiling to himself, he clapped his hands together, then suddenly remembered something important. Turning to the crowd, he locked eyes with Karen. She looked at him puzzled. Arun pointed 2 fingers at his eyes, then pillared his hand and pointed at her. Even though he was leaving, his message was clear. I'm still watching you. Then, just to drive it home, he made a slicing motion across his throat, throwing in a threatening glare. Don't do anything stupid. Darren went pale as the cavalry flanked the carriage, another one following closely behind. From his seat, Arun glanced out, thinking how, in his past life, the road to the academy felt like marching straight into hell. But now, everything was different. He thought of his father, his brother, his sisters. The people who once despised him now treated him well. Even Kalilo and the others. For the first time, he felt like the world was finally looking at him with respect. In his mind, he pictured his past self standing back to back with who he was today. This is what separates me from who I used to be. A scarlet flame flickered to life in his eye, and with it, he decided he'd keep making that gap even wider. Just then, a message came in from Seakian. The seller finally replied. Seakian informed him. Arun crossed his arms. Are they still selling? Yeah, Seakian confirmed. Thought we should talk details. Arun glanced at the system window. Good. Connect me. As the link established, he smirked to himself. Finally, some real progress. Lifting his hand, a black egg appeared, resting in his palm. The system window identified it as a Bulgasari egg. A faint image of a beast with glowing eyes shimmered in the air. Arun studied it with interest. At birth, it was barely worth noticing, weak, harmless. But as it grew, an unstoppable force, a metal-devouring monster capable of natural disasters. Yet despite its strength, a fully trained Bulgasari was known for unmatched loyalty. Arun smirked. A living catastrophe, and now it belongs to me. Just then, a new file popped up. Seakian had sent over details on someone named Henry. Arun opened the file, eyebrows raising as he read through it. Henry, Animus from System 4. 4th level trader. Spirit status, wonderful warrior. Current funds, 418 coins. Arun tilted his head, intrigued. What's a System 4 guy doing on Channel 1? Hand on his chin, he dug a little deeper, pulling up the Exchange Center report. Ranked 3,827. Regular competitor. Obsessed with tournaments. And apparently blowing all his winnings on gambling. Arun smirked. This might be even easier than he thought. Without hesitation, he hit the call button. A chat window popped up. Hello, Arun greeted. Henry leaned back, bare-chested and holding a horn in his hand. Finally, so you're the guy from System 1 who wants the taming guide. Arun smiled. That's me. Mind showing me the item? Henry lifted the horn. Give me a second. An information window blinked to life. Parts 214, 227 detected. The description read that this was no ordinary manual. It belonged to a tamer who was said to be more monstrous than the beasts themselves. The book held the secrets and tricks of Emperor Grandbid, and as Arun scanned the titles of the parts, he spotted them. 214, Hypnosis of the Cyclops. 215, Bulgasari. 216, Ghost Crow. Without hesitation, Arun said he wanted to buy Part 215. Henry glanced back at the chat, unimpressed. Did you not hear me? I already told my slave, I'm not selling just one part. Arun yawned. So, you try to unload all 14 parts at once. With a smug grin, Henry confirmed, exactly. 2,000 coins. Arun nearly laughed. 2,000? Just for an egg-hatching guide? Henry, surprised by the rejection, leaned over his table. Come on, this book is what made the Emperor of Beasts who he was. You're getting it cheap. Arun smirked. Don't give me that. Those books were written after he became emperor. Henry looked away, chuckling in frustration. Arun rested his hands on his knees. 150 coins for Part 215. That's 8 coins more than it's worth. Henry raised his hand, pointing at the book. Use your head. The full 666-part collection is valued at over 300,000 coins. Arun scoffed. Yeah, when it's complete. This is just a handful of parts. Henry frowned. 14 volumes in a row make it a premium class item. Arun leaned back, tapping his chin. Maybe Henry was right about one thing. Finding this in System 1 wouldn't be easy. But that didn't mean Arun was going to let himself get played. With a wicked grin, he tossed out an offer. Tell you what, I'll take a copy of Part 215 for 100 coins. Henry looked horrified. Did you just say copy? Are you out of your mind? Throwing his hands up, Henry shouted. You can't just pirate licensed items. Do you have any idea how much blood and sweat the author put into creating this? Arun scratched his neck. What's with the sudden lecture? Then his eyes caught something, a small symbol on the window. The copyright mark. His expression stiffened. Oh, right. Copyrights on books were directly managed by the Exchange Center. Get caught selling or copying marked materials? Banned. Permanently. All coins wiped out. No wonder Henry reacted like that. Feeling a bit guilty, Arun apologized. Didn't notice the tag. Henry pointed sharply at the chat. Be careful. They're cracking down hard on that stuff. Arun covered his face for a moment, sighing. So much for copying. Dropping his hand, he offered 200 coins for Part 215. Last offer. Be smart about this. Henry went quiet. Arun shrugged. Or don't. I really don't care. Then, without waiting, he closed the chat. Smirking, he leaned back. Now, let's see who's more desperate. Right on cue, Henry sent a chat invite. Arun chuckled. Knew it. Henry's reply came in, sounding defeated. 200 still too low. How about 250? Arun stayed calm. Think clearly. That's my final offer. Henry clutched his book in frustration. If I break up the set, the whole value drops. Arun tilted his head. So, you selling or not? Grinding his teeth, Henry finally gave in. Fine. 200. Arun grinned to himself. Just like he thought. Henry barely had 400 coins left, desperate enough to crawl into System 1, trying to recover his gambling losses. What choice did he have? 3 system windows popped up. 180 coins spent on Part 215. 27 coins received back as cashback. Copyright notice. Acquired knowledge can only be used within the Exchange Center or absorbed. Arun smiled. Time to see what the Emperor knew about Bulgasari. The part opened, revealing the details. Bulgasari, a werewolf classified as a regional threat, but with proper training, capable of reaching national, continental, maybe even planetary threat levels. Difficulty: hatching, A rank. Taming, A rank. Training, C rank for ease, S rank for potential. Arun stared at the page, stunned. Planetary level. He glanced down at the egg resting beside him. All this time, he'd been carrying it around without a second thought. Now, realizing what it might become, he looked at it with a spark of excitement. A planetary-level beast, huh? The egg shimmered under the sunlight. Suddenly, Arun flinched, a chill running through him. This is seriously terrifying. Before he could collect his thoughts, a system window popped up above him. Absorption of the book complete. Looking over the notifications, Arun thought to himself, yeah, they didn't call him the Emperor of Beasts for nothing. This knowledge is worth every coin. A small smile tugged at his lips. And this? Hatching the egg is only the beginning. Daytime and nighttime methods, completely different. And for someone in System 1, raising a Bulgasari would be next to impossible. Staring at the egg, he pictured DNA strands twisting together. Since Bulgasari was an incomplete creature, it couldn't hatch on its own. It needed genetic material from another organism, saliva, mucus, blood, anything like that. Arun imagined a massive iceberg floating in the dark. From the start, it's all about potential. The stronger the genetic material, the more powerful the Bulgasari would become. Hand over his mouth, Arun repeated it in his mind. What I need is a beast with a strong body. Then it hit him. Beast. Images of creatures flashed through his mind. Beasts existed even in systems 0 and 1. Though here, people usually call them spirits. He opened the store with a grin. Nothing goes to waste. They're all for sale anyway. Skimming the descriptions, he muttered to himself, human, earthly, heavenly, and celestial. But what do I even pick? Then a thought crossed his mind, and he smirked. Actually, he knew just the person to ask. Opening the chat, Arun messaged Siakyan. You know much about beast materials? Yeah, Siakyan replied. Why? What do you need? Arun hesitated, then asked, almost nervously, you don't think I'm about to make you tame a beast without any cultivation, do you? Siakyan let out a sigh of relief. Good. For a second there, I thought you lost your mind. Leaning closer, Arun pressed on. So how much do you actually know? Siakyan shrugged. Enough to get by. Arun sent over a file. Take a look. Tell me what you think. Evaluate it how? Siakyan asked. Combat power, Arun answered. High healing ability doesn't mean high strength. Siakyan opened the file and whistled. Wow, you got a good list here. Scrolling through, he added, yeah, healing doesn't mean much in a fight. For example, he pulled up a huge turtle. The blood of a 10,000-year-old iron-mouthed turtle. Great for cultivation. But at the end of the day, it's just an old turtle. Then, with a grin, Siakyan held up another entry. Now, the blood of a bloody fire dragon or the bile of a 1,000-year-old bear. That's a whole different story. Arun's curiosity piqued. So which of those two is stronger? What's the better pick? A photo popped up. A massive, flaming serpent coiled through the sky. Siakyan didn't hesitate. Definitely the bloody fire dragon. You're looking at a snake that's been trained for thousands of years and eventually became a dragon. You don't pass that up. Arun chuckled to himself. Yeah, a dragon is a dragon. Arun listened carefully as Siakyan explained that the big bear was nothing compared to the dragon. Curious, Arun asked how martial arts users even manage to hunt such creatures. Siakyan shifted awkwardly. There are some incredible people out there. Arun scratched his neck a little annoyed. Yeah, that's probably true. Siakyan quickly raised his hands, trying to cut him off as Arun thanked him and said he was ready to buy the dragon's blood. Before he could finish, Siakyan rushed to say something. By the way, I bought Evangeline's breath with my own money. I know we signed a contract, but Arun cut him off with a grin. What? Hurting your wallet? Siakyan paled and scratched the back of his head. No, I didn't mean it like that. Arun leaned forward, resting his hands on his knees. So how much did the book cost? 300 coins, Siakyan admitted, raising his hands defensively. Arun's eyes widened. Why so much? I was in a hurry, didn't have time to negotiate. Arun smirked. You sure you're not lying again? You know I already checked the price. Siakyan groaned. I wouldn't dare. I'd be dead if I tried to lie to you now. Arun opened their contract with a satisfied nod. For your honesty, I'll reward you. The interest rate reset to its previous value. With a smile, Arun asked, so, we're even now? Siakyan looked down sadly. Yeah, I guess. Arun crossed his arms, still smiling. I'll call if I need you. When Siakyan didn't reply, Arun added, and if you don't answer within 10 minutes, you get a warning. Got it, Siakyan mumbled. Arun exited the chat, raised his finger to the system window, and confirmed his choice. Bloodfire Dragon. With a tap, a small bottle appeared in his hand, filled with just 10 milliliters of dragon blood. Turning his gaze to the egg, Arun wondered if it would still work after sitting in storage for 10 years. He poured a couple of drops onto the shell. The liquid hissed and sizzled, evaporating on contact. Arun raised the bottle, surprised. Feels like pouring oil on a hot pan. Then something caught his eye. The egg began to glow, pulsing with a scarlet light. Arun watched, thrilled. It worked. No wonder they call it a beast. It survived all these years, hidden away in oblivion. Staring at the egg, Arun couldn't help but wonder how it ended up in his grandfather's vault. Did he trade with someone from System 4? Displeased, he turned away. Not like I ever knew much about him, anyway. Suddenly, the egg let out a sound. Arun spun back, startled. But the egg quieted again, and he let out a breath of relief. Guess it likes the blood. Crossing his arms, satisfied, he knew there was nothing left to do now but wait. The carriage rolled past a quiet lake, high mountains rising in the distance. Not a sound came from inside. The air shifted, the hair on Arun's head gently lifting. Settling into a lotus position, hands on his knees, he began to meditate as energy swirled around him. But something broke his focus. A soft sound. The egg was moving. Aruin's eyes snapped open. Is it time? Cracks spread across the shell, smoke leaking out. He leaned in, heart pounding. Here it comes. He pictured a monstrous beast with glowing eyes, a legend straight from System 4. A planetary-level terror, a living disaster. The mighty Bulgasari. But when the shell broke, out popped a tiny creature with big, sparkling eyes. Aruin blinked in shock, then burst out laughing. You're actually kind of cute. The little creature squeaked happily. Aruin couldn't help but smile wide, his face flushing. With a grin, he made a small cut across his skin with his sword, leaving a shallow mark. Guess we're doing this properly. The blonde casually pulled the sword from his injured hand, blood seeping from the fresh wound. Instantly, the creature's attention shifted. Without hesitation, the young man extended his bleeding hand toward the beast. After all, Bulgasari don't produce milk. They nourish their young with their own blood. Scooping the animal into his arms, he watched it drink with quiet satisfaction. Blood left an imprint on these creatures. Once they tasted it, they'd forever recognize it as their own. As the pet eagerly licked at the wound, the young man figured this would help curb its aggression. Feeding it his blood now meant easier control later. Off to the side, the iron steel guard quietly observed. His eyes followed the Bulgasari as it continued drinking, his expression calm. At first. But as the creature kept going, he finally stepped in. That's enough, he said, voice firm. The young master chuckled awkwardly, gripping the creature by the scruff. Guess I'll pass out if this keeps up. I really need to figure out a better feeding plan. Can't be bleeding all over the place every time. As the thought passed, he leaned back, shutting his eyes. A name. It needed a name. Moments later, his eyes snapped open with sudden inspiration. He looked at the beast. How about? Sorry. The creature blinked at him, clearly unimpressed. With a displeased squeak, it left the name hanging in the air. The young man tilted his head. What? You don't like it? Nearby, Javis pointed at the young master's hand. What happened to you? The blonde lifted his bandaged arm with a shrug. Nothing serious. Javis frowned. Nothing serious? You're bleeding. Still unfazed, the young man replied. Got bored on the carriage. Ended up cutting myself messing around with the sword. An awkward pause filled the space. Javis let out a sigh. Yeah, right. After what you pulled earlier. There's no way I'm buying that. The young master smirked to himself. Maybe I should put a little more effort into lying. Javis rested his hand on his sword hilt, glancing over. Seriously, though, be more careful. I'm responsible for keeping you safe, you know. A short distance away, men were lighting fires and unloading supplies for a quick meal. The blonde turned to check on them. So, after we eat, we keep moving till sunset? Javis nodded, then gestured toward the carriage. Hey, grab what you need from there. Without waiting for a reply, he started toward the carriage. But halfway there, his steps slowed. Something rustled in the bushes. His gaze snapped to the side, hand gripping his sword, ready to draw. Before he could move, another hand landed on his, firm, stopping him. It was the iron steel guard. Calm and steady, he met Javis' confused glare. Relax, the blonde said, his voice low. It's fine. Javis frowned, not convinced in the slightest. Whatever the blonde thought was fine, he definitely wasn't seeing it. A sudden rustle from the bushes caught the man's attention. Before he could react, Sari leapt into his arms, instantly drawing everyone's gaze. The little creature settled comfortably, clearly pleased with itself. Watching with curiosity, the servant tilted his head. What is that thing? A weasel. The blonde rested his good hand atop the pet's head. It's mine, he said simply. Facing him, the green-haired servant raised a brow. Since when do you have a pet? Long enough, the blonde replied, feigning disappointment. And here I thought you were paying attention to me. He shot Javis a sarcastic look. Tell me, were you even watching us? Caught off guard, Javis froze, unable to answer. The young man glanced at Sari, who was nuzzling against him. Go on. Say hello, he encouraged, introducing the pet to the servant. Sari's eyes sparkled as it looked over at Javis. The sight made the usually gruff man soften. Blushing, he stretched out a hand, hoping to pet the creature. Seeing the chance, the blonde smirked, curious to see how this would play out. As soon as Javis' hand touched Sari's head, the creature's expression soured. Displeased, it glared before pulling away. Javis recoiled immediately. Guess he hates me, he muttered. The blonde shrugged. Not surprising. You did almost point a sword at him. Javis groaned, throwing up his hands. Yeah, I get it. With a sigh, he turned to leave. I'll bring food once it's ready. But behind him, Sari's anger lingered, the fire in its eyes unmistakable. Bulgasari weren't just temperamental. They grew stronger by devouring metal and could shift forms. A powerful companion, but dangerous if left unchecked. If Sari ever lost control, keeping it close would be impossible. Raising his hand, the young man let the pet climb onto his arm. They exchange a knowing look. Yeah, the blood had been worth it. Above them, gray skies stretched over distant mountains and endless green forests. Their journey continued along the coastal road. Inside the carriage, the young master sat with arms crossed, his mind drifting. According to the Emperor's theory, a Bulgasari's strength came from the energy it absorbed in its youth. His thoughts shifted to the blood-fire dragon with its green scales. Solving the first part of the equation had been possible by selecting the right components. But to crack the next stage, he'd need an elixir. Meanwhile, Sari gnawed on something noisily beside him. The young man glanced over, then froze. Tears welled up as he realized what the creature was eating. That was my bamboo life pill, he thought bitterly. The same one given to him by the mountain bamboo sect leader. The one worth 150 coins. The one he'd been saving. Dropping his head into his hand, he sighed. Back to square one. With only 53 days left before the mana crystal, he needed to pick his next product carefully. His mind raced through the possibilities. Balance was everything. Whatever he chose had to sell high and fast. The answer hit him. His eyes snapped open, and he shot to his feet. I've got it. This time, the product would involve internal cultivation, a rare commodity, always in demand, and worth a fortune. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he watched the numbers on his panel rise, the red board flashing confirmation of the exchange and his growing profits. Perfect, he mused. Buy for 250, sell for more, and pocket the difference. In his mind, coins rained from the sky. He pictured himself laughing, arms wide as gold poured down. Thousands, maybe even tens of thousands. But reality struck when the red board lit up again, this time with restrictions. Sales locked for 500 days. A full year. Groaning, he looked away. So much for easy riches. A new notification appeared, congratulating him on achieving the King of Gold title. A small comfort, but it helped. Crossing his arms, he smirked. Guess it's time to raise prices. Item after item filled his inventory, the notifications stacking up as he bought elixirs and materials. With no sales limit on those, the plan was simple. Sell fast, earn big. Leaning forward, the blonde grinned as the final exchange screen popped up. This was only the beginning. The man turned his attention to his pet, calling its name. Sari responded right away, earning a grin from his master. Without hesitation, the guy showered the little creature with a handful of multicolored elixirs. Sparkles lit up in Sari's eyes, as if he'd just been transported to paradise. Iron Steel Guard pointed to his own mouth, opening wide. Sari mimicked him perfectly, repeating the gesture. Carefully, the young man held Sari's mouth open between his fingers, inspecting its fangs. Everything seemed to be developing just as it should. Sari sat back, looking quite pleased with himself. In just a few short days, he had already changed a lot. His fur color was tied to the blood of his first feed, and now that his fangs had fully grown, his baby stage was officially over. With a long breath, the blonde leaned back and closed his eyes. The pet had reached its limit. There was no need for more elixirs. The days of endless feeding were done. He mentally reviewed his expenses, a third spent on Sari, another third reinvested in the exchange, and the rest on his own cultivation and supplies. Reaching toward a familiar blue slip of paper, he held what was called the second circle of daytime healing magic. Smiling, he tore it in half without hesitation. Above him, a glowing blue magic symbol appeared, swirling in the air as fragments of the paper floated down. Magic surged around the sigil, growing stronger by the second. Touching his forehead smugly, he whispered, "If chi, breathing is good for the soul, nothing beats this for the body." The people nearby watched in awe. Someone raised a glass of alcohol, reminiscing that the young master was once known as the social star Navarro. Scratching the back of his head, the blonde shrugged off the memory. Didn't last long anyway. Pressing his hands to his cheeks, he grinned. Looks mattered after all. Whatever else happened in this life, he was going to make sure he stayed sharp. Just then, a voice called out from the carriage. Michael had arrived. The blonde glanced left. What's going on? From horseback, the man answered. Half a day left to our destination. Jarvis wanted to know if you'd like to rest. The blonde shook his head. No need. Keep moving. We'll rest when we arrive. Peering out the carriage window, he watched the sun dipping toward the horizon. Time had flown while he was busy trading. Without wasting a moment, he reopened his book, ready to continue. As the sun's last light bathed the city of Acadio, the group finally arrived. Before them stood a lavish 3-story mansion, leaving the others in awe. Standing beside Jarvis, the blonde admired the sight. Bit much for us, isn't it? Jarvis asked quietly. The young man turned to him. This? Please. We earned this. Before Jarvis could mention a hotel, the blonde cut him off. Rest first. Look after everyone. While the others chatted, Jarvis hesitated. While my family think. Without missing a beat, the blonde tossed him a coin pouch. Take care of them. Get everyone cleaned up. Jarvis opened the pouch, eyes wide. 200? This is more than enough. The blonde gave him a knowing smile. Consider it gratitude. Let them enjoy themselves too. We're not here to play around. As Jarvis gestured toward some tables, he explained the plan. Left a mark near the castle walls. We'll know if anyone tries something. The blonde folded his arms. Good. Then we wait. Nightfall draped the city, and the group wasted no time celebrating. Mugs clashed together, laughter filled the air, and the feast began. Away from the chaos, the main group sat quietly, observing. But it wasn't long before the others tried dragging Jarvis into the party. Come on, try the local drinks, someone urged. Jarvis held up a glass of water, declining politely. But the group wasn't taking no for an answer. Meanwhile, the blonde watched from his seat. When the captain finally caved to a single glass, the young master shot him a deadly glare. You drink, you die, he warned flatly. Jarvis nearly turned blue from fear. Scrambling for words, the captain nervously declined any more offers. The men laughed, teasing him with fake pride. Come on, one glass turns to two, two turns to three. Don't let the captain fool you. In the end, they wandered off, joking all the way home. Jarvis sat back, shaking his head. Not worth dying over a drink, he thought. Just as he relaxed, a girl rushed by, nearly colliding with him, her tray full of drinks wobbling dangerously. The girl, flustered, quickly apologized to the captain. He gave her a calm glance and told her to be careful, so she wouldn't hurt herself. Once she hurried off, he returned to his seat beside the blonde, quietly sipping his water while the young master observed him in silence. After a moment, the blonde called out, raising his glass and tilting his head. Lost something? He asked, watching Jarvis dig through his pocket. With a slight smile, Jarvis pulled out what he'd been looking for. First time someone's ever bumped into me on purpose, he muttered, glancing away. Dark clouds blanketed the night sky, the last bits of light fading from the alleys between the buildings. In one of those narrow streets, the blonde and his escort moved together, the young master unfolding a map as they walked. We need to memorize the layout. Divide the city into sections, he instructed, pointing at the markings. One mark stood out, a large T. Trevor, the blonde said. The contact I told you about. Facing him, Jarvis gave a nod. Everything's on track. He's reliable. Worked with him before. Should go smoothly. And you're meeting him alone? The blonde asked. Jarvis waved it off. Always do. But the young man frowned. Then I'm coming too. I'll keep out of sight. Jarvis shook his head. Too risky. Too many eyes in this city. If anyone sees us together, it could cause problems. The blonde paused, considering his words. He knew Jarvis was right. The real question was whether the man could be trusted. As they walked, he thought back to the journey so far. Nights around the fire, shared tasks. They had grown close. But trust? That was something else. Report, the blonde said suddenly. Jarvis blinked, surprised. What? Don't believe me. It's not that, the blonde replied coolly. Surely you understand. Jarvis let out a breath, raising his hands as if shielding his face. If you don't believe me, check it yourself. I've got nothing to hide. The blonde stared at him in silence for a moment. Offended, Jarvis kept his hands up. I know my place. No point getting offended. The blonde's gaze lingered on him. Jarvis looked serious. My life matters, you know. I'm not eager to end up in some mess over doubts, he added. Finally, the young master handed him the report. Go. Jarvis gave a respectful nod and turned away. Watching him leave, the blonde wondered if anyone could ever really be trusted. Without hesitation, he pulled out a scroll bound with a red ribbon. Tearing it open, he activated the third circle of transparency magic. Magic swirled around him as his body slowly vanished, becoming fully invisible. Looking down at his own hands, or rather, the space where they should be, he smiled. Better than expected. Light body next time, he thought. Then he'd truly become untouchable. Moving silently across the rooftops, he drifted above the streets, passing over glowing windows and shadowy alleys. Stopping on a rooftop, he crouched low, observing the city below. His eyes found Jarvis, moving naturally, never standing out, like a man used to disappearing into any crowd. But trailing behind him were three men in identical uniforms. The blonde smirked. Good thing I stayed out of sight. Unbothered, Jarvis continued, heading for a house with lit windows. He knocked. A man peeked out cautiously, glanced around, then let him in. From his perch above, the blonde watched it all unfold. Everything was going just as planned. He closed his eyes for a moment, debating whether to activate another skill. 100-step perception. Curiosity won out. Listening closely, the conversations inside seemed ordinary at first. But it didn't take long for him to realize it was all an act. Then came the real exchange. His eyes shot open as the true dialogue finally reached his ears. Inside, by the fire, the real business had begun. Trevor sat across from the captain, eyes narrowing in curiosity. So, why'd you end up as a bodyguard? Without missing a beat, Jarvis delivered the news. Gilbert's dead. The room fell silent. Trevor's eyes widened. What? How? Jarvis kept his tone steady. What do you think? Illness? Accident? Trevor rubbed his forehead, then dropped his hand. And you? You all right? Closing his eyes briefly, Jarvis nodded. I owe him my life. Trevor crossed his arms, head lowered. Guess he kept quiet till the end, but then something clicked. His expression darkened. Wait, the academy's all the way in the capital. Pretty far from here, huh? He locked eyes with Jarvis, suspicion creeping into his voice. His subordinates tensed up, glancing at Jarvis with quiet hostility. Hidden above them, the blonde watching from the rooftop felt the tension spike. Jarvis, though, stayed perfectly calm. What? You having fun with these questions? He asked, eyes narrowing. Trevor and his men exchanged glances, confused by the sudden shift. But then Trevor cracked a grin, laughing loudly. Relax. Just a joke, all right? No need to get worked up. Waving his hands, he flashed an easy smile. Sorry about Gilbert. But hey, that's just how life goes. Overhead, the blonde let out a slow breath, resting his chin on his hand. So far, so good. Trevor's mood seemed genuine enough. Leaning on the table, Trevor turned back to Jarvis. So how'd you manage to get here? Anyone onto you? Jarvis shrugged. Used the kid. Paid a visit to Acadio. Made it work. On the rooftop, the blonde grimaced. Seriously? Could you make it sound any dumber? Trevor chuckled. Well, what can you do? Jarvis placed a folded sheet on the table. Here. This needs encrypting and sent to the Empire. The man with burgundy hair gave a lazy smile. Anything else? Nope. Jarvis replied without looking back. With that, he turned and headed toward the door. Watching from above, the blonde thought to himself, so that's the life of a spy. Nothing but business, no time for anything else. As Jarvis disappeared into the night, the blonde nodded to himself. Passed the test. Nice work. But just as he shifted to leave, a voice from below froze him in place. Strange, isn't it? The agent lives, and the messenger dies. The blonde's heart skipped a beat. Don't tell me this is about to fall apart. Trevor glanced back at his assistant. What are you getting at? You think Jarvis switched sides? The man shrugged. Hey, anything's possible. Plus, wasn't he demoted? Jarvis' defense came immediately. That's not the kind of guy to turn on us. Another chimed in. He'd rather die than drag his family into trouble. But the assistant scoffed. You never really know people. Trevor shot him a glare. What? You got a problem with him now? Something else you're not telling me. The assistant fumbled, rubbing the back of his neck. Trevor waved him off. Enough. Get back to work. Up on the roof, the blonde kept his eyes on Jarvis as he disappeared into the shadows. In the end, it's not up to us. Whatever happens next, that's for the higher-ups. With the night fully settled over the city, the blonde finally deactivated his spell. His body glowed faintly red before becoming visible again. Looking down at his hand, he smirked. Invisibility and 100-step perception, worth every coin. As he strolled down the stone road, his mind already drifted to future plans. Definitely using those again. But then loud voices broke through the quiet. Don't you people understand how hierarchy works? Someone shouted angrily. Shut up, another bark back. The blonde stopped, frowning toward the noise. A fight? At this hour? Spotting a crowd gathering in the shadows, he sighed. Really? In the middle of the night? A group of furious men stood with clenched fists, shouting angrily and demanding how a mere barren knight dared to challenge them. In the middle of it, a dark-haired knight, surrounded by his comrades, scoffed and motioned toward his opponent. Complain to the Marquis if you want. I just serve him, he sneered. From a spot above, the blonde's eyes widened slightly. His men, they were clearly drunk. Another group of men shouted back, irritated. Enough of your nonsense already. But the knight leading the group folded his arms and shot back. I'm not finished. If it weren't for Steelguard, your precious Marquis wouldn't even exist. Those words made the blonde stiffen. His lips parted as the realization hit. Marquis Albret. As the name echoed in his mind, his expression darkened, the shock running deep. One of the opposing men bared his teeth, fists trembling with rage. You think I can talk to northerners like you? You're insane. He lunged forward, shouting that he'd show the village slave what real dignity meant. The knight didn't back down. With furrowed brows, he rushed forward, yelling for his men to defend the honor of Steelguard. In an instant, the two sides clashed, fists flying. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the chaos. What exactly is going on here? Everyone froze. Heads turned toward a man in a crisp blue uniform and red cape, a sword resting on his belt. One of the men gasped. It's the second captain. Up on the rooftop, the blonde's hands trembled as his eyes locked onto the man. His breath caught, memories flooding back, blood, pain, and that room filled with torture devices. Bound to a chair, drenched in his own blood, he'd thought it was the end. And now, standing behind the second captain, was the very person responsible. Albret, the young man with shoulder-length, ash-colored hair, stood with his usual indifferent expression. The blonde's rage flared like a wildfire. A grin spread across his face as his thoughts darkened. Didn't expect to see you here. The air around him seemed to thicken, his fists tightening as his anger boiled. For a moment, he debated ending it right there, tearing Albret apart, slow and painful. But no, not now, not like this. Forcing himself to breathe, the blonde smirked. Patience. There will be time to return every bit of pain you gave me. On the ground, the second captain, Kunz Albret, stepped forward. His towering presence made the knights shrink back in fear. You were told not to cause trouble, he said in a low voice. The men immediately dropped their heads and shouted apologies, swearing it wouldn't happen again. Kunz Albret shifted his gaze to the dark-haired knight, who stiffened under the glare. I'm second Captain Dirika, under Marquis Albret, he said coldly. Where are you from? Sweat beaded on the knight's forehead. Steelguard, he answered. Kunz Albret frowned. And what's Steelguard doing in Acadio? The knight hesitated, and the men behind him looked ready to disappear. Before he could respond, footsteps echoed through the street. Everyone turned to see the blonde approaching, his stride steady and full of confidence. Kunz Albret's brows knit together. The man's gaze was calm but sharp, like a blade. A small smile tugged at the blonde's lips as he caught the growing surprise on their faces. Perfect, he thought. Just as it should be. Kunz Albret squinted. Who are you supposed to be? The blonde stopped, meeting his gaze. I'm Arun, he answered coolly, his voice carrying clearly. For a second, Kunz Albret's eyes flicked toward Albret, as if looking for confirmation. Albret only let out a quiet breath. A single bead of sweat rolled down Kunz Albret's face. Now that a family member had shown up, things just got a lot more complicated. Looking back at the blonde, Dirika asked, So, are you the one they say you are? The blonde's grin widened. Yes, I am. Standing among his knights, the blonde glanced toward the commotion and spoke up. I overheard someone asking why Steelguard is here, he said casually. Is there a reason we can't be in Acadio? The man on the other side looked startled, stammering. And no, that's not what I meant. Arun shrugged, closing his eyes and spreading his arms. We're just passing through on our way to the academy. Thought I'd take a look at Navarro's second city. Then, without warning, his gaze sharpened as he turned toward the second captain. But what about you? Why is Albret here? Gyo, standing in front of his master, stepped in with a respectful bow. Same reason. Just passing through. He lowered his head and added softly, and I'd like to apologize for any earlier trouble. Albret, overhearing this, scoffed and shot Gyo a glare. Apologize? For what? They started it, he snapped, jabbing his finger towards Steelguard. Kunz Albret watched from the side, uneasy. He knew Steelguard wasn't a group that could be pushed around with titles alone. Crossing them meant there'd be consequences. Glancing at the sky, Kunz Albret cleared his throat. It's getting late. Maybe we wrap this up and head back. But Arun raised a brow, unimpressed. Why should we leave? Kunz Albret glanced at Albret, who stood with his hands on his hips, looking just as irritated. Albret huffed. Maybe it's best we continue this tomorrow. Arun waved his hand dismissively. No need to wait. His voice dropped into a colder tone. But before we go any further, do any of you even know what happened here? Albret sighed, brushing him off. Doesn't matter. Baron or not, you're beneath a Marquis. At those words, the Steel Guard knights stiffened. Arun chuckled softly, closing his eyes for a moment. So, what you're saying is, because your title is higher, you're automatically right? Albret grinned. Finally, you understand. Guess I have to spell everything out for Northerners. Arun's smile widened, his tone turning playful. You're full of nonsense. Albret's face flushed red with anger. He pointed sharply at Arun. Take that back. Now, apologize. Gyo, still calm, spoke quietly. We'd apologize if we were actually wrong. Arun turned his attention to one of the Marquis's men. You, what happened here? The man glanced nervously between the two sides, sweat beading down his face. After a pause, he lifted his hand and admitted, It started with Steelguard. They shouted first. Then the fight broke out. Albret immediately jumped forward, demanding, You heard that. Now kneel and apologize. But Arun held up a hand. Calm down. You're not a kid anymore. Let's hear from both sides. He turned to one of his own men, Mihail. Is that true? Mihail lowered his head. Yes, but they mocked us first. Arun's eyes narrowed. Mocked you how? Mihail clenched his fists, recalling the words. They asked how much longer we'd ride on Layskin's glory. Said we acted too proud, like we were more important than we are. Lowering his head further, Mihail added, I apologize for the disturbance, but I'm not sorry for standing up to that. Then louder he declared, if we just sat there and took it, we wouldn't deserve to call ourselves Steelguard. Arun stayed quiet, his lips pressed into a thin line. Turning back to the Marquis's group, he called out, Is that true? The man stammered, waving his hands. Well, not exactly. I mean, Kunz Albrecht whipped his head around, glaring at the man in disbelief. One idiot, he thought, grinding his teeth. Arun sighed, his expression darkening. So it's true after all. Mihail looked up, surprised as Arun met his gaze. Lift your head, Arun said. You did well. The knights looked at him with quiet pride, their master's words lifting their spirits. With a smirk, Arun threw his cloak back over his shoulder. As someone who carries the heart of steel, the Marquis's squad watched him closely, their eyes wide. Albrecht and Kunz Albrecht stood frozen, unsure of what was coming next, standing firm among his knights. The blonde's expression turned cold and resolute. Without hesitation, he pulled back his cloak to reveal the black crest of the steel guard on his shoulder. I can't ignore what just happened, he declared, his voice steady and clear. He proudly tapped the emblem. Steel Guard has always protected Navarro. We protect it now, and we'll keep protecting it. Behind him, his knights straightened, holding their heads high as their lord spoke. And for those who mock us, Arun's gaze hardened as he looked straight at the stunned Kunz Albrecht and the scowling Albrecht. We'll make sure they remember us, in blood, if necessary. With his piercing stare locked on them, Arun asked, So, do you still think we're nothing? The Marquis's men shifted uncomfortably, glancing at each other with unease. Albrecht's expression darkened, his glare fixed on Arun. Kunz Albrecht furrowed his brow, glancing between his master and the blonde. Is this guy really just a kid? He wondered. At first, he thought Arun was just throwing around his family's name. But now, watching him stand his ground with such ease and presence, Kunz Albrecht couldn't deny it. This really is Steel Guard blood. The air turned tense and silent. Albrecht clenched his teeth, frustration written all over his face. Kunz Albrecht, realizing where this was headed, acted fast. Without warning, Kunz Albrecht spun around and punched one of his own knights straight in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. Everyone froze. Then another knight hit the dirt, and another. In a matter of moments, Kunz Albrecht had knocked out his own men, leaving them groaning on the ground as the rest watched in shock. Without even looking back, Kunz Albrecht spoke sharply. Great job ruining Albrecht's name. The beaten knights struggled to kneel, clutching their bruised faces. Forgive us, they cried, bowing their heads low. Still glaring, Kunz Albrecht snapped, Don't apologize to me. Tell the young master you embarrassed him. The terrified knights turned their attention to Albrecht, immediately lowering their heads and shouting apologies. Arun watched the scene unfold with narrowed eyes. So he wasn't bluffing after all, he thought. He could see what Kunz Albrecht was doing, turning the whole situation into a petty squabble between knights, smoothing things over without dragging Albrecht's name deeper into the mud. It was smart, clean, effective. Arun studied Kunz Albrecht's composed face. He's retreating without losing face. Clever. Durin, standing quietly nearby, stared at Kunz Albrecht's back. Definitely someone to keep an eye on. Albrecht, red-faced and fuming, suddenly spun on his heel. I'm going to bed, he snapped, storming off in irritation. Arun's lips curled into a Sylvia grin. He wasn't sure if he'd gained anything from this, but seeing Albrecht sulk like that was reward enough. Then, just as Albrecht was marching away, Arun called out, I'd accept your apology, by the way. Albrecht froze in his tracks. Slowly, his furious face twisted back toward Arun, veins bulging at his temple. Arun met his glare with a satisfied, confident smile. With an angry grunt, Albrecht turned back around and stormed off again. Everyone quietly watched him leave. A moment later, Kunz Albrecht lowered his head and Wordle Sylvia followed, his men trailing behind. Right then, Javis finally arrived, glancing around at the tense faces. Whoa, what's going on here? He asked, giving an awkward smile. Did I miss something funny? He flinched as everyone immediately turned their irritated glares toward him. Raising a hand, Javis stammered, sorry? Not sure for what, but sorry. As the city settled, under a bright blue sky, Albrecht sat at a table, picking at his meal with clear annoyance. Cutting a piece of meat, he glanced over at Kunz Albrecht. That brat, wasn't he supposed to be the worst of the worst? Kunz Albrecht, standing beside him, nodded slightly. That's what they say. Compared to his father, the sons of Steel Guard are nothing special. The youngest can't even match his brothers. Or so the rumors go. Albrecht scoffed, waving his fork mid-bite. Rumors, huh? Feels like they've been overhyping his sharp tongue, just because we haven't seen his sword yet. Kunz Albrecht stayed silent, head slightly lowered, eyes closed. He wasn't so sure anymore. Albert shot him a sideways glance, clearly unimpressed. Why'd you have the knights apologize like that? He asked. Without even bothering to open his eyes, Dirica answered coolly. Backing off was the smart move. Besides, some people are still terrified of Steel Guard. Albert froze, a bead of sweat trailing down his cheek. Dirica kept going, warning that dragging things out any longer might end up angering the Lord. Albert rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then ordered the second captain to keep an eye on Dirika. Sure, we had no choice but to retreat, he admitted, but I made sure he paid for yesterday's humiliation. One of the men waved his hand dismissively, turning to Dirika with an irritated glare. Come to think of it, I haven't seen a single steel guard rat around. Where they run off to? A man standing to the side, his hand resting on his sword, answered. They left early this morning. I suggested we travel together since we're all heading to the capital, but they refused. Said they couldn't risk being late. Albert's eyebrows shot up. And why exactly were you making decisions no one asked you to? He snapped. Sounds like you wanted them gone. The second captain stayed calm. There's nothing unusual about boosting our defenses. Protecting the Marquis is the top priority. Albert leaned back, feeling unsettled. That's way too arrogant. With that, he set his utensils down. I'm done. Lost my appetite. Nightfall blanketed the city. The Marquis was sound asleep, snoring loudly, limbs sprawled across the bed. Nearby, 2 large windows stood bare, without curtains. A faint creak echoed as one shutter quietly swung open. Still snoring with his mouth wide open, Albert stirred awake, only to feel an invisible grip clamping down on his face. Panic surged through him as muffled sounds escaped his throat. A hand held him down, and then he saw him. Arun hovered over Albert like a shadow, his expression wild, his eyes glowing an eerie yellow. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Albert grabbed at Arun's hand, trying to figure out what he was even doing here. His mind raced. How was he this strong? Arun's lips twisted into a grin. Just figuring out the best way to get my revenge. Leaning closer in the dark room, he added in a cold voice, I wanted to wake you up, so you could watch yourself fall apart. Albert stared back, his heart pounding. Arun's grin widened. You get what I'm saying, right? His eyes burned into Albert's, never blinking. When I saw you that night, I almost changed my mind. Albert remembered how Arun had turned around back then, veins bulging with rage. Arun scoffed, his gaze fixed on Albert. Your face was dripping with envy. Funny, looks like nothing's changed. Memories flickered through Arun's mind. Albert lounging on his throne, barking orders, vowing to hunt down Steelguard and take everything they owned. Now, Arun stared at him, whispering almost gleefully, looks like tonight's your last. Back then, Arun had blocked 2 swords and demanded to know why Albert was doing all this. Albert had just smirked, resting his head on his hand. You seriously don't get it. Reclining on his throne, legs crossed, he flashed a grin. I've hated you since the moment we met. Arun had frozen, confused. Albert just laughed. I couldn't stand your name. Looking down from his throne, he added, that's the only reason I took your land. Then, with a dismissive glance, Albert admitted, the Baron? No better than me. Narrowing his eyes, he sneered, sure, you've mastered steel breath. But me? I'm good too. People just hate me for how I look. Arun's eyes had gone wide in disbelief as Albert kept going. Meanwhile, everyone greets you with a smile. Albert leaned forward, his smile turning manic. But there's nothing about you that's better than me. You're broken. Pathetic. Arun had stood there, silent, listening as Albert labeled him a failed lord with no land. Albert, basking in his own arrogance, spread his arms wide. But me? I'm the great Marquis of Albert. Staring Arun down, he whispered, and I finally won. Now, crammed into this dark room, Arun sat on Albert's bed, his hand pressed firmly over Albert's mouth. Albert thrashed, muffled noises filling the space as he desperately tried to figure out what this madman wanted. Arun's cold, wide eyes never left his. And in that moment, Albert knew. This wasn't a threat. The Baron was dead serious. Albert's trembling hands clutched the intruder's wrist, desperate and shaking. But the blonde only grinned, satisfied, as he slowly lifted his hand from Albert's face. Gasping for air, Albert threw his head back, opened his mouth wide, and shouted, Dirika, help! But nothing came out. Frozen in shock, a bead of sweat slid down his cheek as he struggled to understand what had just happened. Arun gave a casual wave. Pressure points, he explained with a smirk. Hit the right spot, and your voice? Gone. Won't come back till I decide. Albert's lips quivered, his wide, panicked eyes filled with bursting red veins. He couldn't speak, couldn't even scream. Still seated on the bed, Albert stared at him, dumbfounded. Arun's grin stretched wider, his gaze taking on that same unsettling madness. Shame, really. I'd love to hang that terrified face of yours in a frame. Albert shuddered. His mind raced. Guards were stationed right outside, and Dirika was just next door. How? Arun's sudden idea snapped into place. Albert's eyes darted to the blanket. Snatching it in one swift motion, he hurled it at Arun and bolted out of bed. Heart pounding, he dashed toward the door, arm outstretched, his mouth wide open in silent panic. But before he could even touch the handle, Arun was already there. Aruin's sharp punch landed squarely in Albert's stomach. He doubled over, coughing, saliva spilling from his lips as he staggered back. Aruin loomed above him, cold and ruthless. Albert collapsed to his knees, groaning in pain. His body shook as he clenched his teeth, more spit dribbling down his chin. Desperate, he dragged himself across the floor, inching toward the exit. Aruin watched from above, almost amused. Then, with barely any effort, Aruin struck 3 precise points across Albert's back and neck. Albert froze on the spot. It felt like he'd sunk into wet cement, completely trapped. His limbs wouldn't budge. Aruin leaned down, grabbed him by the collar of his nightshirt, and hissed, "Stop squirming. It'll only get worse if you don't." Looking down at him, Aruin added calmly, "Play along, and maybe nothing bad happens." Albert's mind spun. None of this made sense. Dragging him like a rag doll, Aruin hauled him across the room and shoved him into a chair by the desk. Albert managed to gape in confusion, but before he could process anything else, Aruin tapped him on the back. Albert blinked, feeling his muscles release. He hesitated, cautiously lifting his right hand. It moved. His eyes widened in disbelief. Then, without a word, Aruin placed a blank sheet of paper in front of him and slid over a pen. "Right," Aruin ordered, his voice steady. Albert clenched his jaw, shooting him a glare full of hatred. Still, Aruin just waited completely calm. Albert sat there, unmoving, hands resting flat on the table. Did this lunatic really think he'd obey? Albert knew the truth. If he obeyed, death was waiting right after. Their eyes locked, both faces dark and heavy with unspoken threats. Then, with a swift motion, the blonde sword sliced through the air. Albert didn't even have time to react. He stared blankly as scarlet droplets splattered beside him. Aruin stood tall, his blade dripping with fresh blood. And in the middle of the room, a severed hand hit the floor. Albert blinked, struggling to process what just happened. Slowly, his gaze shifted. There it was, his own hand, lying lifeless on the ground. A scream tore from his throat, raw and silent. Aruin loomed over him again, voice low and cold. "Pick up the pen." Albert collapsed, clutching his severed arm, his body shaking as silent cries ripped through him. Looking down without a hint of sympathy, Aruin scolded, "I told you not to make this difficult. Why are you still testing me?" Tears streamed down Albert's face as he glared upward, pure hatred burning in his swollen, red eyes. But the moment Aruin's sword hovered closer, white energy swirling around the blade, Albert flinched. His breath hitched. Was that an aura? The glowing blade pressed nearer, and Albert panicked as Aruin raised it again, ready to take his right foot next. Albert shot his remaining hand up in surrender, face pale and pathetic, silently begging for a chance. Aruin stepped back, letting him scramble up from the floor. Dragging a chair over, Albert sank into it, his trembling fingers wrapping around the pen. Bending over the blank page, he dared to ask, "W? What do you want me to write?" Aruin lowered his sword, eyeing him indifferently. "Don't get blood on the paper." Albert swallowed hard. "If even one drop lands," Aruin added coldly, "your head's next." Sweat poured down Albert's face as he nodded weakly. Hovering close, sword in hand, Aruin began to dictate. Albert scribbled each word in shaky strokes, writing a letter to his own father, from his miserable, broken self. Tears blurred his vision, but his mind raced for comfort. "It's fine," he told himself. "A prosthetic will fix the arm. The servants will handle the rest. Just stay alive, stay alive." Another tear fell as he clenched his jaw, remembering how he'd fallen from his chair when his hand was sliced off. What a scene that must have been. Surely Dirika, his top knight, with the light brown hair and beard, would realize something wasn't right. Somewhere nearby, the soft scratching of the pen filled the tense silence. And still, Aruin stood over him, sword resting casually behind his back, watching. Albert wrote, line after line, his heart pounding. But the closer he got to the end, the heavier the silence felt. Gritting his teeth, Albert frowned. Why hasn't Dirika done anything? And just like that, he realized he was already on the last sentence. Albert shot a cautious glance at the man looming beside him, who carefully watched every stroke of his pen. His heart pounded, brows furrowed. Albert thought desperately. Maybe he could buy some time, spill a bit of ink, scribble something wrong, anything to delay this nightmare. But before he could even try, Aruin's face crept in close, his smile twisted and wild. "I've heard every thought you've had," Aruin whispered, eyes flashing dangerously. "Why bother stalling?" Albert's face drained of all color. Pressed against the table, trembling, he glanced at the page. "Finish the last sentence," Aruin ordered. With shaking hands, Albert forced himself to keep writing, the sound of the pen dragging across the paper, filling the air. When it was done, Aruin snatched the letter up, skimming it with a grin. Albert watched him warily, nerves fraying. His body was weakening fast from the blood loss. If Dirika didn't figure out something was wrong soon, he wouldn't last much longer. Then, without warning, Albert felt a strange sensation in his throat. Eyes wide, he clutched at his neck, coughing hard. A sudden realization hit him. His voice had returned. Arun twirled the sword lazily in his hand, looking amused. What's wrong? You don't seem very grateful. You can talk now. Albert shot him a glare, jaw clenched, veins bulging as rage flooded through him. Leaping from his chair, he threw his head back and shouted, Dirika, there's an intruder. Arun tilted his head with a grin, completely unfazed. Really? That's your big move. Albert's shout echoed, but nothing happened. Confused, he looked at Arun, searching his face for any sign of fear. But Arun just stood there, grinning wider. Come on, Arun said mockingly. Louder. Is that all you've got? Panic rose in Albert's throat. Why wasn't anyone coming? Arun shrugged. You didn't actually think I wouldn't plan for this? The air shimmered. Albert's eyes darted around as the truth hit him. The entire room was glowing faintly blue, covered in a magical seal of intricate circles and sharp triangles. A silent scroll, Arun explained. Set up the moment I walked in. Nothing leaves this room. No sound. No movement. Nothing. Albert's whole body shook as his mouth fell open in shock. Why? Why did you get my voice back then? He stammered. Arun held up the letter with a smirk. Would you have written this if you thought you were already dead? Albert collapsed, his body hitting the floor like dead weight. Staring blankly into the room, his mind spiraled. Arun stepped closer, voice calm but sharp as a blade. Hard to accept, isn't it? You lost. Steel Guard won, and it's all your fault. Albert's breath quickened as he looked up, completely lost. What? What did I even do? He stuttered. Arun raised his sword, the glow of his aura swirling around him like smoke. It's that pathetic inferiority complex of yours, Arun said coldly. Albert threw up his hand in a desperate plea. Please, don't do this, he begged. I swear, I'll never forget this night. Albert clung desperately to Arun's leg, looking up with tear-filled eyes. My family's loaded. I can give you anything. Just say the word, he pleaded. Arun stared down at him, eyes burning with revenge. You never should have killed me. Albert's sobs grew louder. Please stop, he begged. But Arun's eyes glowed red. He swung his sword in one swift motion, his black cloak rising behind him like a shadow. Albert's mouth hung open, his eyes wide, bloodshot and bulging. Arun turned slowly, almost curious, as the room fell silent. On the floor, dark hair spread out like a fan next to splattered drops of blood. Albert's body lay lifeless, separated from his head. Calmly putting his sword away, Arun glanced down and said, That's the best expression you've ever made. I congratulate you, but I've got other things to handle. Albert's severed head rested on its side, pupils small, red veins glaring across his eyes. A red flame flickered in Arun's gaze as a small brown jar dropped into his palm. Inside, bone acid shimmered, a liquid that dissolved flesh on contact. Popping the lid open, Arun poured the yellowish fluid over the remains. The acid hissed as it melted through the body, white pajamas hissing with smoke. This needs to look like you vanished, not died, Arun thought to himself, watching until nothing was left. With the job nearly done, his mind drifted to the red-haired man's wild laughter. Even thinking about it made Arun uneasy. But still, thanks to him, taking revenge on Albert had been almost too easy. Shaking off the thought, Arun smirked. Now it was time to clean up the last details. Opening his inventory, he stashed away the leftover pajamas. The Steel Guards are a days right away by now. Won't be back anytime soon, he figured. He rummaged through the drawers, pausing when his eyes landed on a black and gold hilted magic sword. So, Albert's family might start pointing fingers, but my alibi's airtight. Dusting off his hands, Arun nodded to himself. Perfect. Time to leave. He tossed 4 scrolls into the air. Red streams of energy wrapped around him as the scrolls activated. Stealth, speed, invisibility, and time compression all kicking in at once. Now fully hidden, he glanced around the empty room. The made bed, closed drawers, and untouched desk made it seem like no one had ever been there. Everything's set, Arun whispered, grinning. And just like that, he disappeared. Left behind on the desk was a letter written to Albert's father. In it, Albert claimed he'd thought long and hard and decided he couldn't lead the family. He feared their downfall and confessed he planned to disappear and live a new life far from his responsibilities. The letter ended with a request, don't come looking for him. Back in the dark room, nothing stirred. Meanwhile, beneath the bright sun, a luxurious black and gold carriage rolled through the trees, red flags fluttering as it passed. Inside, a peach-colored cat meowed softly, sensing the tension. Arun lay sprawled on the sofa, exhausted. Across from him, Sari sat quietly, her gaze low. Arun tilted his head, disappointment heavy on his mind. Revenge, it's done, he thought. Shouldn't I feel something? Instead of satisfaction, there was only emptiness. His mind flashed back to the terror on Albert's severed face. Sure, it felt good, joyful even, but right after came the weight of it all. Would it have felt different if he dragged it out? Made Albert suffer just like he'd suffered? Stretching out across the seat, Erwin shook his head. No, this was the moment. I couldn't have asked for better. Memories of his former self, drowning in regret, flashed through his mind. All those mistakes from his past life. There were too many to count. Closing his eyes, he tried to calm the storm inside. When he opened them again, he raised his hands, staring at his palms. What am I even doing? He muttered. Then, with a sharp clap, he covered his face. Sorry, he whispered, noticing the startled cat beside him. His thoughts drifted again, back to his family's fall. Arrows, swords, red flags torn to shreds. Albert hadn't been the only problem. The real damage came from his father's disappearance. The red-eyed tiger that tore through their ranks, and the steel guard captain from the northern front, leading a pack of wolfhounds with fangs like blades. A hungry pack, with eyes glowing in the dark. Albert was just one of them. Shaking himself out of it, Erwin exhaled deeply. Blue flames flickered in his eyes as he refocused. Enough, he thought. There's still a long road ahead. Erwin opened the book of interdimensional transactions and was immediately greeted by a string of notifications confirming coin deposits. Jewelry and precious metals really do sell for a fortune, he muttered, smirking. Figures. This family's got gold rotting in their vaults. Glancing at the blue system window, he sighed. One last thing to take care of. Displayed on the screen was Albert's magic sword, a multi-purpose weapon, complete with stats and a description. Erwin frowned. Seriously? They even slapped his name on it. How obnoxious. Just as he was scrolling, a message popped up. Someone had offered 500 coins for the sword. Scratching his chin, Erwin considered it. Not bad at all. Despite belonging to a lower circle, the sword was solid. The black and gold hilt, the runes on the blade, wasn't some cheap, disposable trinket. Knights could easily turn the tide of battle with something like this. Staring at the glowing blue screen, Erwin thought back to Dirika, the knight with short brown hair and a beard. Could he beat him now? Javis once said only a select few knights surpassed Dirika. Leaning on his hand, Erwin figured that his current power was more than enough to handle first-class knights. By most standards, he was already at the top of his tier. As the heir to the mystical blade, with second-level mana circulating around his heart, and a year into a 60-year cultivation path, he made insane progress for his age. Still, he knew better than to test himself against an elite knight just yet. Tilting his head, a new thought crossed his mind. What if I just kept the sword? But almost immediately, he dismissed the idea with an awkward smile. Carrying around something this recognizable would only raise suspicions. Nope, better to sell. Erwin reached toward the screen to respond to the buyer, but paused midway. An idea sparked. Instead of accepting the offer, he pulled the sword out of his inventory and held it in his hands. Turning toward Sari, the small creature's ears perked up. With a grin, Erwin asked, Hey, you curious what this thing's really worth? Under the clear blue sky, rocks stacked high around them as Sari happily gnawed on the sword's edge. Erwin chuckled softly. Look at you, chomping away. You know how many coins you're chewing through with every bite. Still, he got serious. 500 coins sounds like a lot, he thought. But compared to what I've already poured into raising you, that's pocket change. As he watched Sari devour the sword, Erwin considered the beast's potential. The Beast Emperor had classified Bulgasari into 5 stages. At the lowest stage, it could absorb some metals. At low, it could handle more types and partially shift form. At medium, it could consume almost all metals in any form. At high, it could absorb not just metals, but the magic and abilities within them, transforming into countless forms. And at the highest level, its growth would explode, reproducing anything it consumed. Crossing his arms, Erwin smiled. Sari's not stopping at basic metals, so he's at least medium or better. And if he hits the top, imagine how many coins he'd churn out from what he's eaten. Suddenly, Erwin blinked in surprise. Sari stood on his hind legs, big round eyes sparkling. Erwin's mouth dropped. Wait, you finished the whole thing? Raising a finger, Erwin asked, So, did you absorb the magic? Or are you just purring because you're full? Sari lifted his front paws and meowed loudly. Erwin clenched his fists, grinning. Oh, so you're feeling confident now? Let's see what you've got. Lifting his hands, palms out, Erwin warned, And hey, no lightning strikes. You blow up the carriage, we're in trouble. Sari meowed back, eyes narrowing in focus. Closing his eyes, he pressed his paws to his chest, his tiny body shaking as energy gathered. Erwin watched, anticipation building. Then, Sari's eyes flashed open. Raising his paws, a shimmering purple barrier spread out, surrounding him like a bubble of energy. Erwin's face lit up with excitement. He actually did it, he shouted, fist pumping the air. The little beast had pulled it off, a real, functioning shield. That meant its potential was at least top tier. He pressed his lips together, swallowed hard, and raised his fist. Sari perked up from under the magic shield, his face slightly flushed. With a grin, Arun lifted his hand and asked if Sari could take the form of the sword he'd once devoured. In an instant, the sword's blade gleamed brilliantly. A notification popped up, confirming the news. Bulgasari had fully evolved into its final form. Now a sword it had completely absorbed. Congrats, Arun muttered, eyeing it with admiration. Max potential, huh? Just then, a long red tail swung into view. Arun blinked, glancing around. Where did that tail come from? Lying before him, the sword looked normal, except for the red tail replacing its hilt. Confused, he stared. And then, as if on cue, a small red creature appeared on the carriage seat beside him. Startled, Arun looked from the pet to the tail and back, puzzled by the connection. With a chuckle, he raised his hand to his mouth and complimented the beast. Nicely done, he said, holding up a single finger. First time pulling this off, huh? Maybe you'll nail it on the next try. Determined, the creature clenched its tiny paws into fists. In a blink, the sword, with its signature red tail, appeared once again on the seat. Arun balled his fists. All right, still only your second attempt. Don't sweat it. The tail flicked back into sight. Arun's smile started to strain. All right, okay, one more time. Let's really try this. Once again, sword. Once again, tail. Eyes wide, Arun sighed. This is seriously the last time. The beast morphed again, sword form intact, tail still present. Then, looking as confused as ever, the creature glanced back at him, clearly just as lost. Bulgasari shared the same expression. Arun stared. What level even is this? Higher than high. They both just sat there, silently facing each other, neither one understanding what was happening. Sari dropped his head into his paws, clearly defeated. Trying to lighten the mood, Arun forced a smile. Hey, don't get down. You're doing great. You even managed to absorb the sword's magic, remember? Sari peeked up at him, eyes watery. Arun turned away, deep in thought. Come on, man. Cheer him up before he really loses it. Then it hit him. Eyes flashing, he snapped his fingers. Of course. With absolute confidence, he pointed straight at Sari. You're top tier. Highest class. Number one, no question. Thumbs up. Big grin. So quit sulking. You're the best out there. For a second, Sari just stared. Then, with a huge smile, he beamed and closed his eyes in relief. Arun struck a dramatic pose. Come on, let's see that smile. Show the world who's number one. Sari copied his stance perfectly. Finally, Arun felt like he could breathe again. He'd honestly been terrified the whole thing might fall apart. Thinking back to the dark egg he'd picked, he remembered rejecting everything else in that secret vault just to choose Sari. Sure, the Eye of Providence had helped guide him, but in reality, it had been a total gamble. Now, seeing the little beast spinning happily on the seat, he figured the bet had paid off. Maybe the painting wasn't perfect, but it still turned out pretty damn good. With fiery red eyes, Arun looked ahead. Things feel different now, and that's a good sign. A system alert popped up, current coin balance, 10,083. He smirked. 5 digits already. That was no small feat at this stage. If it's going this well, he muttered, why stop now? Surrounded by floating red system windows, Arun reviewed his purchases. Heavenly level big recovery pills, 3 of them. Heavenly level taking pills, check. Human-looking snow ginseng, got it. Skipping earth-level stuff entirely and diving straight into the heavenly tier. Now, that was progress. No need to hesitate. He tapped the download button. Meanwhile, in the city of Mid-I-Am, morning sunlight poured over tidy houses. At a lively tavern, a sign with a beer mug and cutlery swung gently in a breeze. Inside, people cloaked in travel gear filled the tables. One man leaned in. The force route's brutal, but we're nearly at the capital gate. Across from him, a dark-haired man nodded. Work hard now, and it'll pay off later. True that, the guy with the beer mug agreed. Then the dark-haired one asked, hey, what's the young master been up to? He holed up in his room the second we got here. A man at the next table chimed in. Probably nervous. Tomorrow's the big day at Thero's place. The brunette scoffed. Seriously? The other gestured. Think about it. Didn't you notice how tense he looked? The squad at the table kept the conversation going, laughing as they mentioned how, despite looking wise beyond his years, the young master still seemed hung up on the academy. Honestly, it makes sense, one of them nodded. It's an academy after all. Someone chimed in. But with his abilities, does he really need to worry about something like that? Hares and the brunette sitting beside him shook their heads at the same time. Nah, not a chance. They glanced at each other in surprise. Wait, why do you say that? The brunette asked, raising an eyebrow. I fought him officially, and I fought him unofficially, Hares replied with a smirk. A small argument broke out at the table. So what? One guy shrugged, waiting for the other to explain himself. You think I'm weak or something? The man shot back. Why would I think that? Came a casual reply. The brunette added, Hey, I saw the young master throw the first punch. Oh, so you get what I mean, right? Hares asked. What else is there to get? The guy shrugged again, staying quiet this time. Wait, you're not saying the young master and the commander? No way. The man cut him off before he could finish. The guy looked like he wanted to argue, but held back. Forget it, the commander said with a shrug. I'm just in that kind of mood today. Hares lifted his mug. Enough of this. Let's drop the nonsense and drink. Cheers to that. The other agreed, raising his glass. As the mugs clinked, one of them sighed, wondering if the young master's mood had something to do with the academy. Something about the whole thing just felt off. Upstairs, behind the doors leading to the rooms, Arun sat on the bed with a dark look on his face. Surrounded by glowing red notifications, he ran his hands through his hair. Why aren't the elixirs selling? Sari was sprawled out on the other end of the bed, belly up, clearly just as out of it. Arun scrolled through the updates. Time kept passing, but nothing was changing. Could it be the price? Each heavenly level elixir cost about 2,000 coins. Yeah, pricey, but even then he'd set his price a full 100 coins lower than a market average. And yet, not a single order. Not one. Arun's eyes glowed red as the thought struck him. This isn't just weird. This is seriously messed up. No matter how much he checked, there wasn't a single seller offering these cheaper than him. And his system was updating the listings every hour like clockwork. Then his gaze drifted to the review section. And that's when it all made sense. Dozens of reviews, all slamming his shop. Spiral Ghost. Don't buy these. Total ripoff. Yeochiakdu. Spent a month's salary. Zero effect. Total disappointment. Simple hell. Worst heavenly level elixir I've ever had. Min Jiangshik. Scam alert. Liquor maniac. Absolutely trash quality. Ham Taegil. Sellers of fraud. Arun stared at the screen, jaw clenched. What the hell? I haven't sold a single one. How are they leaving reviews? He rubbed his chin, piecing it together. He'd heard about stuff like this before. Groups trying to sway public opinion with fake reviews. Images of smug, laughing figures flashed through his mind. Part-time haters. Curious, he checked out the reviewers' profiles. Sure enough, Spiral Ghost, employee at Taisen Medicine Center. Yeo Chiakdu, pharmacist at Chonggang Medicine Center. Min Jiangshik, administrator at Great Bear Medicine Center. Ham Taegil, Taoist from Chongjin Temple. Simple Hell, massage master at White Cloud Hall. Arun leaned back, taking all in. Every single one of them was connected to major, first-level affiliate stores. As if picturing them all lined up, glaring at him, he realized exactly what was happening. The 5 top elixir producers from across Myram had decided to gang up on him. Arun ran a hand down his face. Why now? It wasn't like he'd only just started selling elixirs. He'd been doing this for a while, and no one cared before. Did I cross some invisible line? Scratching his cheek, he figured it out. Up until now, he'd only sold smaller stuff. Wages, deposits, nothing major. So they left him alone. But the moment some little nobody started selling heavenly level goods, yeah, that couldn't slide. In his mind, he pictured greedy hands reaching out from all directions, trying to crush him before he became a real threat. Arun scratched the back of his head, laughing under his breath. This is new. I've never been this pissed before. Sure, they acted all high and mighty on the surface, but behind the scenes? They were throwing dirt like anyone else, trying to shut him down before he could get off the ground. Classic. The system flashed a new update. Current coin balance, minus 2,379. Arun grinned wickedly, clasping his hands together. All right then, he muttered. Challenge accepted. If they wanted to throw filth his way, he'd gladly mix up the dirtiest slop he could find and toss it right back at them. With a wide, slightly unhinged smile, he thought darkly, they'd definitely messed with the wrong guy this time. Meanwhile, the sun lit up the red buildings of the medicine centers. Inside, chaos broke out. What is wrong with this lunatic? He actually dared to complain about us? Shouted the man from Taisen Medicine Center. Across from him, a man in a traditional suit from Chonggang Medical Center threw up his hands. Forget the noise. Tell me what we're doing about it, instead of wasting time. It's like we've been bitten by a mad dog, muttered the man from Chongjin Taoist Temple, holding out his palm as if to stop the argument. Didn't I tell you not to provoke him? It was becoming obvious. They'd hired part-time trolls to ruin Arun's business. The system chat window blinked to life. Taisen Medicine Center messaged Chonggang. You're not pinning this on me, are you? We all agreed on this together. Chonggang replied. Hey, I wasn't expecting anyone to actually complain. Over in the corner, a bald man from Great Bear Medicine Center sighed, resting his head on his hand. Doesn't matter to me. I'm in. The man from White Cloud Hall sighed deeply. Same here, but this isn't what we originally agreed on. Voices started rising. How could this even happen? One of them snapped. We've already gone this far. We better figure out how to clean this up. A man in a blue suit growled. What's wrong with you people? If we fight now, nobody wins. We've got an MK meeting coming up. We need a plan fast. I'll handle that punk myself, someone declared, slamming a fist on the table. The rest of you just follow my lead. I'll show that nobody from the lower system exactly how things work around here. Suddenly, the group chat lit up. Taisa Medicine Center, White Cloud Hall, Chongjin Taoist Temple, Great Bear Medicine Center, Chonggang Medical Center, all have joined the chat. Messages poured in. Why is he wasting everyone's time? Why bother with some nobody? He actually called us together? What's he planning? Arun lounged on his bed, arms folded, smirking as he watched them pile into the chat. Someone finally asked, all right, we're all here. So what exactly are you trying to do? You gonna take responsibility for calling us out, kid? Arun's grin widened. Kid? Who says I'm younger than you? That immediately set one of them off. How dare you talk to me like that? I'm 67. How old are you? Arun looked away and sighed. Wow, that's your flex? Your age? Seriously? The old man exploded. Another scoffed. What do you expect from someone in the lower system? Total lack of manners. Guy's probably too broke to know any better, another added gloomily. Someone else muttered. What a mess. This is just pathetic. Arun shook his head with a quiet chuckle. Oh, I see how it is. All of you ganging up on me at once? How touching. Then, without warning, he activated a command. A crossed-out speaker symbol appeared on the chat. Complete silence mode activated. Everyone froze as the chat locked down. Stunned, they stared at their screens. Arun sat back calmly. Huh, so this is part of the Myo AM system's controls. A new window appeared. A pink-haired man with long ears materialized among the system panels. I'm the Myo AM channel master, he announced. We're here today to address the accusations raised by a certain individual at the Arun Exchange. His gaze swept over the group. This meeting is for formal discussion only. Sarcasm, insults, or profanity will not be tolerated. One of the old men winced but stayed quiet. Arun smiled faintly. The channel master added, and if silence mode is triggered again, any violators will lose their right to speak. Are we clear? Silence mode lifted. The bullhorn icon flashed, and the chat resumed. Yes, understood. We got it. Let's get this over with. We're busy people. The channel master asked if anyone wanted to respond to the accusations. Tayson Medicine Center was first to speak. I'll say this much. We did use part-time workers. The man scowled, waving his hand. But come on. I've heard this complaint 100 times. I'm sick of it. Arun exhaled slowly. Typical. Jumping over their own heads, and then crying when they get burned. If your goods were really high quality, Taysan sneered, would you have ratings like that? Look, things work differently here in the first system. Quality is everything. Quality is trust. Arun couldn't help but grin. And instead of crying over a few bad reviews, maybe you should focus on making your product better. This is what a real merchant looks like, Arun said with a grin as a new file popped up in the chat, titled Transaction Records from Arun. The others stared at him, surprised. Still smiling, Arun invited them to take a look. The sales history was crystal clear. No heavenly level elixirs had been sold. The records were completely empty. One by one, the chat participants chimed in. This is serious. Yeah, not a single sale. Arun leaned back, arms folded, eyes on the open chat. So, let me get this straight, he said smoothly. People who never even bought anything are complaining about the quality of my products. If those aren't part-time trolls, then who are they? T scoffed. How do we even know that's a real document? The channel master, Myo AM, clasped his hands together. I checked the history myself. The document's legit. T frowned. Well, in that case, maybe there were part-time workers involved. But can you prove we're the ones behind them? Arun didn't blink. Myo AM can confirm that too. Myo AM shook his head. Suspicion alone won't cut it. We can't expose private info from other exchanges. Arun waved it off. Relax. I'm only asking you to check if those users are tied to certain organizations. Myo AM's face darkened. That's impossible. Customer data is protected. That's non-negotiable. Donon sneered. So what now? We just sit back and do nothing? Let these guys keep piling on fake reviews. Myo AM shrugged. Hey, I just run the channel. Justice isn't really in my job description. The rival merchants exchanged smug looks, satisfied with how things were going. Arun pictured cracks splintering through the air around him. So that's how it is, he thought angrily. The channel master's playing along with them. They're all in on this. It wasn't just random businesses competing. This was a full-blown cartel. Arun pictured it all. Everyone around the table, stacks of gold and priceless loot in front of them. Deals being made with grins and handshakes. Myo AM had the partner stores wrapped around his finger. They gave him perks, and he made sure nothing ever rocked the boat. Arun jabbed a finger into his chest, frustrated. Even knowing how the game's rigged, I still expected someone to play straight. What a joke. In the group chat, Myo AM spoke up. Anyone got anything else? Nope. All good. Busy here. Let's finish up. Mio AM gave a small smile. All right then, we're done. Hold on, Arun cut in. You're really ending it like this? No follow-up? No proof? Mio AM looked unimpressed. Yeah? So what if you're suspicious? Arun's grin turned sharp. And what if I got evidence? The room fell dead quiet. Tae-san scoffed. Seriously? What kind of stunt are you trying to pull now? Drop the act. Arun didn't say a word. He dropped a file into the chat. Take a look, he said coolly. After this, let's see if you still have the nerve to talk down to me. Everyone moved closer to their screens. Even Mio AM went still the moment he saw the file's title. Arun spoke like it was nothing. These are the transactions from the accounts behind the fake reviews. They're all linked to your centers. Taisei Medicine, Chonggang Medical, Great Bear, Chongjin Taoist Temple, White Cloud Hall. Should I keep going? Taisen lost it. That's fake. Where do you even dig this up? Arun didn't flinch. What do you think, Mio AM? Look fake to you. Mio AM scanned the data, his eyes racing, sweat starting to form. How the hell does he have this? Where did this even come from? Arun tilted his head slightly. What's wrong? Going mute again. Mio AM waved his hands frantically. And no, it's not that. Exchange records are locked by the system. They can't be altered. Silence. The 5 merchant reps didn't say a word. The truth sank in. This wasn't some bluff. It was real. Arun leaned back, cool and steady. So now that this is out there, I'd say things just got a lot more serious. Mio AM forced a strained smile. Why, yes. That's right. The accusations are true. The top elixir companies have been hiring part-timers to flood the system with fake reviews. Tae-san exploded. So what the hell's Mio AM been doing? Pocketing bribes? Before the shouting could spiral, Mio AM slapped silence mode. A muted speaker icon lit up on screen. All voices cut off. Great Bear Medicine Center slammed a hand on the table, mouthing, "What the hell are you doing?" Chongjin Taoist Temple raised a hand sheepishly. I didn't even say anything. Arun held up a finger, amused. Easy now. Why's everyone so worked up? Mio AM looked over, still trying to hold a smile. Arun asked, quick thing, part-time trolling. That breaks exchange rules, doesn't it? Mio AM nodded. Correct. And the punishment? Mio AM responded steadily. First offense means 30-day trading suspension. Same goes for any exchange that placed the order. Arun grinned, satisfied. That's more than enough. Mio AM nodded. In that case, we'll process the reports from the Arun exchange. The chat fell into stunned silence as the 5 major companies listened in disbelief. They'd been caught red-handed using part-time trolls, and now a full month-long suspension was looming over them. But before the final blow landed, Arun leaned in with a Sylvia smile. Or maybe we come to an agreement, he suggested casually. I'm not exactly dying to see justice served, either. Mio AM blinked in surprise. An agreement? Arun smiled behind folded fingers. Come on, for someone running an exchange, aren't profits the most important thing? He turned to the 5 guests. So what's it going to be? You wanting to push for punishment? Or are you ready to pay compensation and keep your businesses running? Baldy's face darkened. 30 days? That's a long time. Longhair frowned. The losses would be massive. The man in the traditional suit grimaced. I really don't want to give anything to this guy, but if we can settle for a fair price, maybe it's worth it. Arun glanced at Mio AM. Lift the silence mode. Let's hear their answer. Snapping out his thoughts, Mio AM nodded. Ah yes. The system chimed. Silence mode lifted. Chat resumed. Immediately, one of the merchants exploded. So this is your true goal. What a scam, he shouted. You started all this just to squeeze us for compensation. Arun tilted his head, still smiling. If you're so against it, then I assume you're happy with the 30-day suspension? The man sneered. Huh, suspend us if you want. You really think we won't sell a single thing without dimensional trading? My medical center sits on top of a mountain, packed with customers. 1 month is nothing. Just wait and see. Arun rested his cheek on his palm. All right, good luck with that. What about the rest of you? Feel the same way. One merchant smirked to himself. Does he really think this little trick will shake us? We're the biggest elixir producers around for a reason. But to his surprise, the others disagreed. I'm not siding with him. Yeah, I'm thinking differently. Honestly, I applaud his confidence, but count me out. The mountain man's jaw dropped. He stared at them, fuming. Traitors. Baldy spoke up. We're not saying we'll pay, without question. What's the amount? The man in the suit agreed. Yeah, name your price first. Arun's red eye glowed faintly. I can't calculate the exact damage they'd suffer from a suspension, he thought. Too high, and they'll just refuse. Too low, and they'll take it as a joke. He imagined them with fake, pained expressions, pretending to be hurt while laughing behind his back. But not this time. Not over his dead body. Leaning into the chat, Arun's smile turned sharp. You got all wrong, he said. It's not about losing elixir sales. The real damage? You trashed my name. You smeared me as a seller of garbage goods. And that's what really pisses me off. His smile widened. If I just let this slide, I won't be able to sleep at night. Someone's getting punished. One of the merchants typed. So what are you planning? You change your tune pretty fast. Arun tapped his fingers together thoughtfully. Every company's monthly income is different. There's no sense in setting one fixed price. Then he smirked. Here's how we'll settle this. I'll forgive only 3 companies. The other 2? Full punishment. The chat lit up. What? Wait. One of us already refused. Then that means only 1 spot left. Arun folded his arms, wicked grin in place. Welcome to the auction, he announced. Lowest bidder wins. Unlimited bids. Whoever offers the least compensation gets their trade suspension card. Baldy nearly pillared the table. What is this nonsense? Longhair glared at Mio AM. Hey, is this even allowed? Mio AM looked genuinely thrown off. With my authority as channel master, I could shut this down, but if I step in now, I might end up in an even worse mess. For now, the safest play was to sit back and watch. The merchants gaped at him, and Mio AM, he just stayed quiet. In truth, there was no issue with the method. How they settled things was entirely up to the applicant. With a satisfied smile, Arun spread his hands. Perfect. Let's get started then. After all, we're all busy people. The traders were stunned. Who's placing the first bid? Arun asked, his grin widening. And just like that, the numbers started pouring in. 1,005, 2,000, 3,000. Arun watched the chat light up, his smile growing as the offers climbed. So predictable, he thought. They came together for profit, but for the right price, they'll gladly tear each other apart. He leaned forward, eyes fixed on the screen. This is a good start. Even if the numbers only rose a little at a time, it was exactly what he wanted. He even pumped his fists like a cheerleader. Come on, keep it going. 8,000. Mustache Man shouted. 8,500. Longhair added. 8,800, barked the Taoist. 9,000. Baldy chimed in, clearly not wanting to be left behind. Arun chuckled, watching the bid stack higher and higher. They're getting close to the real losses they'd face from a full suspension. And the climb continued. 9,200. 9,250. 9,300. 9,350. Then silence. Arun's grin faltered for a second. Did they just stop? Is that it? The Taoist scowled and blurted out. 9,360. One of the others pointed at him. If you're going to push it, might as well hit 10,000. Longhair groaned. If we go that high, we're all dead. Just stop already. The Taoist shot back. Suspend my activities? Are you out of your mind? Absolutely not. Baldy snorted. Aren't you a Taoist? What's with the greed? Shouldn't you be living the simple life? Mustache Man jumped in. Seriously. No possessions, no attachments, right? The Taoist snapped. Oh, please. If wealth is so terrible, hand yours over. Name one merchant who isn't greedy. Chaos erupted. You're a scammer. You're a quack doctor filling your belly on the backs of believers. Arun scratched his cheek, a bit thrown off. Wow, first time I've heard them swear like this. These guys are really something. Still, he smirked. The cracks are showing. And once cracks appear in a cartel, it's only a matter of time before it all falls apart. And sure enough, the fighting only escalated. The Taoist jabbed a finger at the others. Fine, 10,000. Satisfied now, the doctor gawked. You're trying to kill us all. Baldy sighed. 10,010. Can't fall behind now. Longhair whipped around. Why would you even raise it again? The doctor rubbed his temples. This is madness. Complete insanity. I'm out. Forget it. I'll just take the 1-month suspension. Not worth it. Mio AM, watching it all unfold, nodded. Looks like a decision's been made. The exchanges that will suspend their activities are. But before he could finish, someone raised the bid again. 12,000. The whole chat froze. And Arun? He couldn't have been happier. From the corner of the chat, the man from Tesa Medicine Center spoke up, his tone grim. 12,000 coins, he declared. Arun raised an eyebrow, surprised by the sudden spike. Even Mio Am's mouth hung open in shock. The rest of the group stared in disbelief. Why the sudden bid? Someone asked. The man sighed, closing his eyes. I thought it through. It's the only smart move. I can't risk the hit to our monthly income. Shutting down would wreck our position. The time and cost to recover would be brutal. A settlement is better. He sat back, arms folded. The decision was final. Longhair paled. That means I'm next to be shut down? He hesitated, then asked, wait, can we still jump in? Is the auction still open? Arun grinned wide. Sure, nothing changes. If you want back in, just outbid him. Whoever pays the most keeps trading. Simple. Longhair froze. The numbers were already too high. He'd been struggling once it passed 9,000. But now, over 12,000? That was madness. Arun clapped his hands together. Looks like we have our result. Mio AM quickly stepped in. In that case, I hereby announce a 30-day suspension for White Cloud Hall and Chonggang Medical Center. The losing merchants groaned, clearly devastated. All channels will block your trades for the next month. Mio AM continued. and I suggest you be extra careful moving forward. Penalties stack up fast. The system pinged. White Cloud Hall and Chongqing Medical Center have left the chat. Arun smiled, glancing at the others. Well, looks like the ones who needed to leave are gone. The rest of you, time to pay up, right? The Taoist exhaled slowly, eyes shut. 10,000 coins received from Chongjin Taoist Temple. Baldy groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. 11,000 coins received from Great Bear Medicine Center. T-Medicine Center glared daggers through the screen. 12,000 coins received from Tayson Medicine Center. He clenched his jaw. You made a huge mistake today, Arun. I won't forget this. Arun shrugged. As you wish. Leaning forward, he added with a smirk. But hey, since we're all being honest, here's a little free advice. Instead of wasting time on cheap tricks, maybe try improving your products. Then, with a laugh, he added, wasn't it you who said this is how real merchants behave? T turned red with rage, fists clenched tight. One by one, the remaining participants left the chat, leaving Arun alone. He let out a satisfied breath. Ran off fast enough. Bet that taste of defeat's gonna linger. He tapped the red window in front of him. Time to log off, too. But just before he could, Myo-M's voice cut through. Arun, got a minute? Arun paused, surprised. What's this about? Then his thoughts darkened. Wait, could it be? Did he figure something out? Myo-M images flashed in his mind. A red book, forbidden knowledge, the unsettling idea that even transferring coins legally might not protect him here. He glanced toward the system notifications. Myo-AM, master of Channel 1 system. No extra details. His eye of insight couldn't peek beyond that. Meanwhile, his own profile was locked tight behind the information asymmetry shield. Still, Arun stayed on guard. If this is about that report, I'd better tread carefully. He gestured toward the screen. I'm listening. Myo-AM closed his eyes. You know, you're kind of looking down on me, aren't you? Arun smiled lightly. I'm just doing what's convenient. Myo-AM opened his eyes. All right, then I'll get straight to the point. Arun leaned forward, interested. Go ahead. With an awkward chuckle, Myo-AM clapped his hands. So, you're the inspector, right? Arun blinked. Wait, what? It was impossible to play dumb now. Myo-AM had figured it out. With an embarrassed smile, the channel master went on. Look, I've been considerate of the exchanges entering local markets. Just try to keep things smooth. Even if I took a little something on the side, it's not like one guy can eat that much, right? Arun listened, half amused as Myo-AM awkwardly explained himself, laughing nervously the whole time. And, you get where I'm going with this, right? Myo-AM added, his grin forced. Arun sat in silence, putting the pieces together. Auditor, manager, report, boss. His eyes widened slightly. Is that what this is? He smirked. Oh, I get it now. You're scared. The trap had snapped shut. Well, you had to hand it to the channel masters. At least they had good taste. After all, what he was smelling now wasn't trouble. It was pure opportunity. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Arun grinned to himself. A crisis is just opportunity in disguise, right? Honestly, he couldn't think of a more fitting phrase for the moment. The image of those 5 furious traders flashed through his mind. He'd gone head-to-head with the biggest manufacturers in the first system and came out on top. Meanwhile, Myo-AM sat there looking awkward, hands folded neatly. Arun smirked. The guy actually thinks I'm some kind of inspector. Should I even bother filing a complaint? He swung his legs off the bed, deep in thought. The VIP privileges he'd unlocked felt like hitting the jackpot. The system window reminded him. Maximum level privileges activated. Inventory expansion. Flow recognition. Promotion support. Master price discounts. Zero commission. Endless perks stacked up like treasures. And yet, there was always that lingering thought in the back of his mind. What if they take it all away? Would filing some petty complaint make someone upstairs second-guess, giving him this power? The thought gnawed at him. But with a grin, Arun leaned back, hands behind his head. Refusing honey just because you're scared of bees? Stupid. The system pinged again. Current balance, 29,631 coins. Not bad at all. He cleared his debts, and now he was just shy of 30,000. He pictured his family crest and chests overflowing with gold. Crazy to make a steel guard's yearly earnings in a single night. Scooping up the rewards like honey, he couldn't help but smile wide. Then, jolting upright, his eyes sparkled. Easy money like this. Maybe I should try my luck again? The carriage rumbled along through the trees. Arun sitting inside with his arms folded, scrolling through a flood of messages. Of course, he sighed, swiping them away. I post one ad about buying internal cultivation techniques, and they all pile in with garbage. Resting his head on his hand, he groaned. Maybe I should have changed my profile to first system before asking. Who's going to take me seriously with zero system plastered on my info? With a huff, he dismissed the notifications. Forget this. Better to search on my own. He folded his arms and brought up a search window. First-class sellers only. Price cap, at 10,000 coins. His red eyes scanned the results. Just because I got cash doesn't mean I'm throwing it around. In his mind, he pictured himself draped in a long cloak, walking alone. Truth is, things had gotten a little tricky lately. Even though he could still absorb energy, something was off. His combat strength wasn't improving like before. Clenching his teeth, red rays flared between his fingers. Saturation phase. His cultivation had maxed out what his current 8-star celestial technique could handle. Arun imagined standing atop a mountain, looking out at peaks even taller than his own. Sure, he could boost his level and expand his internal power, but scaling that wall wasn't something you just brute force. One step at a time, slowly, steadily, like walking through darkness, leaving faint footprints behind. Yeah, it felt just like back in the days before measurement transactions. He pictured an hourglass full of shimmering gold dust. Measurement transactions save time, a beautiful shortcut, as long as your wallet was fat enough. Looking over the list of techniques, his eyes landed on a few. 8-star Psychic Northern Lights Technique. 7-star Blood Magic Technique. 7-star Spiritual Yang Technique. I've got a decent shortlist, he muttered. But better double-check with an expert. He sent the document to Suk-hyun for review. Moments later, Suk-hyun's reply popped up. Good picks. High-level techniques, too, he said, raising a finger in his profile image. But ditch the magic one. Arun frowned. Why? Extraction, Suk-hyun replied. Internal standardization policy. The more tainted the energy, the greater the loss during purification. Suk-hyun shrugged. But that's not the only reason. The bigger problem is what it does to you. Absorbing magic power drains your capabilities. Arun crossed his arms, deep in thought. So, the deeper I dive into magic, the harder it gets to keep up with martial arts. Exactly, Suk-hyun confirmed. In Arun's mind, he pictured a single drop of black ink swirling in clear water. Once the purity's gone, good luck cleaning it up. Pointing his finger, Suk-hyun spoke seriously. Times have changed. With interdimensional trade open, we're not limited like before. These days, anyone can learn and master martial arts. Arun nodded thoughtfully, picturing the long-haired warriors of old. Yeah, with all the options now, is there really any point in chasing techniques that come with obvious weaknesses? The same doubt crept in. Suk-hyun kept going, waving his arms. And don't forget, using magic drains your mana. It's a dead end when it comes to pushing your achievements higher. Arun leaned back in the carriage, absorbing it all. So, if I want to aim higher, I should stick to pure martial arts. With that, he opened the red system window, scrolling through his options. All right, no more magic techniques, he decided. His gaze landed on Psychic 8 Stars, a martial art that extracted spiritual energy from a body. Out. Then he pictured golden lightning crackling from his sword. Sure, it sounded fun to blast someone with lightning instead of iron. But if some random knight started throwing around lightning strikes, the whole continent would be on high alert. Even magical swordsmen didn't get away with that for long. Besides, seeing an 8-star martial art on a 7-star page? Yeah, the ceiling was way too low. Now only 2 remained. Northern Lights Technique. The forgotten secret of an ancient clan. Spiritual Yang Technique. Focused on extreme mental clarity. Smiling, Arun skimmed the details and decided. I'll take Spiritual Yang. Suk-hyun blinked in shock. Wait, what? Arun looked up. What's the problem? With a sheepish grin, Suk-hyun gestured with his hands. Nothing really. Just that if it were me, I'd have gone the other way. Oh yeah. Arun raised a brow. And why's that? The Northern Lights Technique is pure martial arts at its finest. Way beyond what any heavenly cultivation technique can offer. Arun waved his hand, surprised. You're saying it's better than heavenly techniques? Absolutely, Suk-hyun replied. Heavenly cultivation is known for quick gains and easy control, but it's just a basic technique from the Heavenly Sword Castle. If you want something on another level, Northern Lights is it. Arun paused, considering it. Maybe he had a point, but then he smiled. Nah, I'm sticking with Spiritual Yang. The description says secret records are included. Sounds like a bonus to me. Suk-hyun's jaw dropped. You're picking it for the secret records? Seriously? I can give you those. They're just sitting in the library. I'll copy them for you. Arun's eyes lit up. Wait, the Northern Lights technique comes with secret records too? The fire in his red gaze flared. Under those terms, Northern Lights was clearly the better deal. In his mind, he saw himself meditating under a cool, light blue aura. Below that, the heavy, dark red energy of Spiritual Yang loomed. Sure, Spiritual Yang boosted intelligence, but once you took that road, you'd never even catch a glimpse of the darker, deeper peaks of Earth's energy. If both techniques cost the same, the choice was obvious. Go with the one that gave him more in the long run. Still, something about Suk-hyun's sudden enthusiasm fell off. Why was this guy trying so hard to sway him? Arun narrowed his eyes. Hey, what's your deal? Why are you pushing Northern Lights so hard? Suk-hyun froze. What? Me? Nothing. Arun wasn't buying it. If you want to cut the profits, you'd better give me the truth. Sukhyun broke. His shoulders trembled as he bent low, forehead pressing to the ground. Then, with a loud thud, his palms smacked the floor. Arun blinked. Huh? What's this about? Why are you acting like I'm about to kill you? Sukhyun sobbed, wiping his face. I know you signed a contract, and you won't hurt me, but surviving isn't the same as living. Tears streamed down his face as he looked up desperately. Please, just help me out this once. I swear, I'll serve you with all my heart forever. Arun stared in shock. Is this guy begging me over martial art? Through the window of his mind, he pictured the distant mountains. On the rooftop of a building stood a man with long, dark hair, holding a long pole as the world spun in chaos around him, all for the love of martial arts. And, in the middle of it all, someone quietly stood holding out a box of dumplings. Choi, that's his name. Next to him, Kim steps forward holding out a plate, quietly asking for coins. The boys dash around, faces flushed, while an old man with a hunchback shuffles by. No one here is ordinary. Even the weakest among them carry at least one or two minor talents. They stand ready, each one like a predator waiting for the right moment. Over by the corner, the dumpling seller balances stacks of boxes in both hands without breaking a sweat. Meanwhile, Sukhyun sits off to the side, completely drained. His mind drifts, wondering what life must be like for a first-class warrior who's been reduced to nothing more than a novice in a place like this. But honestly, he doesn't need to wonder. The answer is clear enough without anyone saying a word. Suddenly, the man with glasses breaks the tension. He practically transforms into a chihuahua, bursting into tears. I've got no excuses left, he wails. One wrong move, and my wife's gonna kill me. Seated calmly, the hero rests his chin on his hand. He sizes up the situation easily. Looking down, he mutters, if I extract now, my status takes a hit. Why should I accept that loss? Across from him, the man in the cap plops down onto the floor and nods in agreement. That's when the hero opens his book, flapping through the pages until he lands on the Northern Lights technique. It's similar to celestial cultivation. He explains, same path, same purpose. There might be some losses at first, sure, but they'll pay for themselves in no time. Sukhyun sighs. If I hand over the secret records, the Lord's power will skyrocket even higher. The gentleman listens carefully, and yeah, the logic checks out. But somehow, this all feels way too heavy for what should be a simple deal. There's no reason to just fall in line behind this guy. The hero slides his hand out to the side, thinking a little risk never hurt anyone. Meanwhile, the man with glasses is convinced the hero has no clue what's really going on inside his head. But then, the hero leans in, his confidence growing. I've known you longer than you realize, he says. The man in the cap blinks in shock. The hero smirks. Feeling a bit uneasy now? It's not so easy to act untouchable when someone from a lower system sees through you, is it? The man is rattled. The Lord's face lights up with a wild, fiery grin. Sukhyun's just been waiting for you to slip, he says. The man in the cap slumps even further, mumbling under his breath. What's that? The hero asks, pretending not to hear. The man quickly waves it off. No, you're mistaken. I never crossed the line. I know exactly what happens to people who do. The hero raises an eyebrow. Just checking. But from the looks of it, the man's telling the truth. There's been a misunderstanding, the man insists. I'm serious. Completely sincere. The hero lets out a small sigh. Exactly the answer I expected, he says. But don't worry. I'll act like I didn't hear anything. That mercy alone nearly crushes the man. Thank you, he whispers. The hero leans back, lost in thought. Then it clicks. With a sharp gaze, he lays out his idea. If this is an exchange, he says, there's no room for emotions. Let's keep it strictly business. Stick to the basics, the hero said flatly. The man, his face pale, hesitated. What exactly are you getting at? The hero casually brushed his hand to the side, sitting up straighter. Think about it. If the celestial cultivation technique costs 8 stars, that's around 5 minutes, maybe 6,000 coins. He tilted his head. Shouldn't we start by talking price? Feeling more energized, he raised a finger in the air. So, if you're looking to get back your internal energy cultivation technique, bring me an offer that's actually worth my time. I'll give you 1 day. Sukhyun blinked in shock. 1 day. The hero, striking a proud pose, smirked. What else did you expect? You claim to be loyal to the Lord, didn't you? The scene shifts. Before us stands the Albert family estate. Inside, Dirican kneels before a grand table. A gray-haired man sits back in his chair, his fingers heavy with rings. For a long moment, he says nothing. Finally, he speaks. Why did he run away from home? Looking down, the brunette replies quietly. Perhaps he was too proud. I'm not sure the young master made the right choice leaving. The head of the family taps the table, his gaze sharp. I saw the letter. It's clearly in my son's handwriting. Still staring at the floor, the servant shakes his head. Even so, Just because it's his handwriting doesn't mean we can trust what it says. Darian narrows his eyes. You think he's been threatened? The servant swallows hard but stays silent, sweat gathering at his brow. The head leans on his fist. Greedy. My eldest was too greedy. Took everything for himself and tossed the rest aside. That's not what I meant, the servant mumbles. He bows even lower. If he really ran away, there would have been signs. Some kind of trace. But no one saw him leave. None of the servants noticed him preparing for a trip that day. The Marquis slowly moves his fist from his chin. Then what? Someone helped him? Or worse, kidnapped him? But then Darian lifts his gaze, his voice darker. Or maybe, someone seeking revenge. At that, Darian freezes, his eyes widening. Revenge? What are you talking about? The servant lowers his head further, bracing himself. From the side, we see them both. The servant speaks carefully. 4 days ago, at the arcade, a vase shattered. Someone yelled if our men even had brains, or if they were just for decoration. The Marquis's rage flares instantly. I understand now, he roars. No wonder our knights are called a useless pack of fools. Having no pride, if they wanted to pick a fight, why involve the steel guard of all people? The servant bows his head, ashamed. Forgive us. But the head of the house shoots to his feet, finger pointing, his fury reaching its peak. Why am I even paying that pathetic knight squad? He shouts. If they think someone is worth our attention, then fine. It's time they stay out of it and leave him be. In a fit of rage, the Marquis kicked over a vase filled with scrolls. If we keep dragging this out, it's only going to get worse, he shouted, hurling objects across the room. Breathing heavily, he finally dropped onto the table, muttering curses under his breath. Without even looking at his servant, he asked, so, the younger steel guard, is he still full of surprises? The servant, still hiding his face, nodded. Yes, completely different from what the reports said. Then, hesitating, he nervously presented the steel guard family crest. Honestly, he might be the true successor to Leyskin. The Marquis's face twisted with sarcasm. A heart of steel protecting the Navarro. Huh? If we hadn't kept up the supply, that heart would have stopped beating long ago. He stepped closer to the family's coat of arms and scoffed. And who do we have to thank for that? The servant gave a quick nod. Darian leaned back, thoughtful. Still, odd that Steel Guard showed up in KDO. Strange timing. Then, turning away, he added, I might have gone too far saying it was revenge. They don't really have a reason to target us. Dirica, still kneeling, spoke quietly. That's true, but the whole situation feels off. A memory flickered of the moment the protagonist cast a cold glare. Maybe it wasn't even their knights who provoked him. But the second he left, the young master vanished. The servant recalled, standing near the gate, watching the Murim. Something about it all felt connected. The Marquise's gaze sharpened. There's more to this. I'm sure of it. He studied his servant. You look haunted. The servant straightened, a spark of resolve in his eyes. Raising a hand, the Marquise ordered, investigate. Do whatever it takes to find my son. Then he added sternly, but don't make any reckless moves. Our enemy is Steelguard, after all. With deadly seriousness, the knight nodded. Understood. I'll stake my life on it. The scene shifts to a city tucked high in the mountains, its architecture reminiscent of ancient China. Down narrow alleys, a man sprints, gasping for breath. Around the corner he goes, thoughts racing. This is insane. Absolutely insane. What am I even doing? Panic floods his face, the man with glasses clutching his chest as he runs. It's already gone too far. There's no turning back now, he thinks, his heart pounding. But still, he pushes forward. This is it. This is the right move. Meanwhile, the hero sits quietly, practicing his smile. A perfect grin. 32 teeth. Covering his mouth with his hand, he thinks, don't laugh. Just hold it in. But it's no use. The more he thinks about it, the harder it is to stay serious. Moments later, a notification arrives. He's obtained the Lost Soul's Celestial Sword Technique, a legendary secret from Skyball Castle. Before him stands a man with long hair, towel draped over his shoulders. We're drilling in the fifth world now, the hero muses. This martial art ranks among the top 3 sword techniques. An ascension-level skill, holding the secrets to ultimate mastery. Anyone who perfects it would stand shoulder to shoulder with the great sword masters. Trying to stifle his grin, the hero marvels. The #1 official technique, the one that made Heavenly Sword Castle what it is today, he thinks. And now, it's his. He can't help but smile. In his hands is the martial art of ball control, a technique so well known in Murim's fifth world that even babies recognize it. Across from him, the man in the cap scowls in disbelief. I risked my life for this, he says bitterly. The hero raises a hand. Not bad. I price it at about 5,000 coins. The seller box. What? Are you kidding? This is rare. You won't find it anywhere else. The hero rubs his chin, thinking. Fair point. Stuff like this doesn't just show up. If you get the chance to own something like this, he thought, you pay whatever it takes. Later, as they ride in the carriage, the hero looked over, intrigued. You really went all out. You've proven your loyalty, he said. Leaning his chin on his hand, the hero added, the celestial cultivation technique's been extracted. I'll hand it over once I get the Northern Lights technique. Seo-kyun, clearly excited, replied, I'm hoping to finish by tomorrow night. The hero, delighted, agreed. Good. Let me know as soon as it's done. Then came a new notification. User has left the session. The hero chuckled to himself. Seems like someone's eager to make reckless moves, he thought. Totally different from the careful process of reworking the chaos cultivation technique. Lowering his head slightly, he whispered, well, that's done. A fresh set of purchase notifications popped up before him. The system flashed a message. The 7-star Northern Lights technique, a secret art passed down by the forgotten Shantian. Along with it came 2 bonus skills, weed removal and Tai energy healing, perfect for cleansing the body of unwanted energy. The hero couldn't hold back a laugh. Achievements too? Not bad. A new title popped up, King of Gold. To earn it, spend 75,000 coins in the system. The reward? A cool 5,000 coins back. Smiling to himself, the hero glanced to the side. Feels like after that cash auction, things have finally settled down. But then, old memories crept back, the ones where he struggled to handle the crushing weight of advanced techniques. The Northern Lights technique was a tier above celestial cultivation. If I push too hard again, he thought, I'll end up bedridden for weeks. A bit of doubt lingered. This was going to take time, no doubt. But there wasn't really another option. Divided absorption was his only path forward. With a sigh, the hero admitted to himself, I still don't know the method for cultivating internal strength. The energy in my lower abdomen is just dead weight right now. For now, he'd have to rely on the mana in his heart, and hope a few quiet days would help. A voice broke his thoughts. Sir, we're almost there. It was Michael. The hero perked up. Got it. How much longer? Huge castles and sprawling estates started appearing on the horizon. We'll be in Theros soon, the knight reported. Leaning back in his carriage, the hero gave orders. Sir Davis and I will head straight to the academy. You and your squad, get some rest at the inn. The knight nodded. Understood. With a grin, the hero raised his finger dramatically and said, let's wrap this up. Moments later, the massive gates of the Royal Knight Academy came into view. Crossing his arms, the hero looked up and thought, back here, after 15 years. Beside him, Hares admired the grand structure towering above them. No surprise this place looks so incredible. It is the academy that produced Lane Steelguard himself. After all, the hero glanced over. First time seeing it. Yeah, always wanted to visit, but duty called me elsewhere, Hares said. With a grin, he added, still, thanks to you, I finally made it. The hero, looking a bit worn, tilted his head. So, how's it compare to the Imperial Academy? Hares smirked. Honestly, not that impressive. I mean, the scale alone. The hero shot him a sharp look. Quickly throwing up his hands, Hares backtracked. Just a casual observation. I really do think the Royal Academy is majestic. With an awkward laugh, he gestured toward the castle. This place is the pride of the Empire. More than that, it's the symbol of our knightly power. That kind of meaning? Worth more than the entire Imperial Academy combined. The hero chuckled softly. Good to know you're not a spy. Still, talking like that's an art form in itself. Trying to shift the mood, Hares scanned the courtyard. So, where's the admissions committee? The hero wasn't exactly impressed by the topic change, but let it slide. The afternoon sun bathed the castle walls in a warm glow. Inside one of the offices, a man leaned back at a desk, stretching. Just then, Aruin approached the tall man. Peering at him closely, the spy asked, is this where we find the admissions committee? The bald man let out a slow breath, nodded, and asked for their letters of recommendation. They handed him the envelope, but as soon as his eyes caught the Steelguard family seal, he froze. For a moment, he just stared, then quickly straightened up. If you're really from that household, he said with sudden formality, it's an honor to have you here. He wasted no time rambling on, mentioning how he personally handled the applications of their 2 older brothers. Guess it's true what they say. Blood runs deep, he added with a smile. But neither of them reacted. They simply looked at him, thinking the same thing. He's never even seen us before. Still grinning, the man from the committee asked how the count was doing and whether they'd earned any achievements lately. Next, we see the young master's father, a respected figure representing Navarro. But despite his accomplishments, he lived under the shadow of his grandfather, who had risen to an even higher rank. People always ask the same thing. Why hasn't he reached legendary yet? The hero sighed to himself. Forget legendary. None of us, including my brothers and me, have even made it to heroic. Not even awakened. The man beside him caught the shift in his gaze and raised his hands apologetically. My mistake, he said, eyebrows raised. That was out of line. With this letter of recommendation, you're all set. He motioned toward the next building. Head over there. You'll find a small training ground waiting. The spies exchanged confused glances. Didn't the entrance exam wrap up months ago? One of them asked. The bald man chuckled, raising his hands. Steel guard or not, we don't hand out special treatment. This is just the entry test. The academy doesn't bend the rules for anyone. The hero smirked. And special selection, that's not a privilege. The man from the committee raised a finger and shook his head. Not at all. It just means you won't fail. But the group placements? Those are earned. No exceptions. The green-haired man stepped forward. So what's the test? An instructor, standing nearby with arms crossed, looked them over with a sneer. First up, leave a handprint on the back of that stone wall, he said, pointing. No smashing. No showing off your strength. Just control your mana. Push the stone from within. Then his face darkened, his tone dropping low. And unless you want the lowest score here, do it properly. The hero smiled lightly. What's it take to get the highest score? The instructor paused. Most rich kids barely spoke to him without wrinkling their noses. These two, different. When the redhead flashed a grin, the instructor thought, interesting. This one might be worth watching. Leading them to the stones, the instructor shrugged. There's no clear limit. Just give it everything you've got. The hero nodded. Got it. I'll do my best. With a confident smile, he turned to face the wall. In my last life, I didn't even know what this test meant, he thought. He stretched out his hand. Depth shows mana output. Brightness shows control. Glancing over the wall, he studied the other prints. At first, they all looked the same. Then one stood out clear, defined, almost perfect. Not bad. Who left that one? Ghostly, smoky images of other competitors drifted through his mind. The instructor snapped him out of his thoughts. Hey, why are you just standing there? Get on with it. Right, the hero replied calmly. Off to the side, the spy watched his master and wondered if he was feeling nervous. But this task? For someone like him, it was child's play. The hero placed his palm against the stone. Deep breath. Eyes closed. Silence. A ripple of energy spread out, swirling like a quiet storm. When it was over, smoke drifted in the air. Rednose, watching closely, blinked. Is he really from Steelguard? Looking at the wall, the trace was strange. It wasn't sharp or blurred. Not deep, not shallow. Just balanced. One after another, these brothers were full of surprises. Crossing his arms with a frown, the instructor called it. 5 points. Aruin's eyes widened. Is that the highest? The instructor let out a slow breath, his brow furrowing deeper. No, that's 5 out of 10. The spies paled at the score. Wooden swords clashed. The instructor blocked strike after strike from the boys. Her fencing's odd too, he thought. No natural talent, but try hard to look like a master at everything else. Breathing lightly, the hero kept attacking. The redhead deflected the final blows and called it. That's enough. The hero tensed slightly as the instructor's voice rang out. Cadet 73. With a casual toss, the redhead threw the practice ball over his shoulder. My mana control's decent too. Nothing special, just middle class. Once again, the sun dipped softly against the castle walls. Closed behind, the green-haired man stormed after his master. Middle class? Seriously? If that's the case, doesn't that throw off everything we've been planning? What about graduating early? I was counting on finishing in 2 years. He caught up to the hero, who replied calmly. I told him I was around rank 6 or 7. First, I need to match that. The spy's expression shifted. Master, you're incredible. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to hold back this long. How much longer do you plan to hide your true strength? Lowering his gaze, the hero answered quietly. Until I'm sure we can handle the Empire. That answer made the spy's heart skip a beat. Watching his master's back, he realized this wasn't just talk. The potential here, it was on the same level as the legendary grandfather they were always compared to. For a moment, he pictured it. Mr. Supreme riding out in full armor, family banner in hand. Maybe, just maybe, the family could wrap the Empire around its finger again. The hero noticed a long stare and smiled slightly. What's with that look? Flustered, the spy quickly waved it off. And nothing like that. It's just, at this age, it's normal to get fired up thinking about big achievements. With a knowing grin, the Lord replied, well, you better keep that energy. The next 2 years won't give you a moment's rest. The green-haired man imagined himself standing atop a yin-yang symbol, shrouded in mist. His master's words echoed in his mind. Keep me updated on the Empire and the family, and hold down the Steel Guard strongholds. Do that well, and in 2 years, you'll finally be free to live for yourself. With newfound determination, he looked up. Understood. Leave it to me. The hero smiled warmly. I'm counting on it. He handed over a pouch of coins, catching the spy off guard. Rest up with the night squad. Take it easy and come back safe. Surprised, the spy asked. You're not coming with us? The entrance ceremony's not until tomorrow. Shaking his head gently, the Lord answered. I can't waste time on parties and rest days. I'm cutting this semester in half. The spy sighed. Everyone's going to be so disappointed. But the hero just exhaled. We won't be apart forever. Just enjoy your break while you've got it. With a deep bow, the spy accepted the pouch. Understood. Thank you, sir. I wish you great success and good health. Slowly, he turned and walked down the steps, expression blank. Watching him go, the hero thought, this is all I can do for now. The real collapse of the family begins in 2 years. The sun warmed his back as he glanced toward the family crest. Back at the night academy, once again, hands in his pockets, he stared up at the sky, wondering, should I really give my all this time? The next day, the new semester began. As the students filled the classroom, the academy's notorious training program, Hell Race, kicked off. Hey, a voice called out to the hero. It was Dmitry Toleberman, his neighbor. Raising a finger, Dmitry announced, first class is a fixed match. It's all about internal rankings. The hero barely glanced at him. Yeah, I know. But in his mind, he remembered how much this part used to irritate him. Last time, I was stuck at the bottom of the lower class. Unbothered, Dmitry kept talking, loudly. This is what makes the academy so special. Anyone can challenge anyone, and you can't turn down a duel. Ever. He went on with way too much excitement. 3 matches max per opponent. Win 2 out of 3, and you take their spot in the rankings. The hero lowered his head slightly. This guy, no matter how hard I try, I can't remember anything important about him. He's just background noise. For 2 straight days now, Dmitry hadn't stopped talking. And now, he was even explaining the most basic rules to everyone nearby. By the way, Dmitry added loudly, cadets who don't know about this stuff? Total suckers. The hero, simmering just below the boiling point, couldn't believe how badly he'd messed up choosing this roommate. And to make matters worse, where on earth was the instructor? Maybe his arrival would finally shut up this non-stop chatterbox. Right on cue, Circle burst into the game room with a loud entrance, demanding to know what all the noise was about. The hero let out a slow breath, relieved. Finally, with a sharp glare at the students, Circle ordered everyone to their seats. Instantly, the room turned into chaos as students scrambled to sit down. Within moments, silence fell like a heavy curtain. Taking his place behind the podium, the instructor raised his voice, declaring that from this moment forward, he was in charge. As for who he really was, well, they'd figure that out soon enough. His gaze hardened. Before anything else, they were going to fight. He scanned a room and laid down the rules. A full-on tournament, no holding back. Every student would compete. Opponents would be assigned by lot. And anyone thinking this was just a warm-up? Forget it. Lose the first round, and your ranking drops like a stone. With a serious look, he asked if they all understood. The class shouted back in unison, yes. Satisfied, the instructor pointed skyward and ordered everyone to the training ground. Before long, the wooden swords were out. One student landed a punch straight into another's stomach, sending him to his knees. Victorious, the attacker raised his sword high, celebrating as the instructor coolly announced Holland as the winner. Next up, numbers 33 and 34. Dragging his feet, the hero slowly made his way to the stage, exhaustion written all over him. His ever-chatty roommate tossed out some half-hearted encouragement. Watching them, the instructor couldn't help but think how unlucky Arun was. Then came the hero's opponent, a cocky, blue-haired guy, tossing his sword over his shoulder with a grin that said he owned the place. The instructor kept observing. Franz had decent overall skills, but his swordsmanship? Top tier. If he managed to get his mana control up to par, he'd be upper-class material without question. As for the hero, smack in the middle. Nothing special. Average through and through. But a hero's bloodline stuck at that level? That didn't sit right. Sizing them both up, the instructor predicted an absolute disaster was about to unfold. And with a bored expression, he waited for the inevitable. The fight began. The hero deflected strike after strike, struggling to keep up. Watching from the sidelines, a red-haired student noted how well the hero held back the heavy attacks. But finding an opening to counter? That was another story. The hero, meanwhile, was mentally spiraling. This was a disaster. He thought middle-class fighters would at least put up some kind of challenge, but these people were beyond weak. Swinging his sword overhead, frustration crept in. They're not just bad, they're hopeless. Still, with a blank stare, he kept blocking blow after blow, realizing that even pretending they were equals was exhausting. But somehow, someway, he needed to win and make it look like pure luck. Franz, now visibly irritated, called him out. What are you dodging for? Take this head on. Grinning at the opportunity, the hero locked onto his chance. As the opponent unleashed a powerful overhead strike, the hero slipped to the side with ease. Franz froze, shocked. Why are you dodging? The hero just smiled, glancing back over his shoulder. The Lord swung his sword, landing a clean strike on his opponent's knee. From the sidelines, the instructor's eyes widened slightly. That was a solid hit, clean and precise. Maybe this guy was aiming higher than expected. The opponent collapsed, clutching his knee and letting out a dramatic scream. The hero blinked, thrown off by the reaction. Was this guy serious? He hadn't even used a drop of mana in that swing. It had to be an act. Arms crossed, the instructor calmly announced Arun as the winner. Flat on the ground, Franz glared up, cursing under his breath. Don't get cocky. It's not over yet. The hero raised an eyebrow. 6th rank, talking tough to a 1st rank? Now that was something. As he stepped off the stage, the hero sighed. Dealing with low-rank challengers was getting old fast. Better to hold steady in the middle ranks. No need to stand out, just win the next round and call it a day. Round 3? Not even worth the trouble. Turning back to the stage, he wondered who was up next. The next match was set. Varan Darius versus Dmitry Toleberman. Facing off, the difference between them was obvious. Varan, the taller redhead, practically towered over Dmitry. From the start, the outcome was clear. With a swift swing, Varan's blade smashed into Dmitry's hand. The smaller fighter cried out, clutching his wrist. But Varan wasn't done. Blow after blow rained down, leaving Dmitry scrambling and screaming for a break that never came. Finally, the instructor called a match, declaring Varan the winner. But Varan didn't stop. With a smug grin, he kept going, kneeing Dmitry and striking him over and over, ignoring the call. Then, in an instant, the instructor's hand clamped down on Varan's sword, stopping him cold. Lowering his gaze, clearly annoyed, the instructor asked if this was some kind of joke. Feigning innocence, Varan twirled his sword and mumbled an apology, claiming he'd just gotten a little too into the fight. But his glare said otherwise. This is training, the instructor warned. Not a death match. That's your first and only warning. Varan just shrugged it off with a smirk. Got it. As Dmitry limped off toward the infirmary, the redhead's attention shifted. He spotted the hero watching quietly from the sidelines. Strutting over, Varan clapped a hand on the hero's shoulder. Relax. I won't mess up that pretty face too bad, he said with a wicked grin. One hit and you're done. The hero didn't respond, just stared back without a word. Laughing to himself, Varan walked off, making sure everyone heard him. Look at that. He's already scared stiff. From the corner of his eye, the hero noticed his beaten roommate glancing his way. He looked back, then turned away sharply. For a brief moment, memories he thought he'd buried surfaced. His own past self, just as weak, just as helpless. Standing there in silence, the hero watched Varan laughing with his friends. This wasn't about his roommate anymore. No, this was something else. A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Yeah, someone like Varan deserved a proper wake-up call. The second round kicked off with the redhead squaring off against the young master. Without wasting a second, Varan lunged forward, unleashing a barrage of wild swings. But the hero sidestepped them all with ease. Smirking, the hero waited for his opening. And the moment it came, he struck clean through the gap in Varan's defense. Varan scowled, grinding his teeth. You're really starting to piss me off, he snapped, raising his sword high and slamming it down with everything he had. But the hero was already gone, slipping behind him in a flash. With a wicked grin, the hero gave Varan a playful smack on the backside with his sword. Furious, Varan spun around, clutching the spot where he was hit. What is this, a joke to you? He growled. The hero simply nodded. Thanks for the compliment. Varan wasn't laughing. Lifting his sword behind his head, he glared. Let's see how long those little tricks of yours hold up. But before he could finish, the hero drove the hilt of his sword straight into Varan's stomach. The whole arena froze. The students stood in shock, some with jaws dropped, others grinding their teeth. Varan hit the ground, gasping for air, elbows on the floor, clutching his stomach. The hero, still standing over him, coolly added, Maybe I should have let you finish talking. But you were wide open. The instructor blinked, struggling to process what he'd just witnessed. Had Arun really just taken down Varan? And with barely any effort, from where he stood, it didn't look like a hard-fought victory. No, it looked like Arun had just been toying with him. Winner, Arun, the instructor announced. But Varan wasn't done. Still hunched over, he barked out, Wait, let me keep fighting. This little coward is just hiding behind cheap tricks. Looking desperate, he turned to the instructor. I demand a rematch. The instructor sighed. Are you kidding me? You can't challenge the same person twice in a row. Put in your request next week. Varan was seething, turning his glare back to Arun. He snarled. What's your name? Who do you think you are? Knocking me down the ranks. Mark my words, we'll settle this. You'll see who gets the last laugh. Unbothered, the hero looked away. Sure, knock yourself out. But Varan wasn't finished. With fire in his eyes, he shouted, I'm the son of Count Darius. Remember that name? A soft chuckle rang out. Then the instructor straight up laughed. Varan whipped around. You laughing at my family? The instructor waved him off. Relax. I wouldn't dare mock the Count's family. But thinking you can make a name for yourself by stepping over the Steel Guard family? That's what's funny. The entire crowd erupted. Wait, Steel Guard? Is that real? Did he say the Steel Guard family? The room buzzed as whispers turned to full-on shock. The instructor confirmed it with a nod. That's right. Arun's from a hero family. But compared to yours? Different league entirely. Varen froze, speechless. He looked back at Arun, baffled. Why didn't you say something? Arun shrugged. You didn't ask. Behind him, the faint image of his family's crest seemed to linger in the air as he casually tossed his sword over his shoulder and walked off. As night settled over the academy, Arun's bed was already empty. His roommate, still getting dressed, glanced at the space beside him. Where'd he sneak off to this early? Straightening his tie, the blonde thought back on the day. Losing in the first round had stung, but honestly, it had been the push he needed. For all his quirks, Arun wasn't such a bad guy. Remembering how miserable he'd felt hiding under his blanket, the blonde realized something. At least Arun hadn't let defeat keep him down. With a small smile, he scratched his head. Maybe it was time to get serious, too. From the bed, a cat meowed softly. Don't worry, I'll feed you before I go, the blonde said, placing a dish down. We'll play when I'm back. Somewhere outside the academy, under the night sky, the forest stretched across the Rocky Mountain. On day one, cadets were expected to climb it. They called it the Hell Race, a brutal ascent through heavy fog, steep cliffs, and wild overgrowth. But there was Arun, tearing up the path like it was nothing, kicking up dust behind him. For some reason, this climb felt easy, and with a small grin, he kept going. Not a drop of sweat clung to him. To anyone watching, it looked like Arun was just jogging across flat ground, not climbing a mountain. The sight left his roommate stunned, mouth slightly open in disbelief. But Arun came to an abrupt stop, knees bending as he noticed someone standing near a tree up ahead. It was the blue-haired guy from his first match. Arun blinked. He hadn't expected to run into him here. Before Arun could say anything, the guy spoke up. I've been waiting for you. Arun tilted his head. Waiting? For me. Franz, clearly excited, gestured for him to follow. Come with me. It's about Dmitri. Still watching him carefully, Arun replied flatly. He's just my roommate. Franz didn't seem to hear him. With a frantic wave of his arms, he explained, there was a rock slide. We need to help him. Arun frowned. In a case like that, shouldn't they be calling an instructor? But then Franz added something that made Arun pause. Even while hurt, Dmitri kept asking for you. The comment made Arun's stomach twist. Was this guy messing with him? And the way Franz said it. Yeah, this smelled like a setup. Arun thought for a moment. If he turned down the request, it'd just create more problems. These guys wouldn't let it go. With the sky darkening to deep purple, Arun decided it was better to deal with this now. Lead the way, he said. They entered the dense forest, trees packed tightly on all sides. Franz smirked to himself as they walked. Hook, line, and sinker. When they finally arrived, Arun spotted Dmitri on the ground, trembling. And standing over him was Varen, looking smug as ever. Nice work, Varen told Franz. Leave the rest to me. Varen turned his gaze to Arun. It's over for you. Arun looked down at Dmitri, pinned to the dirt and shaking. So, Varen sneered, what does it feel watching your buddy get treated like this? Arun kept his expression steady. Just one question, he said, eyes locked on Varen. As the group continued taunting Dmitri, Arun couldn't help but wonder. Something about yesterday must have really rattled Varen to make him pull something like this. But the mention of yesterday was all it took. Varen's face twisted in rage. Don't act clueless. I dropped in the rankings because of you. And what did you do? Pulled one cheap trick, and then backed out of the next round like a coward. Arun glanced away. And now you're here acting like you don't care? What a joke. But Varen wasn't finished. He smirked. Let me guess. You fought me out of pity for Dmitri, right? Arun just sighed. Then, casually, he said, you'd probably feel more confident if you had 5 people backing you up. That wiped the smirk right off Varen's face. A bead of sweat slid down his temple. How did Arun know they'd planned to gang up on him? Arun looked him over. If you're going to hide backup, try to do a better job next time. Right on cue, more of Varen's guys stepped out from behind the trees. As they crept closer, Arun turned to Varen and asked, Are you ready for what happens if you lay a hand on me? Varen snorted. I'm not scared of your so-called family. My older brothers know your brother pretty well. They say you're nothing special. Hands in his pockets, Arun narrowed his eyes. So, Jason was still here at the academy. But whether his own brother cared or not didn't matter right now. Varen, full of confidence, kept talking. Jason called you some nobody. Said we could do whatever we want to you. So yeah, you're finished. Arun stared at him, unbothered. Varen felt a chill run down his spine. And by the way, Arun added, considering how badly I beat you yesterday, you should probably still be in bed. Varen spat on the ground. Don't worry. You'll be the one lying down soon enough. Get him. The others rushed in, surrounding Arun from all sides. Arun closed his eyes for a moment, let out a breath, then looked up sharply. In the blink of an eye, he delivered sharp, precise slaps to each of them, so fast and hard they dropped instantly, groaning and dazed on the ground. Varen and Dmitri just stood there, stunned, mouths wide open, unable to believe what they'd just seen. Standing among the bodies scattered on the ground, Arun turned his attention to Varen. With a calm tilt of his head, he told him, "Looks like the only place left for you is a coffin." Red with rage, Varen lunged forward, fists clenched, demanding that Arun shut his mouth. But just as his punch powered through the air, packed with mana, Arun stopped it cold. One hand, steady as stone. Varen froze, wide-eyed, someone his size, throwing everything he had into that hit. And Arun caught it like nothing. A slight twist of Arun's grip, and crack. Varen screamed, clutching his hand in agony. Looking down at him, Arun sighed. Disappointing. That's all the mana you've got. Without a second thought, Arun flicked his wrist, wrenching Varen backward. He hit the ground hard, a red mark glowing on his forehead as smoke curled up from the impact. Dmitri, watching from the side, shifted uncomfortably, unsure what to do or say. Arun glanced over at him. "Forget all of this ever happened," he said with a sharp grin. The rest of the group kept sneaking glances at Arun, their nerves shot. After what they just witnessed, life in the middle class suddenly felt much easier. Later, sitting beside a still-shaken Dmitri, Arun couldn't help but think about how far below his level this place really was. The Academy's middle class wasn't challenging anymore. Maybe it was time to step up. But even the upper class didn't seem that different. Leaning his head on his hand, Arun figured the real priority was graduating as fast as possible. And for that, he needed to restore his Tai energy. Just then, a system message popped up. Weed removal complete. The Heavenly Radiance technique was now his. Arun smiled. Perfect timing. As night blanketed the capital, the city lights flickered, casting long shadows across the streets. Above it all, Arun stood silently on a rooftop, watching from beneath a dark cloak. This side of the city, the darker side, was where he belonged tonight. For true freedom at the Academy, there was one person he needed to find. And just like that, Arun spotted him. A figure in a cloak passed by the city's main residence. Arun recognized him instantly. He'd watched this man long enough to know him from a mile away. Same posture, same stride. Instructor Zirkle. A smile crept across Arun's face. Now things could finally move forward. Zirkle, meanwhile, walked quickly past the mansion, head low, his thoughts heavy. He didn't know how much longer he'd be stuck like this. But something made him stop. A chill ran down his spine. He spun around. That's when he saw him. A man in a black cloak, standing silently in the crowd. Dark energy hung around him, heavy and cold. And then gone. Zirkle's pulse spiked. Had that man been watching him? His instinct screamed danger. Without a second thought, Zirkle turned and ran, his cloak whipping behind him. But after only a few steps, he felt it again. The pressure. The same man now blocked his path, standing tall and calm, like he'd been waiting there all along. Zirkle wiped the sweat from his brow. "What do you want?" he asked cautiously. The stranger tilted his head. "You? A role model? Please. More like a regular at the bar. What would people think if they knew about that waitress you're obsessed with?" Zirkle flinched. How could this guy possibly know about that? Before Zirkle could react, the man spoke again. "Tell you what, let's just call this a fateful meeting." Zirkle narrowed his eyes, trying to sense the man's energy. There was nothing. Who was this guy? How much did he really know? Frustration bubbling over, Zirkle lunged himself forward, fist aimed straight for the stranger's head. But the man ducked, smooth and effortless. Another attack, dodged. Again missed. Zirkle gritted his teeth. This wasn't just some random guy. And if this dragged on, it wasn't going to end well. Blue flames burst from his palm. Dust swirled around him as he charged forward, ready to end this. In the heart of the city, Zirkle, already frustrated, threw his fist straight at the mysterious figure's face. The blow ripped through the air, kicking up dust and covering the street in a thick fog. But as the dust settled, Zirkle's eyes widened. The man was still standing. Not a scratch on him. Lowering his head slightly, Arun calmly admitted, "That was quite the hit." Then, almost like a passing thought, he added, "Second class, huh? You're right on the edge of first." Hearing that, Zirkle instinctively took a step back. His hair was disheveled from the clash, and reality sank in. Whoever this man was, he was first class and no ordinary passerby. Trying to regain control, Zirkle demanded, "Who are you?" But Arun only smirked and asked, "Would the name Sylvia ring any bells?" At that, beads of sweat ran down Zirkle's face. The stranger knew. Zirkle cautiously stepped closer. "You're with a Knight of Verification, aren't you?" "Relax," Arun replied, his tone light. "I'm not here to expose you. In fact, I'd rather help you keep your little secret." Zirkle blinked, confused. What was this man playing at? Before he could process it, voices rang out nearby. Guards were searching the area, suspecting an explosion. Arun glanced at a nearby building with a sign featuring a beer mug. "Let's move." Moments later, They were sitting on a bed inside a modest hotel. So, Sylvia, is she the daughter of your first love? Arun asked. Zirkle nodded. Yeah, but it's not like that. Not really. With a sigh, Zirkle explained how life had been cruel. How everything he'd done was for the daughter of someone he once loved. Someone he wasn't even related to. Staring at the floor, he admitted that Sylvia hated her work. Still, she seemed a little happier during the few hours they could spend together each week. Leaning on his knees, Arun figured Zirkle had already poured a mountain of gold into that place. You should just buy her freedom, Arun suggested. If you're going to keep this up, why not end it properly? Zirkle exhaled, shaking his head. 10,000 gold. I can't afford that on an instructor's pay. Raising an eyebrow, Arun asked, then why not just crush her boss's business? Shouldn't be hard for a night. But Zirkle looked up with a heavy expression. The Black Snake runs that place, he said. They're behind half the crime in Theros. Even the guards won't touch them. Hearing that, Arun scanned the room, piecing together the truth. What he'd heard before didn't match this version of events. Looking at Zirkle slouched over in defeat, Arun realized he had misunderstood. This wasn't weakness. This wasn't scandal. This was love. And for a moment, it almost moved him. Maybe pressure wasn't the way to handle this. Instead, a grin crept across his face. Fine. He'd do Zirkle a favor and leave him owing a debt. Zirkle's head shot up when Arun mentioned helping. What's the catch? Zirkle asked cautiously. Arun tilted his head and, with a small gesture of his fingers, replied, Simple. You just have to agree to a deal. Zirkle shot to his feet. What kind of deal? Under the cloak, Arun smiled. Ever heard of someone named Arun? Zirkle's face paled. Sweat rolled down his cheek. That's my cadet. Realization hit him hard. This man was connected to the Steel Guard. Maybe even sent by the Levadon master himself. Zirkle lowered his head. Levadon wouldn't do something like this. But at this point, it didn't matter who sent him. Nothing good came from this. And then came the final blow. Arun's performance is monitored by other instructors, Zirkle added bitterly. Even if I wanted to help, it wouldn't change his overall evaluation. But Arun's gaze sharpened. That's not what I'm asking, he said. All I want is for you to make sure he's comfortable while he's here. Zirkle leaned against a shelf, rubbing his temples. You're not the first to ask me something like that, he muttered. Zirkle scowled as the stranger spoke, his frustration boiling over. Bribing instructors from noble families happens all the time, but don't think I'm one of them, he snapped. Falsifying grades isn't in my vocabulary. Arun let out a slow breath and raised his hand. Relax. I'm not asking you to tamper with my scores. I just want the freedom to move around the academy without interference. That's all. Zirkle blinked, stunned, but his shock only grew when the man added, and in return, I'll handle Sylvia's rescue. Head bowed. The cloaked figure continued, voice steady. She walks free the moment I get mine. Zirkle narrowed his eyes, confused. You're planning an escape for her? When he realized this was her best shot at slipping away from Black Mamba's grip, Zirkle stared at the floor. Could it actually work? She won't even need to leave Theros. Zirkle muttered under his breath, as if trying to convince himself. But his thoughts drifted back to the same argument. Grades aren't something I can mess with, he warned. Arun's patience finally cracked. His voice sharpened. How many times do I have to say it? I don't care about my grades. Then, with a glance at his hand, Arun smirked. Fine. Looks like the time's up. Zirkle watched, puzzled, as the man slowly traced the letter A in the air. And then, with one swift motion, the mask came off. Zirkle's jaw dropped. There, sitting on the bed, was Arun himself. It was him all along. Zirkle couldn't believe it. His mind raced. Magic? Perfect aura control? Arun simply nodded, confirming the unspoken thoughts. He admitted he'd always been faster than the others. Zirkle ran a hand through his hair, realizing exactly what this meant. This kid wasn't just some overachiever. He was a first-class talent at 16. A genius who could make history. Imagining the potential, Zirkle could practically see Arun lighting up the academy with power most students couldn't even dream of. Highest score? Arun asked, smirking. Zirkle nodded without hesitation. Without question. With a casual wave of his hands, Arun asked, So why would I need you to rig anything? Zirkle let out a weak laugh. Right. No need. Raising a finger, Arun added, One thing, though. I want permission to skip class from time to time. Zirkle studied him carefully before nodding. That I can do. Then his face turned serious. But tell me, how do you know so much about Sylvia? And why keep all this hidden? A Sylvia grin spread across Arun's face. You sure you want to know? You might lose sleep over it. Zirkle leaned back, wiping sweat from his forehead. Maybe it was better not to ask. Arun stood, his voice steady. Think it over. Then give me your answer. Are you ready to make a deal? Outside, under the glow of the full moon, the plan was already in motion. In the center of the city, a man sat at a table surrounded by guards. Leaning on one arm, he glanced at Arun. So, You're here to take Sylvia? Behind him, the girl in the green dress stood silently. I'm here to take her right now, Arun replied without hesitation. The leader of Black Mamba yanked Sylvia closer by the collar. You know this guy? Before she could answer, Arun cut in. Zirkle sent me to get her out. Sylvia gave a small nod. He visits often. Arun bowed his head. Good name he's got, huh? But deep down, Arun cringed at himself, remembering how she'd asked for his name, and he just blurted out the first thing that popped into his head. The leader, unimpressed, sneered. If you want her, bring me 10,000 gold. A heavy thud silenced the room. A massive bag landed on the table. Everyone stared. Sylvia looked uneasy. Arun smiled calmly. Exactly 10,000 gold. Count it. The man checked the bag. It was packed full of coins. Shaking his head, he scoffed. Didn't think anyone would actually show up with this much. Turning back toward his guards, he waved them off. Take her. She's yours. But just as Arun moved to leave, the man grabbed his chin, forcing him to pause. You're in such a hurry, the leader said with a smug grin. Don't leave before hearing me out. Arun turned his head slightly. I gave you what you asked for. Problem. The man leaned in, his voice low. Relax. I was just testing you. Gotta filter out the ones who can't pay up. Can't afford to deal with small fry. Resting his elbows on the table, he gave Arun a final grin. The head of Black Mamba leaned back, eyeing Arun carefully. Think it through. How much do you figure Sylvia makes from my business in a year? Arun glanced at the girl, who stood quietly, staring at the floor. In a normal tavern? Maybe 8,000 gold, he replied. The head smirked. Exactly. But here, she pulls in closer to 12,000. Now tell me, why would I give up a girl bringing me that much in just 1 year? Without waiting for an answer, the man leaned forward, his grin widening. I'm thinking 10 years. That's how long I can keep her working. And when she gets too old, I'll just hand her off as some rich fool's concubine. Sylvia's face paled. She bit her lip, eyes fixed on the floor as the man continued. Over those years, she'll earn me around 140,000 gold, the head said proudly. But hey, I'm generous, so I'll let her go for 130,000. Final offer. He stared at Arun, waiting for his reaction. But Arun said nothing. The heavy bag of gold he'd brought toppled over, coins spilling across the carpet. Take your change and get out, the man sneered. Arun remained quiet, crouching to gather the fallen coins. His hands moved slowly, methodically. Then, without looking up, he spoke. I'll show you some generosity, too. The head frowned. What's that supposed to mean? Still kneeling, Arun answered. You can take the gold and end this now, or you can fight me. The man let out a dry laugh. Really? You think I'm just going to let you walk in here and call the shots? Arun ran a coin between his fingers, glancing up. Funny. Criminals always think the world follows their rules. The head's grin faded. So what? You're here to teach me a lesson now. Arun's gaze hardened. That's right. I'm not exactly a nice guy either. Sylvia watched in shock as Arun slowly stood. Stay behind me, he told her, his voice calm. The head, now visibly annoyed, flicked his hand toward one of the guards. Take care of him before my blood pressure spikes. But before the guard could even move, blood splattered across the head's face. The guard collapsed behind the desk. A single gold coin lodged in his skull. The room fell silent. Everyone froze, unable to process what had just happened. Arun tossed another coin into the air, catching it effortless. Sylvia. You should have just taken the 10,000. The head, stunned, wiped the blood from his cheek. What are you doing? Arun didn't bother answering. One by one, he flicked coins through the air, and one by one, every guard in the room dropped before they even knew what hit them. The head of the black snake shot up from his desk as one of his subordinates came crashing toward him. Furious, he drew his blade, convinced the man had lost his mind. A dark aura surged around him, hellfire. With it, he planned to send the intruder straight to the underworld. But before he could strike, Arun acted. A sharp pain shot through the leader's arm, forcing him to drop his weapon. Clutching his hand, he stared in disbelief. Why couldn't he move it? He barely had time to process before the man before him, eyes blazing with dark magic, prepared to attack again. Lowering his head, the Black Snake's leader suddenly opened his mouth, responding to the main character in the language of the underworld. If this man truly understood, then perhaps there was more to him than met the eye. But before he could speak further, a sinister smile flickered across Pilaf's face. Without warning, he slammed a fist into the leader's cheek, sending him flying backward. Looks like one hit wasn't enough to make you understand, Pilaf muttered. The leader groaned as his face hit the cold floor, but Pilaf was already closing in. Struggling to push himself up, the head of the black snake heard the main character's voice cut through the tension. Humans really are complicated creatures. Blood trickled from his mouth. 2 front teeth knocked loose from the blow. Gritting his teeth, he vowed to return the pain twice over. Keela, watching from the sidelines, leaned against the wall, his expression unreadable. The leader spat blood and sneered. How much will you pay to take me out? Silence. He scoffed. Fine. I'll triple it. His words hung in the air. The offer was tempting. 3 times the pay, just to switch sides. His mouth fell open slightly in shock. He was willing to pay that much, but Pilaf only grinned. Make it 4 times, and tell me who hired you. The leader hesitated, tilting his head. He hadn't expected this turn of events. Squatting where he had fallen, he weighed his options. Pilaf studied him, then smirked. I could even put in a good word for you in our organization. Resting his chin on his hand, the leader finally spoke. First, I need to get the order. Then we'll talk. Pilaf's expression twisted. He had come without an official order? Then why was he here? Realization dawned on the Black Snake's leader. His eyes widened in shock as the protagonist reminded him of his true reason for being there, Sylvia. The main character loomed over him. You should have taken the chance when you had it, Pilaf warned. A dangerous glow filled his eyes, one turning completely red. He stepped forward to stop the man, but suddenly blood sprayed across the office. Sylvia stood frozen by the door, her lips parted in shock. Pilaf barely acknowledged the crimson streaks marking the walls. The leader turned to the blonde girl, his glare enough to silence whatever words she had been about to say. I'm sorry you had to witness something this brutal, the protagonist said, glancing at her. But after hearing his words, I couldn't hold back. Sylvia, blue eyes wide with confusion, tilted her head. Who are you? She stood among the lifeless bodies of the guards, still unable to comprehend how he had done all this alone. One man, against them all. The fear in the leader's face was unmistakable. Sylvia's breath caught as he stammered out. Oh, you're the one sent by Zirkle? Pilaf extended a hand toward her, offering a smile. I came to give you freedom. The 2-story mansion stood under the moonlit sky, its windows glowing softly in the night. Inside, a wooden table overflowed with gold coins, spilling across its surface in a shimmering pile. The employee's breath hitched to the sheer amount of wealth before him. A man in a black cloak stood nearby. I want to rent the entire top floor, he stated calmly. And bring dinner, just for the girl. The employee's face lit up. Of course. I'll take care of everything. No one, not even a mouse, will get through to you. With that assurance, the main character and the girl ascended to the top floor. Stopping at her door, he spoke gently. I'll be in the room across from you. Get some rest. Sylvia, standing in the doorway, gave a small nod. Good night, Pilaf. Left alone in the corridor, Pilaf's thoughts drifted back. He had erased all traces of their presence, using dissolving acid before they left, ensuring no one could track them. At least for tonight, they were safe. His gaze lingered on the girl's door for a moment before turning away. Inside his room, Arun removed his mask, setting it carefully on the bed. Meanwhile, in her own space, the blonde sat in a lotus position, focusing on the Zyral aura. Using the bottom-up method, she channeled Tai energy into the gold coins, just as Arun had done earlier. It was the same technique that had allowed him to move undetected, using the 1,000-dimensional footwork to reach the mansion unnoticed. As Arun released his skills freely, a realization struck him. He had been missing a crucial foundation in his understanding of the Northern Lights technique. Sitting in deep concentration, he pondered over the connection between the heavenly cultivation technique and the Northern Lights. Both techniques shared the same origins, yet the celestial cultivation method had a key principle that the Northern Lights lacked. His task was clear. He needed to bridge the gap between them. Morning sunlight filtered through the windows, illuminating the hotel room. Arun remained in the same position, eyes shut in deep meditation. As his understanding fell into place, he let out a slow breath. A slight smile crossed his lips. Finally, all the scattered pieces had come together. Rising to his feet, he reached for his blade. With steady hands, he cleared the space around him before planting the seed of the Northern Lights technique, which held the power of 7 stars. His head lowered in surprise as the sword in his grip began to glow, a brilliant blue flame flickering along the edge. Everything he had worked toward had finally taken shape. In his hands, he now held the only superior rank of humanity, a level that the founding emperor had achieved at 17 years and 89 days. But Arun had surpassed even that. He had reached this rank at just 16 years and 225 days, setting a new immortal record. He tightened his grip around the sword, lightning crackling from its core. A notification window materialized before him. Lightning sword, a weapon crafted with a lightning-struck wooden hilt and a wrought iron blade. Embedded with a natural lightning core, it radiates energy even at rest. Strengthens further when infused with inner strength. Arun's eyes gleamed as he examined the blade. No unnecessary embellishments, just raw, refined power. A true magical weapon. Another notification window appeared. Purchase complete. Lightning sword, white heavy checkmark. Cast iron ghost bullets, X20, white heavy checkmark. Empty domination, secret records, white heavy checkmark. Distortion technique, 5 stars, white heavy check mark. A smirk tugged at Aruin's lips. This was only the beginning. Aruin chuckled to himself. It's been a while since I shopped like this, he mused, watching the red notification windows flicker before him. Tossing the sword lightly in his hands, he scanned the details. The cast iron ghost bullets, a power source for sorcery. The path of domination, a set of exalted laws tailored for those at the awakening rank. Then, a new window appeared, detailing the distortion technique, a skill that fine-tunes the muscles and bones of the face using internal Tai energy, allowing the user to take on any desired appearance. Aruin sighed. Impulse purchase, he admitted, spreading his arms with an awkward smile. Looking away, he let out a small chuckle. Still might come in handy. Changing my face manually is a pain. With that rationalized, he rolled his shoulder, stretching his arm while smirking sarcastically. Might as well put this new ability to the test. Meanwhile, in her dimly lit room, Sylvia sat on the bed, staring blankly ahead. Sunlight filtered through the window, casting a soft glow over her, but her mind was elsewhere. She barely noticed the sound at the door until it repeated. "It's me," came a familiar voice from the other side. Sylvia hesitated before finally opening the door, only to freeze in horror. A young man with blue hair stood before her. Her eyes widened in shock. Who is this? Her breath caught as panic set in. Without thinking, she tried to slam the door shut. The stranger reacted quickly, wedging his foot into the doorway. He gritted his teeth as a sharp pain shot up his leg, his narrowed eyes reflecting a hint of frustration. "It's me, Pilaf," he said, his voice firm but slightly strained. Still bewildered, Sylvia glanced down at his foot, then back at his face. The young man pointed to himself, his expression softening just slightly. "This is my real face," he explained. "Last time, I used transformation magic. I couldn't risk being recognized." Sylvia's brows furrowed. Slowly, her breathing steadied. I thought you were one of the red snakes," she admitted, looking away in embarrassment. She let out a deep sigh, her exhaustion finally showing. Pilaf studied her for a moment before speaking. "You look tired. Did you sleep at all?" Sylvia shook her head. "I couldn't. I was too anxious." Pilaf leaned against the doorway, one hand on the knob, the other holding a wooden bucket. Without a word, he extended it toward her. Sylvia blinked in surprise. "What's this?" "Take it." She hesitated before cautiously accepting the bucket. Inside, she found a brush, scissors, and a comb, accessories meant for grooming in disguise. "You can't walk around the city looking like this," Pilaf stated simply. Sylvia's lips parted slightly as she stared at the items in her hands. She looked up at him, confusion still lingering in her eyes. "But you said no one should come near you." Pilaf smirked. "I told that to the owner of this place, not you." As Sylvia processed his words, Pilaf stepped behind her, carefully fastening a pendant around her neck. Almost instantly, her hair began to shift, its length and color transforming before her eyes. Zirkle, watching the change unfold, blinked in astonishment, his mouth opening slightly in silent bewilderment. Their escape had only just begun. As the group stared at him, Zirkle blinked in confusion, glancing around the room. He hesitated, then quickly bowed his head. "Sorry, I must be in the wrong room." Sylvia let out a soft laugh, closing her eyes as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "It's really me, Zirkle," she assured him. Zirkle's eyes widened in disbelief. He took a step back, taking in Sylvia's transformed appearance. This didn't look like the girl he knew. It felt as if he were looking at a completely different person. Sylvia placed a hand on her hip, tilting her head slightly. "I just died and cut my hair, that's all." A small smile played on her lips as she flicked a strand to the side. Still stunned, Zirkle struggled to reconcile what he was seeing. His expression remained frozen in shock. Pilaf chuckled. "That's just the magic of disguise." Sylvia's fingers brushed against the pendant around her neck. She held it up slightly, her curiosity piqued. Pilaf nodded. "That pendant is a magical artifact. With it, you won't have to worry about being tracked by the black snake." Zirkle remained silent, still trying to process everything. Where had Pilaf even gotten something like this? Had he also changed his own appearance? Suddenly, a strange movement beneath Zirkle's shirt caught their attention. Pilaf and Sylvia stared, puzzled, as something beneath the fabric wriggled furiously. The lump grew more pronounced, pressing outward. Then, rip! Zirkle's shirt tore open, and something leapt out. Sylvia let out a terrified shriek, pressing her hands to her face as her eyes widened in shock. The small creature dashed straight into Pilaf's arms, looking slightly upset, but Pilaf only grinned, recognizing it instantly. "Sorry," he murmured, smiling fondly. The little creature wasted no time. It scrambled up Pilaf's shoulder and perched itself on his head, its tiny fangs peeking out as it surveyed the room. Pilaf let out a laugh, thoroughly amused by Sari's antics. I'm surprised you didn't come home last night without warning, he teased. Meanwhile, Sylvia and Zirkle were still too stunned to speak. Neither had any idea what was happening. Pilaf, still smiling, looked down at Sari, who gazed up at him with a hint of concern. Even with his altered appearance, Sari had recognized him instantly. Sylvia, finally recovering from her shock, leaned in slightly, eyes filled with curiosity. Who is this? Pilaf chuckled. Sari, say hello. This is Sylvia. Sari studied the new guest carefully, tilting his head as if trying to read her mood. Then, suddenly, he flashed a wide, toothy grin and placed a paw near his mouth in greeting. Sylvia and Zirkle both froze. Their hearts practically melted. The tiny creature's charm struck them like lightning, making them stare at him with sheer adoration. Sari wasted no time. He leapt from Pilaf's arms straight into Sylvia's, where she eagerly caught him, her enthusiasm shining through. Pilaf smirked. Go ahead, play with him for a while. Sylvia ran her fingers gently through Sari's fur, stroking his head as he purred contentedly. While they bonded, Pilaf turned to Zirkle, his expression shifting to something more serious. Raising an eyebrow, he locked eyes with him. So, what did you want to ask me? Zirkle straightened, lowering his eyebrows as he met Pilaf's gaze. I signed you up for a private training session. Pilaf's eyes narrowed slightly. His mind immediately pictured a silhouette of a man wielding a sword. The training is held in a specialized facility, one designed for prodigies, Zirkle explained. Pilaf studied him for a moment, his brows furrowing slightly. He considered the opportunity carefully. This could serve as a convenient excuse for a number of things. How long? Pilaf asked, his voice measured. Zirkle hesitated for a second before raising his hand slightly. His mouth opened, and he glanced at Pilaf, preparing to answer. Zirkle looked at the protagonist and finally answered. Until the next full moon. Pilaf's eyebrows lifted slightly. That's soon. Zirkle raised his hands, his own eyes widening. The number of days the middle class can access training at one time is pretty limited. But, according to the rules, class training can be taken up to 3 times. Pilaf exhaled sharply, lowering his eyebrows in frustration. Tisish, nothing we can do about that. He crossed his arms, already considering other options. After a brief pause, he turned and began walking toward the closet nearby. For now, we'll work with what we've got, he said, motioning for Zirkle to make an exact calculation. Zirkle watched as Pilaf pulled open a shelf, his movements deliberate. Then, just as Zirkle's curiosity peaked, Pilaf suddenly turned to glance over his shoulder, his lips curling into a Sylvia grin. Meanwhile, Sylvia sat comfortably on the sofa, absent-mindedly stroking Sari's chin as he purred in contentment. With a firm pull, Pilaf yanked out a massive bag filled with gold coins and dropped it in front of her. This is your share, he said casually. Sylvia's jaw nearly hit the floor. What? Zirkle, equally stunned, stared at the overflowing bag of gold, his eyes wide in disbelief. Pilaf simply closed his eyes and smiled smugly. Consider it compensation for your exploitation, he added. When I covered our tracks, I also happened to empty their safe. Sylvia shook her head, still in shock. This is way too much. Ignoring her hesitation, Pilaf grabbed another hefty bag and extended it toward Zirkle, whose mouth opened slightly in confusion. I can't accept this, Zirkle muttered. Pilaf's grin widened maliciously. Think of it as getting back every single coin you ever spent at the Black Snake's establishments. Zirkle hesitated before finally taking the bag, feeling its weight in his hands. Even now, he struggled to process everything. The chains that had once bound him, the burdens he thought he would carry for a lifetime, had been shattered in just 24 hours. His fingers clenched slightly around the bag as his expression turned serious. After a long pause, he finally spoke. I will repay you by any means necessary. Then, without hesitation, Zirkle bowed deeply before Pilaf, closing his eyes in solemn gratitude. No matter what it takes. Pilaf's smirk softened into a satisfied smile. I look forward to working together, then. Turning away, he shifted his gaze towards Sylvia, who was still seated with Sari curled in her lap. What about you, Sylvia? He asked. Any thoughts on what you'll do next? Sylvia looked up at him, her brows slightly raised. Honestly, this all happened so suddenly, I haven't even had time to think about it. Pilaf narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing off to the side with a smirk. Then, looking back at her, he raised his hand with a confident smile. Why not help me out for a while? Sylvia blinked. Pilaf placed a hand on his hip, tilting his head slightly. I'm offering you a job, officially. Let's do some business together. In the distance, at an unknown location, a pair of men stood in front of an empty wall safe, their expressions grim. One of them clicked his tongue in frustration. Damn it, I had a feeling something was off. He must have pushed back the bribe payment, because he planned to pull a stunt like this. The second man clenched his fists, his face dark with anger. The game had changed. One of the men admitted that, to some extent, he could understand Kamazan. After all, after defeating his older brother and absorbing the boss, Kamazan often had no choice but to resort to blackmail and robbery. Meanwhile, a man with spiky hair was staring intently at a broken safe, his expression serious. This was VES from the Black Snake. VES stated firmly that Hybe wasn't the one who broke into the safe. Another man with short hair, clearly displeased, furrowed his brows. It was Titan, also from the Black Snake. He scoffed at VES, accusing him of acting all reasonable again. But one glance was enough to tell. Someone had grabbed all the gold and left behind half a destroyed safe door. VES pointed out that the safe wasn't open with a key. The door had been completely smashed through. Titan's eyes widened as he smacked a fist into his palm. Then, it could be one of my subordinates, he suggested. VES slid his hands into his trouser pockets, studying the wreckage while Titan stroked his chin in thought. Is there anyone among your men who could slice through iron this precisely? VES asked, his gaze sharpening. A flicker of anger crossed V's face as he narrowed his eyes at the ruined safe. There was no doubt in his mind. An aura had been present here. Turning away, he cast a sideways glance while Titan watched him closely. But why would someone with that kind of power rob Hybe? Titan questioned. VES ignored the question and started inspecting the room, running his fingers along shelves and cabinets. Then something caught his eye, a faint glint from underneath a cabinet. His instincts told him something was off. The room was too clean, too deliberate. He crouched down and spotted an object tucked under the furniture. His eyes darkened as he picked it up, a single gold coin. Holding it between his fingers, he turned back to Titan, his expression unreadable. Hybe was definitely attacked, VES confirmed. And there was someone else here, someone we don't know. Titan's eyes widened in confusion. What do you mean? V's fingers curled tightly around the coin. Tell me, Titan, how many aura users do you know who can kill with a simple flick of a gold coin? His voice was cold, deliberate. And more importantly, how do they even find this place? Titan's mind raced, but he had no answers. It doesn't matter who they are, VS finally said, his voice laced with restrained fury. The gold coin gleamed his grip as his hand clenched into a fist. What matters is that they dared to challenge us. A surge of white aura burst from VES, and 3 blue buds materialized before him. Elsewhere, Dharma Raven sat in deep meditation, his energy pulsing. He focused on expanding his control over Tai energy, pouring an entire 1,000-level elixir into the process. If he could harness 100 years' worth of energy, he could finally awaken the Northern Lights technique. The blue buds began to bloom. Sitting cross-legged, Dharma Raven radiated white energy, his brow furrowing as he concentrated. But after a moment, he scowled, displeased. This was his limit for now. The surrounding energy faded, and he slowly opened his eyes. Rising to his feet, he rested a hand on his knee, exhaling deeply. For now, this will do, he muttered. He had hoped to reach the peak stage of Thipe development instantly, but that was nothing more than greed. Walking to the window, he stretched, letting the sunlight spill over him. Despite his unfinished progress, he had met some of his goals. A little rest wouldn't hurt. Outside, a grand mansion stood under the golden light, a small fountain glistening in the front yard. Dharma Raven knew he would have to remain in the form of Pilaf longer than expected, so he made a decision. He would buy this mansion. 50,000 gold coins. A fair price. Looking out at the lush garden below, he felt satisfied with his choice. Gazebos were scattered across the greenery, adding to its charm. It was money well spent. Then his gaze shifted. Something caught his attention. Sylvia. She was in the garden, playing with Sari. He had been observing her for days, and the more he watched, the more he realized she was far more capable than he had assumed. Later, inside the office, she stood among stacks of books, reviewing papers with precision. Dharma Raven noted that not only had she flawlessly completed every task assigned to her, but she was also well-educated, fluent in reading and writing, and trained in etiquette. A silhouette of Sylvia against the backdrop of the castle flashed through his mind. Could she be from a fallen aristocratic family? He didn't ask. It wasn't his place. His gut told him that pressing the matter might bring up painful memories. His thoughts drifted for a moment to a scene from his past life. A distant memory of himself standing before a young man on a throne. It felt oddly familiar. Turning away from the window, Dharma Raven closed his eyes, a small smile playing on his lips. There was no need to interfere in her affairs. He had only 10 days left of close training. A blue book materialized in his hand, and he smiled, determination returning. Not a single minute could be wasted. I need mid-level comprehension of the Mana Stone flow, he said. A system window flickered into existence. Flow comprehension, Mana Stone. Level, average. Price, 25 coins. Exchange level, Rare. Dharma Raven's eyes widened as his mouth fell slightly open in surprise. The main character smirked as he imagined Hearthstone, arms crossed, standing within a ring of mana stones. He chuckled to himself and said, "You've grown, I'll give you that." No matter how much the Alliance pushed its overpriced policies, he was confident the market price would settle at 20 coins. With a mischievous grin, he rubbed his chin and glanced at the system window. Turns out, he was even craftier than he had thought. His smirk widened, baring his teeth slightly as his eyes narrowed. "It's time to cast the bait," he murmured. Without hesitation, he published his offer, mana stones for 20 coins. And to make things even more interesting, he added a bold, treating description, taking jabs at other merchants, including Hearthstone himself. The reaction was immediate. Buyers flooded in, ecstatic at the deal. Paying 25 coins for a stone? Ridiculous, they exclaimed. Recognizing the seller, whispers spread. He must have some kind of deal with the Alliance. Limited stock. We can't miss this chance, others muttered urgently. As notifications of purchases began appearing in rapid succession, the protagonist casually broke off a small piece of cake with his fork, chewing contentedly. Just as he expected, the perfect moment to sell. Then, another notification popped up. Hearthstone had sent him a message. The main character raised an eyebrow. That was fast, he mused, extending a hand to open the conversation. Hearthstone's face appeared, his brows deeply furrowed, mouth open in exasperation. "What are you up to this time?" he demanded. Feigning innocence, the protagonist smiled and raised a hand. "Good to see you too," he said smoothly. A smirk tugged at his lips as he glanced at Hearthstone's frustration. "Business is booming," he continued. "Thanks to that, I've been able to sell mana stones, which cost no more than 4 coins, for 20. Hearthstone's eyes widened. It finally clicked. "You're that same shameless scoundrel," he shouted. The protagonist leaned against his hand, eyes closed, a sweet, almost trainting smile on his face. "How the hell did you pull this off?" Hearthstone demanded. The protagonist simply chuckled. Trade secret. That only fueled Hearthstone's rage. His face twisted with anger as he let out a string of curses, furious at the blatant trickery. Still unfazed, the protagonist waved a hand dismissively. "Relax, I'm not here to fight. No grudges, no bad blood." Then he raised a single finger, his smile turning Sylvia. "I'm just here to make 10,000 coins and be on my way." Hearthstone's fist clenched as his fury boiled over. "You think I'll just sit back and let you ruin our reputation with your stunts?" he roared, thrusting his hand forward in frustration. The protagonist simply grinned. The game was only beginning. Hearthstone scoffed, crossing his arms. "This is the perfect reason to file a formal complaint." The main character exhaled slowly, closing his eyes for a brief moment. Oh boy, he thought. Maybe he had gone a little too far with his advertising. "I'll make it official soon," Hearthstone added with a smug grin. The protagonist glanced away, a wicked smile creeping onto his face. Of course, he hadn't done all this without a plan. Meanwhile, the channel manager sat at his desk, watching the open dialogue window with an amused smile. He had already imposed trading restrictions on mana stones for the main character, just as requested. "You're in good hands," the channel manager assured him. "I have a junior comrade among the Zero Systems channel masters. I'll entrust this to him. Going forward, we'll make sure you get more comfortable conditions in the Zero System." The protagonist smirked at the dialogue window, lazily throwing his hands behind his head. "I owe you one," he said. The channel manager chuckled, closing his eyes briefly. "There's no such thing as debt between us," he replied. "If you keep saying that, I might start feeling hurt." He then opened his eyes, smiling in mild confusion. Ever heard the saying, "A greeting deserves a response"? Lying on his bed, arms folded behind his head, the protagonist chuckled. "Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't doubt it one bit." The channel manager nodded. "From now on, you can always count on me." That memory faded, and the protagonist's eyes sharpened. Raising his hand, he clenched it into a fist, a Sylvia grin tugging at his lips. "Good luck, Hearthstone. You're going to need it." With that, he shifted his gaze back to the system window, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Now, what kind of gift should I send him?" Just as he was mulling over ideas, a new message notification popped up. His brows arched slightly. Was it the official protest already? But no. The sender? Jade-faced golden dragon. Go Gumuhui. The message was brief. "I'd like to speak with you for a moment. I have an offer for a part-time job." The protagonist blinked, taken aback. A part-time job? His first thought was that this must be a direct approach from one of the 5 major elixir manufacturers. He narrowed his eyes, focusing on the message. "I have Providence. Activate." As the ability triggered, his pupils glowed faintly, scanning through the details. His eyes widened slightly, lips parting in mild shock. Who is this guy? Jade-faced golden dragon, Go Gumuhui, a name that carried weight. An influential man whose origins were a complete mystery to him. In his mind, The protagonist envisioned a battle-hardened warrior standing with a sword in hand, exuding an aura of power and authority. He smirked slightly. Then, a transaction report summary appeared. Nickname, Jade-Faced Golden Dragon. Real name, Go Gumuhui. Species, human. Access point, first system, fifth world of Murim. Transaction level, first soul phase. Current coins, 50,000. The protagonist's expression darkened in thought. A trade guild owner, and the only grandson of King Jogyunum. He let out a low whistle. Even the legendary Golden Dragon would envy Go Gumuhui's wealth. And the jade-faced beauties? They practically worshipped him. Beauty and riches combined. The protagonist muttered with a smirk. But his amusement was short-lived. His expression turned serious. If even a figure like him is taking an interest, then things might be getting far more complicated than I anticipated. The protagonist scanned the report, his eyes widening slightly in surprise. Even with just a brief summary, Dharma Raven could tell. The person in question was truly exceptional. Arun studied the document thoughtfully, resting his fingers against his lips. It was clear that his parents' revenge had some connection to part-time workers. Just then, a message came in from Jianwei. He mentioned a dispute over the hourly rate and hinted at sending another note soon, promising that the final terms would be favorable for the protagonist. Arun furrowed his brows, staring at the proposal. Something about the way Jianwei was handling this felt unnecessarily vague. But even without all the details, Arun could already tell. This was a man who lived without regrets. A smirk crept onto his face as he made up his mind. If Jianwei wanted to play games, he would play along. Night had fallen, the sky outside stretching dark and endless over the mansion, speckled with stars. Inside, Arun stood in the middle of his room, a cup of tea in hand. For hours had passed since he received the note. He had taken his time, there was no rush. Now, he could finally respond. Summoning the system window, he scanned the interface with a focused gaze before logging in. Without delay, he sent a message to Jianwei, casually mentioning that he had just checked his mail and was curious about the reason for contact. Almost instantly, Jianwei replied. Arun's grip tightened slightly on the cup, so he really was in a hurry. On the other side, Jianwei hesitated, raising his hands slightly as if unsure how to proceed. Arun wasted no time. He asked directly, what did Jianwei hear about the part-time job? Jianwei hesitated again, his response coming with an apology. He admitted that he had rushed into this without much preparation, asking for understanding. Arun set his cup down on the saucer, his expression unreadable as he continued reading. Then, Jianwei revealed a key piece of information. He had heard about a recent conflict with an elixir merchant. Apparently, the head of the Great Mountain Healthcare Center had been seriously offended. Arun's lips curled into an amused smile. So, they were well acquainted with the head of the center. He casually remarked that Young must have had quite the loose tongue. Unable to handle things alone, he had dragged Arun into the situation. Jianwei, caught off guard, quickly clarified. He and the head of Yang had only crossed paths a couple of times and were nothing more than acquaintances. This story had simply spread from person to person until it landed in his hands. Arun's eyes flickered with thought as he studied the system window, his expression growing more serious. Arun brushed off the topic, telling Zhou Jianwei that it wasn't all that important before shifting the conversation. So, what exactly do you need from me? He asked. Jianwei's expression darkened as he lowered his eyebrows. After a brief pause, he finally revealed what was on his mind. He had heard that Arun possessed 10 reporting tickets. Arun's brows shot up in surprise before a Sylvia smirk played on his lips. So, the channel manager's words held some weight after all. He hadn't expected anyone to believe such nonsense. Looking away, he rested his chin on his hand, an amused grin creeping across his face as he recalled the image of the channel manager. If he played along with that so-called legend, he had nothing to lose. His gaze narrowed, amusement flickering in his eyes as he decided to stir the pot a little more. Jianwei exhaled in relief, his eyes widening slightly. Meanwhile, Arun turned his attention back to him. And how exactly did you find out about this? He asked. I never mentioned it to anyone. Jianwei hesitated, but he couldn't deny that Arun had a point. He let out a short chuckle. Let's just say, sometimes I find the right people to ask. Without wasting time, he got straight to the point. So, do you still have those 10 tickets? Arun studied Jianwei's reaction, a faint smile tugging at his lips before he finally answered. I had them, but I already used them. Jianwei's expression fell instantly. His shoulders slumped, and for a moment, he simply stared at the screen in disbelief. I see, he muttered. Well, I suppose there's nothing to be done about it. Despite his obvious disappointment, he still thanked Arun for taking the time to listen, knowing he had a busy schedule. Jianwei let out a tired sigh, rubbing his temple as he covered one eye, still struggling to process the situation. But before he could dwell on it, Arun added, I never said I had 10 tickets, but I do still have the right to submit reports. His arms crossed over his chest as he watched Jianwei's reaction closely. Immediately, Jianwei snapped to attention. How many do you have left? Arun responded casually, 5. I used the other 5 to track down some part-time workers. Jianwei's eyes widened slightly as he read the message, then narrowed with suspicion. Are you being serious? There's no reason for me to lie, Arun replied smoothly. For a moment, Jianwei was silent. Then, without warning, he let out a low chuckle, which quickly grew into full-blown laughter. His mouth curled into a wicked grin, his teeth flashing as his entire body shook with laughter. Arun's eyes widened slightly. What was with this reaction? Jianwei was practically radiating bloodlust. As the laughter echoed through the chat, Jianwei's grin stretched wider, his eyes shutting for a moment as he took in the sheer excitement of it all. Finally, he said, voice thick with emotion, at long last, I have my chance. Those scoundrels, they'll burn in hell where they belong. Even heaven has turned against them. Arun stared at the screen, bewildered. Just moments ago, he had been speaking with a calm and composed man. Now, it was as if he was facing a bloodthirsty demon. Then, as if realizing how far he had gone, Jianwei suddenly stiffened. His fingers hovered over the keyboard before he quickly composed himself. Apologies, he typed, his tone much more controlled. I got a little carried away. Arun exhaled, shaking his head slightly. It's fine, he replied. I've met all kinds of people. Just then, Jianwei sent over a visual, 3 shadowy figures standing under a sky streaked with lightning. A sense of deep-seated hatred radiated from the image. There are some people in this world, Jianwei said, his gaze darkening, whom I refuse to share the same sky with. His brows furrowed as he looked at the chat, his expression filled with raw determination. The ones who killed my parents. A heavy silence followed. Jianwei clenched his fists. I've lived my entire life with nothing but the thought of revenge, he admitted. And now, finally, I see a glimmer of hope. Arun placed a hand over his chest, his gaze fixed on the dialogue. It was clear now, Jianwei wanted the right to submit reports, meaning his enemies were those involved in the exchange. Jianwei furrowed his brows, his lips parting slightly in frustration. There's one person I suspect the most, he admitted. Arun raised an eyebrow, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he processed the information. Jianwei, catching his reaction, nodded slightly in understanding. I see where you're coming from, Arun said after a moment, but I can't hand over my right to submit reports. Jianwei exhaled, but didn't push back. That's fine, he replied. As long as I get the contents of those reports, that's enough. Arun leaned forward slightly, pressing his fingers to his chin as he considered the proposal. Then Jianwei made his offer. I want to buy 5 of them, for 50,000 coins. Arun's brows lowered, his lips pressing into a thin line as he weighed the deal. The way Jianwei spoke, calm, unwavering, made one thing clear. He wasn't just from an ordinary rich family. A thought crossed Arun's mind, the image of the mighty Gyunum, a man rumored to be a legend in the world of trade. He had never heard of Jianwei in his previous life, which only meant one thing. There was no record of him on the exchange. That meant he wasn't actively engaged in transactions. A slow, sarcastic smile formed on Arun's lips. From the way Jianwei had casually offered 50,000 coins, it was obvious that was his entire balance. And he must have believed that sum was more than enough. Time to make his move. Arun's response appeared on the screen. Is that all you can offer? Jianwei blinked in surprise, raising a hand slightly, his mouth parting in disbelief. Meanwhile, Arun grinned wickedly. 50,000 coins, Jianwei repeated, his tone firmer this time. That's more than 200 gold. That kind of wealth would last 3 generations. He narrowed his eyes. I also know you made 30,000 coins just by using the report 5 times. I'd say my offer is more than fair. Arun let out a quiet chuckle, baring his teeth in a wide smirk as he raised his palm. You think I only made 30,000? He said, amusement dripping from his words. Let me correct you. The notification window flickered in the dimly lit room as deep night settled outside. The actual amount I earned from 5 tickets, Arun continued, was precisely 332,010 coins. And that's just the surface of it. Jianwei froze. Arun's voice remained casual as he leaned back. By forcing 2 of the top 5 elixir companies to halt operations for an entire month, I strengthened my position in the elixir market. If you factor in the earnings that came from that shift, let's just say 30,000 coins barely scratches the surface. His smirk deepened, his brows knitting together slightly as he added. Of course, I can't say it was solely thanks to the report, but its existence gave me the leverage I needed. Jianwei's eyes widened, his mouth opening slightly in shock. Arun's voice dropped lower. Depending on who uses the report, its value changes drastically. A sudden image flashed through his mind. Himself, gripping his sword, eyes burning with rage. "I know the weight of revenge," he said, his voice carrying an edge of something unspoken. There are emotions that words can't express. His head tilted slightly, his gaze darkening as he stared at the screen. Then he asked the question that made Jianwei freeze in place. "Is revenge really worth only 50,000 coins?" A wicked smile spread across Aruin's face, his eyes glinting with amusement. Across from him, Jianwei sat frozen, horror flickering in his gaze as Aruin's words hit him like a blow. If that's the case, Aruin mused, his tone deceptively light, then all that talk about dedicating your life to revenge was just a lie? Jianwei's expression twisted with fury. His teeth clenched, his brows furrowed, and he pressed a hand to his chest as if steadying himself. "That's not true," he snapped. "I've been waiting for this day, longer than you could ever imagine." A slow, satisfied smirk tugged at Aruin's lips. "That's exactly the reaction I was expecting, but he still needs a little more prodding." Suddenly, like a bolt of lightning striking his mind, a sensation of unease surged through Aruin. His smirk faded instantly. He turned sharply toward the window, his gaze growing serious. The night outside was dark and still, but something felt off. Without hesitation, he cut the conversation short. "We'll continue this later. I have something urgent to take care of." Jianwei blinked, startled by the abrupt shift. "Wait." But before he could say another word, Aruin swiped his hand across the dialogue window, closing it instantly. With a flick of his wrist, a sword wreathed in crackling blue lightning materialized in his grasp. His sharp gaze swept outside. The energy in the air had shifted. Something was coming. Beyond the mansion's walls, several rooms were still illuminated, casting flickering glows into the night. But amidst the silence, shadows lurked. A group of men stood gathered near the mansion's entrance, their expressions dark and displeased. "You're sure this is the place?" one of them asked, narrowing his eyes. The scout nodded grimly. "Checked multiple times. He's here." A taller, more menacing figure stepped forward, his lips curling into a wicked grin. Behind him, more figures loomed, an entire squad of warriors clad in dark gear. "The invasion starts now," the leader sneered. With that, the Black Snake squad stormed the mansion, their movements swift and calculated. Their plan was simple: catch him off guard, overwhelm him before he had time to react. As they slipped through the darkened corridors, a faint glow seeped from under a distant door. Their leader raised a hand, signaling for silence. "I'll check first," he murmured. Like a shadow, he crept toward the door, barely making a sound. He peered through the narrow crack, his lips twisting in contempt. He has no idea we're here. Confident in his advantage, he reached for the handle, ready to strike. But the moment the door budged, crack! A blinding bolt of blue lightning erupted from within, tearing through the air with a deafening roar. The squad leader barely had time to react before the energy slammed into him, sending him flying back into the corridor. His body convulsed violently as electricity surged through him. He crashed to the ground, smoke rising from his charred uniform. The remaining warriors froze, their eyes wide with shock. Their leader lay motionless, his limbs twitching from the aftershock. "What the hell was that?" one of them blurted, gripping his sword with trembling hands. The rest of the squad hesitated, suddenly unsure. They had expected resistance, but this? Before they could gather their thoughts, the door burst open. A wave of energy surged through the air as Aruin stepped out, his sword crackling with blue lightning. His stance was low, his gaze sharp, and his entire body radiated raw, unrestrained power. The squad members instinctively tensed, gripping their weapons tighter. They had walked into an ambush, and now, it was clear, he had been expecting them. The leader's fallen body still smoked on the ground, and yet, despite the clear warning, the remaining warriors clenched their swords, anger flaring in their eyes. They had no choice now. If it was a fight Aruin wanted, they would give it to him. Aruin smirked sarcastically, unfazed by the swarm of enemies surrounding him. Then, with deafening speed, he charged forward, his entire body radiating a crackling storm of blue lightning. The air itself trembled as his sword sliced through the crowd, sending arcs of electricity surging through the battlefield. With eyes flashing like lightning, Aruin moved like a phantom, weaving through the squad of fighters with lethal precision. One warrior swung his blade, desperate to strike, but he was too slow. Aruin caught the man's wrist mid-swing. A surge of electric energy coursed through the fighter's body. His teeth clenched, veins bulging as pain overtook him. The sword slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground as his muscles locked up in agony. A scream tore from his throat as the lightning ravaged him, his body convulsing violently. Smoke curled from his scorched uniform, his lifeless eyes staring upward as his body went limp. Aruin scoffed, looking down at him with utter contempt. "What's wrong?" he asked mockingly. "Does it hurt?" He tilted his head, voice dripping with cruel amusement. "Answer me, and I'll make sure your death is quick, no unnecessary suffering." Then his gaze sharpened. "Who sent you?" Raising a hand to his chest, he pointed at himself first. Then, in an instant, his form flickered, his hair turning a striking shade of blue. He shifted into the likeness of Pilaf and pointed to himself once more. "Were you after this?" Outside the mansion, a vibrant blue light exploded from the windows, spilling onto the dark street like an eerie beacon. From a distance, Vess and Titan watched, their faces twisting in confusion. Something wasn't right. This wasn't going according to plan. Vess scowled deeply, fists clenching at his sides. "This isn't what we planned," he muttered under his breath. Titan, standing beside him, looked equally bewildered. "Could he have been expecting us?" Vess remained silent for a moment, processing the situation. Then, realization dawned on him. His eyes darkened. That bastard, he has an aura. That changed everything. There was no point in underestimating him anymore. Gritting his teeth, Vess straightened, his presence commanding. "We go in, all of us." Titan hesitated, but one look at Vess's expression told him there was no other choice. "Move," Vess ordered. Without another word, he strode forward, lifting his arm as a signal for the squad to follow. "This time we take him down in one strike." The massive gates of the mansion groaned as they slowly opened. A blinding blue light poured from inside, illuminating the corridor in an eerie glow. The Black Snake squad, led by Vess and Titan, pushed forward, stepping cautiously into the darkened halls. Vess's eyes darted to the side, scanning his surroundings warily. The rest of the squad moved with tense precision, gripping their weapons tightly. A chilling silence filled the space. Vess exhaled sharply, his instincts on high alert. "Stay sharp," he warned. "We have no idea where he'll strike from." Suddenly, one of the soldiers stiffened, pointing a trembling finger toward the stairs. "There, movement!" All eyes snapped forward. A figure emerged from the shadows at the top of the grand staircase. Pilaf stood there with an easy, almost lazy stance, his sword resting casually over his shoulder. His sharp gaze swept over the intruders, his lips curling into an amused smirk. Well, he drawled, his voice laced with mockery. "That's a lot of people to take on, just one man." His smirk widened. "And here I was, wondering why you'd bother with such a direct assault. It makes even less sense now." Titan's eyes widened as he stared up at him. His voice came out in a confused whisper. "Who are you?" Pilaf chuckled, placing one hand on his belt as he leaned slightly to one side, his sword still balanced over his shoulder. "Oh," he mused, feigning innocence. "Hearing something like that, anyone would think I was the one sneaking into someone else's house." His eyes darkened with a dangerous glint. "Not the other way around." Vess frowned slightly, his gaze locked onto Pilaf. His voice was sharp, demanding, "Did you kill Hape?" Pilaf studied his uninvited guess carefully before responding, his tone indifferent. "So that guy was called Big Brother Hape, huh?" Vess's expression darkened, his jaw tightening. "So it's confirmed." The leader of the Black Snake squad clenched his fists before pointing his sword straight at Pilaf. His voice rang through the hall. "Take him down!" The order was instant. The squad lunged forward, their blades gleaming under the flickering blue light. But Pilaf remained unfazed, casually unsheathing his sword as a smirk played on his lips. "You're impatient," he remarked, his voice carrying an amused edge. "Fine, we'll skip the introductions." Titan moved first, launching himself high into the air, his massive sword slicing downward in a brutal arc. Pilaf, still wearing his usual careless expression, sidestepped effortless Sylvia, dodging the strike with inhuman speed. The force of Titan's missed attack shattered part of the stairs, sending debris flying. As the battle raged across the stairway, Pilaf's eyes flashed with intrigue. Not bad, he thought, watching Titan's movements. A shame someone with this level of skill is wasting it on a criminal organization instead of something worthwhile. Before he could reflect further, two more fighters flanked him from behind, their swords slashing toward him in perfect sync. Pilaf reacted instantly. He lifted his leg, twisting his body midair as both blades sliced through the space he had just occupied. His counterattack was swift. Drawing his sword, he let loose a surge of electric energy, sending a cascade of blue lightning straight into his attackers. Sparks erupted as the fighters staggered back, their bodies convulsing under the sharp, electrified blows. They barely had time to react before they collapsed to the ground, their limbs twitching from the residual shock. Titan, seeing his allies fall, grit his teeth and raised his sword defensively, using it as a shield against the lightning crackling around Pilaf. His eyes burned with bloodlust, refusing to back down. Meanwhile, Vess watched from below, his expression a mask of anger and disbelief. He's toying with them. His frustration mounted as he took in the scene. The warriors he brought were elite. Not only that, but Titan, the leader of their advanced division, was fighting at full force. And yet, they were losing. To one man. Vess's fingers tightened around a parchment scroll in his hand. He did not want to use it. Not yet. But at this rate, lifting his hand to his face, he let out a sharp whistle. The sound cut through the battlefield. Titan's body tensed. His head snapped toward Vess, confusion flickering in his gaze. The remaining fighters, bloodied and exhausted, stiffened in alarm. They knew that signal. The leader of the Black Snake squad grinned darkly. He tore the glowing parchment in half. Pilaf's eyes widened slightly. He hadn't expected this. Vess stood in the center of the room, his aura shifting. A brilliant blue glow surged from his hands, forming a large, intricate magic circle in front of him. The symbols within the circle pulsed with energy. Pilaf's muscles tensed. Magic. Raising his arms outward, Vess activated his spell. Ice Blast. A surge of frost erupted from the circle, sending jagged shards of blue energy hurtling toward Pilaf. Pilaf's expression darkened. He could feel the sheer force of the attack. The shards hurtled toward him at terrifying speed, aiming to pierce and freeze everything in their path. Move! Vess barked. His squad scattered. Titan turned sharply, realization hitting him like a brick. His voice boomed across the hall. Get to cover. There's going to be an explosion. Without hesitation, the Black Snake squad dug behind the stone pillars lining the hall, bracing themselves for the impact. Pilaf's eyes flicked between the incoming attack and the retreating fighters. His lips curled into a frown. Cowards. The ice shard struck, converging in midair before solidifying into jagged, spear-like formations. In an instant, they expanded, forming a deadly dome of frozen spikes, designed to trap and annihilate anything inside. The temperature in the room plummeted. A deep, unnatural silence followed. Vess remained still, watching the frozen dome with unblinking eyes. That should have done it. But something inside him whispered. It wasn't over yet. A powerful blast of icy wind surged through the corridor, freezing everything in its path. The once grand halls of the mansion were now encased in ice, the cold air clinging to every surface. Frost coated the walls, and the corridor itself had become a frozen wasteland. Vess crouched behind a stone pillar, turning toward Titan, who stood nearby. Titan exhaled, watching the aftermath of the attack. That was incredible, he muttered, still feeling the chilling effects. Then, he glanced at Vess and smirked. That scroll cost 1,000 coins. Are you sure it was worth using it like this? Vess tilted his head slightly, a sarcastic smile tugging at his lips. Of course it's a pity, he admitted. That kind of large-scale magic should have been used on an actual battlefield. His expression darkened. But when facing an enemy with an aura, we can't afford to hold back. Just as he finished speaking, a cold shiver ran down his spine. Something was wrong. His thoughts froze as a voice cut through the icy silence. Well, Pilaf's tired voice echoed, his silhouette barely visible through the freezing mist. Are you guys planning to cover the cost of repairs? The mist cleared slightly, revealing Pilaf standing amid the destruction, his body releasing faint trails of icy steam. His expression was unimpressed. If anything, he looked annoyed. Titan whipped around, eyes wide in shock. What? Vess's breath hitched, his own gaze locked onto their enemy. How? That attack should have obliterated everything in its radius. The frozen mansion was proof of its devastating power. Pilaf had been at the very center of the explosion. There was no way he should still be standing. Yet there he was, mocking them. A slow grin spread across Pilaf's face as a faint blue aura flickered around him. TSK. I knew my aura's upper limit was high, he mused, but blocking magic and self-defense at the same time? Not bad. Then, he reached up and ruffled his bangs. His fingers ran through the strands before pausing. His hair was slightly frozen. His eyes narrowed in irritation. Damn. He sighed, shaking his head. So, I couldn't nullify all the cold energy, huh? He lifted his hand, noting how the ice had clung to part of his shirt and hair. For a moment, he simply stared at it. Then, his face twisted in rage. A loud, furious scream erupted from him, his voice shaking the very walls of the mansion. Do you have any idea how much time I spend taking care of my hair? Lightning exploded around him, crackling wildly as his fury surged. His entire body radiated a deadly, electric blue glow, and the sheer force of his anger sent shockwaves through the frozen corridor. With a sudden burst of power, Pilaf shot into the air, his sword crackling with energy. The moment he raised it, bolts of electricity tore through the mansion, illuminating the night in blinding flashes. Titan and Vess stood frozen in place, their mouths agape. Is he seriously mad about his hair? Titan whispered in disbelief. The Black Snake squad was stunned. Out of all the things that could have enraged him, this was what pushed him over the edge. Not the ambush, not the ice magic, his hair. But before anyone could react, a torrent of lightning descended upon them. Boom! The entire mansion trembled as devastating energy engulfed the battlefield. Titan and Vess barely had time to scream before they were consumed by the onslaught. When the dust settled, the two lay sprawled across the frozen floor, smoke rising from their bodies. Their scorched forms twitched slightly, their expressions frozen in pure shock. Pilaf landed gracefully, exhaling sharply as he surveyed the aftermath. His long bangs fell over his eyes, shadowing his face. His sword still hummed with residual electricity. His gaze flicked downward. Vess and Titan lay lifeless at his feet, their bodies unmoving. Pilaf clicked his tongue. If I hadn't held back, I would have taken the entire mansion down with him. His expression turned unreadable as he glanced at the remains of the Black Snake Squad. Bodies littered the frozen floor, their numbers significantly reduced. And yet, there aren't as many corpses as there should be. Pilaf's eyes narrowed slightly. Some of them escaped. His sharp gaze darted to the far end of the corridor, an open door. Instantly, his instincts flared. Without hesitation, he turned and rushed toward it. If they're still here, they're hiding in that room. And he wasn't about to let them get away. Pilaf burst into the room, his body angled for an attack, sword at the ready. But the moment he landed, his eyes widened in shock. The massive chamber was littered with bodies. The remaining warriors dead. Pilaf's grip on his sword tightened as he took in the scene. These weren't his kills. He scanned the lifeless corpses, his gaze quickly honing in on the most disturbing detail. Each warrior had a gaping hole in their chest. A cold sweat formed on his brow. This wasn't done by a sword. His mind raced. Who could have done this? Before he could process further, a noise echoed from the far end of the corridor. Clack! The distinct sound of hooves. Pilaf snapped his head toward the source of the sound. There, in the dimly lit hallway, stood a shadowy figure. A unicorn. Immediately, his senses went on high alert. His sword crackled to life, blue lightning sparking around him as he took a defensive stance. The figure stepped forward, its silhouette fully coming into view. Pilaf's breath hitched. The creature's sleek, muscular form gleamed under the faint light. A deep, crimson-colored unicorn strode toward him, its cloven hooves clicking against the floor in measured steps. Then, recognition dawned. Sorry, his eyes widened in sheer disbelief. The unicorn smirked, before tossing its silky mane in satisfaction. Pilaf stood frozen for a moment before breaking into an amused chuckle. So that's what happened. He pointed at the fallen warriors, his expression curious. Don't tell me you did this? Sorry, still in unicorn form, gave a smug nod. Before Pilaf could react, the door behind them suddenly swung open. Mr. Pilaf. Sylvia hurried inside, her voice tinged with urgency. But the moment her eyes landed on the unicorn beside him, she stopped dead in her tracks. Is that? Pilaf, still grinning, patted Sari's side with pride. Yep, this is Sari. Looks a little different, huh? Sylvia clutched her chest, struggling to process what she was seeing. Sari transformed. Sari flicked his tail, tilting his head mockingly, as if enjoying her reaction. Pilaf laughed, crossing his arms. Let's just say carrying around an ordinary Martin was getting boring. His grin widened mischievously. Better get used to this. You'll be seeing the great Sari phenomenon more often. Sylvia blinked in disbelief, then sighed, finally accepting the absurdity of it all. But her face quickly tensed as she remembered something. Wait, that loud noise earlier. Her gaze shifted to the mutilated bodies scattered across the floor. Her breath caught in her throat. What happened here? Her hands clenched at her chest, panic creeping into her voice. Was it she swallowed? The Black Snake Squad. Pilaf nodded casually, stepping forward. Yeah, but don't worry, he said smoothly. I already dealt with them. Sylvia still looked uneasy, but she exhaled in relief. Pilaf studied her expression, then nodded, satisfied. Either way, I'm glad you're safe. He rested a hand on Sari's mane before looking her in the eye. For now, stay in your room with Sari. Sylvia hesitated, but eventually nodded. Then, Pilaf turned away, his expression darkening. Raising a finger to his lips, he smirked coldly. I still have questions. His sharp gaze flickered toward the unconscious bodies left in the room. His voice carried a dangerous edge. It's time for an interrogation. Suddenly, a weak, shuddering gasp broke the silence. Vess, lying among the fallen, his body barely functional, began to stir. His eyelids fluttered open. Then, as the reality of his situation hit him all at once, he let out a panic scream. Vess slowly regained full consciousness. His body ached as he lay against the cold floor, his back pressed against the wall. A sharp breath escaped him as he instinctively checked himself for injuries, dreading what he might find. His stomach, intact. Relief flickered in his eyes for a split second before rage quickly replaced it. His teeth bared in frustration. But as he attempted to move, his face twisted in confusion. His arms, his legs wouldn't respond. A shadow loomed over him. Pilaf approached with a malicious grin, dragging a chair behind him. The sound of its wooden legs scraping against the floor sent an ominous shiver through the air. He set it down right in front of Vess. "Ah, you're awake," Pilaf mused, resting his hands casually on the back of the chair. "How are you feeling?" Vess's face contorted in fury. "You bastard!" he snarled, his voice hoarse with anger. "What the hell did you do to me?" Pilaf only grinned wider. "Oh." He looked away for a moment, feigning deep thought. "Shouldn't you be thanking me for letting you live?" Before Vess could retort, a cough sounded from nearby. Titan stirred. His eyes flickered open as he sucked in a sharp breath, his body jerking slightly. But the moment he tried to move, his face paled. Nothing. His limbs refused to obey him. Panic flared in his eyes. His breath quickened. "What is this?" His voice came out strained as his body remained frozen. He turned his head sharply, locking eyes with Vess. Vess exhaled sharply, looking at his struggling subordinate. "Don't waste your energy," he muttered. "It's some kind of magic. We're trapped." Pilaf clapped his hands together. The sound echoed mockingly through the silent room. Well, he said with exaggerated amusement. "I hate to interrupt such a touching moment," his smirk widened. "But I think it's about time we properly introduced ourselves." With that, he spun the chair around and sat down, resting his elbows on his knees. A slow, sarcastic smile crept onto his lips. "The name's Pilaf." His eyes gleamed as he studied their expressions. "Not that it matters. I already know you're not going to tell me anything useful." He sighed dramatically. "So, rather than waste my time," his smile twisted into something far more sinister, "I'll just make you talk." Vess and Titan froze as his voice darkened. Pilaf leaned forward, his grin widening. "You see, I have the power to bring you back to life. Over and over." His voice dipped lower. "Or, I could burn you alive, and then bring you back just to do it again." His laughter rang through the room. Low, taunting, merciless. "I could play with you all night if I wanted." Sweat dripped down Vess and Titan's faces. Their pupils shrank in sheer horror as the reality of their situation sank in. Pilaf smirked with satisfaction. Then, at last, they cracked. With stiff voices, they gave their names. Pilaf's grin widened further. "Now that," he said smoothly, leaning back in his chair, "is an excellent start to our conversation." Raising a hand to his face, he lazily twirled a strand of his own hair, mocking their fear. "Now then," he continued, "let's talk about your plan." He studied them closely. This wasn't the kind of mission your boss would personally oversee, was it? He tilted his head. "So, that must mean you're not exactly high up in the ranks." Vess's expression darkened. He shut his eyes, his face twisting with silent contempt. Then, with a sigh, he finally spoke. "We're not high up at all." Pilaf raised an eyebrow. Vess exhaled sharply before opening his eyes, his gaze sharp and cold. "Do you think the higher-ups, our actual leaders, would risk their lives playing hunting dog? Would they personally fight someone with an aura?" Pilaf's smirk faltered. For the first time, a flicker of doubt crossed his face. He crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes. "Were they saying?" Vess scoffed. "We weren't here on some grand mission. We were discarded." Titan nodded grimly. "Thrown away," he muttered bitterly. "The new boss didn't need us anymore." Pilaf's gaze sharpened. He watched the two men closely as they sat motionless on the floor, their voices laced with resentment. Sorry, who had been observing from nearby, frowned slightly. Pilaf tapped his fingers against the arm of the chair, thinking, these two were strong, third-class fighters, easily. The men they brought with them? Fourth class. A group of this level wouldn't just be tossed aside so carelessly. Unless there was something bigger at play. Pilaf's eyes darkened. Discarded? He murmured. He studied them for a long moment, then slowly grinned. Well then. His voice was laced with amusement and deadly curiosity. Tell me everything you know. Pilaf raised a hand in front of him, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he remarked that, by this logic, their organization should have at least been recognized as a royal order of knighthood. VS lowered his head, a wave of frustration washing over him, and admitted that, if Pilaf's theory was correct, at least they had an explanation for how they ended up in this mess. Intrigued, Pilaf listened as VS laid it all out. Kamazan, their boss, was nothing more than a scheming lowlife. He had a habit of throwing talented people into impossible situations just because they didn't align with his agenda. As Pilaf settled into his chair, something clicked in his mind. His eyes lit up with understanding. So, this Kamazan guy was their new boss? He leaned forward, curiosity sparking in his voice, and asked if they were at odds with him because they had chosen the wrong side. Titan hesitated for a moment before confirming that. More or less, that was exactly the case. Pilaf's expression darkened. He shot them a look of pure disdain and laid out the harsh truth. These guys were nothing but pawns. If they won, great. If they lost, no one would shed a tear. He leaned back in his chair, watching them carefully as he continued. Their so-called boss, Kamazan, would benefit whether they died or returned victorious with the stolen money. Either way, they were just pieces on a board, easily sacrificed. Spreading his fingers in the air, Pilaf studied them, his curiosity only growing. Then, he cut to the chase. How had they managed to track him down? VES shut his eyes, organizing his thoughts before explaining. When everyone had pinned the murder on other organizations, he had noticed a small but crucial detail. On that very day, one of the waitresses had vanished. Keeping his eyes closed, he continued. If someone had taken the girl and escaped, there were only two logical possibilities. Either they had left the capital together, or they were hiding nearby. As VES pieced together his deductions, Pilaf listened intently. The moment VES mentioned scouting possible escape routes and even real estate transactions, Pilaf's mind clicked. So, they had traced everything back to this mansion? His gaze sharpened as he leaned in slightly. They were talking about Sylvia, weren't they? But how had they been able to recognize her? Without opening his eyes, VES answered. Even if someone changed their appearance and voice, it was nearly impossible to erase ingrained habits and mannerisms. Sylvia had been a key figure in their establishment. He had spent enough time observing her know. Pilaf's fingers idly brushed against his chin as he studied VES with newfound respect. This guy was no ordinary thug. He was meticulous, sharp, far too insightful for someone in the criminal underworld. His gaze flickered toward VES, who seemed uncertain, then to Titan, who looked uneasy. It became clear. One of them was the brains, the strategist who planned everything. The other? Pure muscle, the one who tore through obstacles. Not a bad duo. A Sylvia, almost mischievous glint flashed in Pilaf's eyes as he regarded them. These two, they could be useful. The tension in the room thickened as Pilaf's silhouette loomed over them. He settled back into his chair, now fully in control. Well, he mused, drawing out the moment. I've got all the answers I need. His gaze darkened as he leaned forward slightly, relishing the sight of VES and Titan frozen in place. The question now was simple. What to do with them? Pilaf leaned back, his tone casual yet cold. Killing them, he said, would be the simplest and most logical choice. V's face darkened. Offended, he shot back, demanding to know what their deaths would even accomplish. Keela, watching them with a smirk, responded with mocking amusement. At the very least, it would bring him some peace of mind. Not that it truly mattered. He knew full well that eliminating them wouldn't get him any compensation for the damage done to his mansion. Titan's expression hardened as he imagined the reach of his organization, the shadowy emblem of a black snake looming in his mind. His voice was firm as he reminded Pilaf that, outcasts or not, their group wouldn't turn a blind eye to this. Their network stretched across the entire capital. There wasn't a single place that wouldn't support them. VES tilted his head slightly, his sharp gaze locking onto Pilaf. Are you ready to handle the consequences of provoking the Black Snake organization? He asked, his voice steady. Pilaf's fingers brushed against his chin as he mulled over V's words. They had a point. While their organization didn't pose a major threat to him personally, ignoring the potential fallout wasn't a risk he was eager to take. Still seated across from VES and Titan, both still immobilized by magic, Pilaf exhaled slowly, weighing his options. The way he saw it, they wanted to live, and he wanted to secure his future without lingering headaches. There had to be a way for all three of them to walk away with what they wanted. VES tensed, his head lowering as confusion flashed across his face. Titan glanced at him, frozen in place. Could this actually be the best way out of their predicament? Titan, growing uneasy, urged VES to focus. They had no other options. If they couldn't find a way to turn the situation in their favor, they were done for. Pilaf's lips curled into a slight grin as he tapped his chin. Then, raising his palm in front of his face, he studied the two carefully. He still had one option. The moment the words left his mouth, the remaining fighters stiffened, their eyes widening in shock. Horror flickered in their expressions as Pilaf revealed his plan. He wanted to take down Kamazan. The chilling weight of his words filled the air. Pilaf sat on the stairs, the room thick with icy tension as Titan and VES laid out the strategy for their men. VES, his voice firm, repeated their objective. Pilaf would be allowed to seize the Black Mamba. Raising a finger to his face, he turned to Titan. Their mission had already failed, and he asked his friend a pointed question. If they couldn't take Pilaf down the first time, what made them think they could do it again? The entire squad of fighters froze, their eyes going wide. Pilaf had clearly overheard them, and for a brief moment, his gaze turned unsettlingly predatory. A cold dread settled over the group. The men exchanged uneasy glances, fully aware that if they refused to carry out Pilaf's orders, they wouldn't just fail, they would die right then and there. Sharp exhales filled the room as the fighters hesitated. Capturing the Black Mamba? That was easier said than done. VS and Titan, their eyes closed, maintained unnerving composure. Difficult, Titan muttered. No, it's impossible. Even if they rallied every last ally they had, it wouldn't be enough. One of the fighters scoffed, raising a hand. His voice was laced with doubt as he questioned why they should even trust Pilaf's word in the first place. V's expression darkened, his patience wearing thin. Have you already forgotten? He snapped. He brought us back when we were as good as dead. His voice dropped, cold and final. You might not trust him, but tell me, do you have any better options? Silence. There was no answer, because in truth they had none. VS raised his hand, his voice steady as he addressed the group. They had seen it with their own eyes. He had endured the ice explosion barehanded. That fact alone made them hesitate, uncertainty flashing across their faces. Standing beside Titan, VES continued as their men stood opposite them, listening intently. His words might seem unexpected, but he laid it out clearly. Pilaf was the first to offer them a real opportunity. And if they turn it down now, there wouldn't be another chance. Tilting his head, VES studied the men before him, his expression darkening. He asked them to consider. If they were lucky, this could be their chance to break free from the way they had always been treated. But if Kamazan remained in power, they would continue to be nothing more than disposable pawns. The fighters shifted uneasily, absorbing their leader's words. VES pressed on, warning them that Kamazan wouldn't hesitate to eliminate them quietly, erasing them from the picture the moment it suited him. Titan suddenly clenched his fist, his voice filled with determination. We've already died once, he declared. Since we were given a second chance, why not use it for something big? Despite his conviction, the squad looked at each other with uncertainty. Dying here or dying there, what difference did it make? From the sidelines, Pilaf watched with admiration as VES and Titan worked to rally their men. Their teamwork, their cohesion, it was impressive. Just as he thought that, one of the fighters suddenly stiffened, his eyes widening as doubt crept in. Could he really risk his life for someone he barely knew? Titan and VES remained silent, their gazes sharp as they let the question sink in. It was a fair argument, but just as the tension thickened, the same fighter took a deep breath, then clenched his fist. His hesitation vanished as he shouted with conviction. He would take that risk. His newfound resolve rippled through the group. Turning to his comrades, he urged them to do the same. This man saved us, he reminded them. VES and Titan were absolutely right. They had originally been sent to capture someone with completely unknown abilities, essentially a death sentence. So what was the real difference here? Another fighter, looking at the situation from a different angle, spoke up. They were the key players in this operation. As long as they were standing, Kamazan's so-called rule was meaningless. He could only be a leader if they allowed him to be. Inspired by their own words, the squad erupted in agreement. Their determination surged as they faced VES and Titan, their decision clear. Pilaf, still watching from the sidelines, observed the shift in energy. Then, as the squad settled into their decision, VES turned back to him. Their gazes met, and after a brief moment of silence, VES gave him a slow, firm nod. Pilaf's expression lit up with excitement. Raising his hand, he declared, "Tonight, the boss of Kamazan, ruler of Theros, will be replaced." That night, darkness blanketed the city. Inside his lavish palace, Kamazan swirled a glass of wine in his hand, taking a slow sip. His eyes flickered with confusion when news reached him. Pilaf had been captured. Beside him, his white-haired assistant paled, his voice urgent as he confirmed the report. Pilaf was being held on the first floor of their very own palace. Kamazan's grip tightened around his glass. His lips curled into a sneer as the realization settled in. The squad he had thrown into a hopeless situation, those lowly, insignificant cockroaches, had actually turned against him. These men, they should have been crushed. They should have been long gone. And yet, they were still here, defying fate. Kamazan swirled the wine in his glass, his gaze fixed on his assistant. "What's the condition of that Pilaf guy?" he asked lazily. His assistant smirked. "He's on the verge of death," he replied, clearly satisfied. "A bloody mess." Kamazan narrowed his eyes. If VES and Titan, two men he had cast out, had managed to capture this so-called owner of an aura, then Pilaf must have been no stronger than a mere third-rank fighter. That made him nothing more than an insect. He set his wine down, his voice turning sharp. "Chain him up. Restraints, handcuffs, bind him so tight he won't be able to breathe. Then bring him to me." His assistant bowed slightly. "Understood. I'll take a few skilled men with me, just in case." "Do it," Kamazan said dismissively, raising his glass once more as his assistant turned and left the room. Taking a slow sip, Kamazan gazed off to the side, his arrogance palpable. No matter how things played out, these fools would all end up dead. If Pilaf had been caught so easily, then he was nothing but a weakling. The clanking of iron echoed through the dimly lit corridor. Pilaf, shackled and drained, trudged forward. His wrists were bound tightly in thick chains, and exhaustion weighed down his every step. Flanking him on either side, Titan and VES escorted their captive straight into the office of their detestable boss. Inside, Kamazan sat comfortably behind his grand desk, his eyes filled with smug satisfaction as he took in the sight before him. His fighters stood around the room, their gazes locked onto the new arrival. His assistant stood nearby, watching closely. Kamazan's lips curled slightly. "I don't recognize your face," he said, tilting his head. "Where exactly do you come from?" Silence lingered for a moment before Pilaf, standing between the two formidable fighters, let out a small sigh. His face was weary, but his voice remained steady as he said his name. Kamazan's expression darkened in an instant. His voice turned sharp, demanding, "Where is the stolen money?" Pilaf, still bound in iron, raised his tired gaze and exhaled. "You shouldn't consider that money yours," he stated calmly. "It belongs to Hape." A cold tension filled the room. Then, with a defiant glint in his eye, Pilaf smirked and added, "So, until he comes to collect it, it's still mine." Kamazan's jaw clenched. His glare turned lethal. "You're a delusional fool," he spat. Lifting a hand, he gestured toward the insignia of the Black Snake organization behind him. His voice rang with authority. "That money belongs to this organization, and this organization belongs to me." Titan and VES stood still, unmoving beside Pilaf. Kamazan's gaze flicked to VES, his voice laced with suspicion. "VES, where's the money you were supposed to bring?" VES gave a single, slow shake of his head. Kamazan's face twisted with rage. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" he snapped. "Why are you shaking your head like some lunatic?" His patience snapped. He slammed his palm against the desk, the sharp sound echoing through the room. "Stand at attention, VES. Speak properly when addressing your boss." A small grin played on V's lips. His voice was casual, almost mocking. "I never do anything pointless," he mused. "And there's no point in having a conversation with a corpse." Kamazan's expression froze. His mind barely processed the words before he barked. "What did you just say?" VES glanced away, his indifference cutting deeper than any insult. The fighters in the room exchanged uneasy glances, realization dawning upon them. This was it. The plan was already in motion. Pilaf closed his eyes, his expression unreadable. VES stood firm, his gaze shifting ever so slightly as he silently acknowledged the inevitable. No one in this room was leaving alive. Despite his battered appearance, Pilaf smirked. "That's great news," he muttered. Then, in an instant, his entire body pulsed with raw magical energy. With a swift motion, he shattered the handcuffs, binding his wrists. The heavy chains followed, snapping apart like brittle twigs. As he stepped forward, unbound and completely free, his gaze darkened with contempt. Around the room, the fighters stood frozen, their jaws slack with shock. How had he broken free so easily? Kamazan, still seated, stiffened as a cold sweat ran down his back. His fingers tightened around his wine glass, his mind racing. Pilaf's eyes locked onto him, his aura surging with murderous intent. "If you want to live," he growled, "get out. Now." The warning was for VES and Titan. Then, all hell broke loose. With a powerful swing, Pilaf lashed out with the broken chain still dangling from his wrist. It cut through the air like a blade, tearing a brown-haired man clean in half. Blood sprayed violently across the room. Another man barely had time to react before he was struck down, his body crumpling in a pool of red. A dark-haired fighter let out a tortured scream as the chain slashed deep into his chest. Pilaf moved like a storm. The blonde fighter wielded the chain Mercil Sylvia, striking down enemies left and right. With a sharp pull, he sent it whipping through the air, cutting through flesh and bone. Bodies collapsed around him. No one had a chance to fight back. A sharp gasp cut through the chaos. Kamazan's eyes widened in disbelief. A man with a bandaged left eye watched the massacre unfold, his instincts screaming that something was very wrong. From the start, he had sensed something off about this aura. But now, seeing the destruction, his stomach twisted with unease. Without hesitation, he lunged at Pilaf from behind, dagger in hand. Pilaf's eyes flickered with alarm. Kamazan, watching from a distance, grinned wickedly. This was his chance. But Pilaf was faster. Just as the blade neared his back, he dodged, spinning out of reach. His gaze locked onto the chains, still wrapped around his arm. The next second, they were around his attacker's neck. The man gasped, his hands clawing desperately at the metal constricting his throat. Pilaf's smile turned eerie, almost deranged. He watched the man's frantic struggle with a twisted amusement. "You know," he murmured, tightening the chains, "thanks to you, I'll be able to absorb the Black Mamba." Kamazan's face drained of color. Breathless, he stammered, "W8. Pilaf didn't listen. With a sharp tug, the chain snapped tighter. A final, choked gurgle left the man's lips before he went still. Silence. The two men still standing in the room, VS and Titan, stood in stunned disbelief. Pilaf exhaled slowly, wiping blood from his face as he surveyed the room of corpses around him. His expression remained calm, almost indifferent. Then, as if sensing something, he turned his gaze toward the entrance. "Come in," he called out. A presence hesitated outside before stepping in. Pilaf tossed aside a bloody towel and leaned forward. "What's the situation downstairs?" The new arrival swallowed before answering. "Everyone still loyal to Kamazan has been taken care of. The rest, the undecided ones, we've got them locked up." Pilaf nodded approvingly. "Good. Finish everything before sunset." His subordinate hesitated, but nodded quickly. "Understood." Pilaf leaned forward, resting an elbow on his knee, his mind already moving to the next step. Brel's gambling establishments, the trade association, and the smuggling network, he mused aloud. None of them matter much. One of his men hesitated before speaking. "The smuggling network is still sticking to the previous boss," he admitted. "But Titan used to be one of them. If he speaks to them, we might be able to sway them to our side." Pilaf stroked his chin, considering the possibility. "And the trade association?" His subordinate shifted uncomfortably. "They never liked Kamazan." A slow smirk formed on Pilaf's lips. "Perfect. The unreasonable demand for repayment had dragged on for too long." "That's already been handled," the young man said with a smirk. "Half of them are already on our side." Despite the reassurance, one of his subordinates gestured anxiously. "Our biggest issue isn't gathering support. It's justifying our actions. Without that, this will be seen as outright treason." Pilaf let out a sarcastic chuckle. "Justification? That's easy. We make one up." Leaning back in a chair, he stretched his arms over his head, completely at ease. "Spread the word. Kamazan was the one behind Hape's murder. He hired the owner of the aura to do his dirty work, and we uncovered the truth during our investigation." He dropped his hands casually. "Let them draw their swords over it." His subordinate blinked in surprise before nodding. "That actually makes sense. If we go with this, we can get Brel on our side." Pilaf's smile widened. "Exactly. And once that happens, the gambling dens will be isolated. They'll have no choice but to wave the white flag." A muscular, dark-haired man raised a hand hesitantly. "But do you really think the other organizations will buy that story?" Pilaf shot him a sharp glance. "Tell me, how do you think I was caught?" The subordinate hesitated. "That's right," Pilaf continued, his voice edged with amusement. "Rumors. I bet someone's already out there spreading false stories, pinning the blame on me for what happened in Brel. So why wouldn't our story be just as believable?" Murmurs of realization rippled through the group. He had a point. Pilaf stood, his expression confident. "You too," he said, pointing at two men. "You'll take the lead in negotiating with the other organizations." Stepping forward, he placed a firm hand on one man's shoulder. "Use this opportunity wisely. Shape public opinion in the crime-ridden districts. The people want a villain to blame. Give them one." His voice was steady, but his eyes gleamed with intent. The men exchanged glances before grinning. "We'll make it happen." Pilaf nodded in satisfaction, then turned away, slipping a hand into his pocket. "I'll be waiting for your report at the mansion." With that, he strolled off, drying his damp hair with a towel as he headed toward his quarters. As he walked, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of riot had erupted in the dead of night. Regardless, it didn't matter. He had secured the Black Mamba. Now, it was time to move on to the next step. Reaching for the book, he used it to check for any updates from the Golden Dragon. He sent a simple message. "Can we talk?" The response came almost instantly. Pilaf's brow lifted in surprise. That fast. He hadn't expected such urgency. Whoever was on the other side was burning with impatience. Then came the real shock. His contact informed him that his grandfather, the king of trade himself, would be speaking to him directly. Pilaf stiffened. That's not a good sign. The red communication panel flashed before him. It wasn't that he had no idea what to expect. It was who he was dealing with. Joe Gunam. The name alone carried weight. This man wasn't just a merchant. He was the trade king, a legend in the business world. And more importantly, he never handled interdimensional transactions personally. That meant Pilaf had no way of gathering information about him with his ability. Frowning, Pilaf closed his eyes for a moment, picturing the man. What does he want? Moments later, a calm but authoritative voice filled the communication channel. "I assume you know who I am," the old man said smoothly. Pilaf exhaled, opening his eyes. "Your reputation speaks for itself," he replied coolly. "You're famous across the world." On the other end, Joe Gunam sat composed, his aged features betraying no emotion. Meanwhile, next to him, his grandson shifted uneasily in his seat. Pilaf leaned forward slightly, his tone unwavering. "I've already started my investigation, and I don't think you'll like what I found." He mentioned that he was familiar with the head of the Great Mountain Healthcare Center. At this, Joe Gyunum lowered his head, acknowledging that it wasn't bad. He had spent his entire life avoiding interdimensional dealings, yet he never imagined that someone from the Zero System would know of him. Seated with his hands resting on his knees, he listened as his grandson stood at the control panel, calling him a trader, an expert in both buying and selling. From his perspective, the young man's request seemed outrageous. The blonde-haired youth leaned over in his chair, scanning the messages on the screen. It stated that when factoring in the 32,000 coins he earned from resolving the conflict, his total balance exceeded 50,000 coins. The young man confirmed this with a nod. Joe Gyunum narrowed his eyes slightly and explained that heavenly-level elixirs were expensive because their production costs were no small matter. He then asked if the young man had truly earned 20,000 gold coins in such a short time. Watching him closely, he emphasized the difficulty of amassing such wealth. Even the head of the Great Mountain couldn't do it so easily. His grandson tensed slightly as Joe Gyunum continued. Even though he had no experience with interdimensional trade, he could tell that the young man had gone too far. Meanwhile, the blonde froze, staring at his balance. 52,131 coins. He had accounted for everything perfectly, leaving no room for argument. The old man let out a slow breath when the youth pointed out that he had underestimated the value of 5 tickets. He admitted his mistake. The long-haired brunette glanced at the floor, deep in thought. His grandfather, however, was more intrigued by something else. His grandson's belief that the cost of revenge was only 50,000 coins. Touching his chin, the young man mused, "You're right. How can I even put a price on avenging my parents?" Joe Gyunum clenched his fist, his response cold and decisive. "I'm a merchant. Even revenge must be calculated as a transaction. And for 50,000 coins, I'd say the price is fair." The young man sat at the table, lost in thought. His grandfather was difficult to anger and always assessed situations with a clear mind. But this time, the blonde smirked. The so-called king of trade had made a miscalculation. Excitement flickered in his eyes as he invited him to a game of chess. Sitting back calmly, the young man, also a merchant, studied his grandfather. Perhaps the old man saw 50,000 coins as a reasonable amount, but to him, it was a mere starting point. He needed to make the king of trade see it from his perspective, one he wouldn't regret. Joe Gyunum eyed him warily. "Regret? And what exactly might I regret?" The blonde intertwined his fingers, recalling an old saying, "Children bury their parents in the ground, but parents bury their children in their hearts." He then asked, "If my revenge fails, how will you spend the rest of your years?" His voice was steady as he declared, "A merchant must take revenge as a merchant." Can you truly find solace in those words? Joe Gyunum's expression stiffened. His grandson's words struck deeper than expected, leaving him momentarily speechless. The young man smiled, victorious. With the arrival of the king of trade into the conversation, one thing had become clear. This wasn't just about him. Revenge wasn't an individual pursuit. It was the unfulfilled wish of an entire family. And in the end, the ones who would regret it wouldn't be him. Joe Gyunum closed his eyes, lost in thought, while the young man confidently wrote his message. He was the only one who could provide what they needed. Despite his reluctance, the old man finally asked what his terms were. The young man clenched his fist, a victorious smile playing on his lips. He had pushed just hard enough to turn the tide in his favor. All it took was persistence. Folding his hands together like a strategist planning his next move, he knew this wasn't about wealth or possessions. His true aim was trust. Joe Gyunum stroked his beard, studying the blonde-haired youth. At first glance, he had seemed like just another profit-hungry merchant. But now, curiosity kept him listening, even as the young man continued to push for more. Turning to his grandson, he instructed him to relay his words. The grandson nodded and listened intently as Joe Gyunum dictated. "The Gold Trade Association does not engage in dimensional trade. I will not establish a new business just for the sake of report tickets. That is my decision." Closing his eyes, Joe Gyunum considered the situation. This stock trader is far too greedy. He had already been offered a heavenly level deal. Why couldn't he just be satisfied with that? Instead, he had the audacity to propose an exclusive trading contract with the Gold Association. If they entered the dimensional trade, it would send shockwaves through the entire market. He imagined mountains of gold coins raining down, realizing just how ambitious this young man was. He wanted to be the sole intermediary, profiting from every transaction. It was an outrageous display of boldness. His grandson observed him carefully before speaking again. "The stock trader has made a different offer. He's asking for a condition to be met in exchange for a certain action." Joe Gyunum remained silent, signaling for him to continue. Raising 2 fingers, the grandson hesitated before announcing, "He wants an investment of 200,000 coins." The old man's eyes widened. "How much?" The long-haired youth quickly explained. He's willing to pay the entire amount back, with interest. He's not asking for a handout. The king of trade frowned. And why should I trust him? His grandson, clearly nervous, added, he's only asking you to sign a contract that guarantees the exchange. Joe Gyunum raised his hand, his expression unreadable. What kind of trading ability does this boy have? Blindly investing everything could lead to ruin. Before he could finish his thought, his grandson's eyes widened in shock as he pointed to the screen. The blonde sat back confidently. I know how to eliminate that risk. Joe Gyunum's patience wore thin. What nonsense are you talking about? Suddenly, countless red notification windows flashed before them, announcing the acquisition of a new skill, client negotiation. The young man closed his eyes, wincing. The knowledge surged into his mind as if it had been forcibly implanted. Then just as quickly, it settled. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, letting out a slow breath. It's done. He opened his eyes and then asked, does this mean the person I acquired this knowledge from can no longer use it? Joe Gyunum's expression turned serious. That knowledge belonged to one of my subordinates, someone who was there when I took my first steps in trading. A shiver ran through the room. Arun, standing nearby, swallowed hard before murmuring, at the very least, he should be thanked. The old man closed his eyes, and with a sense of peace, spoke calmly. There's no need for that, he said. I kept him here against his will, when all he wanted was to return to his village and raise his grandchildren. The two merchants sat across from each other, the conversation taking a more solemn turn. With a hint of regret, the gray-haired man continued. Now he'll finally be able to do just that. It's a shame he will become just another villager. But if his abilities live on in other dimensions, then I can only be grateful for it. He reassured them that he would always take care of his people and that his former subordinate would never be left with feelings of regret. The young man nodded in agreement, then gestured slightly as he clarified, the trade association doesn't engage in dimensional trade. So, how did you manage to organize the shipment? Just then, a notification appeared in front of him. There were no restrictions on individual transactions. That meant such deals were possible, as long as the association's name wasn't used. A smirk crossed his face as he touched his chin, pleased with the insight he had gained directly from the king of trade himself. The transaction agreement and his updated balance were displayed before him. Joe Gyunum closed his eyes and said firmly, I have fulfilled every demand. I've even made concessions. Now, you are bound by your promise to assist my grandson. The blonde nodded. I'll provide the goods needed for revenge over the next 3 years. Joe Gyunum frowned slightly, still trying to understand how he, once the king of trade, had ended up negotiating such terms with a mere stock trader. Finally, the old man stood under the watchful gaze of his grandson. In that case, we have an agreement. If the contract is used wisely, it will be of great benefit to you. The blonde smiled. I look forward to working together again. Joe Gyunum didn't respond. He simply turned and walked away. As he left, the long-haired youth stood and watched him go. One day, a good day will come for us, he murmured. The grandson wasted no time, immediately preparing a list of necessary supplies. A notification popped up, pinning the list to his screen. He stared at the numerous open windows before him, noticing something unusual. Every single one of the 5 requested items originated from the 5th world of Murim. They all had one thing in common. Resting his cheek in his hand, he read through the details. Their phase belongs to transcendental martial arts. His mind conjured up the silhouettes of his future opponents. He couldn't help but remember that Joe Jiamui had reached the same level. Could he really stand against them? His finger hovered over the attached file. With a deep breath, he sent the report. Check it, he said. Moments later, he received a strange response. You're joking. The young man frowned. Joe Jiamui seemed irritated, as if he had been cut off from finishing his thoughts. Was something missing? Or was there another condition at play? His customer's expression darkened. Admit it. Did you fabricate this data? The blonde's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he listened. At that moment, the head of the great mountain echoed the same doubts. The grandson of the king of trade fell silent, shoulders sinking as another notification arrived. The report cannot be falsified. A tense silence filled the air. The young man's thoughts raced. Something wasn't right. He asked if an enemy was among the targets. The long-haired youth, responding through messages, confirmed there were 2. His jaw tightened in frustration. Then the real culprit is still missing. His fingers hovered over the keyboard before he typed again. Did you make any changes? The blonde, calm and unwavering, replied, my answer remains the same. Joe Jiamui clenched his jaw. With no further words, he ended the conversation. A notification popped up. The customer has left the chat. The blonde leaned back on his sofa, staring at the screen. Anger, expectation, emotions like these were rarely transmitted through messages. Yet he could feel the frustration seeping through. He frowned. 2 enemies among the 5. Digging deeper into the intel, he noticed a strange connection. They all had something in common. He stroked his chin in thought. Could they have played a role in the massacre? His gaze landed on a symbol, a snake drawn on the hexagon. Elsewhere, a group of men stood in front of the same symbol, their faces shadowed with disbelief. One of them muttered, "The nightmare of Theoros." "What nonsense!" His partner, smiling, nodded in agreement. Titan placed a hand on the table and smirked. "You should take this spot. You're good with paperwork." "Me? I only know how to use force." Raising his hand, he gestured with a grin. "If I sit in that office, I'd be no different from the furniture." Bloodshed chuckled. "Thanks for the offer." The dark-haired man turned serious. "Have you learned anything?" His expression darkened as he replied. "I was told that neither healers nor magicians would dare interfere, unless it was someone they had never seen before. If that's the case, there's no point in even trying." Titan raised a brow. "So, you're just gonna let it go?" A slow nod. Titan hesitated. "You work here too. You've suffered just as much." Just then, another voice interrupted. Pilaf held up 2 glasses, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Come on, let's drink to our teamwork." The liquid inside the glasses looked questionable, but he insisted. To the bottom. Despite their unease, the men drank. The moment it went down, they winced, cursing Pilaf through gritted teeth. The sun shone brightly over the city. Inside a grand mansion, Titan sat with his arms crossed, staring at the men before him. "How are you feeling?" he asked. Their expressions soured. "Worse than expected, because we have no idea what you'll demand." Titan smirked. "Is that why you're so tense? Planning to seize control of the organization with your own hands?" He leaned forward, fingers interlaced. "Relax. I'm a reasonable man." His words took them by surprise. "I have no interest in criminal activities," he continued. "I'll even give you more freedom in combat." His partners exchanged uncertain glances. Titan pulled out a white envelope and placed it on the table. "These are my terms. Follow them, and you won't share the fate of the previous leader." BAS picked up the envelope and unfolded the paper inside. His eyes widened. "Beetles," he muttered. Titan's smirk widened as he watched their reaction. Then came the next set of terms. His identity would remain undisclosed, and he would receive a percentage of the organization's profits. They stiffened, reading between the lines. "These sound more like threats than conditions," one of them murmured. BAS gripped the paper tightly. "But they're acceptable." Despite their fear, they tried to convince themselves it was a fair deal. Pilaf, still smiling, repeated, "I told you. I'm reasonable." They weren't entirely convinced. BAS frowned. "This isn't the worst outcome." Then, turning to Titan, he asked, "What exactly is this trading company, Pilaf?" Titan crossed his arms. "My personal company." The room fell silent. BAS blinked. "Wait, you're a merchant?" A smug grin. A single tap of his finger. 50 years of experience. They exchanged stunned glances. An almost cloudless night hung over the fortress. A massive, dimly lit room stood empty, until the door creaked open for a brief moment, then shut just as quickly. The blonde stepped inside. With security this weak, was invisibility even necessary? Still, he knew the risks. "If I'm caught, I'm expelled on the spot." Lowering himself to the floor, he exhaled. In just 15 days, he had accomplished more than most would in a lifetime. His eyes drifted shut. Superior rank. He recalled the king of trade, the deal they had made. His trading company, now fully under his control. BAS, now leading the Black Mamba in his place. Sitting in the darkness, he reflected on it all. Even amid all this, he hadn't abandoned his studies. The possibilities, they're endless. A small smile crept onto his face. Dimensional trade exists to reshape reality itself. Feeling more confident than ever, he made up his mind. It was time to request another closed training session. Circle let out a breath of relief when he saw him return. "You're right on time," he said. The young man met his gaze with a knowing smile. "I was planning to visit you anyway." Just as he was about to bring up the closed training session, he was interrupted. "There's a serious problem." The blonde turned, surprised. "What is it?" Zeril spread his arms. "A prosecutor from the Knights Corps is here. He wants to speak with you." His expression shifted from confusion to shock. "What?" He turned to his coach for an explanation. The man's face was tense. "I told him to come back another time," he admitted. "Any idea what this could be about?" The blonde shook his head. "None." The coach stroked his chin, deep in thought. "This isn't about something minor," his eyes darkened as he added. "And he didn't come alone." The young man's breath hitched. "Who?" Then came the name. "Dirika." His face turned serious in an instant. He knew exactly what this meant. In a dimly lit dungeon corridor, 2 guards stood at the entrance of a holding room. Inside, the blonde sat alone at a wooden table, a candle flickering in the darkness. He tapped his fingers against the surface, deep in thought. "They have no grounds to arrest me. There's no evidence, no real accusation." Still, his gut told him something was off. He scowled. If I can't prove my alibi, this could get messy. The heavy door creaked open. A man stepped inside, his boots echoing against the stone floor. Arun Lutz. The blonde looked up. That's me. The man gave a short nod. Genitz, commander of the Knight's Corps. Arun's brows furrowed. May I ask why? Genitz cut him off. Don't be alarmed. I just have a few questions. He pulled out a chair and sat across from him, clasping his fingers together in a way that made it clear. This wasn't a casual chat. Shall we begin? The candlelight flickered between them. Genitz leaned forward. We still haven't found him. Arun's eyes narrowed. Found who? A pause. Then realization struck. Genit's reaction confirmed it. He was surprised that Arun genuinely didn't know. Arun leaned back, gaze sharp. Arun disappeared? The commander exhaled, rubbing his temples. Yes, the steel guard left yesterday, and between midnight and dawn, he vanished. Genit's piercing blue eyes locked onto him. Don't you find it strange? He's been missing from the academy for some time now. Arun frowned. We were in different classes. I never interacted with him. The dungeon's silence stretched between them. The candle on the table flickered, casting long shadows against the stone walls. Genitz watched him carefully. Arun shrugged. He always did as he pleased. I assumed he returned to Albert's residence. The commander hummed, eyes closing briefly as if processing his words. Across the room, Arun watched with confusion, unable to piece together what was happening. Genitz finally pushed back from the table. That's all for now. Arun's brows knitted together. That was it. Then why bring him all the way here? He expected more. As if reading his mind, Genitz lifted a hand. You're not free to go just yet. Arun tensed. There's someone else who wants to speak with you. Genitz turned toward the door. At that exact moment, it creaked open. Arun's sharp gaze fixated on the man stepping inside. Dirika. So, the real interrogation begins now. The bearded knight entered, his expression hard as stone. He studied Arun for a moment before speaking. It's been a long time. Arun noted the tension in his face, drawn, tired. Genitz leaned against the wall, silently observing. Dirika finally spoke. Under these circumstances, that was unavoidable. The knight moved closer, eyes locked onto Arun's. Why did you do it? Arun's eyes widened. No build-up? No formalities? Just straight to the accusation? He kept his voice level. What exactly are you talking about? Dirika exhaled sharply. Young Master Run vanished without a trace. Arun's jaw tightened. The day before, Dirika continued. There was a fight between the knights. Arun lowered his gaze as Dirika's voice rose in frustration. Don't you think it's a little too convenient? So that's their angle. Dirika crossed his arms. You were there. That alone is enough to make you suspicious. A heavy silence fell. Dirika's expression shifted, as if recalling something he had replayed in his mind thousands of times. At first, I thought he left on his own. But if that were the case, we would have found him. His voice dropped. It's been over a month. Genitz, still leaning against the wall, said nothing. Dirika pressed on. If this was a kidnapping for ransom, we would have received demands by now. But we haven't. The dungeon's dim light flickered against the knight's sharp features as he leaned over the table. This wasn't an escape. It wasn't a kidnapping. There are no traces, no demands. His voice hardened. When all impossible possibilities are erased, only the truth remains. His eyes bore into Arun's. And I believe you had both the motive and the opportunity to make him disappear. Genitz observed the dissatisfied knight before glancing at the young man before him. Arun Lutz, the son of a noble accountant and a descendant of a hero. Show him respect, Genitz instructed. The knight tensed before begrudgingly offering an apology. Arun turned to the commander, his gaze sharp. Does Dirika even have the authority to interrogate me? He's not a prosecutor. Genitz met his eyes and replied calmly. He's here on Dorian's request. I ask that you be understanding. Arun shifted his gaze to Dirika, who looked back at the commander. Genitz then addressed the blonde directly. If you have any objections, we can end this here. Arun shook his head. No, I'm curious as well. With that, he raised his hand and spoke. Then tell me, what's my motive? He leaned forward. We live in a world where people get killed just for looking at someone the wrong way. His eyes narrowed at Dirika. Do you have anything beyond speculation? Any evidence at all? Dirika's expression darkened. The night the young master disappeared, the Steel Guard security detachment stopped in a village, a mere day's travel from the academy. Lifting his gloved hand, he continued. Everything pointed to Run heading there, no matter the circumstances. Arun exhaled. That's because sleeping out in the open is uncomfortable. Simple as that. Genitz, standing behind Dirika, smirked slightly. He's not wrong. Sleeping on the ground is miserable. Even I'd choose a bed if I had the option. Dirika frowned, but didn't argue. Fine, let's move on. He crossed his arms. The villagers confirmed the security detachment stayed there from night until morning. Genitz's gaze hardened. That alone isn't enough to convict anyone. There are too many similar cases. Dirika nodded, but added, there was a crucial inconsistency in their testimonies. Turning to Rin, he said, one of the squad members used a private room and never left until dawn. His gaze settled on Arun. Eyewitnesses claim it was you. Arun hunched slightly, lowering his head. He came prepared. For a brief second, he considered applauding him. But even with this, wasn't enough to pin anything on him. Janet's, leaning against the wall, finally spoke. Let's say Run returned to the academy, then disappeared again. What then? Dirika turned to him. That's exactly what happened. The commander sighed, crossing his arms. Run was a middle-class cadet. Even he wouldn't have been able to pull this off alone. Janet's sharp gaze met Dirika's. You tested this theory, didn't you? Dirika nodded, barely managed to replicate it. The commander turned away, rubbing his temples. So it's possible, but you still don't know how he bypassed the guards. Dirika frowned. The academy's outer walls are low. If someone planned it right, getting in and out unnoticed after midnight wouldn't be difficult. Janet's closed his eyes. Then you're saying Run even managed to fool Khan's subordinates? Dirika gave him a pointed look. That's my belief. Janet's exhaled, shaking his head. Dirika, you're chasing speculation. He straightened. Take a break. You're getting too caught up in this. Dirika stood, turning to Arun. Why didn't you just ask for a favor? Arun raised a brow. What? Dirika shoved the table aside, his eyes burning with suspicion. I need to check something. Sitting back down, he stared Arun down. You're hiding something? Arun looked at him, unimpressed. Hiding what exactly? Dirika's eyes flickered with intensity. You're 16, yet there's no way you're just a regular cadet. Arun remained silent. The knight's brows furrowed. Ever since our first meeting, I could feel something from you. Janet's expression hardened. Dirika's voice grew sharper. You should be at first rank. Janet's breath hitched. Is he really accusing Arun of that? To him, Dirika's accusations against the Steel Guard family were already ridiculous. But now this? Blue eyes flickered toward the knight. Janet sighed, finally speaking. This could turn into a conflict between noble houses. Dirika remained unfazed. Janet's tone turned colder. Mana isn't something you can just place into another body. At that moment, Arun stood and bowed slightly before the commander. Then check me. Janet's and Dirika both froze. But first, Arun continued, lifting his gaze. Let's get one thing clear. His voice sharpened. You've insulted me by accusing me of being involved in Khan's disappearance. Dirika clenched his fists. Arun locked eyes with him. What will you do if you find out I had nothing to do with it? Dirika scoffed. Then do what you want. A grin spread across Arun's face. Then let's get this over with. The two men held their gaze, neither backing down. Dirika activated his ability. For a tense moment, silence filled the room. Then, slowly, the knight's expression changed. His shoulders drooped slightly. He let out a breath and stepped back. Arun watched him closely. Dirika ran a hand through his hair. He's fourth rank. A heavy silence settled over the room. Janet's exhaled. Then that settles it. Dirika said nothing. He only clenched his fists in frustration. Arun simply smirked. Checkmate. A bead of sweat ran down Dirika's tense face. His anger was evident. He couldn't comprehend where Arun's excess mana had disappeared. Meanwhile, Arun watched as Dirika's eyes widened in shock. You'll never find it, Arun stated calmly. Not unless you understand the existence of the first system and the martial arts techniques unique to it. Dirika's gaze locked onto him, but Arun remained unfazed. His rank 1 mana was hidden, sealed within specific blood vessels, existing in a space beyond ordinary perception. He stood before the knight with quiet confidence. The 100-year-old internal energy, Thype, stored in the lower abdomen. It's nothing compared to the mana of the heart. As Dirika infused mana into Arun's body, Janet's observed closely, monitoring every reaction. The two men stared at each other, their hands slowly parting. Janet's finally spoke. Well, what's the result? With his back turned to the commander, Dirika exhaled. His rank is 4th class, close to 3rd. Janet's brows lifted in surprise. A freshman, already reaching that level. He turned to Arun, eyes sharp with curiosity. Then tell me, how did you manage to get into the middle class of the academy? Arun's lips curled slightly. I've recently achieved a few milestones. Janet's crossed his arms, admitting, I was already surprised that a freshman in middle school had a close practice. Glancing at Arun, who stood relaxed near the wall, the commander added, I hope your father will be proud of you. Then, with a nod of approval, he advised, keep pushing forward. Arun simply stared back, unreadable. Meanwhile, Dirika finally lowered his head. His voice was steady but filled with regret. I was wrong. Still, he remained rooted in place, staring at Arun as if struggling to fully accept his mistake. Janet's broke the silence. He only acted this way because he was desperate. Arun exhaled. Now that the suspicions were cleared, the weight in the room had lifted. Standing before Dirika, he watched as the knight bowed deeply. "I'm ashamed," Dirika admitted, his voice tight with guilt. "I let my emotions cloud my judgment. I acted as if I'd been possessed." Arun clenched his fist slightly. "Enough with the apologies already." Dirika, still lowering his head, continued. "I only hope I can find Run, even though I don't know him well." Janet sighed before grabbing Arun's collar. "Well then, time for you to get to class." Arun smirked. Finally, Dirika straightened and, for the first time since their encounter, gave him a look of genuine gratitude. "Thank you for your cooperation." With that, Arun stepped out of the interrogation room. A Sylvia grin tugged at his lips. Behind him, Dirika and Janet followed, exiting the dungeon together. This case is completely closed now. Back at the academy, Dimitri sulked, arms crossed, his expression full of exaggerated offense. "How dare you do this to me?" he accused. Arun, leaning on his arm, raised a brow. "Do what?" His friend flailed his arms dramatically, while their seatmate let out a long, exhausted sigh. "You left for closed training without saying a single word." Dimitri huffed. "Do you have any idea how worried I was?" Arun blinked, then shrugged. "You could have just asked Instructor Zyril." Dimitri's eyes welled up with tears, and then, right in front of the entire class, he burst into full-blown sobs. Arun stiffened in embarrassment. "Why does this always happen to me?" He claimed he hadn't slept all night, waiting for his neighbor. The classroom erupted into hushed whispers as all eyes locked onto the protagonist. No one could comprehend how an ordinary middle-class student had managed to secure a spot in an exclusive training session. One student speculated that Arun must have used his family's influence to gain special privileges, but most found that impossible within the academy's strict system. Overhearing the chatter, a blonde-haired student let out a deep sigh. Just then, a blue-haired young man approached Arun from behind, calling his name. Arun turned to face him, curious about who had addressed him. Recognition flickered in his mind. This was the same student who had stood out during the entrance exams. A warrior whose skills set him apart from the rest. Someone who had never once fallen from the academy's top ranks until graduation. And now, standing before him was none other than Cassian Tross. Sitting beside a stunned Dimitri, the blonde observed the unexpected exchange. Why was someone like Cassian speaking to Arun? Without hesitation, Cassian met Arun's gaze and issued a challenge to a duel. The entire room fell silent. Mouths hung open in shock. Students in the back rows leaned in, eager to catch every word. Why would the academy's top student challenge someone from the intermediate class? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Arun, unfazed, simply turned away. "Not interested," he said flatly. Cassian frowned. "Why not?" Arun met his intense stare and repeated, "I just don't want to." That answer clearly wasn't good enough. Leaning forward, Cassian placed a hand on his knee. "Why are you avoiding it? You know the rules. You can't refuse." Arun rested his hand on the back of a chair. That rule exists to prevent the top-ranking students from obsessing over their position. Cassian lowered his head slightly before responding. "I have just as much right to use that rule." Arun scoffed. That rule wasn't meant to feed someone's ego or justify crushing others in battle. He gestured dismissively. "Why don't you challenge someone on your level instead?" At that moment, the classroom door opened, and the duel instructor stepped inside. "I've already approved the match," he announced. Arun exhaled heavily. He had no say in the matter now. The decision had already been made for him. With murmurs about the closed training spreading, there was no way out of this. Resigned, he asked, "When's the fight?" Cassian's expression didn't waver. Right now, Arun shot him a displeased look while the rest of the class gasped in disbelief. Pushing himself up from his chair, he leaned forward against the table, his expression unreadable. This wouldn't take long, one way or another. The students who weren't participating left the classroom, heads low, while the curious ones stayed behind, whispering among themselves. A duel between the academy's top freshman and someone ranked 72nd? It seemed absurd, but knowing Cassian's talent, they couldn't resist the chance to witness his skills firsthand. As the students gathered in the duel hall, the two opponents stood on opposite sides, armed with copper swords. Their instructor, Zirkle, observed from a distance. Arun's piercing gaze unsettled the man, making him shift uncomfortably. Unable to meet his eyes, the instructor murmured, "I'm sorry, Arun. I had no choice." Arun let out a frustrated sigh, before turning sharply to Cassian. "Why are you doing this?" The surrounding students leaned in, eager to hear the response. Cassian's eyes were cold as he replied, "You, a freshman, were allowed into a training session that no one else has ever been permitted to attend." Arun's gaze remained steady as Cassian continued. "You set an impossible record. It's been just a week since you entered the academy, yet you were granted something that even I was denied." For the first time, a flicker of realization crossed Arun's mind. Was that the reason? Did Cassian feel that his rightful place had been stolen? Cassian's fists clenched, his hand trembling with barely restrained frustration. That's not it, he muttered, as if denying an accusation Arun hadn't voiced. I just want to know how someone like you got into that training session. Lifting his sword, Arun smirked. That's your argument? He shook his head. Training room assignments are based on potential, not rank. Cassian hesitated for a brief moment before regaining his composure. Arun continued. And thanks to that special training, I broke through the barrier that was holding me back. That's its purpose, isn't it? Cassian remained silent. Arun's tone was steady. Do you really think you should be first in everything just because you enter the academy with the highest grades? Silence fell over the duel hall as the match was about to begin. Cassian's frown deepened. He didn't understand what this blonde guy was talking about. Watching the frustrated student, Arun couldn't help but feel he was overreacting to such a minor provocation. Despite Cassian's brilliance in his past life, Arun realized that, at the end of the day, he was still just a kid. The freshman gripped his copper sword tightly. When he admitted he had hit a wall in his development, a smirk crossed Arun's face. Looking at the determined student, he hoped Cassian would push forward, work harder, and eventually break through his limits. Cassian, however, snapped, "Don't go too far." He was done with words. He wanted proof. He needed to see for himself how strong Arun had become. He knew the middle-class student had improved, but how much? With that thought, Cassian swung his weapon, standing tall in front of Arun. To him, the idea that someone like Arun had been allowed into a closed training session was outrageous. Their swords clashed, eyes locked in focus. As Cassian began using his abilities, gasps rippled through the onlookers. The sheer speed of his attacks was astonishing. Arun dodged, barely managing to create distance between them. His opponent was a real genius. There was no doubt about that. Then, in a flash, Cassian leaped into the air, sword poised to strike. Arun's mind flickered back to his past life. He remembered this very boy, who carried himself with unwavering pride until the end of his days. Arun studied him closely. Throughout his life, he had faced many powerful foes, and today, Cassian had chosen an opponent far beyond his reach. Raising his copper sword defensively, Arun watched as the blue-haired student charged forward. In Cassian's eyes, Arun was nothing more than an insignificant obstacle in his path. But when he struck, Arun deflected the blow effortlessness. A bead of sweat rolled down Cassian's face. Frustrated, he demanded, "How long are you going to keep defending?" Arun simply frowned, observing his opponent. Cassian was clearly irritated that he hadn't been able to end this in a single strike. Lifting his sword, Arun pondered the situation. He couldn't defeat Cassian, at least not in the eyes of the academy. His rank was too low. Should he allow himself to lose and be shattered, or aim for a draw? Then something caught his eye. His gaze flicked to the cracked wall behind him, where a deep mark had been left by Cassian's last attack. A realization hit him. Cassian's mana control was still flawed. He unleashed power perfectly, but lacked precision. Cassian attacked again, swinging his sword with renewed force. Arun dodged at the last second, narrowly avoiding the strike. He soared to the side, landing smoothly, eyes locked onto his breathless opponent. Lowering his sword, Arun clenched his fists. Cassian's eyes widened. "What are you doing?" Resting his sword over his shoulder, Arun spoke calmly. A true knight controls strength with gentleness, overcomes weight with lightness, and counters speed with slowness. Cassian's gaze sharpened. The surrounding students murmured. Many had heard these words before. It was a common philosophy, but most believed that power and speed were the keys to victory. Arun lowered his head slightly. Cassian, still confused, asked, "And what's the rest of the lesson?" Arun gave him a measured look. "There's nothing more. That's all my father said." Cassian's brows furrowed. Was Arun talking about Levadon? Arun tightened his grip on his sword once again. He didn't need to say more. He showed me with his actions. Suddenly, Arun extended his sword straight toward Cassian's face. The tip hovered just inches away, stopping with perfect control. The blue-haired student's eyes widened in shock. Anger flared in him instantly. With all his strength, he smacked Arun's sword away, his expression darkening. "You're toying with me," he accused. But something was off. Holding his weapon, Cassian realized he hadn't felt the impact of his strike. Had he truly hit Arun's sword? He had been certain of it. A slow smirk formed on Arun's face. Pointing his sword at his stunned opponent, he locked eyes with him. Cassian's teeth clenched in fury. He lunged forward, attacking with everything he had. But at that same second, Arun raised his hand, shifting his sword aside effortlessly. Sylvia. Cassian's mouth fell open slightly in disbelief. Throwing his copper sword over his shoulder, Arun asked, "So, how did you like the show?" Cassian stood frozen, imagining Arun standing above him in victory. His pride screamed at him. Was he still unqualified? A wicked grin tugged at Arun's lips. Meanwhile, the instructor, Zirkle, watched the stunned expressions around him. Raising his hand, he loudly announced, "The match is over. It's a draw." The entire hall erupted in protest. Students shouted in frustration, demanding the fight continue. Zirkle's face darkened, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple. "Silence," he barked. "The duel is over. Return to class." The students grumbled, still buzzing with excitement. One student suggested, "Maybe they become friends after this?" A brunette beside him scoffed. "Friends?" Cassian looks like he still doesn't understand what just happened. As the students slowly exited the hall, Cassian remained in place, his head lowered, shoulders tense. Arun deserved that closed training session. His fight against the academy's top freshman had ended in a draw, and that was proof enough. The instructor approached Cassian, who stood motionless, lost in thought. Standing beside Zirkle, Arun watched as Cassian walked away. A small smile played on his lips as he turned to the worried instructor. "Well, that duel ended nicely, don't you think?" Zirkle eyed him skeptically. "Is this how you plan to finish it?" As Arun leaned in, the instructor sighed. "Don't you think you went a little too far? This kind of technique is beyond even an instructor's control." Grinning, Arun acknowledged the truth in his words. "It's like leaving the door of a special rank wide open after already mastering everything inside," he mused. Introducing his sword once again, Arun continued, "I only demonstrated the tip of the iceberg. The magic I used, the Dream of Darkness technique, is an 8-star ability. First-class enlightenment or even higher." Zirkle raised his hand, visibly concerned. A student aiming for second grade shouldn't be messing around with techniques far beyond their level. Closing his eyes, Arun admitted, "I did it on purpose." Zirkle's expression remained blank, but his thoughts raced. If Arun was planning to keep his abilities hidden, he could have easily lost instead of pushing things this far. Arun smirked. "I just wanted to annoy Cassian a little, without actually losing to him." Lifting his head, Arun shifted topics. "I need to leave the academy after class today. Can you prepare a pass for me?" Zirkle's confusion deepened. "Why did you even enroll in the academy if you keep running off?" He sighed. "Where are you going this time?" As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky burned orange, but the workers showed no signs of stopping. They moved massive wooden crates with practiced efficiency. Arun crossed his arms, taking in the bustling scene. "Is all this really mine?" he wondered aloud. Among the workers, a man turned toward him, a slightly awkward but clearly pleased expression on his face. He was Pilaf's deputy, and the moment he saw the head of the trading company, his grin widened. Noticing his enthusiasm, Arun asked, "Any problems?" Marcus, the deputy, shook his head, holding a stack of documents. "None at all. Everything's running smoothly." Pilafing through the papers, Marcus added, "Actually, you came at the perfect time. We need your approval on a decision." Arun took the documents, scanning the details. 15 porters, 10 merchants, and 3 clerks. He looked up. "Double it." Marcus stiffened. "Double? But we don't need that many employees." Arun handed the tablet back. "Even twice this amount won't be enough in the long run. As we strike more deals, we'll need more staff." Marcus's jaw nearly dropped. The sheer scale of Arun's ambition left him speechless. Arun chuckled at his reaction. "Honestly, I was considering increasing the staff fourfold, but there's no need to rush just yet." Raising a finger, he declared, "From now on, we have a lot to accomplish. In a few years, Pilaf Trading Company will be the largest in Theros." Standing beside him, Marcus still looked hesitant. Arun glanced at him, then continued, "The first step is growth. We need to expand. Call in the carpenters. I want renovations on the old building and an expansion for the warehouse." Marcus blinked, processing the request. "But we just set up our business. There's still plenty of space in the warehouse." Arun raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you just tell me about your long-term plans?" Marcus flinched, recalling their earlier conversation. "You mean the scaling strategy?" "Exactly." Arun gestured toward the crates. "How do you think customers will see us if we're operating out of a rundown building?" He turned back to Marcus. "Don't cut corners trying to save money. Spend what's necessary." A drop of sweat trickled down Marcus's temple as he nodded. "Understood. I'll handle the arrangements." Arun studied him for a moment. Though Marcus had the diligence and practical skills necessary for his position, he was overly cautious, hesitant in making bold decisions. Bowing his head slightly, Arun considered something important. Marcus was trustworthy, and when it came to choosing leaders, trust mattered above all else. With a slight smile, Arun asked, "Where's the secretary?" The office desk was buried under stacks of books, documents scattered in every direction. A knock on the door echoed through the room. A young woman peeked out from behind the towering books, her eyes lighting up when she saw who it was. Standing in the doorway, Arun smirked. Any complaints? The secretary and her ever-present cat were both clearly thrilled at his visit. At that very moment, Sari leaped into Arun's arms, her red fur brushing against his chest as she purred excitedly. The cat licked his face without hesitation, making Arun chuckle. We were only apart for a day, he reminded her. Noticing the secretary's slightly flustered expression, Arun turned his attention to her. Have I given you too much work? He asked. You've had to handle all the accounting and keep an eye on Sari. Touching her chin thoughtfully, the secretary shook her head. Not all. I'm happy to help. Under your leadership, everything has been easy to manage. Arun absent-mindedly stroked the cat, now perched on his arm, his expression pleased. You're handling things even better than I expected, he admitted. But let me know immediately if any problems come up. The secretary nodded before giving him an update. The workshop order has been completed. That caught Arun off guard. Already? That was fast. With a small smile, the secretary added, the order was personally picked up this afternoon and taken to the backyard. Arun raised an eyebrow. You really didn't have to go through all that trouble. I could have picked it up myself. The secretary seemed surprised by his response. Where exactly do you plan to use it? She asked curiousness. Still petting Sari, Arun gave her a knowing smirk. I ordered it for a cat. Out in the backyard, a luxurious carriage stood in the open air, its craftsmanship exquisite. Holding the delighted cat in his arms, Arun grinned. Now you can enjoy exclusive meals, made just for you. Sari's eyes sparkled as she blushed in excitement before immediately leaping out of his grasp. She rushed toward the carriage, her tail swishing as she took in the sight of her new possession. Watching her, Arun chuckled. I suppose this is what would happen if a person saw a carriage made entirely of sweets. He leaned against a bench, amused. She won't eat it in one go. It's way too big. Settling down, Arun's expression turned thoughtful. By now, there should be some kind of update. It was time to check the mail. His eyes gleamed red as he accessed the system. A translucent red screen flickered to life in front of him. New system update. Partner store management menu unlocked. Arun smirked. So, it actually worked. This store was more than just an asset. It had a variety of functions that made it the perfect place to invest the coins he had earned from the King of Trade. Compared to this, the money he had poured into Pilaf Trading Company felt like mere pocket change. Another red system screen popped up. Entry fee. 1 million coins required. The amount was staggering, but Arun didn't hesitate. It's worth every coin. His mind flashed to Myo-Am, the slightly awkward yet incredibly skilled channel master. She was an invaluable connection, one he planned to take full advantage of while he still could. Turning his gaze back to the screen, Arun considered his next step. First things first, the store name. Currently, it was called All Kinds of Miram Goods, a place where customers could buy anything they needed in one stop. Resting his chin in his hand, Arun frowned. That's a bit too flashy, isn't it? He spread his arms out in amusement. Well, it does match my concept. But then, leaning forward, he recalled something crucial. Partner stores are specialized. With a limited number of available slots, he couldn't afford to be careless. Arun scoffed, finding it a bit over the top that the man spread his arms so dramatically, considering his current situation. As he mulled it over, the protagonist recalled that partner stores typically focus on one specialized field due to space limitations. However, he knew those niches were already crowded with first system representatives. Tapping his chin, he realized he couldn't sell high-quality products in bulk through some clever loophole. After all, he wasn't a manufacturer, just an intermediary. But as he envisioned himself surrounded by stacks of money, an idea took root. Instead of specializing, his store's biggest advantage would be variety. While scanning his warehouse through the system, Arun noted that many products weren't in stock yet. He felt uneasy about calling it an organization or store when his inventory was still so limited. Determined to fix this, he sent out an invitation for a meeting and decided that his first priority was replenishing his stock of martial arts records. Just as the message was sent, a reply popped up. Siekyun, practically glowing with excitement, reported that things were going great. Thanks to the protagonist's help, he had slowly started gathering and accumulating internal energy. Arun, however, was unimpressed. He waved off Siekyun's enthusiasm, stating bluntly that he wasn't interested in that. His concern was the security of the library, which had recently been reinforced. Standing in his office, Siekyun grinned. He explained that security had been tightened so much that even taking a single volume was a challenge now, and he expected this level of protection to continue for some time. Resting his chin on his hand, Arun mused about providing Siekyun with a reliable business partner. Siekyun, puzzled, asked what he meant, but Arun only smirked. There was no reason to explain further. After all, with the security so tight, there wasn't much Siekyun could do about it. But instead of being discouraged, Siekyun burst into laughter. He reminded Arun that just because security was tight didn't mean it was impenetrable. After all, he was still a living legend, a man who had survived, risking his life at the Heavenly Sword Castle. Sitting on a bench, Arun narrowed his eyes. Seokyun was talking too much. Without wasting time, he asked if there was a way to bypass security. Seokyun's eyes widened as Arun made an offer, 3,000 coins a month. At that moment, Seokyun realized that in just 1 year, he could recover half of his past internal energy. He clenched his fists, excitement surging through him. Looking straight at Arun, he asked who his business partner would be. Arun, seated in front of the glowing red system screen, gave a simple answer, his partner's store. Seokyun's face lit up with joy. This wasn't just some passing opportunity. This was real money, money that wouldn't just disappear into thin air. Eagerly, he asked for the store's name. Arun folded his arms, a satisfied smirk on his lips. All kinds of Murim goods. Arun's store. Hearing this, Seokyun's face flushed with embarrassment. He shifted uncomfortably before letting out a chuckle. Arun's expression darkened. Laugh, and I'll end you. Clearing his throat, Seokyun turned serious. He warned Arun that opening a partner store wasn't that simple. He'd have to pass an extremely rigorous test first. Arun lowered his gaze for a moment, then shrugged. I'll handle it. Without missing a beat, he told Seokyun to prepare martial arts tapes priced at 10% below the average market cost. A bead of sweat rolled down Seokyun's face. That was a huge discount. That's a bit much, he muttered. I'd barely make any profit. Arun arched a brow. Is the problem that you have too many recordings left, or not enough? With a confident smirk, Arun remarked that among the stock traders eager to strike a deal, he had deliberately chosen the dumbest one. Perfect for his plan. After all, he believed it was far better to sell goods quickly at a discount than to sit around waiting for some miracle. Seokyun's eyes widened as he listened. He had to admit, the logic made sense. Volume mattered more than individual profit margins. Leaning on his knees, Arun instructed Seokyun to prepare the martial arts notes. Now that everything was settled, Seokyun nodded, saying he'd handle it. Without hesitation, Arun pressed the button to end the call. A grin spread across his face. Understanding the martial arts records had been a major step forward. Folding his arms, he decided it was time to replenish the rest of his stock. As night fell over the academy, Arun made his way down the wooden stairs, a small smile lingering on his lips. The trip had been short, but undeniably productive. A yellow notification window flickered before him, proudly displaying all kinds of Murim goods, Arun's store, selling all kinds of items. Buy elixirs here, magic stones there, martial arts records on this side, and weapons on the other. Aren't you tired of running around? Get everything you need in one place at the Arun store. Right after, a red notification appeared. Achievement unlocked. King of Trade. Spent 25,000 coins in the first system channel. Reward, 15,000 coins. Arun chuckled, satisfied. He had officially launched his partner store, stocked the shelves, and even strengthened key connections. Progress was coming together smoothly. Reflecting on his recent experiences, he realized that Sari's ability to transform, once a matter of doubt, had now been confirmed. A red carriage stood in the square just outside the building. Arun pointed at it in surprise. Incredible, he murmured. The pet had accounted for every detail, down to the smallest intricacies. Stepping closer, he studied the carriage deep in thought. The reason the magic sword transformations hadn't been perfect before was likely because Sari had still been too young. Looking back, the last transformation into a unicorn hadn't been a fluke after all. Crossing his arms, Arun smirked. Now, he was completely convinced Sari was a Bulgasel of the highest level. Pushing open the door to his room, the blonde warrior considered the various applications of Sari's abilities. Beyond combat, there were countless possibilities. From now on, feeding Sari a variety of things could unlock even more potential. Stepping inside, Arun blinked in surprise. The room was empty. He quickly concluded that Dmitri must have gone off for training. Smiling to himself, he shut the door and sighed. Perfect timing, he muttered. He had been eager to check on the progress of the partner store. Just then, his eyes flickered red as a system message appeared. Incoming call request. Golden Dragon with the Jade Rod, Joe Giamwi. Arun raised an eyebrow. So, he finally made up his mind. Settling onto his bed, he opened the chat window. Joe Giamwi. It's been a while. Arun responded with a simple question. So, did you get your thoughts in order? There was a brief pause before Joe Giamwi replied. Yes. After much deliberation, I've finally made my decision. His long hair shadowing his face, the man clenched his teeth, eyes burning with barely contained fury. Even if I can't have complete revenge, I'm ready to go through with it. Arun remained unfazed. You made the right call. Joe Giamwi closed his eyes, exhaling slowly. Still, it took me a long time to come to this conclusion. Sitting on a bench, head bowed, he admitted, I despise them both, but not nearly as much as the one truly responsible for everything. His voice dropped, heavy with calculation. If I eliminate them now, the real culprit will immediately become aware of my presence and the fact that I seek revenge. The man frowned deeply. If the real culprit goes into hiding, you'll lose your chance at revenge forever. Aruin's red eye gleamed as he fixed his gaze on him. You think they're still in contact after all this time? Jianwei's expression darkened. They're masters. Even after decades, news has a way of reaching them. Aruin smirked, lightly tapping his chin. Makes sense. After all, they share a special bond. Accomplices in the Nanzhou bloodshed. Jianwei's eyes widened in shock. He froze, his voice barely a whisper. You know about that? The blonde responded calmly, only in general terms. But in his mind, he recalled sending Xieqian to Nanzhou. It had taken a lot of effort to dig up even fragments of information about that incident. The Nanzhou bloodshed. Scattered bodies lay near the stairs. Lifeless forms sprawled across the cold stone platform, their blood staining the ground. It was one of the darkest tragedies in the history of dimensional transactions, a horrifying abuse of the system's core function, the ability to transfer internal energy. That day, hundreds of people had their energy drained completely, leaving them to die where they stood. Aruin exhaled slowly. Among those victims were Jianwei's parents. Suddenly, a notification caught his eye. Messages from Jianwei. I was planning to wait a little longer, track down the true mastermind, then take down the entire gang at once. But his next message carried a sharper edge. When I finally found them, I realized I couldn't wait any longer. Aruin could almost feel the rage radiating through the screen. Jianwei clenched his teeth, fury burning in his eyes. The moment I tracked them down, the anger consumed me. I wanted them to suffer, to feel what I felt. Aruin, still seated on the bed, nodded. You're thinking in the right direction. He reminded Jianwei of their agreement. If you need anything, I'll support you. Just reach out. A pause. Then he added with a smirk. Consider me your personal contact if you ever need to vent. Jianwei was visibly taken aback. After a moment, he bowed slightly. Thank you, truly. A system message followed shortly after. Jade-faced golden dragon. Zhou Jianwei has left the conversation. Aruin leaned back, fingers grazing his chin. Revenge, huh? Both of Jianwei's enemies were at their peak. If he struck now, retaliation would be swift. But that wasn't Aruin's problem. This was Jianwei's battle to fight. Aruin had his own role to play. He flicked open the menu in front of him, curiosity sparking in his mind. How were people reacting to his partner's store? As soon as he checked, his eyes widened. A slow, surprised grin spread across his face. Unbelievable. Opening a retail store with a diverse selection instead of specializing had caused an explosive reaction, far beyond what he had expected. Across the first system channel, voices rang out in excitement. This is insane. Everything's here, and it's actually good quality. Finally, no more running all over the place, trying to find what I need. One customer laughed in relief. And the best part? I don't have to deal with those shady sellers who try to scam you at every turn. Another, scanning the prices, blinked in shock. Wait, these prices are actually decent. A long-haired man, deep in thought, raised a finger. Well, they're a bit high, he admitted. But compared to other partner stores, they're way more reasonable. More messages flooded in. How many promotions are running right now? I still have coins left. Should I stock up? Thanks for the coupon. This store is a lifesaver. Aruin sat by the stairs, resting his head on his hand. Things were going so, well, it was almost terrifying. Scratching his cheek with a grin, Aruin muttered, At this rate, everything's going to sell out in a week. No need to worry about leftover stock. It would all be gone before that even became a concern. Sitting in front of the glowing notification window, he considered his next move. His minimum goal was to reach heroic rank and gain access to the second system of dimensional transactions. Originally, he had set a timeline of 2 years, but at this pace, he could already take the next step. Just then, footsteps echoed on the wooden stairs. Aruin's ears sharpened. That energy, it was familiar. He listened for a moment before turning slightly, a smirk forming on his lips. So we meet like this, huh? A voice followed. Still as lazy as ever, I see. The man came to a stop behind him, eyeing him critically. Why are you just sitting around at this hour? Aruin turned fully, still smiling. I should be asking you that. You sure got here fast. Only a month had passed since his enrollment in the academy, and already, so much had happened. His visitor, however, was anything but amused. Clenching his teeth, he spoke coldly. If you had just stayed quiet, we wouldn't have had to meet at all this year. Aruin stood up leisurely, shrugging. Wow, such touching brotherly affection. It almost brings me to tears. Then, tilting his head, he added, Don't you think so, big brother? Jason, the second son and third child of the Count, a fourth-class knight, stared at him with sharp eyes. His expression was unreadable as he examined Aruin. What the hell happened to you? Arun blinked. Huh? What are you talking about? Jason's frown deepened. You. I was sure you'd be stuck in the lower class, but instead, you're middle class. Even ranking 72nd? How is that possible? Arun let out a slow exhale. Is it really that shocking? Jason's expression hardened. Of course it is. We're talking about you. Arun didn't respond right away. Deep down, he knew this reaction was inevitable. Jason only remembered him as he was in their past life. With a calm voice, Arun asked, Is that why you're so on edge? Jason's brows furrowed. What the hell are you getting at? The irritation in his voice was clear, but Arun wasn't fazed. He studied Jason's tense expression, quietly piecing things together. Looking back, Jason himself had failed to meet their father's expectations. Even Kieran, who had graduated as a second-class knight, often heard regretful sighs directed at him. And Jason? He had only reached 4th rank, a fact that followed him like a shadow. Arun pictured his brother sitting alone, head bowed in frustration. In his past life, Arun had simply lacked any talent. But Jason had been completely broken the moment he realized he couldn't surpass the wall separating ordinary knights from aura masters. Jason's gaze darkened as he stared at him. Even now, a faint trace of anxiety lurked behind his sharp eyes. Ironically, Jason had been the one to ignore him the most. And yet, at the same time, he had watched him the most warily. Arun imagined Jason and Kieran standing behind him. For his entire life, Jason had probably thought, I'll never be able to defeat Kieran. But if I just work hard enough, I can at least secure a middle position. Then no one will blame me too much. As long as I can be better than Arun, that's enough. Jason's expression remained grim. Meanwhile, Arun's gaze was calm, indifferent. He hadn't known any of this back then. But now, standing here, looking at Jason, he saw it clearly. Jason was pathetic. There Jason stood, halfway up the stairs leading from the tower, while Arun remained below, looking up at him. With a deep breath, Arun closed his eyes for a moment, then exhaled. I doubt you came all this way just to have a heartwarming reunion with your little brother. His voice was dry, cutting. Opening his eyes again, he locked gazes with Jason. So, if you've got something to say, just say it. Jason remained silent, his eyes locked onto Arun in disbelief. After a moment, his expression hardened. The fight with Cassian, how did it go? Arun raised a brow. What kind of question is that? He replied casually. It was all just a matter of calculation. Jason scoffed, his voice laced with frustration. Calculation? Don't mess with me. A fight with Cassian could never end in a draw. Arun studied his brother's reaction carefully before tilting his head. You're saying you wouldn't have been able to do that? Jason clenched his jaw. That's not the point. How the hell can someone ranked 72nd fight the top-ranked first year to a draw? Arun shrugged. There's always a way. Jason narrowed his eyes. That's exactly why Thane want to see you. Arun's expression sharpened. Thane. His brother's face darkened. Thane Carlson. Arun's eyes flickered in recognition. That idiot, he muttered, exhaling. If he's got something to say, he should come to me himself. Why send you? Jason stiffened, glancing around nervously before pressing a finger to his lips. Watch your tongue, he warned. Arun raised an eyebrow at his brother's sudden caution. What? Are you afraid someone might hear us? He sighed. Fine. Where am I supposed to meet him? Jason's frown deepened. What do you think you're going dressed like that? He scoffed. You really think Thane Carlson would meet you in person? Without another word, Jason pulled out an envelope sealed with wax and tossed it at Arun's feet. Be there in the evening. The address is inside. Arun eyed the envelope, unimpressed. Before he could say anything, Jason added, Do you even own a formal suit? You'll need it. Picking up the envelope, Arun smirked. And here I thought you were offering me a grand honor. He flipped the letter over in his hands. But all you're giving me is an invitation to a puppet show. Jason's expression darkened. Why do you get more annoying with every word? He snapped. Turning on his heel, he waved a hand dismissively. Just don't mess this up. Arun watched as his brother disappeared up the stairs. Then, glancing down at the red-sealed envelope, he let out a quiet chuckle. Maybe I should go. On the wax seal, a bold number 21 was pressed into the crimson surface. Arun smirked. There are people I'll have to deal with sooner or later, and others I actually want to meet. That symbol, a triangle enclosed in a red circle, belonged to Club 21, Theoro Academy's unofficial high society club. With only 21 members, the club was exclusively for students from high-ranking noble families. Arun imagined the elite socialites that would be gathered there, the finely dressed ladies surrounding men with wine glasses in hand, their conversations woven with strategic alliances and lifelong ambitions. In the grand ballroom, young women in elegant gowns twirled lace fans, while noble heirs, clad in tailored suits, sipped their drinks and laughed over whispered negotiations. Arun thought to himself, in short, this is where they gather the so-called rising stars of the current generation. The ones everyone has pinned their hopes on. The room buzzed with conversation until a sharp sound of footsteps echoed through the ballroom. White boots clicked against the polished floor. The atmosphere shifted. Conversations quieted. Heads turned in surprise as eyes followed the newcomer. Arun stepped inside. His gaze remained indifferent, his posture poised. Clad in a dark tailcoat, his presence alone stirred a ripple through the crowd. Whisper spread. Who is that? I've never seen him before. Is he a freshman? I don't remember any first years standing out like this. A few exchanged glances before someone muttered hesitantly. I thought Cassian was the best of the first years. Was this guy really better than him? Arun smirked. Well, this is going to be interesting. A few murmurs rippled through the room. He looks good, but something's off. It lacks polish. Actually, it's kind of cute. Arun smirked to himself. Their reactions were only natural. After all, standing before them was someone wearing the tag of a Navarro high society star, yet unfamiliar to their circle. Bathed in the soft glow of the ballroom lights, the blonde practically shone in his tailored suit, his smile one of quiet amusement. Then something caught his eye. At the far end of the room, a girl in a lavender dress stood near the corner, her posture graceful yet deliberate. As their gazes met, she flirtatiously smiled, running delicate fingers through her long, flowing hair. Arun's eyes narrowed slightly. Selena Lepevre. He had completely forgotten she was also part of Club 21. Without hesitation, he turned away. Selena's smile faltered. A flash of surprise crossed her face. Her companion scoffed. Did he just ignore you? A short-haired girl beside her crossed her arms. Disgusting. Who does he think he is? Selena's eyes darkened. He dared to humiliate her like this? Her mind raced. Does he think that just because he has a pretty face, he can get away with this? Arun, now facing away, chuckled to himself. In his past life, he had been completely captivated by Selena's beauty, blind to her true nature. But not this time. There was no benefit in getting involved with her. The smartest move was to avoid her altogether. Before he could take another step, two red-haired twins suddenly blocked his path. Arun, one of them called out. He glanced at them, and the brothers looked offended. What do you mean, Aunt? The older of the two glared at him. You must be insane if you don't know who's on top and who's on bottom. Arun instantly recognized them. Hillen and Duran Darius. Hillen, the eldest son of the Darius family, crossed his arms with a scowl. Duran, the second son, huffed in frustration. It's all because of Varen. That bastard beat me up, and now even this guy dares to ignore us. Arun took a moment to observe them closely. Varen's older brothers. Now that he looked at them, the resemblance was obvious. So Varen must have gone whining to them about getting beaten. Arun let out a slow breath, considering his options. Too many eyes in this room. Causing a scene wouldn't be ideal. The twins stared him down. He remained calm, contemplating whether he should just politely ask them to step aside. A voice cut through the tension. That's enough. The entire room fell silent. Jason. The twins turned in surprise, along with everyone else. Arun glanced at his brother. Oh, just when I was thinking about you, you show up. Hillen scoffed. What do you mean, enough? Are you protecting your so-called younger brother now? Duran smirked. Didn't you say you didn't even consider him family? What's this? Brotherly affection out of nowhere. Jason let out a deep sigh, but didn't say a word. Arun studied his brother's unreadable expression. Finally, Jason spoke cold and firm. I'm not protecting him. He's here by Thane's invitation. The twins blinked in confusion. For a moment, they hesitated. Then, exchanging glances, they backed off. Without another word, they deliberately turned away from Arun, making a show of dismissing him before disappearing into the crowd. Arun watched them leave before shifting his gaze back to his brother, who stood with his back turned. Well, he asked casually, where's Thane? Jason didn't turn. Inside. Alone. Arun exhaled, looking away briefly. What's he trying to pull? Acting like some future duke too good to mingle with commoners. Jason whirled around, his eyes flashing with irritation. Watch your mouth, he warned. In the short time we haven't seen each other, you've completely lost your sense of fear. Arun followed after him, unfazed. Relax, he said, glancing around. It's just us. Who else will be listening? Jason didn't even turn as he spoke. Whoever needs to hear will hear. Just keep quiet and follow me. Arun lowered his gaze, lost in thought. The Darius twins. Jason. They all seemed terrified of Thane. And honestly, he could understand why. Behind that man stood the legacy of an elite noble family, an unmatched mastery of the sword, and a cold, commanding presence. Arun pictured a young man seated on a high-backed chair, his face obscured in shadow. His presence alone sent shivers down the spines of not just students, but even the academy's teachers. In his previous life, Arun had avoided crossing paths with this man at all costs. But now, he was truly curious. How would Thane look to him in this life? Aruin followed Jason in silence, recalling that 3 nobles in Navarro Academy stood above the rest, grouped under similar monikers. The first, a tall man with brown hair draped in a white cape, Levadon, the Steel Guard. The second, a blond man in a red jacket, golden stripes on his shoulders, Dorian Albert, the Ardent Marquis. And the third, a young man with blue hair, cold and untouchable, Luther Carlson, the Cool Duke. These 3 were known as the 3 major lords of Navarro Academy. They weren't just powerful students. They embodied the might of Navarro's aristocratic elite, the kind of nobles whose influence extended beyond national borders. But among them, Luther Carlson stood at the peak. He wasn't just powerful, he was absolute. His influence spread through every corner of the academy. Aruin's eyes flickered as he spotted him. A blue-haired young man, lounging on a sofa, one leg casually propped on the back of a kneeling servant who remained perfectly still on the floor. Thane Carlson. Aruin's expression didn't change, but his eyes dipped slightly to the person beneath Luther's boot. A student, bowing low, his back used as a footrest. Luther barely acknowledged Aruin at first. Then, with half-lidded eyes, he glanced up, his lips curling into a lazy smirk. So you're finally here. Leaning back against the sofa, his gaze flickered over Aruin's figure, assessing him. Your appearance isn't bad, he murmured, but you're not tall enough. His eyes gleamed with amusement. Ah, well, you're still young. You might grow. Aruin remained calm, lips parting slightly as if in thought. Maybe. Why does this guy immediately feel the need to evaluate me? An uncomfortable silence stretched between them. Luther's smirk faltered slightly. He raised an eyebrow. What? Jason, standing beside Aruin, bared his teeth slightly, gritting his words in a whisper. Stop talking back. Aruin exhaled lightly, his indifferent gaze dropping back down, to the student still on the floor, head lowered, not daring to move. His fingers twitched slightly. A familiar sight. Again, Aruin's eyes darkened. Is their leader even sane? Luther, unfazed, allowed a quiet chuckle. I have to say, he mused, I'm quite surprised. He turned his gaze toward Jason. You've been hiding a pearl all this time, haven't you? Aruin met his gaze, expression blank. What pearl? Luther's lips curled in amusement. No sandbanks in the north. Aruin's face remained impassive. Luther chuckled, clearly entertained. You're funny. Beside them, Levadon, the Steel Guard, stiffened when his name was suddenly mentioned. Luther turned to him, smirking. You're not nervous, are you? His eyes gleamed. Now that your younger brother is looking better than you? Levadon's brow twitched in irritation. Excuse me. He jabbed a finger at himself. Him? Better than me? Luther rested an elbow on his knee, his expression mocking. If one fool calls another a fool, doesn't that just mean you should carry your little brother around as decoration? Jason's mouth fell slightly open, his eyes widening in shock. Before anyone could respond, Luther let out a tired sigh, waving his hand dismissively. Enough. This is getting tedious. His gaze dropped toward the student beneath him, as if only now remembering his existence. Without warning, he shoved his boot against the boy's back. Get lost, he ordered, voice completely devoid of emotion. I don't need a footrest anymore. The boy flinched, letting out a quiet, muffled whimper, but didn't dare protest. Aruin's eyes remained cold, his gaze locked onto the pathetic scene before him. This place really hasn't changed. Aruin watched as the servant slowly pushed himself up from the floor, his fingers briefly rubbing at his chin. The young man's pink eyes flickered toward the Baron for a moment before lowering again. With his lips pressed into a thin line, Aruin observed him silently. Hunched over, the servant hurried toward the exit, his steps stiff and quiet. Jason followed him with his gaze, but said nothing. Aruin turned his head slightly, watching the reactions of the banquet attendees. Low murmurs spread through the room. Well, thanks to the new guy showing up, at least he got let off early today. He must be relieved. Relieved? Someone scoffed. If he's willing to live his entire life as a lackey, he might as well cut out his own tongue now and save himself the suffering. Aruin's gaze darkened slightly. Luther Carlson let out a soft chuckle. You don't approve? Aruin turned his attention back to the blue-haired noble, who sat lazily on the sofa. Luther smirked. You think I'm going too far? Leaning forward slightly, he added, My way of dealing with people is like handling a footstool. Nothing more. His tone was light, but the weight behind his words was undeniable. Aruin met his gaze with an indifferent expression. To some extent, yes. Luther's smirk widened, but his eyes remained cold. And yet, he mused, reclining further into the sofa, your opinion on the matter doesn't concern me in the slightest. His voice remained calm, but there was a slight shift in the air. His gaze sharpened. But since we're talking about perspectives, Luther continued, his smirk fading, let me ask you this. His face darkened. His eyes narrowed with clear dissatisfaction. Why do you refuse to show me the proper respect? Jason, standing just behind Ruin, visibly tensed. Ruin, on the other hand, remained completely calm. Unfazed, he tilted his head slightly. Is this just the cultural standard around here? Luther blinked once. What? Rolling his eyes slightly, Ruin waved a hand. The way you and the Darius brothers behave. It seems to be a running theme. Then, his gaze grew sharper. And despite being a third-year student, you don't even show the slightest bit of courtesy to Jason, who outranks you in seniority. Luther's eyes flickered. Ruin folded his arms. So, naturally, I decided to follow that same standard. A brief silence settled over the room. Jason's face paled in horror. Luther's brow furrowed in confusion. Then, a sudden burst of laughter erupted from the sofa. Luther leaned forward, shoulders shaking as he laughed, an almost amused disbelief in his voice. Huh, so you've got a sharp tongue, too? He grinned, wiping at the corner of his mouth. The more I look at you, the more useful I think you'll be. His sharp blue eyes locked onto Ruin. I just hope, Luther mused, his smile widening, that your skills are as good as your wit. Ruin said nothing, his expression unreadable. But in his head, he noted something. He's only now bringing up abilities. Is he seriously thinking about testing me? Luther raised a hand, casually gesturing toward himself. Word is, you had a duel with Cassian. Ruin didn't react. Luther gave a slight wave, as if dismissing the topic. And after that, he's been like this. Ruin's gaze flickered toward the far side of the banquet hall. Sitting alone on a small sofa, his back slightly slouched, was Cassian. His once sharp gaze was distant, his chin resting against his hand, as if staring into nothing. Luther smirked. Everyone knows about it. His voice was mocking, playful. But they're all dying to know. Ruin remained silent, watching his whispers spread through the room. Luther leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice just enough to make it sound conspiratorial. They say, maybe it was because of the colic of thrown phrases. His smirk widened. Or maybe there's another reason entirely. Ruin simply closed his eyes. Luther let out a slow, exaggerated sigh. You're all fools, he muttered. Then, with a lazy smirk, he added, winning or losing, that doesn't matter in the slightest. Ruin's eyes flickered with interest. Oh, Luther continued, leaning back against the sofa. The words of the steel-blooded count. Now, those actually hold meaning. Hearing that, Ruin's lips curled slightly. So, he took the bait after all. Did I throw out a line for a carp, only to hook a crucian instead? It seemed that Luther was more interested in this so-called secret than he let on. Ruin mentally pictured Luther Carlson in his academy uniform, Navarro Academy's third-year ace, one of its top students, a man surrounded by status and power. But before he could entertain that thought further, Luther's voice cut through his musings. Tell me, the Duke drawled, his sharp eyes locking onto Ruin. Have you heard anything else? Ruin said nothing at first. Luther pressed on, his tone almost conversational. I'm at a crossroads, he admitted, fingers drumming against the sofa's backrest. But after hearing the steel Earl's words, I thought maybe they could serve as my guide. Ruin smirked. So that's how he's playing it. He watched as Luther sprawled further into the sofa, his demeanor relaxed, yet his words careful and calculated. If you've got something else, Luther added smoothly, I might even owe you one. Ruin's smirk deepened. Even when asking for help, this guy acted as if it were an act of generosity on his part. Even now, when he's the one seeking something from me, he speaks as if he's doing me a favor. Ruin mused, should I do to him what I did to Cassian? After all, mysteries always seemed more enticing when they felt just out of reach, like a labyrinth that only pulled you in deeper. Finally, Ruin spoke. There was one more thing. Luther leaned forward slightly. Go on. Ruin shifted his gaze slightly to the side, his tone measured. A knight who has reached great heights controls strength with gentleness. Luther listened intently. Ruin continued. They overcome heaviness with lightness, speed with slowness. Then, almost as an afterthought, he added, Cassian was the one who said that. With a quiet breath, he raised his hand, spreading his fingers slightly. And lastly, his voice dropped lower, the fullness within the emptiness. Luther's expression froze. A few nobles nearby exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in confusion. What does that even mean? One of them muttered. Ruin smiled, his confidence unwavering. It means, he explained, to pretend there's nothing, even when there is. To be full, yet appear empty. His gaze sharpened slightly. When you hide your true worth, you blend in better than anyone else. Jason's eyes widened slightly. Luther, for the first time, looked genuinely intrigued. He let out a quiet chuckle, nodding to himself. Huh, now it makes sense. His fingers tapped lightly against his knee. Feels like something just clicked into place. Arun exhaled slowly, shaking his head slightly. Here we go again. Luther's ego was unshakable. He probably thought he was on his way to becoming the next founding emperor just from hearing a few phrases. If enlightenment were that easy, I wouldn't have had to suffer through everything myself. Jason, still processing, finally spoke. Wait, why are you telling him something different from what you told me? Arun raised an eyebrow. Luther grinned, eyes narrowing. Oh, the third son seems to know more than the second. His voice held a teasing edge. Now tell me, who should we be excluding here? Jason visibly tensed, struggling to respond. His face darkened, his body stiff. He had no idea how to answer. Luther watched him for a moment, then laughed a low, entertained sound. Honestly, he mused, the only useful person in your family is Kieran. Jason's breath hitched. Luther leaned back, smirking slyly. Before, I was just joking when I said you should start getting nervous. He tilted his head slightly. But now, I actually mean it. The room tensed. With an amused sigh, Luther tapped his boot lightly against the floor. Well, I must say, I like you, Arun. Then, without missing a beat, but I can't let you into Club 21. Arun's gaze didn't waver. Oh, Luther leaned forward. All seats are taken. That's our symbol. We can't just add another member. His voice dropped slightly. But I'd hate to just let you walk away. Turning slightly, he glanced at Jason. What do you think? He asked smoothly. Jason stiffened. His face darkened as his gaze darted toward Arun in silent disbelief. The Duke of Thero's Academy had just offered to make room for his younger brother. Jason flailed his arms in frustration, his face twisted in disbelief. You're seriously saying this now? Luther exhaled heavily, shaking his head. A smirk played on his lips. Jason, let's be honest, you bring nothing to the table besides the big name of the Steelguard family. Jason's expression stiffened, his mouth opening slightly in shock. Luther leaned back, his smirk widening. I don't exactly need two of you around. Arun watched in silence as his older brother hesitated, clearly thrown off balance. Luther raised an eyebrow before adding nonchalantly, don't take it too hard. Thanks to Layskin Nim, you still get to enjoy the benefits of the club in peace. He shrugged. You should be grateful. Jason's body tensed, but he forced out a small, hesitant thanks. His voice was barely above a whisper. Luther turned his gaze back to Arun. Now, Baron, his eyes gleamed with something unreadable. Would you be willing to fulfill a small request of mine? Jason, desperate to keep things civil, laughed nervously, waving his hand. Of course. Anything you need. Luther's smile darkened. He slowly extended his hand toward them. I just had a thought. His voice was smooth, but carried an unmistakable edge. Why don't we have a little duel? Jason's eyes widened in horror. Wait here. Arun remained still, his expression unreadable. Luther's smirk turned predatory. He could see Jason trembling. Relax. It's just a trivial little match. His voice dropped lower, almost teasing. We'll just measure our strength a little. A simple test. Before Jason could react. Crack. Luther's fist slammed into Jason's face. Jason let out a choked cry, his body flying sideways. He hit the ground hard, skidding across the floor. A stunned silence filled the room. The nobles gathered around, eyes wide with excitement. Luther flexed his fingers, his smirk widening as he admired his own unshaken fist. So this is how you overcome speed, by slowing down. Arun, watching the scene with an impassive expression, thought to himself, he's not testing anything. He's just showing off the difference in their abilities. Jason groaned, slowly pushing himself up, wiping the blood from his mouth. Luther placed a hand on his hip. Come on now, he teased. Surely, you could do better than that. Laughter rippled through the crowd. One noble sneered. Looks like we found tonight's punching bag. Another scoffed. He's just a parasite. Without his family name, he's nothing. A nearby noble chuckled. I knew this would happen. Jason's fingers curled into a fist, his face burning with humiliation. Luther smirked, raising an eyebrow. What's wrong? Don't tell me that's all you've got. He gestured lazily at himself. Come on, hit me. Jason gritted his teeth, his breath ragged. Then, with a loud cry, he charged, his fists clenched tight. He swung, but Luther stepped back effortlessly, dodging with minimal movement. Luther watched him carefully, amusement in his voice. So this is what you call control through gentleness. Jason stumbled sideways, his breathing labored. Wham! Luther closed the distance in an instant, driving his elbow into Jason's jaw. Jason's head snapped back. Luther chuckled. Overcoming heaviness with lightness, right? Jason crashed to the floor again, clutching his face. He let out a shaky breath. Damn, that's harder than I thought. Crack. Luther struck him again, this time hitting his cheekbone with sharp precision. Would it be easier like this? Jason barely had time to process the pain when... Smack! Another hit, this time from Luther's friend, who delivered a sharp strike to his other cheek. Luther mused, maybe this way's better. Jason staggered, his vision blurring. Before he could react, Luther grabbed him sharply, twisting his arm behind his back. Arun observed without expression, while the rest of the nobles watched with thinly veiled amusement. Jason's back hit a table, sending goblets and plates clattering to the floor. Luther took a step forward, shaking his head. Seriously? I only hit you a couple of times, and you're already struggling? Then, with a slow smirk, he raised a hand. A red aura flickered to life around his fingertips. Get up. His voice was smooth, but demanding. You're finally starting to understand those enlightened words, aren't you? Jason staggered to his feet, his entire body trembling. But his eyes were blazing with fury. Luther's smirk faltered slightly. Oh, then, a figure appeared between them in an instant. Arun. The entire room froze. Gasps filled the air. Luther stared at him, eyes flashing in surprise. Cassian and Selena, who had been watching from the sidelines, exchanged wide-eyed glances. The nobles whispered among themselves. Arun stood calmly, his posture relaxed, but his intentions clear. That's enough, he said, his voice unwavering. Luther's smirk returned, but this time it didn't reach his eyes. The air in the room grew tense. For the first time tonight, the tides had shifted. Luther smiled, his eyes gleaming with amusement. He tilted his head, staring at Arun with something between curiosity and irritation. Did you really just say that to me? Arun met his gaze with calm confidence. How could you even call this a duel? He replied smoothly. All I see is one-sided humiliation. Luther took a step closer, casually waving a hand. And isn't that part of the process? He smirked. Shouldn't one seek enlightenment step by step, without hesitation? Arun chuckled, shaking his head. If breaking past a wall was as easy as taking a few meaningless hits, even a cow could master aura. Luther's expression stiffened. His brow furrowed slightly, a wrinkle forming on the bridge of his nose. It's been a long time since anyone has spoken to me like this, he muttered, voice laced with irritation. Even with his usual air of arrogance, a trace of annoyance crept in. Lowering his head slightly, hands resting on his hips, Luther's voice dropped into a near whisper. Do you really think anyone from the Steel Guard family could pose a problem for me? Arun said nothing. Luther's sharp gaze flickered toward him. Without your grandfather's legacy, what are you? The question hung in the air. Luther turned to the nobles around him. Tell me, are you curious about the answer? A few people in the crowd chuckled knowingly. Someone scoffed. The Steel Guard? They're nothing but Northern Hillen Billies clinging to past glory. They have neither education nor skill. Arun took in their reactions, his face remaining calm. But his blood boiled. He could picture his grandfather, standing tall, sword in hand, once revered as a hero. That legacy had long since faded. His family was no longer the Steel Guard they once were. Jason, still hunched over from the blows, looked up, eyes darting toward Arun, only to see his younger brother extending a hand. Jason's breath hitched. For a moment, hesitation flickered in his eyes. His lips parted, then closed again. Slowly, Jason lowered his head. His jaw clenched. Then, he reached forward, gripping his brother's hand. Luther, standing with his hands on his belt, grinned. You're just leaving? He mocked. Jason rubbed his bruised face, but didn't respond. Arun turned slightly, his gaze steady. Do we need your permission to go? Luther let out a low chuckle. I didn't mean it like that. His smirk deepened, but his eyes sharpened. You're free to leave, he said smoothly. But remember this. His voice took on a predatory edge. I always settle my debts. Luther's piercing gaze flicked between the two brothers. And after tonight, you both owe me. Jason stiffened beside Arun. Arun, however, simply smirked. If we're talking about charity, then there's no need to repay it, he said coolly. I don't accept handouts. Luther's expression briefly faltered. His mouth parted slightly, his blue eyes darkening. Charity, he repeated, almost disbelievingly. Arun's face remained calm, but firm. His aura thickened. Didn't you get exactly what you wanted? He asked, voice unwavering. You wanted the Steel Blood Count's enlightenment, didn't you? For the first time, Luther was at a loss for words. Arun let out a slow breath, shaking his head. Even if you understand the concept, that doesn't mean you can grasp its true essence. With that, Arun turned his back on him. Jason followed without a word. Luther stood motionless, watching them go. Then, he suddenly burst into laughter. He exhaled, running a hand through his hair. Unbelievable. The nobles around him laughed along, some clapping, others whispering among themselves. One of them sneered. If they were shaking in fear, they should have just said so. But Arun and Jason didn't react. They walked straight out of the banquet hall, ignoring the jeers behind them. Jason kept his head lowered, but Arun, a wicked smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Let them laugh now. Soon a lot will change. As they strode through the academy grounds, the cold night air wrapped around them. The darkness felt thick, the path illuminated only by the dim academy lanterns. Neither brother spoke. Finally, Jason clenched his fists, his bruised face twisting with frustration. His voice shook with anger. This is all because of you. Arun stopped, glancing over his shoulder. Jason trembled, his breath ragged. Then, his voice rose into a Kaplan shout. Because of you, I'm going to be kicked out of the club. His voice cracked. They'll make me a pariah, an outcast in my own class. His arms shook at his sides, his pride completely shattered. Arun sighed quietly, turning to fully face him. Jason. His older brother glared, waiting for his response. Arun's eyes narrowed slightly. Good. Jason's expression froze. For a moment, he looked like he hadn't heard him properly. Arun's smirk widened. This is exactly what you needed. Arun met his brother's Kaplan glare with an expression of complete indifference. Jason was shaking with rage, his fists clenched at his sides. Arun held his gaze, his voice calm. Are you really that afraid of Luther? Jason's face twisted. He suddenly leaned forward, eyes wide, his voice booming with frustration. Of course I am, he bellowed. He doesn't care about Steelguard, or anyone else. Arun studied his brother's shaking frame. Jason was panicking, but more than that, he was cornered. Arun exhaled. Then tell me this. He tilted his head slightly, his voice quieter now, more cutting. Why do you think our family ended up like this? Jason's breath caught. His expression shifted, confusion flashing across his features. What? Arun watched him closely. Jason's lips parted slightly, trying to form a response, but nothing came out. He froze completely when Arun answered for him. This happened because of us. Jason flinched. Arun's gaze sharpened. If Kieran had been in our place, he never would have been treated like this. A single bead of sweat rolled down Jason's face. He stared at Arun, unable to deny it. Arun lowered his gaze slightly, observing his brother's expression. Jason had thought the same thing. Even if he didn't say it out loud, it was written all over his face. For a moment, Jason stood frozen, his mind racing. Arun could tell. He was struggling. For years, Jason had clung to excuses. He had witnessed everything, yet always found a way to justify it. But now, the reality was crushing him. Jason's lips pressed into a thin line, his face shifting from confusion to anger. His gaze hardened, disgust flashing in his eyes. Arun let out a long exhale, shaking his head slightly. He had no more patience. Stuffing his hand into his pocket, he turned away, his footsteps slow but deliberate. Jason's eyes snapped up. Wait, where are you going? Arun didn't stop. I had some doubts about this. His voice was steady, resolute. But thanks to you, I've made up my mind. Jason blinked, completely lost. What? Raising a hand in frustration, he demanded, Why are you going back? Without looking back, Arun smirked. You already know the answer. Then, he finally glanced over his shoulder, his eyes dark and piercing. No matter how much we pretend not to know each other, you're still my brother. Jason's breath caught in his throat. His entire body went rigid, his mouth opening slightly in shock. Arun's voice remained cold as he continued. But with the things you've done and the things you've said, Jason's entire body tensed as Arun's gaze bore into him. You've done more harm to the Steelguard family than anyone else. Then, without another word, Arun walked away. Jason just stood there, eyes wide, unable to move. Back at the banquet hall, two red-haired figures stepped into Arun's path. Hillen and Duran blocked his way, their expressions twisted with irritation. Why the hell are you back? Hillen sneered. Duran scoffed. Did you forget something? Arun's eyes darkened as he let out an exasperated sigh. What is with you two? He muttered. Why do you always get in my way? The twins bristled at his words, their faces twisting in anger. Do you even know who you're talking to? Hillen shouted. Luther, who had been quietly sipping his drink, glanced over with mild interest. At the mention of Steelguard, his lips curled into a smirk. Lazily, he lifted his glass. Do whatever you want with them. The Darius twins grinned. Arun, however, merely tilted his head, an amused glint in his eyes. Hillen crossed his arms. Where's Jason? Duran snorted. Didn't want to show his face after getting humiliated? Arun met their smug expressions and simply smiled. You mean, he said, he didn't tell you anything? The twins froze. For a moment, their grins faltered. Then, heard you used cheap tricks in that duel, Hillen sneered. Duran laughed. Guess you're just as pathetic as him. Arun closed his eyes, a quiet chuckle escaping his lips. When he reopened them, the mockery vanished from the twins' faces. Before they could react, thud. Hillen's body jerked violently, his breath catching in his throat. At the same time, Duran doubled over, a sharp gasp escaping him. Arun had struck them both, his fists buried deep in their stomachs. The entire banquet hall fell silent. The twins' faces paled as their bodies went rigid with shock. Their lips parted in silent screams, their bodies trembling as they collapsed to the floor. Aruin slowly retracted his fists, his expression cool and satisfied. He glanced down at them. You only ended up like this because your brother stayed quiet. Luther, who had been casually watching, finally leaned forward, his eyes narrowing slightly. Cassian and the other nobles stared in stunned silence. Then, with a calm yet sharp gaze, Aruin looked directly at the Duke. A smirk formed on his lips. How about it, Luther? His voice was smooth, unwavering. Care for a duel? Luther stood frozen, his mind struggling to process what he had just witnessed. Hillen and Duran lay motionless on the floor, their faces pale with shock, their bodies still reeling from the blows Aruin had just delivered. Luther's lips parted slightly. What? Aruin met his gaze with a calm, amused expression. Then, raising a hand, he beckoned Luther forward with a single, taunting motion. Come on, Aruin said, his smirk deepening. I said it's just a trivial duel, didn't I? A ripple of unease spread through the banquet hall. The nobles exchanged nervous glances. Is he seriously provoking the Duke? One whispered, eyes wide with disbelief. Another swallowed hard. This guy had a draw with Cassian. Is that why he suddenly thinks he's invincible? But the Darius brothers are from a high noble lineage, and he just took them down with one hit each. No one could make sense of what was happening. Behind Luther, several guests stared, waiting for his reaction. If he accepted the duel, what did he gain? Nothing. But if he refused, his reputation would take a devastating hit. Luther hunched forward slightly, his jaw tightening. Then, in a low, irritated voice, he spoke. I thought you were strong, he muttered. But you're just a complete idiot. His gaze turned sharp, his pupils contracting with anger. Do you even understand how society works? Aruin sighed, waving a hand dismissively. What are you muttering about? His golden eyes gleamed with amusement. When I spoke with Jason, he didn't make any excuses. Luther's fingers twitched. His face darkened. His pride was cracking. Teeth clenched. He suddenly exploded in fury. Fine, he snarled. You want to be beaten into the ground? I'll gladly grant your wish. A murmur spread through the crowd as Luther Carlson, Duke of Theoro Academy, accepted the challenge. Aruin grinned. Beckoning him again with his finger, he smirked. Go on. Attack first. Luther's aura spiked, his eyes burning with rage. You really have a death wish, don't you? His voice dripped with menace. Fine. I'll make sure you regret this. His fists clenched, his muscles tensed. Then, with a Kaplan shout, he lunged forward. His punch swung hard and fast, a strike meant to end the fight instantly. But, the moment his fist was supposed to land, Aruin wasn't there. Luther's eyes widened in shock as his punch struck nothing but air. He froze mid-motion, his head snapping left and right, searching. Where'd he go? A low voice whispered behind him. I'm right here. Luther whipped around, swinging williamly. But again, he hit nothing. His breath hitched as his opponent vanished again. His back stiffened. Panic flickered in his eyes. Then, a voice chuckled softly behind him. What's wrong? Aruin teased. Is your vision failing you? Luther jerked around again, but his punch once again met only air. Aruin stood behind him, hands casually in his pockets, smirking like he was toying with a child. The banquet hall was silent. No one moved. No one breathed. This wasn't just skill. This was absolute dominance. Aruin exhaled slowly. I was waiting for you to match my rhythm, he said casually. Only then would I bother demonstrating anything. Luther's body trembled with rage. His fingers clenched into tight fists, his aura flaring violently. You little bastard. His entire body shook with fury. A powerful magical aura began to swirl around him, the air distorting from sheer force. You, he hissed, his voice turning dangerously low. I've been holding back. His pupils contracted as the bridge of his nose wrinkled in anger. But since you're begging for it, his entire body tensed. I'll tear you apart. Before he could unleash his power. Bam! In the blink of an eye, Aruin was already right in front of him. A fist crashed into Luther's face. His body jerked violently, his head snapping to the side as a deep red mark bloomed across his cheek. Gasps filled the air. Every noble stood frozen, mouths slightly open, unable to comprehend what they had just seen. Selena and Cassian sat stunned, their eyes locked onto the scene unfolding before them. Luther touched his burning cheek, his breathing ragged. Impossible. Aruin had moved so fast, he hadn't even seen it happen. But before he could process it, bam, another strike landed on his other cheek. Then another, and another. Aruin's hands snapped left and right, slapping Luther's face back and forth without pause. Each blow echoed through the banquet hall, like thunder rolling through the air. Luther stumbled, his vision spinning, his body unable to keep up. Aruin's voice was calm, almost bored. You starting to understand now? Wham! A final heavy palm strike sent Luther flying. His body crashed backward, slamming into the same table Jason had fallen onto earlier. The room remained silent. Luther struggled to get up, his entire body shaking from shock, humiliation, and something he hadn't felt in a long time. Fear. Arun stood over him, his golden eyes glowing coldly. This wasn't just a duel. It was an execution. Luther let out a quiet, choked whimper, his body trembling. Arun stood over him, his hands still raised in the air, his breath slow and steady. The entire banquet hall was silent. No one moved. No one dared to move. Luther's William, fearful eyes locked onto Arun's face. Cold sweat trickled down his temples as realization sank in. Arun smirked, his voice dripping with satisfaction. You look confused. Luther stiffened. Arun tilted his head, his golden eyes glowing with amusement. Should I hit you a few more times? His smirk widened. Maybe then you'll finally feel something. Luther gritted his teeth, rage boiling underneath his humiliation. Arun's steel guard. The name echoed in his mind as he stared at the blonde freshman before him, grinning like a predator that had just cornered its prey. Was he always like this? Had he been a hawk hiding its talons this entire time? Slowly, Luther pushed himself up, wiping his bloodied face with the back of his hand. His jaw clenched. His pride burned. This guy, does he really think he can humiliate me and get away with it? Then, kill him. Luther's voice rang out across the hall. William, Kaplan, and Harton. He turned toward his lackeys, eyes blazing with madness. I don't want a single piece of him left intact, he roared. The crowd parted instantly. A massive, towering man stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. Two more appeared from the opposite side of the hall, their faces twisted with amusement. The three of them blocked Arun's path, towering over him. One sneered, rolling his shoulders. So, this is the lunatic who thought he could stir up trouble here. Another chuckled. Someone needs to teach him a lesson. The third tilted his head, smirking. And it looks like today's the day. Arun sighed dramatically, shaking his head. So what happened to our one-on-one fight, Duke? He smirked. Are you really so embarrassed that you need 3 men to do your dirty work? The three froze for a moment, his words striking a nerve. Laughter rippled through the crowd. Some nobles exchanged amused glances. Is the Duke really sending 3 men after him? Heh, what an ugly look for Theoro Academy's pride. Luther's eye twitched violently. Arun's smirk grew. Good, let him stew in it. For a moment, he considered letting it go. Then, his golden eyes flicked toward the 3 men standing before him. Or, maybe this is even better. His pulse quickened. Laughter bubbled inside him. If you want to fight, then let's make it big. Arun shifted his weight, eyeing the 3 men circling him. These guys, he mused, are supposed to be the future knights of the royal family, right? One of the large men clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. Arun smirked. Good. I wanted to see what the best of the upper class looked like. The massive man let out a Kaplan roar, swinging his fist straight for Arun's head, who vanished. The punch slammed through empty air. The brute's brow furrowed in confusion, until a sharp, bone-rattling impact slammed into the side of his head. Bam! Arun's boot connected cleanly, sending him crashing to the floor. The hall fell into stunned silence. The fallen brute lay motionless, his breath shallow. Sweat dripped down his pale face. A beat later, thud, his body collapsed completely. Cassian and Selena stared in utter disbelief. Luther's expression twisted in horror. The nobles exchanged stunned glances. What the hell just happened? Did he just take down one of the Duke's men in a single hit? Arun straightened, looking down at the man with disdain. That was pathetic. The other 2 lackeys hesitated, glancing at each other. Luther, however, was frozen in place. Arun turned to him, his expression cold and unreadable. Luther's breath hitched. He took a step back. What the hell is this guy? Then, Forrest. Luther's voice cracked with urgency as he turned sharply, shouting toward the back of the hall. The room shifted as a tall figure finally stepped forward. Long purple hair swayed as the man moved effortlessly through the crowd. He wore a wide grin, his gaze sharp and entertained. The man tilted his head slightly, watching Arun with interest. That was quite the spectacle. His violet eyes glittered. I take it you're trying to reach the second-class threshold as fast as possible. Arun's gaze flickered. This guy has a good eye. His smirk didn't waver. He had purposely restrained himself, only using enough force to be at the edge of second-class rank, because killing was not allowed here. Forrest stepped forward, his aura unshaken, his movements calm and measured. Luther gritted his teeth. What the hell are you waiting for? Forrest merely chuckled. Relax, Duke, he said smoothly. I was just enjoying the show. His sharp gaze flicked back to Arun. With abilities like that, his lips curled into a smirk. I suppose a little arrogance is allowed. Forrest let out a low chuckle, his smile widening. Still, we should hold back a little. At least until we've all graduated from the academy. Aruin's gaze flickered up at him. He scoffed. Says the ones who attacked first. Forrest, who towered over Aruin by several heads, tilted his head, examining him with gleaming curiosity. You're better than Cassian, he admitted. You've got a strong family, outstanding abilities. His pupils contracted slightly, taking on a crazed glint. And most importantly, you're recklessly confident. As he spoke, his hands tensed, his teeth bared, and suddenly, a storm-like red aura erupted from his body. The banquet hall descended into chaos. Gasps and screams filled the room as nobles scrambled backward in panic. That red aura. Luther, still nursing his bruised face, let out a satisfied smirk. This time, he thought, he won't get away without injuries. Aruin observed the burning red aura, his expression remaining unreadable. So this is what I have to work with. Forrest raised his hand, his grin turning manic. Aruin's eyes narrowed slightly. The infamous red moonlight orbs. His lips curled up in interest. This should be fun. Forrest's expression twisted. You're still laughing? He stood abruptly, eyes William. Let's see you laugh after this. He swung his arm sharply, unleashing spinning crimson orbs from his aura. The banquet hall erupted into pure chaos. Guests screamed, stumbling over one another as they fled toward the exits. I don't want to get hit by that. Run, run. The red orbs swarmed toward Aruin, closing in from all sides. Yet he stood his ground, arms raised, effortlessly blocking each attack. Forrest sneered. Even you can't hold out forever. You may be strong, but no one withstands the red moonlight. Aruin remained calm, his expression unmoved. His thoughts churned. Disappointing. He had expected more from Theoro Academy's so-called elites. If he used internal energy, he could shut this down in an instant. But if he beat an aura user without using aura himself, that would shake them to their core. His golden eyes darkened as he made his decision. Forrest, still grinning wildly, lunged, his right hand raised for a finishing blow. It's over. The moment his fist came down. Crack. Forrest's right arm snapped backward at an unnatural angle. A sickening scream tore through the hall. The nobles froze in horror. Selena and Cassian sat wide-eyed, their mouths slightly open in silent shock. Luther's face twitched, his lower jaw dropping slightly. He couldn't comprehend it. A freshman had just shattered Forrest's arm with a single counter. Forrest collapsed to the floor, clutching his twisted limb, his screams echoing through the stunned banquet hall. Aruin merely glanced down at him, then brushed off his sleeve. Stop overreacting, he muttered. It's just aura. Your bones will be fine in a week. Forrest twisted in agony, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Then, a heavy, oppressive silence filled the room. Aruin turned his gaze toward the nobles still standing frozen, their expressions stricken with fear. His smirk faded. His eyes gleamed coldly, his voice dropping into a low, commanding growl. Stop staring. The entire room flinched. For a second, no one moved. Then, like a spell had been broken, all at once, the nobles averted their gazes, pretending to look anywhere but at him. Aruin exhaled slowly. Good. Then, a slow clap echoed through the hall. Luther, sitting on the edge of his chair, was clapping, his expression still twisted with disbelief. Even after watching it happen right in front of me, he admitted, grinning faintly. I still can't believe it. His eyes flickered, his voice laced with something between awe and resentment. A freshman using aura at this level. Luther let out a low, exasperated chuckle. Truly incredible. Luther continued clapping, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm as he looked at Aruin. Well, he mused. If someone like you can defeat Forrest, then perhaps the Steel Guard family still has some firepower left after all. Aruin shot him a narrow glance. Why are you suddenly talking to me like that? Luther simply smiled, waving his hands in an exaggerated manner. I'm just impressed, that's all. Then, lowering his voice slightly, he added, let's end this pointless psychological war, shall we? He extended his open palm toward Aruin, his grin widening. This time, I'll make an exception, he declared smoothly. Luther's voice was calm, inviting, yet there was something undeniably calculating behind his words. His sharp, fox-like eyes gleamed with amusement. Forrest was right, he continued. If you had waited just 2 more years, your era would have begun. Aruin's expression remained flat. What nonsense are you talking about? He asked, his tone laced with boredom. And why would I even consider this? Luther chuckled, still holding out his hand. Because, he said, the world exists outside this academy. He gestured toward the gathered nobles, his voice filled with undeniable confidence. These people, he continued, aren't just students. They're the future rulers, politicians, and leaders of Navarro. His grin widened. Think carefully, Aruin. What's truly best for you? A tense silence filled the room. The nobles watched, Some eager, some curious. Selena and Cassian, standing off to the side, observed quietly, their expressions unreadable. Luther, his grin unwavering, waited. Arun exhaled through his nose and smirked, rubbing his finger under his nose as if trying to stifle a laugh. That's hilarious. The moment the words left his mouth, murmurs erupted through the crowd. Luther's eyes slightly widened. What did you just say? Arun exhaled lightly, shaking his head. I said you're funny. His golden eyes gleamed with amusement, and boring at the same time. A tense silence fell over the hall. Luther's expression darkened. Arun stretched lazily and added, but I suppose that's not a bad thing for you. Luther's jaw clenched, his smile faltering. Despite the mercy shown to you. Arun cut him off instantly, his voice smooth and sharp. Mercy? He tilted his head, his smirk deepening. You're talking about mercy? His tone was almost amused. This, he continued, is coming from a guy who clings to his father's pant leg. Luther's teeth audibly ground together. You. Arun smiled pleasantly, but his golden eyes gleamed coldly. You must have nothing else to boast about besides your position and your family name. Luther's aura flared violently. With a sudden snarl, he reached into his coat, and a knife flashed in his grip. The banquet hall gasped in shock. Some nobles stood frozen, their mouths slightly open. Luther's voice trembled with fury. Shut your damn mouth. And then he lunged. The blade swung toward Arun's throat. But before it could land, Arun didn't move. Instead, his fingers twitched, and in an instant, the knife flew from Luther's grip. It spun midair before clattering onto the marble floor with a deafening clang. Luther barely had time to process it, before Arun's hand shot forward, gripping him by the throat. Luther choked, his eyes bulging in horror. The nobles gasped again, some stepping backward instinctively. Selena's lips parted slightly, her fingers tightening around her fan. Cassian's expression shifted, a rare flicker of genuine shock crossing his features. Luther's fingers scrambled at Arun's wrist, his breath ragged. Why you? He wheezed, voice hoarse. Arun leaned in slightly, his expression calm but deadly. You won't get away with this, Luther gasped. I swear. Arun's grip tightened slightly, cutting him off. His voice dropped to a low whisper. You've always thought you were special, haven't you? Luther's pupils dilated in alarm. Arun lowered his voice even further, so only Luther could hear. But to me, he tilted his head. You're nothing more than a pathetic fool. Luther's face contorted, his pride cracking before everyone's eyes. Arun finally released him, letting him fall several feet away onto the ground. Luther landed hard, his body slumping against the cold floor. And then he stopped moving. His body lay limp, completely unconscious. A heavy silence filled the hall. Every noble stood frozen, their expressions filled with disbelief. Selena was speechless. Cassian's mouth had slightly parted, as if unable to form words. Arun dusted off his sleeve, utterly unfazed. Thane, in a calm and steady voice, he spoke. You built a fortress called Club 21. He turned his gaze to the remaining nobles, his golden eyes piercing. But at the end of the day, he said, your fortress is nothing more than a sandcastle. Luther's fingers twitched slightly, his unconscious mind barely registering the words. The nobles stared at Arun in shock. Arun slowly turned away, stepping over Luther's motionless body. And just like that, the era of Theoro Academy had changed. Arun turned his gaze toward the crowd, his expression cold and unwavering. You all, he said, his voice cutting through the silence. Don't make the mistake of causing me problems. The banquet guests immediately looked away, their faces pale, their bodies rigid with tension. But Arun wasn't done. His golden eyes gleamed dangerously as he took a step closer, his presence looming over them like a predator circling its prey. I'm waiting for an answer. A ripple of fear spread through the room. Some nobles stammered incoherently, their voices barely above a whisper. Others glanced at the floor, too afraid to speak at all. We won't, someone mumbled weakly. Arun let the silence hang for a moment, his piercing gaze sweeping over the trembling crowd. Cassian sat frozen, his expression unreadable. Selena, watching from the sidelines, let out a soft chuckle, a small smile playing on her lips. Without another word, Arun exhaled and turned, slowly stepping away from the crowd. Outside, the academy grounds were bathed in the warm glow of lanterns. The towering buildings stood tall against the night sky, their windows flickering with light. Arun pushed open the heavy doors and strode forward, his thoughts elsewhere. Thane! His eyes flickered toward a familiar figure in the distance. Jason. His older brother was walking away, his posture rigid, his pace uneven. Arun narrowed his eyes. Jason hesitated, his shoulders tensing, as if he could feel Arun's gaze on him. Thane, slowly, He turned back, his expression uncertain. There was a thin mumbling in the air, barely audible. Arun tilted his head. Are you really going to pretend you didn't see anything? Jason flinched. Arun took a step forward, his eyes locking onto him. Even though we both know the truth. Jason's lips parted slightly, his breath uneven. His words faltered. Arun simply watched him, waiting. A tense silence stretched between them. Thane, Jason lowered his head slightly, his fists clenching at his sides. Arun's voice softened, but it carried a sharp edge. You could have just walked away. Jason hesitated. Thane muttered, I couldn't. Arun's gaze hardened. Why not? He took another step forward. Or is it because you're afraid that once you fall out of favor with Thane, your life will become unbearable? Jason flinched again, looking away. Arun let out a quiet sigh, shaking his head. So, getting beaten down wasn't enough? Now you've come to ask for forgiveness too. Jason gritted his teeth. That's not. Arun suddenly smiled. You've changed. Jason's eyes widened slightly. What? Arun's smile didn't fade. The Jason I knew, his golden gaze darkened slightly, would never throw away his pride. Jason's expression twisted. And what would you know? His voice rose slightly. Do you think I enjoy this? Do you think I bow my head to junior students because I like it? Arun's gaze didn't waver. I understand better than anyone else. A vehement memory surfaced in his mind. Thane, his greedy hands twitching, his influence spreading like a parasite. The steel guard, once untouchable, now sinking deeper under his control. Jason had been nothing more than a scapegoat, a convenient tool to take the fall. Arun exhaled, the weight of it all settling in his chest. Jason, jaw clenched, finally snapped. The one who changed isn't me. It's him. His hand shot up, his voice thick with frustration. Do you even know what you're doing? How the hell did you use Aura? Arun's smirk returned. Just a little training in secret. Jason's face twisted. Don't give me that nonsense. Arun let out a soft chuckle, glancing off to the side. Believe it or not, it's the truth. Jason fell silent, his blue eyes narrowing. Thane, after a long pause, he muttered, I'll ask you one thing. His voice was quieter now, almost hesitant. What? Arun arched a brow. Why what? Jason clenched his fists. Why did you do this? Arun simply stared at him. Jason's voice grew heavier. You couldn't have not known. You knew exactly what would happen. You knew you'd turn Thane against you. His shoulders tensed. So why? Why go this far? Arun exhaled slowly, his voice lowering. Jason stiffened. How do we end up like this? His older brother didn't respond. Arun let the silence stretch. Thane quietly, he added, You've always treated me with hostility. Jason's eyes flickered, memories rushing back. Words he'd spoken before, cutting and cruel. You're a disgrace. I don't even consider you my brother. He had said those things so easily. Arun met his gaze, unwavering. Even so, he exhaled, his voice quieter now. You're still my older brother. Jason's breath hitched. Arun's gaze softened slightly. Because blood isn't water. Thane, he lowered his head, closing his eyes briefly. If someone's gonna hit me, his voice was calm, unwavering. Thane, it should have been you. Jason's lips parted slightly, but no words came out. His chest ached, a strange, unfamiliar weight settling there. For the first time in a long time, he didn't know what to say. Then, Jason clenched his teeth, eyes burning with emotion. Can I really hit you? Arun glanced at him and let out a soft laugh. Go ahead. Jason hesitated. Just not too hard, all right? Arun exhaled slowly, an easy smile tugging at his lips. The elder glanced at the floor, let out a soft smile, and thanked him. Meanwhile, Arun frowned, his mind racing. Was Jason losing it? He couldn't make sense of his behavior, and now, it was downright unsettling. The elder brother spread his hands wide. So what now, he asked. You're not the type to back down without a fight, and neither is Forrest. No way he's letting this humiliation slide. Mick smirked, a hint of sarcasm in his expression. Oh, I got a plan, he said. But I'm not telling you just yet. Blue-eyed raised an eyebrow, surprised. Why not? What, you scared I'd go snitching? The hero lowered his head, closing his eyes for a brief moment. Tell me, he said, what's the point of watching a play if you already know how it ends? His brother blinked, caught off guard. Why are you suddenly talking about plays? Then, after a moment, he shrugged. But yeah, that'd be pretty boring. Exactly, the protagonist replied. Then, without another word, the Lord turned and walked away. Just sit back and enjoy the show, he called over his shoulder. Suddenly, a Kaplan shout rang out. Someone was yelling that a certain group was nothing but useless nobodies. Plates clattered to the floor, crashing and scattering in all directions. A guy with striking blue hair was seething. 3 of you 3, and none of you could win. His fists clenched as he glared at them. And now you expect me to just let you into my circle? After that disgrace. The defeated group averted their gazes. One of them shut his eyes in shame. The blue-haired guy turned to the surrounding crowd. And the rest of you, he sneered, just standing there doing nothing. If anyone dares stir the pot, we stand together and put them in their place. Or are you all just going to suck your thumbs? Silence. The crowd shifted uncomfortably, sweat beading on their foreheads as they looked away. A man with purple hair and a bandaged hand stepped forward. Boss, calm down. Shut up, the leader snapped, turning on him with a sharp glare. You weren't any better out there. The bandaged man's jaw tightened, anger flickering in his eyes. Even as the best in the stream, I've got nothing to be ashamed of. The tension crackled between them as they locked eyes, both seething. Then, after a moment, the leader exhaled, reining himself in. How's your hand? The injured man glanced down, his anger dimming slightly. It's manageable. They exchanged looks, and TNT finally asked, was that bastard really that strong? The bandaged man scoffed. I was just careless. TNT shook his head. Carelessness is a weakness, too. Violet frowned, his brows knitting together. That guy, he has an aura, a strong one. He kept it hidden the whole time. Even with that flawless attack, he's only at the early stages of second grade. But next time, I'll take him down. The leader studied him for a moment. Good, he said, because if you don't, we'll have no choice but to call in the senior students, and that would be humiliating. Then, turning back to the crowd, he pointed a firm finger. You all know what happened here. But let's be clear, no one says a word. He held up a treasure in his hand, his grip tight. If word gets out, I will find out who talked. Mark my words. The hero watched from afar, taking in every word. They were making sure no one would speak, not to friends, family, or even distant relatives. This was a matter to be handled within their own circle. Arun, resting his chin on his hand, smirked to himself. All because of their pride, he mused. And yet, everything is playing out exactly as I planned. From a rooftop's edge, he observed the building below, his mind working. For now, they would all keep their mouths shut. That much was certain. There was nothing to worry about for now. Then, shifting his gaze, he thought it's time. Time to move forward. Time to face the real purpose of this visit, the 21 clubs. The scene changed. Simple four-story houses lined the streets, some windows glowing faintly in the night. A man stood beneath one of the buildings, shrouded in a long coat. He trembled, gripping a knife in his hands. A tear slid down his cheek before he choked back a sob, pointing the blade toward himself. But just as he was about to act, a voice cut through the silence. He wanted to make a bet. A boy with short, cropped blue hair turned at the voice. His eyes widened as he recognized the hero standing there. The protagonist offered a slight smile, crossing his arms. You won't be able to do it, he said confidently. The boy, trembling, stared at him in shock. You were just here a moment ago. Before he could finish, the protagonist interrupted, stepping forward. Steelguard, he introduced himself smoothly. Do you remember me? Hugh hesitated, the name striking a chord. Steelguard, he muttered. Leaning against the wall, the lord tilted his head. Tell me, is this suicide, or just self-torture? The hero's unwavering confidence sent a chain through Hugh. Whatever it is, I understand, the protagonist continued. Your older brother went too far. And even though you have different mothers, yeah, I'd say he really overdid it this time. Hugh's eyes widened in shock. How do you know that? The hero, now serious, locked eyes with him. There isn't a single cadet who doesn't know your brothers, he stated. Then, seeing Hugh's disbelief, he added, but that's not what surprised you, is it? You're wondering how I knew you were an illegitimate son, something you've never told anyone. Hugh was stunned. Cold sweat formed at his temples. The hero smirked. Don't worry, I won't say a word. But inside, he thought of course I knew. It's all thanks to my knowledge of the future. Hugh shivered slightly, but remained silent, his thoughts racing. The hero extended his hand. Either way, you shouldn't be standing like that. You're not going to stab yourself, so hand over the dagger. Hugh gritted his teeth, his grip tightening. Then, in one swift motion, he raised the dagger high above his head, aiming for his own stomach. His eyes squeezed shut, but before the blade could land, a firm hand caught his wrist. Hugh's eyes snapped open in shock. In an instant, the protagonist had closed the distance, gripping his arm tightly. A small smile played on his lips. Honestly, I'm a little surprised, the hero admitted. I didn't think you'd actually go through with it. Hugh, slightly irritated, jerked his arm. Let go. Chief Junior Steelguard lowered his gaze slightly, peering up at Hugh from beneath his brows. Your older brother is too strong, he said. That's a problem. But you being too weak? That's a problem too. Wouldn't it be better if things were balanced? Hugh blinked, startled. What are you talking about? The two locked eyes, silence stretching between them. The hero exhaled. Just looking at you. I can tell. You've got a temper, he said. Hugh lowered his head slightly. Let me go. The hero's grip remained firm. And if I do, you'll just try again, won't you? He tilted his head. Tell me, if I release your hand, Will you try to cut yourself again? Hugh clenched his jaw, his glare sharp. But the hero only met his gaze with a calm, steady look. The tension slowly eased. Hugh's shoulders relaxed just slightly. Then, in a low voice, he muttered, "I won't." The protagonist nodded. He let go. Hugh lowered his eyes to the dagger's reflection. His own tear-streaked face stared back at him. His breath hitched, and before he knew it, the knife slipped from his fingers, clattering to the ground. His hands clenched into fists. His shoulders shook. Then, in a broken voice, he sobbed, "I don't want to die." The Lord watched him carefully. "Then live," he said simply. "No need to cry so much over it." But Hugh's tears only flowed harder. "Even if I live, I'll be no different from a dead man," he choked out. The protagonist frowned slightly, uncertain. That bastard Thane really is a piece of work, he thought. He's an expert at breaking people. Hugh didn't look up. He remained hunched over, trapped in his own misery. The hero sighed, thinking, if I want to fix this, I got my work cut out for me. Still, he studied the boy. "Your family. They probably treat you more kindly, don't they?" Hugh flinched but turned his head slightly. "My father never belittled me," he admitted quietly. The protagonist gave him a knowing look. "Sounds like something the Duke would do," he mused. "Cold to everyone equally, so no one can claim favoritism." The Lord shoved his hands into his pockets. "Is that why you hate him so much?" Hugh hesitated before mumbling, "Maybe." But then, his expression darkened. "Back at the Carlson residence, I had to keep my head down. But when we got to the academy, things changed. A cruel memory surfaced, the image of his older brother towering over him, forcing him to the ground. The younger brother humiliated, the older one ruling like a king. A kingdom of his own," Hugh muttered. "And I'm the prisoner." The protagonist studied him. "Ever thought of running away?" Hugh lowered his gaze, silent. Then, finally, he whispered, "I'd have done it already, if I were considered a person." A weight settled over him. He felt the crushing reality of everything. His brother's torment, the way people pointed fingers at him, as if he were less than human. "And my father," Hugh muttered, "he'll abandon me too." The hero exhaled. "So, that's why Thane torments you," he muttered. "He already knows everything." Hugh's face was hollow with realization. He said nothing, only nodding slightly. The protagonist watched him for a long moment. Then, with certainty, he said, "You're too young to die." Hugh's head snapped up, eyes wide. "What?" The Lord smirked slightly and gave him a thumbs up. "Since we've met," he said, "I'll help you." The descendant of Steelguard met his gaze and called him by name. Then, with unwavering certainty, he declared, "I'll make you the head of the Carlson house." The word struck the failed suicide like a bolt of lightning. He stood frozen, staring at the hero in disbelief. "What?" he whispered, his voice unsteady. As they faced each other, Hugh's mind raced. "What exactly are you trying to help me with?" he asked, his voice laced with doubt. The protagonist remained calm. "I meant what I said." Hugh swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down his back. "Stop talking nonsense," he muttered, taking slow steps backward. His voice was firm, but his hands trembled. "Even if you're serious, so what? Your words are nothing but fantasy." And yet, just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly stopped. A pause. "Thane," slowly, he turned back around. "Thank you," he said quietly, "for saving me." A beat passed before he added, "I'll repay this debt. I swear it." The short-haired boy hesitated for a moment. Thane bent slightly and asked, "But you're not a duke. So how exactly do you plan to help me?" For a brief second, it seemed like he wanted to believe. The protagonist exhaled. Thane smirked slightly. "Well, first of all, I won't be a duke." Hugh scoffed. "Thane, this is even more ridiculous." The hero turned slightly to the side, his expression unreadable. "I'd love for you to laugh when you realize it was me who made it happen." Hugh narrowed his eyes. "What are you even talking about?" The protagonist didn't answer. Instead, he turned and began walking away. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you," he said over his shoulder. "So find out for yourself. Look into what happened while you were gone." Hugh stood there, frozen. The hero continued down the dimly lit street, his voice drifting back. "Find me when you're ready." Hugh remained rooted in place, watching the fading silhouette. His mind was a storm of confusion, disbelief, and curiosity. Whether he liked it or not, he had no choice. He would become a duke. A vision flashed in his mind. Years from now, sitting on a throne, addressing a hall of nobles. He thought of Thane, of his inevitable fate. In a few years, the man would die from an incurable disease. And when that happened, he would have to step up and take over the Carlson family. The protagonist, now smiling slightly, mused to himself. "All I need to do is give things a little push." A grand castle loomed in the night, lights flickering in some of its windows. Inside the dormitory, most students were fast asleep, but one was still awake. Lying on his bed, arms folded behind his head, the hero stared at the ceiling. His thoughts spun endlessly. Club 21's entire purpose is to forge bonds with cadets destined for greatness. The more he thought about it, the more tempting the idea became. But then his lindt smile faded slightly. Still, the chances of success aren't even 50%. That was unacceptable. He sat up, eyes sharp with determination. I need to be more selective. Not just Hugh. There are plenty of other students with the potential to rise. He imagined them, one by one. People who, despite their current standings, were destined for greatness. The future Duke. A failed nobody who would one day control a magic tower. A man who would become a legendary official. They were scattered, waiting to be gathered, waiting for someone to recognize their potential. The hero exhaled, standing up. I've been too careless about this academy. The trading company he was building, his growing influence in the underworld, it was all helpful, but the cadets here aren't just students. They're the future of the nation itself. A vision formed in his mind. A group of talented individuals standing by the academy's walls. I need to collect these diamonds and make them mine. A sly grin crept onto his face. He glanced to the side, already planning his next move. But first, I need to make my name known. The next morning, golden sunlight washed over the academy. Students bustled through the halls. But as soon as the hero stepped inside, the atmosphere shifted. Whispers spread through the crowd. Some students turned, eyes widening. Who's that? One murmured. Another student blinked in recognition. Wait, isn't that the guy who fought Cassian? Gasps followed. The very cadets who had witnessed that battle widened their eyes as they saw him now, standing in their class. The protagonist swept his gaze over the room. He could already tell the atmosphere in the upper class was more intense. Fierce. He took a slow step forward. Immediately, he was blocked. A bald cadet, arms crossed, stared him down. What business do you have here? He demanded. You're from the middle class. Why are you here? The protagonist sighed internally. Another gatekeeper. Wherever he went, someone always felt the need to stand in his way. The bald cadet's expression hardened. I asked you a question, he barked. The protagonist, unfazed, met his eyes. What's your name? The bald man scoffed, clearly annoyed. But before he could answer, the hero smirked. Actually, forget it. Your name doesn't matter. A flicker of irritation crossed the cadet's face. Tell me, the protagonist continued. What's your ranking? The bald cadet stiffened slightly. I'm ranked 30th, he admitted. The hero chuckled, his smirk widening. Ah, so you're the weakest of the top class students. A vein popped in the bald cadet's forehead. You, unbothered, the protagonist studied him. If he's 30th, that means he's at the bottom of the top class. If I defeat him, I'll move up automatically. He almost felt bad for the guy. Almost. His eyes swept the room. Now, who's a more worthwhile target? Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Cassian. Cassian flinched slightly under the hero's gaze. The protagonist considered it. If I take him down, I'll attract too much attention. That wasn't ideal. He needed to move carefully. Turning his head, he spotted something. No, someone far more interesting. And he smirked. Now that is a better option. The hero turned his head as calmly as ever, his gaze settling on a dark-haired figure. Max Jr., he called out. You're in second place, right? Max frowned, clearly not expecting to be singled out. And what if I am? What does that have to do with you? The Lord casually shoved his hands into his pockets. Nothing, really, he said, a smirk tugging at his lips. I just think you're pathetic. A heavy silence fell over the class. Max's eyes darkened with rage. What did you just say? His voice was sharp, aggressive, but the hero didn't flinch. Instead, he tilted his head slightly and asked, Tell me, how do you feel about fighting someone from a different rank? Gasps echoed through the room. Even the top-ranked student stiffened. Max clenched his jaw. Thane sneered. A duel? Fine. Right here, right now. The class erupted into whispers. Cassian, standing among them, looked anything but pleased. The duel was brutal. Their wooden swords clashed in a flurry of precise strikes. Max fought with all his strength, but the hero barely seemed fazed. Blow after blow, Max struggled to keep up. Thane, a clear swing. Stop. The instructor's shout cut through the tension. The protagonist halted his strike instantly, but the blade of his wooden sword hovered dangerously close to Max's neck. For a moment, no one moved. Thane, a triumphant smile played on the hero's lips. Two duelists stood opposite each other, one standing tall, victorious, the other frozen in place, feeling the sharp edge of defeat. The red-haired instructor took a deep breath and declared, Victory goes to Aruin's Steel Guard. The class exploded into whispers. This is insane. He was only ranked 72nd. That wasn't just a win. He completely outclassed him. I didn't even see what happened. Among the murmuring crowd, a blue-haired student remained silent, watching intently. His eyes narrowed. Just what is the true nature of this guy? Meanwhile, Max stood motionless, his stunned expression mirroring that of the crowd. Aruin, however, simply looked down at him with a knowing smirk. The whispers continued. Everyone knew what would happen next. The protagonist had just secured his place in the upper class. And Thane, realization struck. The one in 30th place, he'll be dropped into the middle class. The bald cadet stiffened. He had been so smug just moments ago, but now, his own words from earlier replayed in his head. You're not suitable. His stomach twisted. If he lost his upper class position, he'd lose everything. Gritting his teeth, he raised his hand. Wait, he called out desperately. 2 wins. 2 victories are needed to move up a class. A flicker of hope returned to his face. I still have a chance. No one loses twice, right? The instructor turned to him, unimpressed. Were you blinded during the fight? He asked dryly. The bald cadet faltered. The instructor crossed his arms. After what we just saw, do you honestly believe Max could win in a rematch? The bald cadet swallowed hard. But Max is strong. He's ferocious. The instructor's expression didn't change. There's a gap between them that no amount of training will close. And just like that, the bald cadet's last hope crumbled. He stared at Arun, who remained standing over Max, completely unfazed. His future in the upper class had just been ripped away. Meanwhile, the instructor watched Arun carefully. The Steel Guard family still has gunpowder in its flasks. A mental image formed in his mind. Arun, standing in front of his family's legendary armory. So, the youngest one carries their true power. And maybe, just maybe, that was for the best. The moment Arun stepped outside, he was met with a huge crowd. He raised an eyebrow. What's with all the people? He asked. You all heard about the duel? Before he could get an answer, his attention shifted. A familiar figure leaned against a column in the distance. Phew. Arun wasted no time. He approached with a smirk. Didn't think you'd come so soon, he remarked. How'd you know I was here? He glanced around. And what about the rest of them? Hugh lowered his head slightly. They came because of you. At first, Arun gave him a questioning look, but then, Club 21 stepped forward. Arun exhaled. If you're so curious, why don't we go inside, he suggested. No point standing out here. Hugh averted his gaze. They probably already knew the outcome, he muttered. Thane, leaning in slightly, he lowered his voice. I heard something, he whispered. They told me that you're the owner of an aura. Arun's eyes flickered with amusement. You figured that out pretty quickly, he said. Is that why you came looking for me? Hugh hesitated before answering. I haven't fully thought through your offer yet. Arun turned away slightly, crossing his arms. Not the best place to have this conversation, he noted. Thane, tilting his head toward a quieter area, he said, follow me. I know a spot where no one will bother us. A high wall, a staircase leading down to the water, a small pier. The two stood there, away from prying eyes. Hugh was the first to speak. I heard what happened yesterday, he said. What's your plan? Your older brother won't ignore this. Arun, looking as relaxed as ever, stretched his arm out slightly. Does that make you happy? He asked. Hugh's eyes lit up. He hesitated. Thane, a wide smile. Then he laughed. Loudly. Happy? I'm incredibly happy, he declared. He shook his head in disbelief. You even managed to grab Thane by the collar. You have no idea how much I wanted to be there. Arun blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Hugh went on, practically glowing with excitement. And you humiliated him. Ignored him. Right in front of everyone. I should have been there. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he suddenly grabbed Arun's hands, shaking them firmly. Thank you, he said earnestly. I'll never forget this. Arun raised an eyebrow. This family really is something else. He wasn't even this grateful for having his life saved. No, what mattered to him was that his brother was finally put in his place. After a moment, Hugh calmed down. His expression grew more serious. But I'd be a fool to think you've already won, he admitted. Thane is a madman. Spreading his arms slightly, he added, once he even tried to poison me. Arun's eyes sharpened. And? What happened after that? Hugh let out a bitter chuckle. Thane, looking down, he muttered. I was 5 years old at the time. The protagonist blinked in disbelief. Your older brother really has no filter, huh? He's completely insane. Thane, with a casual but piercing look, he added, so, you're still afraid of him, aren't you? Hugh hesitated before nodding. Of course I'm afraid, he admitted. But even so, I still came here to meet you. His voice was steady, but his hand trembled slightly as he stretched it forward. Tell me, he said cautiously. Back then, were you serious? Arun smirked. About making you the next duke? He folded his arms. Thane shrugged. Obviously, Hugh's eyes widened in alarm. He quickly raised a finger to his lips, urging him to lower his voice. Keep it down, he hissed. If someone hears you, I'll be laughed out of existence. The protagonist shot him a calm, almost amused look. Why so nervous? He asked. It's not like we're at a riot meeting or something. Hugh exhaled sharply, rubbing his temples. Because it's ridiculous, he muttered. Someone like me, how could I possibly? But before he could finish, Arun cut him off, raising a finger. Naturally, it won't be easy, he said, especially for someone who spends his time beating himself up instead of fighting back. Maybe we should break it down step by step. Hugh's shoulders tensed, his gaze dropping to the ground. Erwin didn't hold back. First, you have no legitimacy. You're an illegitimate child. Hugh flinched. Second, your fencing skills are nowhere near your older brother's. Another hit. Third, you have no charisma, no leadership, and no reputation. Each statement cut deeper than the last. Hugh clenched his fists. Erwin tilted his head slightly. That leaves one possibility. Maybe your father favors you? But before Hugh could even think of an answer, Erwin smirked. Yeah, probably not. Hugh let out a bitter laugh. You're right, he admitted. That's exactly how it is. He threw his arms out in frustration. That's why I don't understand how I'm supposed to even think about taking the Carlson title. The protagonist shoved his hands into his pockets and looked at him coolly. Of course, you couldn't do it alone, he said. That's why I'm laying the groundwork for you. Hugh's expression twisted in confusion. What do you mean? Erwin smiled, moving his hand in a sweeping motion. Think of it like investing in undervalued stocks, he said. That's how business works. You bet on something with hidden potential and watch it grow. Hugh blinked. Stocks? Erwin nodded. And the first thing that needs fixing? He pointed at him. Your rotten mindset. Hugh was taken aback. My mindset? The protagonist's expression didn't waver. Think about it, he said. Even if you keep avoiding conflict, even if you submit and endure what happens next. Hugh swallowed hard. If my brother finds out I'm working with you, I'll be finished, he said, his voice uncertain. Erwin exhaled through his nose, unimpressed. And if you don't? He glanced sideways. What? You plan to spend your whole life as an obedient dog. Hugh flinched, lowering his head. At least things won't get any worse, he muttered. Erwin scoffed. You think so? His gaze sharpened as he pictured Thane, arms crossed, a cloak billowing behind him, standing atop the academy like he owned it. Your brother will graduate with flying colors, cementing his place as the Carlson heir, Erwin continued. And when that happens, where will that leave you? Hugh bit his lip, his throat tightening. Erwin's voice lowered. You'll be nothing more than an ant beneath his feet. And when you look back on your life, all you'll have are regrets. Hugh's breath hitched. The protagonist took a step closer. A few years from now, he said, you'll be thinking, what if I had taken a risk? What if things had turned out differently? His words landed like a hammer. Hugh clenched his teeth. He was already scared, but now he was terrified. Because deep down, he knew Erwin was right. If he kept running, if he kept giving in, he'd always be nothing. His hands curled into fists. You're right, he growled. Up until now, all I've done is run away. His voice rose. That's why I became such a useless nobody. Erwin's lips curved into a soft smile. Hugh squeezed his hands tighter, his blood pumping with something he hadn't felt in a long time. Determination. For the first time, he wanted to fight back. His head snapped up. His eyes burned with resolve. Tell me what to do, he said. I'll do whatever it takes. Erwin raised a calm hand. First, he said, you wait. Hugh blinked. Wait? For what? Erwin gave him a knowing look. Because you just learned something important, he said. You can't take on Club 21 alone. Hugh's mind raced. Club 21? The protagonist's gaze drifted, scanning their surroundings. No, he thought. Not just Club 21. The families behind them. Hugh threw his hands up in frustration. Thane, what do I do? Erwin's eyes gleamed. You form your own club. Hugh froze. What? Erwin raised a finger. A club under the banner of the Steelguard family. In his mind, he envisioned it. A powerful group filled with carefully chosen individuals, rising in influence. He smirked. I'll send you the details soon, he said. I already have a full list of potential candidates. Hugh swallowed, his heart pounding. For the first time, it felt possible. And maybe, just maybe, he had a shot at winning. The sun shone brightly over the academy, casting sharp shadows on the courtyard where 3 students stood, grinning maliciously. Hey, I heard Barion lost again, one of them sneered. That's 64 losses and 0 wins. Think he'll manage to win once before he graduates. Barion stood silently, his eyes lowered, absorbing their taunts with a strained expression. Another student scoffed. Please, he won't even make it to graduation. At this rate, he'll drop out first. Or maybe, another chimed in laughing, he'll rack up 100 losses before then. That'd be impressive in its own way. One of them clapped Barion on the shoulder, a mocking grin on his face. Good luck in a lower class, he jeered. Barion remained motionless, his mind spinning from the barrage of insults. Honestly, the academy should stop accepting commoners, someone muttered. Even the instructor who recommended him has given up. And let's not forget his biggest problem, another student added. He's afraid of swords. That comment hit hard. Barion's eyes widened slightly, his fists clenching at his sides. A fencing cadet terrified of swords. The boy laughed. No wonder everyone who had faith in him gave up. He's useless. If he gets kicked out, he'll go right back to the streets, another student murmured. He was an orphan, after all. Barion's breath hitched. His grip on his uniform tightened. I can't go back like that. His thoughts were interrupted. Barayan, his head snapped up. Turning around, he saw someone approaching. His gaze calm, his stride unhurried. A ruined steel guard. Behind him stood Hugh, watching silently. The protagonist smiled slightly and extended a hand. Good timing, he said. I was just looking for you. Barayan blinked, startled. His mouth opened slightly, but no words came out. He couldn't believe it. Why is he looking for me? He glanced around, half expecting some cruel joke. But Arun's expression remained steady. Somehow, before he even realized it, Barayan found himself following him. They gathered around a table. Barayan sat among unfamiliar faces, still confused about what kind of meeting this was. At the center of the table, Arun sat with an air of quiet confidence. Hugh glanced at the protagonist, raising a hand slightly. Is anyone else coming? He asked. Arun shook his head. Everyone's here. Fane, his lips curled into a smirk. He studied the group in front of him. The so-called failures, the overlooked, the misfits, and thought, ugly ducklings, huh? His smirk deepened. Soon, there'll be swans that shake the entire nation. Barayan and another student, Mita, sat in tense silence, watching as the protagonist introduced them one by one. You too, Arun said, are knights who will define the next generation. Radio, another cadet at the table, looked indifferent, arms crossed as he listened. Arun gestured toward him. And this is the youngest mayor in history, Benjamin. The Academy will one day call him a genius. Benjamin remained silent, his expression unreadable. Across from him sat Davin, his arms folded as he stared straight ahead, his cold gaze unwavering. Arun envisioned him atop a horse, leading troops into battle. Davin, he continued, the invincible warlord who will rewrite military strategy itself. Davin didn't react, but his presence alone was commanding. The protagonist leaned forward slightly, his gaze shifting. You, he said, locking eyes with Benjamin and Davin, are geniuses the Academy failed to recognize. Neither responded, but they listened. Then, Arun turned to another student, a smirk playing on his lips. And you, he said, are the most interesting of them all. Sharple sat at the table, scribbling in his book, seemingly detached from the conversation. A wandering magical prodigy, Arun introduced. The second son of the Klaus family. A dissenter of the Count House of Klaus. At that, Hugh's eyes widened slightly. Arun smiled wickedly. Hugh hesitated before speaking. Arun, he said, addressing the protagonist. Shouldn't you say something now that we're all here? Arun laced his fingers together, glancing at them from under his brows. His smirk never faded. I'm sure you've all heard bits and pieces, he said smoothly. So let's make it clear. A pause. I'm forming a club, he announced. A prestigious one. One that will rival Club 21 in every way. The room was silent. Serious expressions formed across their faces. Arun leaned back. Each of you, he continued, is a butterfly waiting to emerge from its cocoon. His gaze sharpened, and I'm willing to bet that soon you'll be soaring higher than anyone else. Then, he revealed an emblem. Purple wings spread elegantly across its design. Our club, he declared, will be called Soar. A moment of silence. Then, Barayan hesitantly raised his hand. Arun turned to him, his expression unreadable. Barayan hesitated. For what I'm hearing, it sounds like a good idea, he admitted, but I'm not sure it'll actually work. Arun's smirk widened slightly. That's fine, he said. I have plenty of confidence to make up for yours. Barayan looked down, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. I have too many flaws, he muttered. No skills, no family backing. The room grew quiet. The others watched him intently. Barayan exhaled shakily. None of us have really proven ourselves, he added. He lifted his hands slightly, his voice rising in frustration. I'm not trying to bring everyone down, he insisted. But let's be real. What do I even have to offer? Benjamin closed his eyes, tilting his head slightly. That's not an unfair statement, he muttered. Then, opening his eyes again, he glanced at the protagonist. Club 21 is made up of the elite, Benjamin noted. When people hear Soar, they won't think of prestige. They'll think of... He trailed off, but the meaning was clear. The overlooked, the discarded, the ones who had already failed. Hugh frowned, clearly irritated. But Arun? Arun just smiled, because to him, that meant they had something to prove. The room was silent as Benjamin finished speaking. He leaned back slightly, his expression unreadable. Honestly, all I see here is an opportunity to build connections with Steelguard and the Carlson family. Nothing more. Arun's eyes narrowed, his irritation barely concealed. Is that really the only thing making you so insecure? He asked coolly. Because the club has no advantages? Benjamin remained indifferent, his mouth slightly open. Is there a point in dwelling on that? Arun exhaled slowly, crossing his fingers and resting his chin on them. Then, with a smirk, he spoke. Fine, Let me show you a clear advantage. The group sat in silence, some exchanging glances, others watching Arun intently. Then, he called out, "You can come in now." The door creaked, opened slightly. A figure stepped inside with a confident, wide smile. Marcus. The moment he entered, he greeted them warmly. "Good evening, gentlemen. I'm Marcus, deputy head of the Pill-Off Trading Company." A flicker of surprise passed through the gathered cadets. Marcus took a seat, stretching his arms out slightly. "We're just a small company," he said lightly. "But, thanks to recent market conditions, business has been booming." A grin spread across his face. "I've even held gold bars in my own hands." Then, his expression sharpened. "But let's get to the point." He turned to the cadets and announced, "I'd like to offer regular sponsorship to students." The room fell into stunned silence. One after another, their mouths fell open in disbelief. Barion stared, completely perplexed. "Why?" he muttered. "Why would you financially support cadets like us?" Marcus chuckled. "That's an easy one." Behind him, an emblem flickered into view, the emblem of SOAR. "It's simple," Marcus explained. "Our company operates under his leadership." He gestured toward Arun, and SOAR is his creation as well. Arun turned his gaze to the group. "Well," he asked, his voice calm, "are you satisfied now?" He leaned forward slightly, resting his chin on his hands, his smirk widening. "And that's just the beginning of what I can offer you." The night sky stretched endlessly above the academy, stars twinkling in its vast expanse. Inside his dorm, Arun sat on his bed, eyes closed in thought. The club is settled. Now all that's left. A faint glow appeared in the air before him, system windows flickering into view. He reached out, his fingers grazing the interface. Time to acquire that little thing. A notification popped up. "The Sun God has sent you a message." Arun's eyes widened slightly. The message appeared before him. "Sun God, I heard you're looking to buy the Art of Rebirth. It won't come cheap." Arun's smirk returned. "Finally, I found it." But then, as if sensing his excitement, another message appeared. "Sun God, I hate people who flaunt their accomplishments just to impress me." Arun's face remained impassive as he read it. The Sun God, however, looked slightly irritated on the other side of the system. "Arun, I have no intention of doing that." "Sun God, good. Then let's talk business. My price is 150,000 coins. Arun's eyes flickered with surprise. Then, he grimaced slightly. "That's steep." The Sun God scowled. "Sun God, if there's one thing I hate more than anything, it's people whining about prices after I name them." Arun pursed his lips, suppressing a sigh. He checked his funds. Damn, his balance sat at a miserable 60,000 coins, nowhere near enough. And even if he liquidated every new privilege he had, he'd still be short by over 45,000. A deep frown settled on his face. His gaze flickered to another system window, one describing the Art of Rebirth. A rare technique that transforms the body into a superhuman state, optimizing it completely for martial arts. Arun exhaled, eyes sharp. This is one of the best items available in the first system. And right now, he needed it. His thoughts drifted back to his transaction level. Second soul phase, one who wields a divine weapon. "I own a divine weapon." Images flashed in his mind. Powerful warriors in battle stances, their weapons gleaming in the light. To truly reach the highest level, I need this. His mind then conjured another image, one of the Sun God himself. A towering figure, draped in golden robes, looking down upon everything with a twisted, amused smile. Arun clenched his fist. The Sun God's voice rang out again. "Sun God, where did the eager buyer go? I hate waiting." Arun glanced at the dialogue window. "Arun, give me a moment." He tapped his chin thoughtfully, narrowing his eyes. Why is someone who calls himself equal to God so broke? That was the real question. This is the first time I've seen someone trying to make a deal with no money in their own account. Arun navigated the system window, opening the transaction logs. Time for a deeper look. His mind replayed a famous scene, a battle between two titans. The Sun God, Li Jiam, clashing against the Ice Warrior of the Northern Sea, Seol Jinwook. Their battle had lasted 50 years. He pictured Li Jiam, body crackling with golden energy, standing victorious in the aftermath of their fight, his lips curled in triumph. But something wasn't right. Another image flickered in Arun's mind. Li Jiam, hunched over, shrouded in an icy aura, his body barely holding together. The extreme ice energy from that battle. It was destroying his blood vessels. Arun's gaze darkened. So that's it. Li Jiam had put everything on the line for a single battle. A bigger picture started forming. Arun sighed, staring at his balance. "I'm missing more than 90,000 coins. Even with his best efforts, he still needed at least 45,000 more." He exhaled slowly, tapping his fingers against his chin. "If I want to reach the level of an awakened one, I need this technique." Before he could think further, another message flashed. "Sun God, what are you thinking so hard about?" Arun blinked. Sun God, tell me, what do you think I hate the most? Arun squinted at the message, slightly taken aback. Arun, no idea. Lee Jiam suddenly looked stunned, his usual smirk faltering for just a second. Then, Arun smirked himself. Arun, actually, I do know. Sun God, oh. The protagonist leaned back, grinning. Arun, you hate repeating yourself. Lee Jiam's expression stiffened. He narrowed his eyes, watching the protagonist through the system interface. Did he just guess? Or did he actually know? Arun, still smirking, raised a single hand. And with an almost sarcastic edge to his voice, he asked, Tell me, Sun God, do you also hate it when people hit back? At number 5, Bullseye. Jiam tilted his head slightly, eyes fixed on the dialogue window. He didn't waste words. If there was no deal, he was walking away. The protagonist hesitated, then smirked, resting his hand on his leg. All right, he said, let's make a deal. It was all or nothing. He had to seize this chance. Arun's gaze sharpened. I need to extract the ice energy from my body as soon as possible. Jiam's eyes widened. He pulled his hand away from his face, staring at the system dialogue, bewildered. The protagonist met his shock with a sarcastic smile. Jiam's mind raced. Who is this guy? How does he know so much? Thun cut through the silence. Tell me, Jiam, is there anyone in the first system who wouldn't know about the battle between two titans? Jiam clenched his fist, his confusion deepening. Of course, everyone knows about it, he muttered. There were countless witnesses. But something about this didn't add up. His brows furrowed as a realization struck him. How did you learn about the ice energy? The protagonist chuckled, raising a hand. Rumor has it that the Sun Palace is now an ice fortress. Some even say it's colder than the North Sea Ice Palace. Jiam stiffened. The Sun Palace. Frozen over? He exhaled sharply and eyed Arun. You've been listening in on people's conversations, haven't you? Arun bared his teeth in a wicked grin, his eyes flashing. And I also know you're in no position to double the price. Jiam's face darkened as he stared at the dialogue window, his mouth agape. Meanwhile, the protagonist smiled knowingly. The situation was dire, so much so that Jiam was actually considering selling the precious art of rebirth. Arun smirked. You're completely consumed by that ice energy, aren't you? Jiam's fury boiled over. Teeth bared, he shot back. If I wanted to purge it completely, I need a high-grade base essence or several heaven-tier elixirs. The protagonist's grin only widened. And tell me, Jiam, do you have enough coin? Jiam's eyes blazed. His mouth tightened in frustration. Arun glanced at the dialogue window, amused. So, even the mighty Sun Palace is struggling for money? Jiam's patience snapped. Who do you think you are, running your mouth like this? The protagonist remained unfazed, smiling slightly. Temper, temper. You get riled up over the smallest things. Jiam was seething, fists clenched. Thun shook his head. You walk around every day with your head held high, treating those who make deals with you as subordinates. But you're mistaken. Power, status, honor, these things transcend dimensions. They mean nothing here. Jiam stared at the dialogue, stunned. Ice energy crackled around him. The protagonist's voice was calm, but firm. If you truly stand equal to a god, able to cross space itself, tell me, Jiam, who really holds the advantage here, the seller or the buyer? Floating above him, Arun gazed down from an invisible throne. In a deal like this, the one with the least options is the weakest. So tell me, who would regret walking away more? Jiam ground his teeth. What are you hinting at? Are you saying I would regret it? The protagonist's smirk deepened. Jiam was panicking now. Let's be real, the protagonist said smoothly. I won't die without the art of rebirth. But you? You're teetering on the edge of life and death. Jiam's mouth opened slightly in realization. The protagonist turned away from the dialogue window, laughing, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Jiam exhaled in frustration. Fine, I admit it. That damned ice energy must have frozen my brain. A system dialogue popped up. Jiam has apologized. Jiam's expression soured. What do you want from me? Raising his palm, he hesitated. I've never lowered my prices before, but I'll cut it down by 10,000 coins. The protagonist raised a single finger. That won't be necessary. Jiam blinked in confusion. Arun's voice was light, but his words hit like a hammer. Isn't it ridiculous to value the life of the sun god at a mere 150,000 coins? Jiam swallowed hard. The protagonist leaned in slightly. Here's what we'll do. You need a way to rid yourself of the ice energy. I need a rebirth technique. So let's satisfy each other's desires. He closed his eyes and flashed a bright, almost taunting smile. So tell me, Jiam, how can I help you? Night draped over the academy. Arun stood with his arms crossed, staring at the system window. Item used. Sponge effect applied. Loading art of rebirth. 1%. How long is this going to take, he muttered. He'd already spent days weeding through obstacles. Suddenly, A jolt of energy struck him. His eyes widened. A strange sensation prickled inside his mouth. He reached up, running his tongue along his teeth, then froze. Glancing at his palm, his eyes went wide. A tooth. He just lost a tooth. The realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. It's already started. Lightning surged through the protagonist's body, crackling violently, as if it were trying to tear him apart from the inside. His mouth opened wide in a silent scream, the pain beyond anything he had ever imagined. Teeth clenched, eyes william with agony. He felt his entire being breaking down. What kind of pain is this? It was as if every bone and muscle in his body had been pulipurized into mush. With a choked gasp, he collapsed to his knees, clutching his stomach. Even his internal organs weren't spared from this torment. His mind reeled. Is this what Jayam went through? He could have at least warned me. His forehead pressed against the cold floor as he groaned through gritted teeth. Loading Art of Rebirth. 35%. Then it got worse. His hair started falling out in clumps, his skin peeling away like old parchment. Loading. 47%. The pain intensified, his vision blurring. He clenched his teeth so tightly it felt like his jaw would snap. If I pass out from this, I might not wake up again. Loading. 63%. With one final, agonized gasp, he arched his back, arms spread wide, before coughing up a mouthful of blood. Morning sunlight bathed the academy as the protagonist walked through the courtyard. Students turned to stare, whispering among themselves. Isn't that the freshman who shot up to 70th place in just one fight? He looks different. There was no mistaking it. He had changed. The energy radiating from him now was completely different from before. He strode forward, eyes closed, a satisfied smirk on his lips as he soaked in their reactions. Some cadets gaped openly. It's like he's an entirely new person. He opened his eyes, hands buried casually in his pockets, and grinned to himself. Of course it's different. Even I feel like I'm in a brand new body. Flashes of his relentless training flickered through his mind. His sword slicing through the air, every stance sharpened to perfection. Last night, he had pushed himself to the limit, testing his newfound strength. Now he understood. So this is how natural geniuses see the world. Before, it took 10 times the effort to achieve 10 times the impact. Now, one move, 10 times the effect. The efficiency was mind-blowing, a 20-fold increase. He exhaled, shaking his head slightly. If I had been born with this body, everything would have been so much easier. But fate had never been kind to him. A malicious grin tugged at his lips. At least now, those so-called geniuses will finally know what it feels like to be on the losing side. The sky stretched clear and blue above the mansion. Inside his room, the protagonist sat cross-legged on the sofa, bathed in a soft blue aura. Eyes closed, he took a slow, deep breath, then exhaled, feeling a rush of relief. He had done it. Achievement unlocked. Internal cultivation absorption, 120 years. Reward, plus 10 years of internal cultivation. A contented smile played on his lips as he read the system notification. With this, he had finally cleared the last requirement to rank up in transaction actions. Rank increased. You have reached level 2. New access, second system channel unlocked. His eyes flickered with intrigue. A new channel? But even as excitement bubbled up, a bitter thought crossed his mind. The first system had already been full of struggles. What kind of nightmares awaited him in the second? His brows knitted together as another notification popped up. New privilege unlocked. VIP perk. Heart tone. The protagonist's eyes narrowed slightly. Heart tone allows you to perceive the psychological state of anyone you speak to. All their hidden thoughts and intentions will be revealed. His lips curled in amusement. Another overpowered privilege, like reading minds. He swiped the system window away. I'll test it later. Right now, I have something far more important to do. A new screen appeared before him, displaying the 0, 1st, and 2nd system channels. He raised his hand, hovering over the button for the 2nd system. Then, with a decisive motion, he pressed it. Before the protagonist's eyes, the red scroll transformed into a white book, covered in intricate inscriptions. A slow, wicked grin spread across his face as he arched a brow. Well, it's been a while, 2nd system. Above the grand castle, a massive magical circle pulsed with brilliant blue light, radiating energy across the sky. The protagonist crossed his arms, gazing at the glowing system notification. So this is the start of magical education, a collection of magical nations, a magical world. A message appeared before him. Notification. Your entry into the 2nd system has been confirmed. A special gift has been delivered to your inventory. Wishing you unlimited profits in your trade. His grin widened. They're handing out coupons again? Another system alert popped up. New items acquired. Ancient Mana Enhancement Pendant. Manacle Engraving. Introduction to Hermeneutics. Lightning Fast Massager. He blinked. Wait, what? A lightning-fast massager? His brow furrowed. How did something like this end up in the second system? Curious, he accessed his inventory, a massive steel-reinforced vault with climate-controlled storage. The current capacity read. Storage capacity, 763/8000, level 6. He extended a finger, selecting the newly acquired items. System descriptions flashed before him. Ancient mana enhancement pendant, a relic that amplifies magical power. He nodded. No surprises there. Manacle engraving. First ring forms around the heart. Additional rings can be layered for enhanced magical flow. His eyes glinted with interest. This is similar to the process of internal energy core formation. Not bad. Introduction to Hermeneutics, a foundational text on the science of magic interpretation. He smirked. This will be useful for mastering the basics. Then his gaze landed on the last item. Lightning-fast massager, a panacea that claims to cure everything. His expression twisted in disbelief. This is complete nonsense. Intrigued, he tapped read more. An image unfolded. A crazed-looking inventor named Antelo grinning manically while holding up the device. In front of him, an angry mob of healer wizards raised their fists in fury. The description continued. Developed by Antelo, a genius or madman in magical engineering. This manhwa allegedly cures 15,000 ailments and enhances overall well-being. However, it was met with fierce opposition from healer wizards who feared losing their livelihood. As a result, mass production was shut down. This item can now only be found in interdimensional trade channels, sold by a handful of daring entrepreneurs. The protagonist rubbed his neck, his lips twitching. Yeah, this is absolute nonsense. Still, he tapped his finger thoughtfully against his chin. Then again, interdimensional trade isn't bound by common sense. And this is the second system we're talking about. For now, he decided to set it aside. There were more important things to deal with. Taking a deep breath, he sat cross-legged in a meditative position. A white aura surrounded him, forming a shimmering ring above his head. As the energy settled, the protagonist contemplated the nature of magical power. Knights store mana in their hearts to strengthen their bodies. Wizards, on the other hand, form a mana ring around the heart to enhance their spellcasting. But there is a fundamental problem. A mana heart interferes with the formation of a mana ring, and a mana ring disrupts the accumulation of a mana heart. Balancing both was an incredibly delicate process, requiring 5 times the effort of mastering just one. A feat so difficult that in 100 years, maybe one person would ever succeed. A magical swordmaster. A radiant light enveloped the protagonist as he envisioned himself, sword in hand, standing tall in his newfound power. Notification absorption complete, engraving installed. A slow, wicked grin spread across Thun's face, his eyes gleaming with excitement. So, I've finally qualified as a magical swordmaster. But as he examined his hand, a flicker of doubt crept in. With a mere single mana ring, could he really call himself that? It felt lacking. Clenching his fist, he dissolved the magic energy ball in his palm. I need to level up. Fast. He turned his attention to the marketplace, where cards displaying magical item offers filled the system window. As he skimmed the listings, an image formed in his mind. Scholars and researchers sitting around tables, bottles scattered about, deep in discussion. Most second system users were academics, obsessed with magic and its mysteries. But among them, there were dimension traders, wizards known for their keen social skills. Then, a particular listing caught his eye. 3 circles in an extended mana circuit for sale. His lips curled into a smile. Now this is a deal worth considering. A system dialog window popped up. You have shown interest in a listing. Contacting seller. Almost instantly, a reply came through. The protagonist raised an eyebrow. That was fast. He must have been waiting for a buyer. Curious, he pulled up the seller's information. The protagonist smirked. So he's a theorist rather than a practitioner, huh? Activating his heart tone privilege, he focused on the dialogue window, allowing white energy to flow around him. At that moment, a new image formed. Sherlin sat at a table, arms crossed, eyes downcast as he stared at the system screen. His words came through, laced with bitterness. You must have figured it out from my listing. I'm done with magic. A heavy sigh. I can't afford to sell these items individually. I need to get rid of everything. The protagonist frowned slightly, his mouth parting in mild surprise. So this privilege lets me see his emotions too? He exhaled sharply, annoyed. What useless privilege. Anyone with a brain could tell this guy is depressed. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to stay calm. The ad only mentioned selling mana rings and circuits. So why is he suddenly giving up on magic entirely? Sherlin, looking exhausted, glanced at the system window with dull indifference. I was just planning to sell those items, he admitted. But I've decided to sell all my knowledge too. I haven't updated the listing yet. The protagonist tapped his chin thoughtfully. His knowledge? He hesitated. He wasn't about to waste money on something useless. Then his eyes widened as he glimpsed Sherlin's inner thoughts. He's throwing away 10 years of his life's work, just for money? The protagonist sat still, momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected his privilege to work this well. Raising his hand toward the dialogue window, he shook his head in disbelief. Maybe I should test this ability more later. I'll ask again, he said finally. What exactly are you selling? Sherlin let out a long, tired sigh. His gaze sharpened. Magical knowledge. The protagonist's jaw dropped slightly. Sherlin continued, his tone heavy. Advanced runes, mid-level illusionary techniques, things like that. The protagonist's lips curled into a slow grin. So, the privilege is legit after all. He chuckled to himself. Most VIP perks feel like scams, but this one's basically a shield against deception. In his mind, he pictured himself clad in a golden shield and a crimson cloak, the words heart-tone privilege engraved on the metal. A system notification popped up. Sherlin sighed in relief, scratching the back of his head. Thanks to you, I can finally get my life together. The protagonist smirked at the dialogue window. I'm satisfied with the deal too. If fate allows, we'll meet again. Sherlin has left the conversation. As the system closed, the protagonist's expression turned serious. He furrowed his brows, gaze fixed on the floor. Heart-tone, it's a privilege worth keeping. Just because this is the second system, it doesn't mean there aren't liars here. His mind flashed to an image of Siekyun, the infamous deceiver from the first system, standing beside a cloaked figure. If the first system had Siekyun, then the second system was bound to have its own snake. His jaw tightened, and when that person shows up, his fingers curled into fists. I'll pierce his soul with the eyes of providence and the heart tone. Evening fell, painting the sky in deep purples as the protagonist strolled through the academy's corridors, a satisfied smirk on his face. This weekend had been insanely productive. In his mind's eye, he envisioned himself floating in a vast magical blue space, his power radiating outward. He was no longer just some novice. Now, he is true three-ring wizard. He practically skipped down the corridor, his mind racing with plans. First, he'd finish his morning training. Fain, he'd begin refining his new strength. But suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. A voice called out, "Well, aren't you in a good mood, training so early in the morning with such enthusiasm?" The protagonist turned. Selena stood in the corridor, her back resting against the wall. She closed her eyes and smiled, her entire presence radiating warmth. "Do you have a moment?" She stepped forward, the soft scent of flowers lingering in the air. The protagonist rolled up his sleeves, sliding his hands into his pockets. "What do you want to talk about?" Selena's smile deepened. "Anything." The way she trembled slightly with excitement. The way she shone against the backdrop of blooming flowers. Something was off. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. She had been waiting for him. He exhaled sharply, tilting his head. Today she was acting too perfect. Neat. Radiant. Controlled. No one could guess what was on her mind. A wry smirk tugged at his lips. "So, is this the fashionable way to start a conversation now?" Selena tilted her head, explaining a delicate hand on her chest, her expression unreadable. She blinked at him, feigning innocence. "What do you mean?" Selena tilted her head, pretending not to understand. "What do you mean?" The protagonist's eyes glinted with amusement as he slowly pronounced her full name. Selena Lepure. Her expression wavered. A slow, sarcastic smile spread across his lips. "I'm talking about your true nature." The moment the words left his mouth, Selena's entire demeanor shifted. Her playful mask cracked, and for a split second, she looked at him with pure, unfiltered anticipation, as if she was eager to see how much he had figured out. The protagonist let out an ironic chuckle. "Guess I might be losing my touch." Selena grabbed her head dramatically and laughed, but it was sharp, mocking. "I never expected an ordinary freshman to catch on so quickly," she admitted. "So, tell me, how exactly did you figure out?" The protagonist didn't answer right away. How could I not know? In his past life, he had fallen into her trap. An image of Selena flashed through his mind. Stunning, elegant, exuding pure feminine charm. She was like a drug, impossible to resist. A flawless pedigree, beauty beyond compare, and formidable talent as a knight. But beneath it all, she was calculating. A master at manipulating hearts. He had spent years ensnared in her web, desperately trying to break free. It had been the most shameful chapter of his life. Selena, sensing his silence, smirked. "Oh, no answer." She covered her mouth and let out a low, mocking chuckle. "I get it. You don't even know yourself." The protagonist remained still, hands in his pockets, staring at her with cold indifference. Selena crossed her arms and pointed a playful finger at him. "Maybe it's because we're alike." When he didn't react, she pressed on. "No. Fame, tell me, What are you planning to do with all those hidden talents of yours? Her words rolled off like honey, but the protagonist wasn't biting. She wasn't here just for idle chatter. Did Thane send you to investigate my club? He asked, voice calm. Selena grinned. If Thane wanted to know something, he'd handle it himself. I wouldn't follow his orders. She stepped closer, her arms still crossed. I came for something else. The protagonist's eyes narrowed as she boldly closed the distance between them. I wanted to take my time getting to know you, she admitted, her lips curling mischievously. But let's be honest, why waste time? Her fingertips brushed his shoulder. Why don't we skip the games and just start dating? The protagonist turned away without hesitation. His contempt was evident. Selena's smile vanished. His lack of interest, his absolute rejection, was an insult she wasn't used to. Frustrated, she raised her hands. Wait, hold on. At least tell me why you're turning me down. When he kept walking, she placed a hand on her chest, standing tall. Do you even understand what you're rejecting? She asked, voice sharp. I'm Selena Lee Pure. If you dated me, everyone would envy you. The protagonist rolled his eyes. Not interested. Selena clenched her fists. Kaplan. This isn't over, she shouted after him. I'll make sure you crawl back to me on your knees. He waved her off lazily. She can do whatever she wants. I don't care. But, his club's name. How did she know about it? His expression darkened. Had there been a leak? Later, the protagonist sat at a large table with his club members. The atmosphere was tense. Hugh, sitting beside him, raised his hand hesitantly. I might have let it slip, Hugh admitted. The protagonist's gaze sharpened. Hugh swallowed, lowering his head. I was talking to Thane about leaving Club 21, and I mentioned the name of our club. At the time, the member list had already been finalized. So, he kept pressing me for more details, and I gave in. A heavy silence fell over the room. The protagonist stood. Come with me. Hugh tensed, Thane nodded. Outside, under the shade of thick, dense trees, the two of them sat on a bench. The protagonist exhaled. Why? He finally asked. Hugh immediately lowered his head. I'm sorry. I know I screwed up. I should have kept my mouth shut. The protagonist closed his eyes briefly. Thane looked at Hugh with an unexpectedly calm expression. That's not the problem. Hugh blinked in confusion. There was no secret in sharing the club's name or its members, the protagonist explained. Hugh looked completely lost. Thane, what's the issue? The protagonist slowly raised his hand, fingers splayed. There's no higher name in Navarro than the royal surname Carlson. Hugh stiffened. The protagonist's voice was firm. Since you're a Carlson, act like one. Hugh flinched, shoulders slumping. He sat on the edge of the bench, hands gripping the seat. His voice was barely above a whisper. It doesn't mean anything. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Hugh continued, voice raw. My name doesn't change the fact that I have no skills. No talent. If you take away my surname, I'm just a nobody. The protagonist studied him for a moment. Thane, with a sharp wave of his hand, he dismissed the thought. He knew Hugh wasn't ready to face reality. But that didn't mean he would give up on him. First things first. I need to handle his equipment. His gaze turned intense. He looked up confused. The protagonist smirked slightly. Let's start there. The protagonist extended his hand toward Hugh. Give me your hand, he said. Hugh hesitated, confused. What? No time for questions, the protagonist replied, voice firm. Just do it. Reluctantly, Hugh reached out. The protagonist pulled a gold ring with a deep red stone from his pocket and placed it in Hugh's palm. Hugh blinked. What is this? A ring of courage. Without a second thought, Hugh slid the ring onto his finger. A strange sensation washed over him. The doubt, fear, and embarrassment that had been gnawing at his mind suddenly faded into the background. The protagonist studied Hugh carefully, noting the way his expression shifted into something steadier, more composed. How do you feel? Hugh flexed his fingers, a hint of confusion in his voice. My soul feels calmer. The protagonist smirked slightly, lowering his gaze as he sat beside Hugh on the bench. Hugh frowned. But what's going to happen now? The protagonist shrugged nonchalantly. Nothing much. He stood up. Come on, we're heading back. As they walked through the dimly lit corridor, the soft flicker of fire lamps casting their shadows against the walls, the protagonist reflected on the situation. He knew Hugh couldn't be forced to change. If he pushed too hard, it would only make things worse. Instead, he had to guide him, slowly but surely. Just as they approached the office door, hushed voices reached their ears. Gossip. The protagonist's sharp hearing picked up the mocking tone in their words. Honestly, Hugh turned out to be unbelievably clueless, one voice snickered. Inside, Davin lounged in a chair while Benjamin leaned against the wall beside him. Benjamin smirked. Davin's right. If anything, Hugh's not just weak, he's slow. Davin nodded. Exactly. It's not just his lack of character. I'm starting to think the problem might be his intelligence. He tapped his finger against his chin thoughtfully. What does a cold-blooded duke end up with his son like that? Benjamin chuckled. Maybe all the talent and brains went to his older brother instead. The moment he said that, Hugh's body tensed beside the protagonist. Thane, in an instant, Hugh snapped. With a sharp grab, he fisted Benjamin's collar and slammed him against the shelves. Benjamin's smirk disappeared as he shrunk under Hugh's Kaplan glare. Teeth clenched, voice seething, Hugh growled, "Say that again." Benjamin swallowed hard. Hugh. Hugh's grip tightened. "Repeat what you just said about my brother." The protagonist, standing off to the side, observed the scene with mild amusement. Well, that was fast. He had expected Hugh to develop courage over time, not explode in rage the moment his brother was mentioned. The key to Hugh's transformation had been right in front of him all along. It wasn't confidence. It wasn't fearlessness. It was his brother, his rivalry, his resentment, his frustration. The protagonist smirked. "If I use this correctly, the ring of courage will be even more effective than I thought." Later that evening, Hugh sat on the floor, head hanging low, his anger completely drained. Tears stung the corners of his eyes. "I lost control," he whispered. "What if they all leave the club because of me?" The protagonist, seated on the bench nearby, looked at him with unwavering calm. "You're overthinking it," he said. Hugh hesitated. "But Benjamin and Davin already apologized for their words." The protagonist continued. "And you apologize for losing your temper. That's the end of it." Hugh's shoulders sagged as he exhaled heavily, relief mixing with exhaustion. But Thane, his eyes suddenly widened. His gaze darted to the ring on his finger. "Wait." His voice trembled. This feeling. His fingers trembled as he lifted his hand, staring at the red stone ring. "The moment I put this on, I felt different," he muttered. His mind reeled. "I've never been this angry before. Not once in my life." For the first time, fear flickered in Hugh's eyes. The protagonist leaned back, smirking as he observed Hugh's realization. "Oh, and what's wrong with that?" Hugh's head snapped up. "What do you mean? This isn't me." The protagonist's smirk only grew. "Maybe that's the problem." Hugh's breath hitched. The protagonist gestured toward the other club members, who all sat watching, still shaken by his outburst. "Look at them," the protagonist said, his tone slow and deliberate. "Look at their faces, their expressions. See how they react when you act like this." Hugh, still sweating from his adrenaline rush, turned toward them. They were confused, nervous, wary. He swallowed. The protagonist chuckled. "If you're struggling with what happened, then treat your opponent the same way you treat your older brother." Hugh stood with his back to the protagonist, shoulders trembling slightly. After a moment of silence, he clenched his fists. His voice, though shaky, carried determination. "Maybe you're right." Thane, anger flared in his eyes once more. He straightened his posture. "I'll do my best," he declared, "because I'm a Carlson, and I'll live up to my last name." The protagonist's smirk turned into a genuine grin. "That's more like it." Back at the club, the protagonist sat at the head of the large table, his gaze sweeping over his gathered members. "Even though things got a little rough today," he said, voice steady, "let's leave the past where it belongs." He leaned forward slightly. "We're here for each other. That won't change." "Agreed." Sharple and Benjamin, visibly inspired, were the first to nod eagerly. "Yes, sir." The protagonist glanced at Barayan and Mita, who still seemed surprised by the sudden shift in energy. He smirked. "What about you two?" Before they could answer, he placed 2 bags on the table. Immediately, a foul stench spread through the room. The guys recoiled. What the hell is that smell?" The protagonist leaned back casually. "Medicine." He pointed at the bags. "Take 1 pill after every workout." The group stared at him in horror. "What exactly is in those?" The protagonist grinned. "Wouldn't you like to know?" The protagonist opened a bag, revealing blue bamboo pills nestled inside. "These are for fatigue relief," he explained. Ma and Barayan immediately recoiled at the sight. Their expressions twisted in disgust. "Wait, we're supposed to eat that?" Barayan asked, eyes narrowing. The protagonist rolled his eyes. "Obviously. Just take it. It's good for your body." Reluctantly, they picked up the pills, examining them like they might bite back. Meanwhile, the protagonist turned to Benjamin and Davin. Without a word, he tossed 2 small tokens onto the table. The 2 guys looked down and instantly froze. Their eyes widened in shock as they snatched the tokens off the table. "These are passes to the Royal Library?" Davin exclaimed, gripping his token tightly. Benjamin stammered. How can you just give us something this valuable?" The protagonist leaned back, smirking. "If even the Royal Library doesn't have the books you need, I've already arranged for the Flip Trading Company to handle special requests." The 2 of them gawked at him. "I'll get you any book that can be imported," he added smoothly. Then his gaze shifted to the side. Sharple sat there, visibly restless, shifting in his seat as he waited anxiously. The protagonist interlocked his fingers, tilting his head as he gave Sharple an amused look. "Why are you staring at me like that?" he asked. "Do you have something to say?" Sharple hesitated before glancing down, lightly touching his cheek with his fingertip. Well, I also wanted to read some books from the library, he mumbled. So can I get a pass too? The protagonist kept his fingers crossed, his grin widening slightly. There's no issue with that, he replied. But, do you really need one? Sharple's eyes darted to the side, and he murmured something under his breath. The 14th Magic Tower. The protagonist's smirk deepened. Oh, don't worry about that, he said cheerfully. I'm going to introduce you to a very good mentor. Sharple followed the protagonist through the tower's entrance, his curiosity evident. A man in a black cloak stood waiting for them. The moment Sharple laid eyes on him, he froze in place. This is your mentor, the protagonist said casually. Sharple's breath caught in his throat. Wait. His voice trembled. Say his name again. The protagonist smiled playfully. Kendall Lisker. Sharple's mind went blank. Kendall Lisker, the youngest wielder of 6 rings and the top candidate for the position of Archmage. A legendary figure. A man who stood on the brink of surpassing all others. For a moment, the world around him faded, and in his mind, he saw Kendall standing tall against a backdrop of swirling magic circles in a vast dark void. This can't be real. Meanwhile, Kendall, seemingly unfazed, lifted a single hand, and with a flick of his fingers, a small white teapot floated into the air. Steam curled upward as the pot tilted on its own, pouring hot tea into a delicate porcelain cup. Kendall's sharp gaze landed on the two of them. You're joking, he said flatly. The protagonist simply smiled, enjoying the moment. Kendall took a slow sip of his tea. Then, he glanced at Sharple again, his expression unreadable. A direct descendant of the Klaus family wants to study magic, he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Sharple frowned. And what's so strange about that? Kendall raised a single hand, his brows lifting slightly. How could it be anything else? He replied coolly. A direct descendant of that family, seeking to study magic under me? The protagonist finally stepped into the conversation, lifting his hand and spreading his fingers. My request wasn't for you to take him as a disciple, he clarified. I only want him to have access to the Magic Tower's resources. Sharple, still reeling from shock, glanced toward the protagonist. The protagonist, however, was watching him closely, eyes gleaming with excitement. This guy has been wasting 20 years of his life. But even with wasted potential, Sharple's talent was undeniable. If he started training properly, if he had the right environment, he could achieve something unbelievable. He could become the youngest Archmage in history. A vision flashed in the protagonist's mind. Sharple, floating effortlessly in midair, a radiant blue aura swirling around him, power pulsing at his fingertips. By the time the sun had set, Kendall stood before them, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. He let out a slow exhale. The Magic Tower is a sanctuary of knowledge, he said, a beacon of wisdom. He narrowed his eyes at Sharple. It doesn't open its doors to just anyone. The air around them grew heavy. I need to make sure he's worthy of stepping inside. The next morning, in his private office, Kendall sat at his desk, fingers steepled together. He glanced at Sharple before turning his attention to the protagonist. Since you're the one vouching for him, he said, I'll give him a chance. Then his eyes darkened slightly. But first, I'm going to test him. Kendall stood, gesturing toward the door. I need you to step outside. The protagonist smirked. He knew Kendall was serious about this. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes briefly, then opened them with an easy smile. All right, Uncle. Sharple, sitting beside him, turned with a startled expression. Uncle, his stunned gaze darted between Kendall and the protagonist. Kendall gave a subtle smirk. You didn't know? The protagonist simply chuckled. Sharple looked like he had just stepped into an entirely different reality. And frankly, that was exactly how it should be. The protagonist stood over Sharple, a confident smile playing on his lips as he placed a hand on his friend's shoulder. This is your chance, he said. Give it your best shot. Sharple's eyes burned with determination. He couldn't let his leader down. With that, the protagonist left the office, his mind already drifting toward what he could do to pass the time. As he strolled down the corridor, a frustrated outburst caught his attention. He turned his head. A blue-haired mage sat at a cluttered table, head in his hands, groaning in exasperation. A scroll full of complex diagrams lay open before him. I don't get it, the mage muttered to himself. Where's the mistake? From the dark circles under his eyes, it was clear that he hadn't left this spot in days. The protagonist stopped, watching curiously as the student gripped his temples, muttering, If I mess up again, our mentor is going to kill us. The protagonist tilted his head. This isn't even a difficult formula. He stepped forward, reaching out to tap the student's shoulder, but the mage noticed him first. The student jerked upright, hands slamming onto the table as he spun around. What do you want? He asked, his tone tired but wary. The protagonist gestured to the scroll. Let me take a look at your magic circle. The student gave him a suspicious glance, his exhaustion evident. I saw you speaking with Mentor Kindle earlier, he said, rubbing his eyes. Are you a wizard? The protagonist chuckled, flashing an amused grin. Not exactly, he admitted. Just someone with basic magical knowledge. The student raised an eyebrow and motioned to the others in the room. I'm the senior mage here, he said. The second most important person in this lab. His voice carried a hint of irony. And you, some random outsider, think you can solve something that stumped me? The protagonist smirked. Try increasing the t-value and removing all the excessive variables. The formula will correct itself. The student froze. For a moment, he just stared at the protagonist. Then, his expression darkened. You think you're better than me? Huh? He snapped, his tone suddenly hostile. The protagonist blinked in surprise. The mage stood abruptly, his chair screeching against the floor. I won't tolerate some outsider making a fool out of me just because you know Mentor Kindle. The protagonist sighed internally. So that's how it is. This guy wasn't upset because of the formula. He was just too proud to accept help. The protagonist gave him a small, carefree wave. My mistake. Didn't mean to offend you, he said lightly before turning away. As he walked across the lab, he couldn't help but wonder, how does someone with 4 rings struggle with something this simple? His steps slowed. A thought struck him. Maybe he should solve these problems himself. A smirk tugged at his lips. Now, that was an idea. The protagonist positioned himself behind a bookshelf, flipping through wizard exam papers. The difficulty? High. The time limit? 90 minutes. Perfect. He scanned the first problem. Identify the incorrect mana circuit and correct the flow path. He flipped to the next. Analyze the given magic circles and note all structural flaws. The protagonist let out a quiet chuckle, resting his chin on his hand. Too easy. Seated at a desk, he picked up a pen and got to work. As he scribbled down corrections, he grew more convinced. The mages of the second system didn't perceive power the same way as the continent's magicians. Suddenly, a shout of frustration rang across the lab. The protagonist glanced up. The senior mage from earlier was standing, his face red with anger. What the hell are you doing? He barked. The entire lab turned toward them. The mage jabbed a finger at the protagonist. Kaplan, you said you weren't a magician, so how the hell are you solving these equations? At that moment, Kindle and Sharple emerged from the office. Both of them froze, eyebrows raising as they took in the scene. What's going on here? Kindle asked, his voice calm but firm. The senior mage, Raphael, gritted his teeth, fists clenching. This guy, Raphael seethed, pointing at the protagonist, has been running around acting like he's some genius, solving equations like it's a joke. Kindle frowned, and Raphael's eye twitched. And he's mocking us. He's enjoying humiliating me. Kindle sighed, rubbing his temples. He turned to the protagonist. Did you actually correct the magic formulas? The protagonist smirked. Of course. A beat of silence. Raphael's mouth snapped shut. He suddenly looked very, very unsure of himself. Kindle exhaled through his nose. Raphael, the senior mage, stiffened. Kindle's eyes darkened. If you don't even have the responsibility to check your own mistakes, maybe you don't belong in this lab. The room fell silent. Raphael's face flushed red, his fingers tightening into fists. That's going too far, he muttered. Then, louder. You're going too far, Mentor. The room held its breath. Kindle's expression remained cold. Raphael clenched his jaw. His voice broke off. For the first time, he realized how many people were watching. And worse, he realized he had nothing to say in his defense. The protagonist watched with mild amusement. This just got interesting. The breaking point. Raphael gritted his teeth, his breathing ragged as he tried to explain himself. Mentor, look at me. His voice shook with frustration. Kindle remained impassive, his gaze cold. I haven't been home in a week, Raphael continued, his eyes William. I haven't slept, eaten, or even washed properly because of this research. And now you. His voice cracked as he spread his arms wide, his appearance bordering on inhuman. Sunken eyes, disheveled robes, hands trembling from exhaustion. The protagonist stood off to the side, watching with raised eyebrows. Raphael let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head. If you push someone to their limit, then you better be ready to take responsibility for them. He slammed a fist against his chest. And instead, you just pick some brilliant prodigy and throw a leadership position at him. Kindle's expression faltered for a moment, a flicker of hesitation. Raphael saw it and pounced. Don't tell me you think it's fair, he snarled. Kindle, regaining his composure, sighed heavily. If you're talking about a ruin, then you're mistaken, he said smoothly. He's not a magician. Raphael snapped his head up. Lies, he spat. Fuming, he grabbed a nearby scroll and shoved it toward Kindle. Then explain this, he demanded. The scroll contained a complex magical formula, a perfected mana circuit, written in flawless detail. Kendall's eyes narrowed as he inspected it. For a moment, the room fell silent. Then his expression shifted. Who wrote this? He asked, voice calm but sharp. Raphael jerked a thumb toward Arun, his face contorted in anger. He did. Kendall's gaze snapped to Arun, studying him carefully. For the first time, uncertainty flickered in the mentor's usually unreadable expression. Raphael let out a bitter scoff. You're still going to claim he's not a magician? Kendall's fingers tapped against his chin as he studied the work more closely. The formula was flawless. Even an experienced mage would struggle with this. Yet the handwriting was confident, effortless. Raphael wasn't done. He stormed over to another table, snatching up a pile of exam papers. These, he barked, are the hardest magical tests we have. The difficulty is insane, 90 minutes per paper. He slammed them down in front of Kendall. And that guy, Raphael's finger stabbed toward Arun, finished them all in 5 minutes. Without a single mistake. Kendall inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly. He turned to Raphael. Do you know Arun's surname? Raphael's anger faltered. What? Kendall's voice was dangerously calm. The Steel Guard clan, he said simply. Raphael stiffened. His mind raced as he tried to recall. And then it hit him. His eyes went wide in horror. The Steel Heart bloodline. Images flashed in his mind. The head of the Steel Guard family, sword in hand, a man whose very presence crushed lesser warriors. Raphael felt his stomach drop. He turned back toward Arun in utter disbelief. Kendall's expression remained unreadable. Well, he asked. Raphael stood paralyzed, his hands clenched into fists. He had no response. Kendall's gaze hardened. Now tell me, he said coldly. Do you still need more proof? The weight of those words crushed Raphael. His shoulders slumped, his expression crumbling into despair. Lightning crackled around his fingers as frustration and shame boiled inside him. But he had nothing left to say. Kendall sighed, turning toward Arun and Sharple. My apologies for his behavior, he said smoothly. Everyone here is overworked. The pressure is intense. Arun simply shrugged, unfazed. He extended his hand toward Sharple. Speaking of which, he said with amusement, how'd your test go? Sharple and Kendall exchanged glances. Then, at the same time, they smiled. With a flick of his wrist, Sharple pulled out a golden library pass. He held it up with a proud grin. Guess I passed, he said lightly. The protagonist grinned back. Well done. Meanwhile, across the city, night had fallen, but the lights of the academy still burned brightly. A sickening thud echoed through the dimly lit hall. A young man hit the floor hard, coughing blood. Above him, Thane stood, his fists still clenched. His expression was twisted in fury. How dare you lose to a worthless brat like Bar-Ion? He snarled. The beaten subordinate trembled, his gray hair damp with sweat. I didn't know he'd overcome his fear of swords, he stammered. Thane's eye twitched. He exhaled sharply, pressing his boot against the fallen boy's face, forcing him deeper into the cold floor. It doesn't matter, Thane muttered. Win or lose, we are Club 21. A deep scowl etched itself onto his face. He turned to the others. We are winners, he stated. This academy watches us, admires us. That is how it's always been. That is how it must remain. The room remained deathly silent. Then, Thane slowly raised a hand. A malicious glint flickered in his eyes. We're going to crush this sore club. His voice was calm, but ice-cold. And we're going to make it look effortless. He turned toward Jason, his expression dark. Jason. Jason straightened immediately. Yes. I want you to challenge them to a series of fights. Thane's lips curled into a savage grin. And make sure we get an unconditional victory. The city streets, midnight. Beneath the stone arches of a quiet bridge, Jason waited. His hands were in his pockets, his stance relaxed. But his eyes were sharp, calculating. The city never truly slept. Dim lanterns flickered along the streets, casting long, eerie shadows over the cobbled roads. Tonight, things would be set into motion. Jason smirked to himself. Let's see how Sword Club handles this. A brotherhood on opposing sides. Jason sighed deeply, closing his eyes as he crossed his arms. Are you seriously sighing like that? Arun's teasing voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Jason's eyes snapped open, caught off guard. Still keeping his arms crossed, he turned to his younger brother. And what if I am? Arun leaned against the bridge wall, watching him with that ever-present smirk. Have things been rough for you lately? He asked casually. Jason let out a dry chuckle. Stupid question. Of course it's been rough. He glanced sideways, a shadow passing over his face. Before, people just didn't treat me with much warmth, Jason admitted. But now, they look at me like I'm some spy. Arun studied his brother, remaining silent for a moment. Then, with an amused tilt of his head, he said, everything's going according to plan. Jason let out a short huff of laughter, his sarcastic smile returning. That's so. Then his smirk faded. They've challenged our club to a series of fights, Jason said, finally cutting to the point. He hesitated, then turned to his brother. Are you sure about this? I mean, are you really fine with it? His voice was quieter this time, carrying something almost like concern. He wasn't just asking about the club. He was asking about him. Arun's gaze softened for a split second. Jason, he said, you're right. About everything. Jason exhaled through his nose, glancing at the ground. Then I guess there's nothing to worry about. Arun pushed himself off the bridge wall. I need to get ready for the fight. We'll talk later. Jason hesitated, then said, take care of yourself. Arun smirked. You too. Jason watched as his brother walked away. A wry chuckle escaped him. Damn, relying on my younger brother now? What a ridiculous situation. Yet somehow, he smiled. Maybe this arrangement isn't so bad after all. The storm before the fight. The next morning, the sun blazed brightly over the academy. Inside a large, spacious office, Arun stood before his club members, a smirk tugging at his lips. The room, however, was filled with murmurs of disbelief. This has to be a joke, one of them muttered. This can't be happening, another added. Arun chuckled. Oh, it's happening. He leaned back in a chair, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he watched their reactions. Varayan was the first to shoot up from his seat, his voice rising in alarm. This is insane. We can't put the club on the line like this. Davin clenched his fists. There's no reason to go this far. Benjamin slumped in his chair, his expression pained. I don't want our club to just disappear. The tension in the room grew thick. Then, Hugh slammed his hands on the table. Enough. His voice carried firm authority, cutting through the panic. Everyone turned to him. Hugh took a deep breath, then looked at their leader. Arun wouldn't do this without a reason. Arun grinned, watching as Hugh, who had once been so unsure of himself, stood his ground. Well said. Hugh hesitated. But, just to confirm, he said carefully, when exactly is this series of fights happening? A year from now, right? He turned to Arun, expecting a reasonable answer. Instead, Arun simply lifted a hand, 5 fingers raised. Hugh blinked. 5 months? Arun closed his eyes and laughed. Nope. 5 days. Silence. Fame. Chaos. 5 days. Hugh and Cheryl screamed in unison. Benjamin looked stunned, while Davin nearly fell out of his chair. Arun, unfazed, rested his chin in his hand, watching their hysterics with an air of amusement. I don't see what the big deal is, he said smoothly. Wouldn't it be better to deal with problems as soon as possible? Hugh snapped. Better? You're talking crazy, leader. Across the city, word spread fast. At Club 21, Thane and his subordinates sat in stunned silence. He actually accepted? Someone muttered. Thane narrowed his eyes, his lips curling into a smirk. That cunning bastard. The arena, day of the battle. The training area overflowed with spectators. The crowd murmured, eyes darting between the two clubs. Look at the sore club, preparing so seriously, one student commented. Who's betting how much? Another whispered. But soon, the whispers faded, because seated in the stands were figures of unimaginable power and influence. Why are there so many nobles here? A student muttered. They're big names, another added. People everyone knows. Even among Thane's elite, there was nervous tension. Ferris shifted uncomfortably beside Thane. Something about this feels off. Thane lowered his gaze. It doesn't matter. He clenched his fists. They wanted to be humiliated in front of everyone. So let's make sure they are. The first match. Hugh stood with his club, tension in his posture. He turned toward Arun, his voice tight with unease. Leader, are you sure this is going to be okay? Relax, Arun said smoothly. Everything's going according to plan. Meanwhile, Kendall stepped forward, raising a hand. Ladies and gentlemen, he called out, his voice booming across the arena. Welcome to the event you've all been waiting for. He grinned, pointing dramatically at himself. I, Kendall Lisker of the 14th Magic Tower, will be your commentator today. The audience erupted in murmurs. Wait, a 6-ring magician is the commentator. Kendall gestured toward his assistant. And my co-host for this event is none other than Melotanian, commander of the 2nd Imperial Knight Division. The arena fell into stunned silence. This isn't even a royal tournament, someone whispered. How did they get involved? At last, the two clubs stood face to face in the arena. Kendall lifted his hand. The first match begins now. A figure stepped forward, raising a wooden sword in greeting. From Club 21. There, he grinned at the crowd. From Sword Club, a figure with blue hair frowned deeply. The opponent? Hugh's older brother. Hugh's breath hitched. His hands trembled. I can't. His brother's gaze locked onto him. Eyes cold and unreadable. You didn't come here of your own free will, did you? Hugh froze. Then, a single word. Calm, quiet, but sharp as a blade. Toy. Hugh's heart stopped. Brother against brother. There frowned, extending an offer to his younger brother. You still have a chance, he said coolly. Come back to Club 21. I won't hold a grudge, and there won't be any punishment. Things will go back to how they were. His younger brother, Hugh, stared at him, processing the words. For a moment, he almost believed them. Thane, a memory surfaced, the weight of his brother's boot pressing down on his back, using him as nothing more than a footrest. His grip on the sword tightened. His expression darkened. Slowly, he raised the tip of his blade, his gaze cold and unwavering. Go to hell. Their smirk faltered. Raising his hand in mock acknowledgement, he then snapped it downward, signaling the fight to begin. Hugh launched himself forward, and in an instant, the battle between brothers erupted. They clashed violently, each attack filled with raw force and unspoken emotions. Hugh swung, his heart pounding in disbelief. Was this really happening? Their voice cut through his thoughts. You think you can stand against me? With a sharp swing, he struck Hugh hard, forcing him backward. Hugh staggered, clutching his stomach as pain shot through him. Standing over him, their victorious smirk returned. You should have known your place, he sneered. Hugh groaned, his body trembling from the impact. His brother's voice came again, this time taunting. Well, are you going to admit defeat? Because if you stay silent, I'll take it as a loss. Hugh's breath hitched. Thane, his teeth clenched. His eyes burned with determination. A sudden, Kaplan scream tore from his throat as he charged forward. There's eyes widened in surprise at his brother's sudden burst of energy. Thane! A fist connected with his face. The audience gasped. They stumbled backward, barely managing to keep his footing. The two stood opposite each other, eyes locked in silent challenge. Hugh wiped the blood from his knuckles, his breath ragged but victorious. Finally, he had landed a hit. There touched his nose, feeling the warm trickle of blood. His lips curled in fury. You think you're walking out of here on your own 2 feet, he growled. But before he could retaliate, Hugh raised his hand. I forfeit. The arena fell silent. The instructor stiffened. What? His expression froze in shock. You what? He repeated. But the instructor had no choice but to grant the request. Hugh turned away, leaving the arena with a satisfied smirk. There stood there, bleeding, humiliated, confused. A wave of realization crashed over him. He had been played. As he turned, his gaze fell upon the sore club's section, and at the front, a blonde-haired figure grinning smugly. Their face twisted in rage. This was planned from the very beginning. Meanwhile, Hugh sat down next to Arun, letting out a breath. Thanks for the opportunity, he murmured. Arun simply smirked. There's no need to thank me, he said. You were the one who decided to break free. With a snap of his fingers, Arun turned to the others. Next match. Let's go. The 4th match begins. As the next fighter stepped forward, the sunlight glared off the arena floor. Barayan slung his sword over his shoulder, gripping it with both hands as he strode into the ring. The instructor's hand dropped. The fight began. Immediately, the two combatants lunged at each other. The clash of metal rang through the air, the audience watching wide-eyed. This is insane, one of the commentators muttered. This feels like the first fight of the day, not the 4th. Swords collided with force, neither side giving an inch. Mita, watching from the stands, narrowed his eyes. This is ridiculous, he murmured. Sure, a second year can improve, but this much? There's no way. In the ring, they were struggling to keep up. He grimaced, barely holding back the relentless attacks coming his way. How is he this strong? Meanwhile, Barayan kept pushing forward, refusing to let up. His opponent's stance wavered. And then, there slipped a golden opportunity. Barayan swung his sword with all his might. Crack! There was scent flying across the arena. The crowd gasped. Eyes wide with shock, they hit the ground, unable to move. Pain throbbed through his entire body, his mind blanking from the sheer force of the blow. Standing over him, Barayan wiped the sweat from his brow. It was over. But the downed opponent shook violently, his expression twisting in pain and fury. Then, he pulled something from his pocket. A small, shimmering bead.